Chapter 3875. It's like this. When I came to the orchard yesterday, the first thing I did was to count the number of spirit fruits, but I found that one was missing. It had only been 2 hours since it was picked. Just as I was worrying, the chief steward and the others arrived nearby. At that time, I didn't have time to find out the truth. Master also saw what happened after that. I was almost consigned to eternal damnation. Du Rufeng narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashing in them. You mean, this matter has something to do with Zhou Zheng? Before it's confirmed, I don't dare to make any rash comments. Master Du, please watch a good show. A good show? After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Yang Kai flew down from another orchard and landed directly in front of the two men. The two men's reactions were completely opposite. One was overjoyed and walked forward to greet him, while the other's expression changed slightly and he took a step back. He looked at Yang Kai with a face full of horror and confusion. Brother, are you all right? Old Fong looked at Yang Kai from head to toe. Yang Kai didn't look at him, but stared straight at Xiang Yong and said, "It was scary but not dangerous." Didn't I tell you before? Old Fong said, "I didn't see it with my own eyes, so I was a bit worried. Now that you're all right, I don't have to worry about anything." He paused and said, "Brother, did you come here for something?" Yang Kai grinned. "Can't I come to see you?" "See me?" Old Fong was stunned. "Since you came to see me, why did you keep staring at Xiang Yong?" He instinctively felt that there was something wrong between the two. He turned to look at Xiang Yong and found that there was indeed a problem. Xiang Yong was actually avoiding his eyes and had a guilty expression. He didn't know why. "Brother Xiang, we haven't seen each other for a few days. How come you've become so estranged?" Yang Kai looked at Xiang Yong with a fake smile. Xiang Yong's face darkened. "Am I close to you?" "We're not even close. How can we be estranged?" "That's true. I'm not that close to Brother Xiang, but why did Brother Xiang look so surprised when you saw me today?" "What surprise? What surprise?" Xiang Yong waved his hand and said in a low voice, "I was just born with big eyes." "Is that so?" Yang Kai laughed. "I won't hide it from Brother Xiang. The chief steward went to my place yesterday and inspected my orchard." Xiang Yong's eyes widened as he said, "Head steward went over? Brother Xiang, you're very concerned about me." "Why would I be concerned about you?" "I'm just, if you don't tell me." Xiang Yong coldly snorted and sat down on the ground. He leaned against a fruit tree and hugged his arms as he dozed off. The chief steward, Yang's was being inspected by the chief steward was not a good thing. Taking care of the orchard was the responsibility of the servants. If they did well, they wouldn't be rewarded, but if they were found to be doing poorly, they would definitely be punished. Therefore, no servant was willing to have the chief steward visit their territory. They all hoped that he would just take a look at them and leave. However, every time the chief steward came to inspect, there would always be some unlucky people. Yang Kai's luck was really bad. There were hundreds of servants in the orchard, but the chief steward just had to go to his place. Now, even if there were no problems, there would definitely be some problems. "He didn't do anything to you, did he? I almost couldn't see you again, old brother." Yang Kai let out a long sigh, his face full of lingering fear. Old Fong was shocked. "What happened? Why is it so serious?" Yang Kai solemnly said, "I lost a fire spirit fruit in my orchard." Old Fong's face immediately turned white. "Brother, you can't joke about this. You're new here. Although I've told you a lot of the rules of the orchard, you probably haven't realized the seriousness of losing a spirit fruit. Let me tell you this, the lives of us servants are not as valuable as a spirit fruit." I know. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Losing a spirit fruit is a serious crime. The chief steward wanted to arrest me on the spot. Even if Master Du came forward to plead for me, it was useless. Then why did you? Old Fong was confused. Du Rufeng had come forward to plead for mercy, but it was useless. Why was Yang Kai still standing there? What happened after that? Yang Kai grinned and pointed at the great general. At the last moment, the great general made a move. It actually spat out a fruit core from its mouth. Now, the truth is out. Old Fong blinked and finally understood. So, the great general stole the spirit fruit and ate it? Exactly. Otherwise, why would the orchard lose a spirit fruit for no reason? Who would have the guts to steal it? You scared me to death. Old Fong let out a long breath. Although he knew that Yang Kai was standing there, he still couldn't help but tremble with fear when he heard the whole story. Why would the great general do such a thing? Old Fong looked at Yang Kai's head in confusion. How would I know? Maybe he ate too many insects and got greedy. But although the great general caused this, it was also thanks to him that I was able to survive. I should thank him. Old Fong, do you have any blue flame silkworms? A little, but not much. Give me all of them. After taking the blue flame silkworms from Old Fong, Yang Kai didn't stay any longer and turned to leave. In the void, a brilliance like a water curtain flowed. Under the brilliance, Du Rufeng hid himself and watched everything that happened. He was less than 300 feet away from Old Fong, but Old Fong didn't notice anything from beginning to end. Just after Yang Kai left, he suddenly stretched out his hand and made a hand sign. The brilliance like a water curtain wriggled slightly and Yang Kai quietly flashed in from outside. Will he fall for such a clumsy performance? Du Rufeng chuckled. Yang Kai grinned. That depends on who he is. If it's someone like Old Fong, I'm afraid I can't fool him. But if it's someone like Xiang Yong, I'm not so sure. Let's wait and see. If it's really as I guessed, he'll definitely take action. Du Rufeng said, what if you guessed wrong? Master, will you punish me? Not really, but this king doesn't have so much time to waste here. I'll only give you half a day. If you don't see the result after half a day, this matter will end here. Fine, half a day it is. Yang Kai had no choice but to agree, and it was even more impossible for him to bargain with the other party. Turning his head, he curiously asked, Senior, this artifact is quite interesting. If we really end up luring the snake out of its hole, will it be able to conceal our whereabouts? Du Rufeng said proudly, this treasure was bestowed by the Venerable. It's called the Shadowless Veil. Under the third great heaven opening realm, it's impossible to see through its flaws. Even those above the third great heaven opening realm might be able to deceive them as long as they don't search carefully. Yang Kai couldn't help but click his tongue. It was good to have a backer. He didn't have to worry about breaking through to the heaven opening realm. He had a lot of treasures in his hands, such as the capturing heaven net and the shadowless veil. On the other hand, he had worked so hard to fight with his wits and strength here, all for the identity of a small orchard manager. Just as he was speaking, Yang Kai's expression suddenly brightened, the fish has taken the bait. Below, Xiang Yong, who was leaning against a fruit tree with his arms crossed and dozing off, slowly opened his eyes. He looked around for a while, then stood up with a dignified and hesitant look on his face, as if he had encountered something difficult to decide. After hesitating for a long time, Xiang Yong made up his mind and turned his head to call out, Old Fong, take care of the orchard for me. After saying this, without waiting for Old Fong's agreement, he directly soared into the sky in the direction of the center of the orchard. Under the shadowless veil, Yang Kai and Du Rufeng looked at each other. Du Rufeng said, I'm afraid it's really like what you said. Yang Kai said, Master, you'll know when you see it. Du Rufeng no longer said anything. He urged the shadowless veil and quietly followed behind Xiang Yong. Xiang Yong looked back several times, but found nothing. After a short while, 1,000 blades peak appeared in front of them. This peak was strange, like a sword inserted into the ground. The scenery on the peak was good, but it was surrounded by orchards, and there were no other peaks in the distance. It was a very rare solitary peak. There was a hall on Thousand Blades Peak, where the orchard manager usually lived and worked. From time to time, there were handymen coming in and out of the peak. Obviously, they were all looking for Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng liked to work in the pavilion on the edge of the peak outside the hall. Sitting in the pavilion, he could see the small mountains and the continuous orchard below. It gave people a feeling that everything was under his control. Zhou Zheng liked this feeling. At this moment, there were not many handymen looking for Zhou Zheng. After all, nothing serious happened in the orchard. Even if there was a problem, the handymen would find a way to solve it. Only when there was something they couldn't solve would they come to Zhou Zheng. When Xiang Yong arrived, he didn't go to Zhou Zheng immediately, probably because he felt a little guilty. He waited for 2 hours until all the other handymen left. In the pavilion, Zhou Zheng didn't raise his head. "What's the matter?" "Steward Chow." Xiang Yong shouted in a low voice. Zhou Zheng's expression changed. He looked up and saw Xiang Yong. He immediately looked around and gritted his teeth. "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you not to look for me during this time?" Xiang Yong stretched his neck and said, "I don't want to bother Steward Chow, but there's something I don't understand. I need Steward Chow's help." "What's so important?" Zhou Zheng's expression was ugly. "That Yang Kai, shut up." Zhou Zheng suddenly stood up and glared at Xiang Yong for a while. He said in a low voice, "Come with me." With his hands behind his back, he led the way to the main hall. Xiang Yong scratched his head and had no choice but to follow. The two entered the main hall one after the other. Zhou Zheng waved the token in his hand and opened the restriction. He then turned around and glared at Xiang Yong. "Are you crazy? How dare you mention that outside? Don't you know that the walls have ears? If someone heard you, not only you, but even I can't escape death." Xiang Yong said, "But Master Steward said that as long as I followed your orders, that Yang Kai would definitely die. I followed your arrangements and took the risk of losing my head. Why is that brat perfectly fine?" Zhou Zheng frowned. "How do you know? Did you see Yang Kai?" Chapter 3876. Xiang Yong sneered, "Steward Chow, you don't need to know how I found out. I just know." Zhou Zheng's face darkened as he said, "Yesterday's incident was a little unexpected. The head steward went to inspect his herb garden as I wished and discovered that he had lost the spirit fruit. We were just about to arrest him when General Si Chun appeared at the crucial moment and ruined everything. Steward Chow doesn't need to elaborate on the process. I found out about it from other sources." Zhou Zheng was stunned. "If you know everything, why are you still here?" "Of course I'm here to ask for an explanation from Steward Chow." Zhou Zheng laughed. "Ask for an explanation? What explanation do you want from me?" His expression turned cold. "Why should I give you any explanation?" Xiang Yong snorted and said, "If it weren't for your instigation, how could I have done such a despicable thing? Now that the matter has been done, but the result has not been obtained. Shouldn't Lord Steward take responsibility?" Zhou Zheng's expression was so cold that it was almost dripping water. "When did I instigate you? I've told you before that this is a serious matter. You have to think it through before you act and bear the consequences. Now that things have gone wrong, you're blaming me." Xiang Yong twisted his neck. "I don't care. We're in the same boat now. If one dies, the other won't be able to escape." Zhou Zheng was so angry that he wanted to slap the guy in front of him to death. He secretly regretted giving him such a bad idea a few days ago. Now, he didn't get to eat the mutton, but got himself into trouble. "What do you want?" Zhou Zheng asked coldly. Xiang Yong was a simpleton, and his status was low. He was not as valuable as Zhou Zheng himself. Since Xiang Yong was using this to threaten him, Zhou Zheng could not do anything about it. Xiang Yong chuckled and said, "It's not like Lord Steward doesn't know what this one's intentions are. As long as Lord Steward can satisfy this one will naturally be able to satisfy Lord Steward." Zhou Zheng narrowed his eyes. "You want to change your territory?" Xiang Yong said, "It doesn't matter if we switch back or not, as long as we can be transferred to Xiao Dai's side." Zhou Zheng gently nodded. "If that's the case, it's not impossible. How about this, you go back and wait for my news. I'll let you know when I'm done here." Xiang Yong looked at him suspiciously. "Master Steward, are you trying to trick me? Although I look a little big and burly, I'm not that easy to fool." Zhou Zheng was furious. "Why would I lie to you? Do I need to lie to you about this? Then I'll trust you one more time." Xiang Yong nodded and cupped his hands. "I'll take my leave first and wait for the good news from the Master Steward." "Wait." Zhou Zheng raised his hand to stop him. Xiang Yong turned around. "Master Steward, do you have any other orders?" Zhou Zheng gritted his teeth and asked, "Where is the fruit?" "What fruit?" Xiang Yong was confused by his words. "What do you think?" "Oh." Xiang Yong suddenly understood. "You're talking about the fruit that I secretly plucked." He patted his stomach and said, "Of course, I've already sacrificed it to my internal organs. It doesn't taste that good." "You." Zhou Zheng looked at him speechlessly and waved his hand in annoyance. "Get lost, get lost." Closing the restriction in the main hall and letting Xiang Yong leave, Zhou Zheng paced around the main hall for a while before he sighed heavily. The plan this time could be said to be perfect. If General Si Chen hadn't intervened at the last moment, Yang Kai would have been dead by now. But now, Yang Kai was not only fine, but he himself had caused a lot of trouble. Xiang Yong. He couldn't let him live. If there was a first time, there would be a second time. He didn't want to be threatened by people in the future. However, even if he was the steward of the orchard, it wasn't easy to get rid of a servant. He still had to wait for an opportunity. In Yang Kai's orchard, there was a flash of light and two figures appeared out of thin air. It was Yang Kai and Du Rufeng. Yang Kai observed Du Rufeng's expression and found that he was as calm as an ancient well. He didn't know what he was thinking. He didn't take the liberty to ask. What he had seen and heard today had completely confirmed his previous guess. Zhou Zheng and Xiang Yong definitely wouldn't have a good ending. When Zhou Zheng fell, whether or not he could be promoted was secondary. The main thing was that he didn't have to constantly be on guard against difficulties from above. Telling Du Rufeng that he wanted to be the steward of the orchard was just asking for too much. Yang Kai didn't think that Du Rufeng would really agree. Firstly, he didn't have enough talent. He had only been in the orchard for a few months. Secondly, his cultivation wasn't enough. It would be difficult for him to convince others. If he couldn't be the steward of the orchard, Du Rufeng would definitely be compensated elsewhere. At that time, there would be a lot of room for him to mediate. If it weren't for the fact that this matter was really related to his life, Yang Kai wouldn't have been so ruthless. If Zhou Zheng just wanted to make things difficult for him and get some benefits from him, Yang Kai would have tolerated it. But now, this guy even used such a vicious method of stealing spirit fruits. Yang Kai felt that if he tolerated it any longer, he wouldn't even know how he died. He asked Du Rufeng to take a seat, poured tea, and waited quietly. After a long time, Du Rufeng smiled slightly and said, "You're really something. You've been here for less than half a year, and there are actually two people who want to kill you. How did you offend them? I'm also very curious." Yang Kai had a puzzled expression on his face. "If it's Steward Chow, it's probably because I didn't show him filial piety after receiving a huge reward last time. This caused Steward Chow to hold a grudge against me. But as for Xiang Yong, I can't figure out the reason no matter how much I think about it." Du Rufeng picked up his tea and took a sip. No matter what the reason is, since they dared to steal spirit fruits in private, no matter how many lives they have, it won't be enough for them to die. Yang Kai was slightly stunned. Old Fong was right. The lives of the servants were indeed not as valuable as the spirit fruits. It could even be said that the Qiqiao land didn't even treat the servants as humans. As I said before, the steward position needs to be personally appointed by the Venerable One. I only have the right to recommend. I'll report you and explain the cause and effect of this matter. As for whether the Venerable One agrees in the end, it'll be up to him. Whether or not it succeeds, I thank Master Du for your kindness. Yang Kai cupped his hands and said, "Let's wait for the news." Du Rufeng patted Yang Kai's shoulder and flew away. The next few days were peaceful. Yang Kai strolled around the orchard every day and occasionally went to talk to Daiyu. Xiang Yong was nowhere to be seen. He didn't come over these few days. He sent a message to Old Fong and learned that Xiang Yong had been very obedient and had been sleeping in the orchard every day. On the 5th day, Yang Kai was catching insects with Daiyu in her orchard. Suddenly, he felt someone calling him and quickly took out a jade disc. Old Fong? Daiyu recognized that it was Old Fong's communication device. Yes. Yang Kai nodded and used his divine sense to check the jade disc. He turned to Daiyu and said, "Xiang Yong has been captured." Daiyu was stunned. Xiang Yong? What did he do? Yang Kai shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. He didn't know what Du Rufeng's arrangement was, so it wasn't good to reveal anything at this time. Daiyu frowned. Although he's a bit reckless, he can still distinguish between right and wrong. Did Old Fong see him being captured? Yang Kai nodded. Several Qiqiao land disciples went to capture him. Old Fong saw it with his own eyes. Half an incense stick of time ago. Yang Kai looked up in the direction of Thousand Blades Peak. Since Xiang Yong had been captured, it meant that Zhou Zheng had also made his move. He just didn't know what kind of expression Zhou Zheng had on his face at this moment. Would he be surprised? However, since he dared to frame him with such a vicious idea, he should be prepared for his revenge. In just one day, a piece of news spread throughout the Fire Spirit land. The orchard's manager, Zhou Zheng, and the handyman, Xiang Yong, had stolen the Fire Spirit fruit. It was confirmed that the two had committed a heinous crime and had been handed over to the Fire Spirit Land's punishment hall to be punished severely as a warning to others. When the handymen heard the news, they couldn't believe it. However, the news was spread by the Qiqiao land disciples, so they couldn't question it. Everyone knew that Xiang Yong was finished. Zhou Zheng was finished. Stealing the Fire Spirit fruit was something that hadn't happened for many years. However, what people couldn't understand was that Zhou Zheng was the manager of the orchard. Why would he steal the Fire Spirit fruit? Besides refining the heaven-opening pill, this thing didn't have any other use. What could he do with it? While this news was spreading, another piece of news was also fermenting in secret. Since Zhou Zheng was in trouble, the position of manager of the orchard was vacant. When the time came, there would definitely be someone to replace him. The handymen didn't need to think about it. The only ones who could become managers were the Qiqiao land disciples. Moreover, although the position of manager of the orchard was very prestigious and had a large number of people under him, it was actually a thankless job. Therefore, the Qiqiao land disciples who had a little bit of a future didn't put them in their eyes. Only Zhou Zheng, who had been promoted from a handyman and had no future, would scramble for this position. Another 2 days passed. Du Rufeng descended from the sky. When the busy Yang Kai saw this, he hurriedly put down what he was doing and went up to greet him with cupped hands. Master Du. Du Rufeng was full of smiles. He waved his hand and said, "Rise." Yang Kai looked at his expression and was slightly stunned. Master, did something good happen? You're so happy. Du Rufeng smiled. There is something good, but it's not me. It's you. Me? Yang Kai's expression changed. It can't be that matter. He thought that it shouldn't be. He was already mentally prepared to be rejected. Look at what this is. As Du Rufeng spoke, he stretched out his hand and a new set of clothes immediately appeared in his hand. Rainbow shirt, that's right. Du Rufeng opened the rainbow shirt. Try it on. But master, isn't this something that only the Qiqiao Land disciples can wear? So, you're already a Qiqiao Land disciple. Du Rufeng said with a smile. Yang Kai immediately revealed a surprised expression. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you master for your promotion." He respectfully received the rainbow shirt with both hands. He didn't need to hide anything and directly put it on. Du Rufeng nodded at the side. Not bad, the size is just right. When you have time, go to the personnel hall to get your disciple token and get a few more sets of clothes. Yes, master. Chapter 3877. He had suddenly become a disciple of the Qiqiao Land. Although the design of the rainbow shirt was nothing special, it was a symbol of status and identity in the Qiqiao Land. If a worker wanted to become a disciple of the Qiqiao Land, the only way was to reach the heaven-opening realm. That was why so many workers had no choice but to refine grade 1 and grade 2 materials to reach the heaven-opening realm. The materials needed for grade 3 heaven-opening realm were too expensive, and workers couldn't afford them at all. If they bit off more than they could chew, they could only spend their lives in the heaven-opening realm. And no matter how many heaven-opening experts there were, the Qiqiao Land did not have to worry about them causing any trouble. As such, they generously washed away their status as workers and gave them the status of ordinary disciples. Not only would this give them a sense of belonging to the Qiqiao Land, it would also increase the Qiqiao Land strength. With the rainbow shirt on, Yang Kai seemed to understand many things. Seeing him in a daze, Du Rufeng smiled, "You're already so happy? There's still more good things to come." Yang Kai asked curiously, "What other good things?" Du Rufeng smiled slightly, "Did you forget the request you made before? To fulfill that request, you have to at least become a disciple of the Qiqiao Land, so your clothes are only the most basic prerequisite." Yang Kai was shocked. The Venerable agreed? Du Rufeng nodded, he agreed. Without waiting for Yang Kai to say anything, he changed the topic. However, the Venerable raised a condition. What condition? Yang Kai asked eagerly, but he was secretly on guard. He knew that the Venerable wouldn't agree so easily. It would be difficult for him to fulfill this condition, but it didn't matter. At the very least, he had achieved his goal. The Venerable said that you haven't been in the fire spirit land for long. This is one thing, and your cultivation isn't high. Even if you've made a contribution, it's not enough to appoint you as the manager of the orchard. You have to know that there are more than 1 or 2 people eyeing this position. If you're appointed rashly, it'll be difficult to convince everyone. Disciple understands, Yang Kai nodded. So, the Venerable wants you to make another contribution. Du Rufeng looked at him with a smile. As long as you can make another great contribution, the Venerable will have a reason to support you. At that time, no one can say anything. Yang Kai scratched his head and said, "This kind of merit also depends on luck. It's not something a disciple can do just because he wants to. Or rather, where else would there be scarlet heaven golden flames in the fire spirit land that a disciple needs to help collect?" Du Rufeng couldn't help but laugh. The red sky golden flame is extremely difficult to nurture, and it's rarely seen in several thousand years. It was already a great fortune to be able to obtain one last time. How could there be a second time? With a solemn expression, he said in a low voice, "Now, there is something I need you to do. As long as you do it well, you will naturally get the credit." Yang Kai came to a realization. So the Venerable One has already made arrangements. He immediately cupped his fists and said, "If that's the case, please tell me, Master. This disciple will leave now and try to return as soon as possible." Du Rufeng patted his shoulder. You're my brother now that you're wearing these clothes. Don't call me master anymore. The Venerable One wants junior brother to do this time is to hunt down and kill a traitor. Traitor. Yang Kai's expression turned cold. That's right. Du Rufeng's expression was cold. This person made a big mistake a few days ago, but he didn't repent. Instead, he escaped from the Qiqiao lands. This is an unforgivable crime. The Venerable One wants you to find him, kill him, and bring back his head. Yang Kai blinked and said somewhat guiltily, Junior brother should obey the Venerable One's orders, but junior brother still wants to ask, this traitor, what is his cultivation level? He didn't want to rush out and find out that the traitor was a heaven-opening realm cultivator. If that happened, who knew who would be the one to kill who? Du Rufeng chuckled, don't worry, his cultivation level is similar to yours, and he's still injured. Yang Kai nodded, then there's no problem. But how do I find him? Brother, you know that the outside world is so vast that it's hard to distinguish between north, south, east, and west. It's so vast and boundless, he can just hide in any direction. Someone will go with you. This is just a formality. It's fine as long as you know it in your heart. In fact, you don't need to do much. You can do that? Yang Kai was stunned. However, he quickly reacted and cupped his hands. Thank you, Venerable One. Thank you, brother, for your promotion. Du Rufeng patted his shoulder. All right, there's no time to lose. You can leave now. Once you leave the fire spirit land, there will naturally be someone to receive you. Yes. Yang Kai responded and rushed into the sky. After watching Yang Kai leave, Du Rufeng's figure flickered and suddenly disappeared. A moment later, in the main hall of the fire spirit land, Du Rufeng stood in front of the thick door and bowed respectfully. The door opened a crack, and Du Rufeng stepped in. He stood still, and a voice came to his ears, is it done? Reporting to Venerable, everything has been done. Yes. The Venerable One responded softly, you look like you have some doubts? Du Rufeng smiled bitterly, I can't hide anything from Venerable. Disciple really does have some doubts. Speak. One of Disciple's doubts is that Yang Kai is new here and his cultivation is not high enough. Is it really okay to help him to a higher position? What does it matter? He's just a trivial orchard manager. Even if he is promoted, how long can he stay in this position? At most, it'll only be half a year. Du Rufeng heard this and understood, Brother Yu Lian is about to leave seclusion? Yes. Then there's no problem. Half a year is really nothing, Du Rufeng gently nodded, there's one more thing Disciple doesn't understand. Is it about that traitor? Duan Hai chuckled. It's about that traitor. Du Rufeng was puzzled. That traitor entered the fire spirit land at the same time as Yang Kai, and his cultivation wasn't high. Although he made a mistake without knowing it, it shouldn't have been a crime worthy of death, so why did he choose to defect and escape? The Seven Openings land is covered by many spirit arrays. If the spirit arrays were not activated, even if he was a heaven-opening realm master, he would not have been able to enter and leave freely. If this king had not allowed it, how could he have escaped? Du Rufeng suddenly understood. He had guessed before that a trivial cultivator from the Emperor realm would not be able to escape from the Seven Openings land's spirit arrays. Now that he heard Duan Hai say this, he knew his guess was correct. The traitor being able to escape was also the Venerable's intention. It could even be said that the traitor had been provoked by someone. Why is that? Du Rufeng was puzzled by this. That kind of trash, Disciple could have easily dealt with it, why bother letting him out? You don't understand. Duan Hai slowly shook his head, that person is not someone you can kill. This king noticed when he was leading him back. If he really dies at the hands of the Seven Openings land's people, there may be some trouble in the future. Du Rufeng was shocked. The strength of the Seven Openings land was not weak. The heavenly monarch and the several venerables were all mid-rank heaven-opening realm masters, so anyone who could cause trouble for the seven openings land would at least be a fifth-rank heaven-opening realm master. Could it be that that person has some kind of backer? As soon as Yang Kai left the orchard, Great General flew down. Yang Kai was already used to this. This guy would only fly over his head when he was in the orchard. Otherwise, he would move on his own. Not caring, Yang Kai continued forward and soon left the fire spirit land. At the exit of the spirit array, two figures were waiting. As soon as they saw Yang Kai rush out, the fat man on the left asked, "Is this junior brother Yang Kai?" "It is this brother." Yang Kai stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Greetings, brothers. I've made you wait for a long time." As he spoke, he sized up the two of them, inwardly shocked. Originally, when he had heard Du Rufeng say that this was just a formality, he hadn't believed it. After all, ever since he had started cultivating, he had never encountered such a good thing. Now that he saw these two, he understood that it really was just a formality because these two were actually heaven-opening cultivators. Their auras were similar to Zhou Zhang's, so they should be first-rank heaven-opening realm masters. Although he didn't know who the person he was chasing was, Du Rufeng had said that this person's strength was similar to his own. In other words, this person was definitely not in the heaven-opening realm, or even half-step heaven-opening realm. He and two other heaven-opening realm masters were chasing an emperor realm master. No matter how he looked at it, it was very strange. While Yang Kai was sizing them up, they were also sizing him up. The fat man who had answered first said, "So your junior brother Yang. As expected, you're quite handsome and have an extraordinary bearing." The man on the right also nodded. "Junior brother Yang has a majestic gait and a majestic aura. With a single glance, I can tell you're someone who will accomplish great things." "What's going on?" Yang Kai was dumbfounded. These two fellows' flattery was too obvious, making him feel uncomfortable. Moreover, ever since he had come to the Seven Openings land, he hadn't felt anything when interacting with the workers, but when he went to the market and saw the Seven Openings land's disciples, not a single one of them gave him a proper look. Now, there were actually two heaven-opening realm masters trying to flatter him. This was really uncomfortable. Thinking about it for a moment, he guessed that it was because of Du Rufeng. He didn't know what Du Rufeng had told these two to make them not hesitate to praise him as soon as they met. What else could Yang Kai say? He could only cup his fists with a smile. "Brothers, you're too serious. Your auras are vigorous and your cultivation is profound. This junior brother is far from being able to compare to you. This time, I'll have to ask you two brothers to take care of me." The two looked at each other and smiled, feeling that Yang Kai's attitude was quite good. The fat man immediately said, "Junior brother, don't worry. This time, Brother Du told us that even if something happened to us, we absolutely couldn't let anything happen to junior brother. We two brothers will definitely risk our lives to protect junior brother Yang. I still haven't asked how I should address you two brothers." Yang Kai asked politely, thinking to himself that it was no wonder these two fellows had such an attitude towards him. It turned out that Du Rufeng had told them to do this before. Now that they had said this, they definitely understood that Yang Kai was an extremely important person to Du Rufeng. In the future, he might be able to make a name for himself in the fire spirit region. At this moment, they naturally wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to make friends with him. Perhaps they would be able to soar in the future. The two of them reported their names. The fat one was called Ma Lu and the thin one was called Jiangsheng. After some small talk, the three of them set off together. Chapter 3878. The Qiqiao land was covered by many spirit arrays, so it was impossible to enter or leave without permission, but since this was Duanhai's order, naturally he was prepared. Leaving the Qiqiao land, Yang Kai looked back and saw that the Qiqiao land was shrouded in fog, making it impossible to see anything, so he couldn't help feeling a little worried. "Two brothers, we don't know how long this trip will take. Should we remember the way back? It won't be good if we get lost on the way back." Fat Ma Lu smiled. Junior brother may not know this, but in this vast universe, directions are chaotic and topsy-turvy, so it's difficult to remember. However, as long as we have a guide, no matter how far we are, we should be able to find our way back. Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. When Duan Hai led him to the Qiqiao land, he seemed to have heard Duan Hai mention something about a guide, but he had never seen it with his own eyes, so he didn't know what it was. Yang Kai guessed that it was some kind of tracking treasure. Then how do we find the traitor? Yang Kai asked again. This time it was Jiangsheng who answered, Junior brother Yang, don't worry, we naturally have a way to find him. Junior brother, you just need to follow us two brothers and kill the traitor when the time comes. I understand, then I'll be relying on the two brothers. Yang Kai cupped his fists and simply ignored them. Although he was curious about many things, asking too many questions would only make him suspicious. Since he didn't need to worry, why bother? Speaking of which, he had been in the Qiqiao land for a few months now and this was the first time he had left. The Qiqiao land was not a good place. Although he was lucky enough to be on Du Rufeng's ship and had won his appreciation, Yang Kai always felt that the other party was up to something. And the cause of all this was after Du Rufeng helped him obtain the Scarlet Heaven Golden Flame. Yang Kai suspected that his wood attribute strength had been exposed, and although he wasn't sure, it was better to be safe than sorry. If there was a chance this time, perhaps he could escape from the Qiqiao land. It was a pity that he hadn't expected Du Rufeng to give him such a mission. Moreover, Du Rufeng didn't give him any time to prepare before urging him to set off. Otherwise, he might have been able to take Old Fong and Dai Yu with him. Ma Lu and Jiangsheng were both in the heaven opening realm, so they were extremely fast. Yang Kai used his full strength but was only barely able to catch up. But even so, the two of them had a whole new level of respect for Yang Kai. They had originally thought that he was just a boy who had been lucky enough to obtain Du Rufeng's appreciation, but who would have thought that he actually had some ability. Half a day later, Ma Lu suddenly stopped. He waved his hand and took out a ball-like object. Inside the ball-like object, there was a red mist that was constantly changing and pointing in a certain direction. Keeping the ball, Ma Lu chased in that direction. Seeing this, Yang Kai understood that this ball-shaped artifact should have a tracking function. Otherwise, in this vast universe, how could the traitor find him after escaping the 7 openings? His heart trembled. Since that traitor had a tracking mark on him, did he have one on him as well? If Duan Hai had secretly used some kind of trick when he brought them back, it would have been difficult for Yang Kai to notice. After all, the gap between their cultivation realms was obvious. Perhaps there really was one. If that was the case, then Yang Kai needed to think about how to escape the 7 openings. If he failed to do so and instead exposed his intentions, being caught would not have a good ending. Flying through the void, in this vast universe, the scenery was breathtaking, and anyone could feel their own insignificance. Without counting the days, Kai Yang estimated that at least 10 days had passed since they left the Qiqiao land. The group of 3 continued on their way, with Ma Lu taking out the round ball from time to look at it and changing directions according to its guidance. As time went by, Ma Lu and Jiangsheng's expressions gradually turned ugly. At this point, even if Yang Kai didn't want to ask, he had no choice but to do so. 2 brothers, did something go wrong? Ma Lu said, Junior brother Yang, please don't worry, there's nothing wrong. It's just that we're too far from the 7 openings land. In this vast universe, all kinds of dangers are possible. Although we 2 brothers are heaven opening realm cultivators, we're only first-grade heaven opening realm cultivators. If you really encounter danger, we may not be able to protect you. Jiangsheng cursed, I thought it would be easy to catch up to that bastard, but who knew he would run so fast? I wonder what kind of secret technique he cultivated. Yang Kai understood that the situation had developed somewhat outside of their expectations. The traitor had run too far. Ma Lu said, we have to speed up, if we let him run like this, who knows how long we'll have to chase him. Jiangsheng nodded, Junior brother Yang, I'll have to apologize. As soon as he finished speaking, he and Ma Lu, one on the left and one on the right of Kai Yang, suddenly increased their speed. After traveling like this for 3 days, Ma Lu's face suddenly lit up. He stopped. He should be recovering from his injuries. Jianghu raised his eyebrows. How much longer? Ma Lu looked at the ball in his hand. Half a day. Jianghu said, Junior brother Yang, make your preparations. When we see that traitor, you'll have to act. We 2 brothers will support you from the side. Thank you for your trouble, brothers. Yang Kai cupped his fists. Ma Lu laughed. Of course, of course. I just hope that junior brother won't forget to give us 2 brothers a hand when you soar in the future. I wouldn't dare to hope for that. Yang Kai replied, closing his eyes and adjusting his breathing. He was speechless inside. With Ma Lu and Jianghu riding on his left and right, even if he wanted to run, he wouldn't be able to do so unless he killed these 2 first. However, these 2 were still heaven-opening realm cultivators. Yang Kai knew that if he suddenly attacked and used his full strength, he would be able to kill one of them while they were off guard, but if he killed 2 of them, that would be unrealistic. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to escape from the Qiqiao land for the time being, so he could only take it one step at a time. Half a day later, the aura of a universe world suddenly appeared in front of him. Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked over, discovering that it really was a universe world. Looking from a distance, this world was blue and seemed to flow like clouds, making for a beautiful sight. Ma Lu and Jianghu led him straight into this world, passing through layers of clouds and mist. Yang Kai looked around curiously. After all, this was the first universe world he had seen after leaving the star boundary, so he naturally wanted to see if there was anything different about it. Looking around, there didn't seem to be much of a difference, only the world principles were slightly different. Moreover, there didn't seem to be any powerful existences in this universe world, because when the 3 of them entered, there wasn't the slightest obstruction. If there were great emperors here, this definitely wouldn't be the case. Ma Lu and Jianghu let out a sigh of relief. Although they were heaven-opening realm cultivators, if there were great emperors here, they wouldn't be willing to rashly clash with them. Since there weren't any great emperors, that was for the best. Flying through the sky, 3 figures suddenly came to a stop on a large mountain. Ma Lu took a deep breath, his already fat body becoming even more bloated. He then spat out at the mountain below and roared, "Get out here!" As he spoke, the mountain range collapsed and the waterfall flowed in reverse. In the wilderness, countless birds and beasts were instantly killed. The earth continued to rise and fall, as if there was an earth dragon roiling underground. With a rumbling sound, the mountain peak collapsed, and a figure scrambled out of it, looking towards the place where Yang Kai and the others were standing in horror. Jianghu sneered, "Bastard, you're quite good at running, making this uncle chase you for so many days." At this moment, the traitor clearly saw the 7-colored robes on Ma Lu and the others, and his expression changed greatly as he turned around to flee. Jianghu's laughter became even colder. "Since this uncle is already here, where do you think you're going?" Spitting out a ring-shaped artifact from his mouth, it instantly sealed off the surrounding area. The traitor tried to flee, but he was unable to escape the range of this secret technique, causing his expression to become even more terrified. "Junior brother Yang, it's up to you." Ma Lu turned to Yang Kai and said, "Don't worry, he's currently injured and definitely isn't your match. Moreover, us 2 brothers will take care of him, so you just have to be bold and attack." Yang Kai nodded, "I understand." Stepping forward, he entered the area sealed off by Jianghu, a complicated expression on his face as he stared at the traitor who had betrayed the Qiqiao land. The traitor struggled for a while but couldn't find a way to leave, so he could only turn his head. Their eyes met and a look of shock appeared on his face. "Yang Kai, why is it you?" Yang Kai let out a long sigh. "That's what I wanted to ask as well." Previously, when Du Rufeng had asked him to hunt down a traitor, he didn't ask who it was. After all, he didn't know many people, but now that he saw this traitor, he realized that he really did know this traitor and that he was someone who had joined the Qiqiao land with him. Fang Tai. It's all because of you. Fang Tai's eyes were crimson red, as if he was meeting Yang Kai's mortal enemy. If it weren't for you, this Fang wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Yang Kai snorted, what does it have to do with me? This was simply inexplicable. Fang Tai gritted his teeth, the fire spirit fruit that Zhou Zheng and Xiang Yong conspired to steal is yours, right? That's right. Yang Kai nodded, suddenly revealing a look of realization. I understand, you've been caught in the crossfire. Fang Tai angrily said, I didn't know anything, it was Zhou Zheng who told me to delay you. He's the manager of the orchard, so how could I not listen? I thought it was just a small matter, who knew that it would involve the theft of the fire spirit fruit? You didn't have to listen. Yang Kai coldly laughed, fate has always been in your own hands. You're right. Fang Tai exploded, when Zhou Zheng and Xiang Yong got into trouble, I knew that they would definitely investigate me, so I ran, but I didn't expect that you guys would still catch up to me. What's more, I didn't expect that you would be one of the people chasing after me. What's so strange about that? This matter started with me. Fang Tai didn't understand, but you're just an errand boy. Yang Kai pinched his collar and adjusted it. Fang Tai's eyes widened. Rainbow robe, you actually dare to wear the rainbow robe. Are you a disciple of the Qiqiao land? Chapter 3879. In an instant, Fang Tai's eyes turned red with jealousy. He had also stayed in the Qiqiao lands for a few months, so he naturally knew how difficult it was to become an ordinary disciple from a worker. However, Yang Kai was wearing the seven-colored robe, so he had clearly shaken off his status as a worker and become a disciple of the Qiqiao lands. How could this be? The last time he had seen Yang Kai was only a few days ago. At that time, he had Zhou Zheng's protection, while Yang Kai had been bullied by Zhou Zheng. He had originally thought that relying on Zhou Zheng would allow him to rest easy, but who would have thought that in the end, he would be implicated and forced to flee for his life? Brother Fang, we've all known each other for a while. Now that I've come here to take your life, I don't want to make things too complicated. Why don't you just stick your neck out and save yourself some pain? Take my life? Fang Tai's expression changed drastically. This Fang only made an unintentional mistake, and you want to take my life? Yang Kai said indifferently, that's what the higher-ups want. I'm also very helpless. Fang Tai looked around and saw that Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng were both glaring at him. He knew that no matter what, he would not be able to escape from the hands of two heaven-opening realm masters. All hope was lost, and his face paled as he sent a message, Brother Yang, you and I entered the Qiqiao lands together, and we even had an agreement before. Now that this Fang is in dire straits, Brother Yang, please be magnanimous and let me go. This Fang will be grateful and will definitely repay you in the future. Yang Kai stared at him and said, does Brother Fang really place that agreement of alliance in your eyes? Fang Tai's expression was bitter. He knew that his previous actions were somewhat wrong. When he saw that Zhou Zheng loathed Yang Kai, he had intentionally excluded him. Now, in a mere 2 months, the tables had turned. Now, he had to rely on others to survive. He immediately begged, Brother Yang, this Fang was wrong before. Master Brother Yang, please be magnanimous and don't lower yourself to my level. It was this Fang who was stupid and did not recognize people. Yang Kai raised his hand to stop him, there's no point in you saying this now. Brother Du ordered those 2 brothers to come with me, so they definitely didn't just lead the way for me. Even if I was willing to let you go, those 2 brothers wouldn't let you go. Moreover, why should I let you go? If it was just some previous matters, Yang Kai was too lazy to care about anything with him. After all, everyone had the instinct to seek fortune and avoid disaster. He had offended Zhou Zheng and wanted to rely on Zhou Zheng. Naturally, he had to draw a clear line between himself and Fang Tai in order to survive. This was a very correct choice. It was just that they had different principles and couldn't make plans together. However, he cooperated with Zhou Zheng and Xiang Yong to frame Fang Tai. This was unforgivable. Even though he didn't know anything about it, if it had succeeded, Fang Tai would have been dead by now. An unintentional mistake was also a life-and-death feud. Moreover, as he said, since Du Rufeng had asked Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng to accompany him, it was impossible for him to just be a lookout. Even if he didn't do anything, Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng would definitely not let Fang Tai go. Reaching out in the void, Yang Kai grasped the black dragon spear in his hand with a dragon roar. He shouted in a deep voice, "Fang Tai, give me your life." While speaking, Yang Kai's aura quickly climbed to the limit, and by the time he finished speaking, he had already arrived in front of Fang Tai and thrust his spear forward. Fang Tai was shocked, never having expected Yang Kai to act so decisively, not giving him the slightest time to react. Even though he had been on guard the entire time, when the spear intent was about to reach him, he barely managed to raise his hand and summon a shield-like artifact to block in front of him. With a crisp cracking sound, cracks appeared on the round shield as soon as it appeared. The light that was flowing endlessly on it also quickly dimmed. In merely the time for a single breath, the round shield exploded into pieces, and Fang Tai's face that was filled with terror was revealed behind it. Not far away, Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng, who were watching, couldn't help exchanging a glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Although they could use such an attack at will with their current strength, with Yang Kai's cultivation, it was absolutely impossible. In other words, in the Emperor realm, Yang Kai's foundation was much stronger than theirs. When he broke through to heaven opening in the future, even if they were both first grade, they might not be his match. The round shield shattered, and the black dragon spear pierced through Fang Tai's shoulder like a hot knife through butter. As blood spurted out, Fang Tai's face was as pale as paper. Yang Kai's face was wooden, and as he withdrew his spear, he kicked out, hitting Fang Tai's waist. An irresistible force was transmitted, and Fang Tai was sent flying like a rag sack, crashing into the barrier of Jiang Sheng's artifact and vomiting blood. Fang Tai's expression was extremely horrified, and Yang Kai's expression was slightly stunned. Speaking of which, this was the first time he had jumped out of the shackles of the universe and come to the 3,000 worlds to fight with someone. Although his opponent was not at the heaven-opening realm, he felt that this Fang Tai was not as strong as he thought. However, this could also be related to the fact that he was injured and had been on the run for so many days. Yang Kai did not know how Fang Tai's injuries had come about, but he guessed that he had fought with someone while escaping from the Qiqiao lands. Since that was the case, there was nothing to say. His figure flickered as Yang Kai charged forward, the black dragon spear turning into a sky full of afterimages that enveloped Fang Tai. Fang Tai's strength was not bad, and he had an endless supply of artifacts, especially those defensive artifacts. Yang Kai did not know where he had obtained them, but he did not feel safe at all. However, under Yang Kai's storm-like attacks, he could only parry and was unable to counterattack. His expression slowly turned to shock, as if he had not expected that under the same cultivation level, he would not be Yang Kai's opponent at all. When the last defensive artifact was shattered, Fang Tai clutched his chest in grief and indignation. Yang Kai, must you be so ruthless? Yang Kai did not speak, simply pointing his spear forward with a solemn look on his face. Fang Tai ground his teeth, "You forced me to do this. If this Fang suffers, you can forget about living in peace." Saying so, Fang Tai formed a seal with one hand and his originally weak aura suddenly swelled. At the same time, a profound aura began to spread from his body. Yang Kai's expression became solemn. Just as he felt that this aura was a little familiar, Fang Tai opened his mouth and spat out an ancient seal. This seal looked inconspicuous, but it contained a terrifying power. A Dao seal. Yang Kai's face changed drastically as he thought to himself, no wonder it felt a little familiar. It turned out that he had done this before. Back in the star boundary, Yang Kai had been forced to release his Dao seal and fight a desperate battle with the great demon god. Yang Kai had not expected that outside this world, his first enemy would deal with him in such a manner. How powerful a Dao seal could be when released was something Yang Kai was well aware of, so when he saw the ancient seal turn into a stream of light and rush towards him, Yang Kai immediately retreated. At the same time, he raised his arm slightly and swung it forward, sending the blue dragon spear in his hand flying. The two streams of light collided mid-air, creating a loud bang that shook the heavens and earth. A terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions, causing even the barrier around Jiang Sheng's artifact to ripple. At this moment, Ma Lu rushed over and stood in front of Yang Kai, his fat body like a city wall, blocking the storm in front of him, his palms constantly striking forward to offset the terrifying shockwaves. After a dozen breaths of time, everything slowly stabilized. Yang Kai, who was hiding behind Ma Lu, poked his head out and saw that Fang Tai's burly figure had completely shriveled up, his aura so weak that it seemed he would soon die. He was not as lucky as Yang Kai, nor was he as strong as Yang Kai. After releasing his Dao seal, it had been completely destroyed after colliding with the blue dragon spear. However, this Dao seal was the condensation of his cultivation, so when it was destroyed, his strength would also disappear. Although he had not died at this moment, he would not live for long. Yang Kai was secretly shocked and swore that he would never release his Dao seal unless absolutely necessary. This was simply too dangerous. "Junior brother Yang, are you alright?" Ma Lu turned around and asked with concern. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Thanks to big brother's protection, junior brother is fine." "It's good that you are fine. Junior brother, you must remember that fighting outside of Qinkuan is different from your previous experiences. The most important thing is to be on guard against this kind of desperate situation. If you are not careful, you will be unlucky," Ma Lu said earnestly. Yang Kai nodded seriously. "I will remember." Ma Lu said, "It's fine as long as you remember it. Go, take that guy's head and we can go back and report back. We've run too far this time. If we don't hurry back, senior brother won't feel confident." Yang Kai nodded and slowly ran towards Fang Tai. He waved his hand in the air and the blue dragon spear immediately flew back. On the other side, Fang Tai was already gasping for breath. Yang Kai came in front of him and looked down. He saw that Fang Tai's eyes were cloudy, as if he had aged a few thousand years in an instant. Even his body did not have much vitality left. He did not know if he could see clearly, but Fang Tai's mouth squirmed and a low voice came out, "If you kill me, you will not have an easy time." With a swish, the long spear thrust forward and Fang Tai's head flew, but not much blood flowed from the neck. Jianghu flew over at the right time, wrapped the head in a black cloth he had prepared, and directly put it into his space ring, grinning meaningfully as he said, "Success." The order they had received was to assist Yang Kai in retrieving the head of the traitor Fang Tai. Now that everything had been completed, they could naturally return home. Moreover, this time, not only had they managed to befriend Yang Kai in advance, Du Rufeng would certainly reward them handsomely. Turning his head to look at Yang Kai saw that Yang Kai was slightly absent-minded and couldn't help patting him on the shoulder. "Junior brother, do you rarely kill people? You'll get used to it. If you want to survive, you either have to kill or be killed. We also have the protection of the 7 realms, but if you wander outside, you will always have to keep your head tied to your belt. Who knows when you will be killed?" How could Yang Kai rarely kill people? Throughout his cultivation journey, the number of people who had died at his hands was innumerable. The reason he was absent-minded was because after killing Fang Tai, he felt that something was not quite right, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Too lazy to explain, Yang Kai simply nodded and said, "What junior brother says is true." Looking at the headless corpse in front of him, Yang Kai thought back to a few months ago when he and this guy were brought to the 7 realms by Duan Hai. Now, they were actually forced to fight to the death. Chapter 3880. Raising his spear, Yang Kai took the space ring from Fang Tai's hand and handed it to Jianghu. "I don't know if there's anything good inside, but since you two brothers have accompanied me on this trip, you've worked hard and contributed greatly. Consider this my thanks to you two brothers." How could I accept this? Although Jianghu said so, he did not hesitate to accept the space ring and grinned meaningfully. Then I'll have to thank junior brother. Thinking to himself, junior brother Yang really knows how to conduct himself, no wonder brother Du appreciated him. Yang Kai really had to learn from him in the future. Perhaps he would be able to take advantage of this opportunity to rise. Shooting a meaningful glance at Ma Lu, Yang Kai put away the space ring, not bothering to check what was inside. In any case, no matter what was inside, they would divide it equally. Things here are done, let's go back, Ma Lu said. Jianghu and Yang Kai naturally had no objections. Although Yang Kai wanted to stay and experience the local customs of this universe world, he was not in the mood at the moment. The three immediately shot up into the sky. However, before they could fly far, the sky above their heads suddenly darkened. Ma Lu looked up and asked, "What is it?" As soon as his voice fell, his figure suddenly disappeared, as if he had never appeared. Both Yang Kai and Jianghu were shocked and stopped in their tracks, silently standing back to back as they spread out their divine senses to monitor their surroundings. Jianghu constantly called out Ma Lu's name but received no response. A moment later, Jianghu whispered, "Junior brother Yang, did you see anything just now?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head, "I didn't find anything." Hearing this, Jianghu's heart sank. Not finding anything was the worst. Now that Ma Lu had suddenly disappeared right under their noses, neither he nor Yang Kai had noticed. It was extremely strange. "Let's go." Jianghu no longer hesitated, calling out to Yang Kai before rushing up into the sky at an extremely fast speed. Yang Kai did not hesitate and immediately followed. The next moment, the sky above their heads darkened again. Yang Kai hurriedly looked up and saw something coming down from above. At the same time, Jianghu shouted, "Let's split up." Without waiting for Kai Yang to recover, Jianghu had already fled far away. However, that black thing didn't seem to care about Kai Yang and instead chased after Jianghu. With a flash, Jianghu followed in Ma Lu's footsteps and disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai's scalp went numb, and he felt all the hair on his body stand on end. In that split second, he was able to see the silhouette of the black shadow. It was like an enlarged burlap sack. When the sackcloth bag came down, Jianghu was taken away. Ma Lu must have disappeared in the same way. Being able to easily capture two heaven-opening realm masters, the power of this artifact could be imagined. Yang Kai knew he wouldn't be able to escape, but what shocked him even more was the owner of this artifact. Even now, he still hadn't seen who it was. Standing in the air, Yang Kai looked around before cupping his fists and asking, "Which senior is here?" Qiqiao Land. Yang Kai respectfully requests senior to show himself. There was no reply, and the sky above them darkened again. Yang Kai, who had been prepared, immediately urged his space principles to escape, but there was an invisible aura that locked onto him, making it impossible for him to escape. His vision darkened, and he instantly felt like he had entered a strange space. Before Kai Yang could adapt, he felt someone pushing against him from the side. Not only that, there was also the sound of punches and kicks coming from the side. Another fierce fist was coming towards him. Yang Kai raised his hand to block and called out, "Brothers, don't fight." The crackling sounds instantly stopped, and the two men cried out at the same time, "Yang Kai?" After calling out, they called out again. "Ma Lu? Jianghu?" Ma Lu nodded and said, "Oh, so you guys were brought in as well. I thought someone was trying to ambush me." Jianghu asked, "Who on earth is the one who did this? What is this place?" Yang Kai said, "I didn't see who it was, but this should be the inner space of a secret treasure. When Brother Jiang was taken away, I caught a glimpse of a secret treasure that looked like a sack." Ma Lu said in a low voice, "A sack? Old Jiang, do you know what it is? I've never heard of it." Jianghu slowly shook his head, and said in a serious voice, "But to be able to bring us in without anyone noticing, this expert is at least a 4th stage heaven splitter. 4th stage heaven splitter. Yang Kai was surprised. Why did he bring us in? Ma Lu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How would I know? But he might have settled down in this world, and we disturbed him when we were killing that traitor. Could it be an enemy of our Qiqiao land? Yang Kai guessed. I just told him who I was, but he ignored me. Jiang Sheng swallowed his saliva. Junior brother, don't say any more. Your senior brother is scared to death. Please don't be an enemy of our Qiqiao land. Otherwise, none of us will be able to live. It's best if it's like what old Ma said. We accidentally disturbed them and they want to punish us. Ma Lu suddenly called out, Senior, we didn't know Senior was here. We offended you before, please forgive us. Jiang Sheng also hurriedly said, That's right, Senior. Master, please be magnanimous and don't bother with us. Let us out first. If there's anything, we can talk about it. Junior apologizes to you first. These two didn't care if others could hear them, and begged first. Yang Kai was speechless. After shouting for a long time, there was no response, so the two went to rest. Ma Lu sighed. I knew it wouldn't be good if we went too far. It really isn't good. Yang Kai asked, Do we have any enemies in Qiqiao land? Never heard of them. Jiang Sheng shook his head, but us brothers have only been in Qiqiao land for 1,000 years. Maybe we really do have enemies. But since Senior only wants to capture and not kill us, he shouldn't do anything to us. Ma Lu nodded. Old Jiang is right. If he really is an enemy of our Qiqiao land, he would have killed us long ago. After comforting themselves, the two finally stopped panicking. They didn't know how long they had been in this cramped space. Suddenly, a ray of light shone in, as if a skylight had opened above them. The three trapped inside didn't hesitate. Almost at the same time, they activated their movement techniques and rushed towards the skylight. In an instant, they broke free of their bindings and appeared in a cave. Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng were obviously of the same mind. As soon as they were free, they immediately looked around. Yang Kai also focused his mind and scanned the area with his divine sense. Soon, the three's gazes were fixed on a short distance in front of them. There stood a thin, middle-aged man with a gloomy face. This man's clothes were plain and unadorned, as if they had been washed many times. His hair was tied up in a simple bun. He held a wooden sword in one hand and a bag in the other. That bag was the sack that Yang Kai caught a glimpse of before. But now it was only the size of a palm, so the man quickly put it away in his sleeve. Needless to say, this was the guy who secretly put the three of them away. It was easy to see the person, but the most frightening thing was not even seeing the person. Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng glanced at each other. The former cupped his fist and said, Junior Ma Lu of Qiqiao land greets Senior. May I ask for Senior's name? It was so sad to be weaker than others. They were captured for no reason and had to politely ask for the other's name. They had to be careful not to anger the other party. Humph. The man only lightly snorted and a powerful aura descended from the sky. Yang Kai instantly felt like an entire world was pressing down on him. His bones creaked and his chest was so tight that he almost coughed up blood. It was only by his strong will that he did not crawl down. On the other hand, Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng had higher cultivations and were in a better situation than him, but their expressions were also ugly. This was the first time Yang Kai had seen the difference between the heaven-opening realm and the heaven-opening realm. Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng were both in the heaven-opening realm, but the other party was at least in the heaven-opening realm. Just a cold snort was enough to make Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng's brother and Jiang Sheng unable to bear it. If they fought, how could they be his match? He could probably casually kill the two of them. You're all from Qiqiao land? The man swept his gaze over the three of them and slowly withdrew his aura, allowing Yang Kai and the others to breathe a sigh of relief. Ma Lu's face was filled with shock as he cupped his fists, reporting to Senior, the three of us are disciples of Qiqiao land. Very good. The man nodded. I was just worried that I wouldn't be able to find Qiqiao land, but you delivered yourself to me. Once these words were said, the three's expressions changed greatly. These words did not sound like good words. This guy clearly had a grudge with Qiqiao land. Indeed, good things did not come true, but bad things did. Previously, the three of them had been guessing whether this person had a grudge with Qiqiao land, but now, it had become true. Ma Lu anxiously said, Senior, the three of us are only ordinary disciples of Qiqiao land. If you really have a grudge with Qiqiao land, you can go find the venerables and heavenly monarchs. It has nothing to do with us. Wearing this robe is related to you. The man coldly snorted. Yang Kai almost coughed up blood when he heard this. He had only worn this robe for a short period of time, 10 days at most. It was different from Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng. Did this count as him suffering an unexpected calamity? As for your venerables and heavenly monarchs, this king will find them, but now is not the time. After the man finished speaking, he extended his hand and tossed out the burlap sack. Yang Kai did not even have time to react before his vision turned black. Needless to say, he was once again caught in the man's pocket. Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng clearly understood that they were in a bad situation. After a brief discussion, they decided to make the first move and try to break open the secret treasure from the inside to see if they could escape. However, it would have been fine if the two of them did not make a move. As soon as they did, the rampant energy surged out, causing the three of them to be covered in dirt. Yang Kai was even almost injured. Helplessly, the two of them could only give up and plead inside the sack. Unfortunately, they did not get any response. They did not know if the man did not care or if he could not hear them. Chapter 38-81. In the darkness, they didn't know how many days the three of them had been in the bag. Suddenly, the skylight above their heads opened again, but it only took a moment for it to close again. It was so fast that the three of them didn't even have time to react. Yang Kai was surprised. What does he mean? Ma Lu said, I don't know. Junior brother, did you feel anything wrong? Yang Kai shook his head, no. Where's old Jiang? Ma Lu asked again, but he didn't get a response. After asking several times, he suddenly realized, old Jiang is gone. Yang Kai was also surprised. He quickly looked to the side and found that Jiang Sheng was indeed gone. Combined with the abnormality just now, how could he not know that Jiang Sheng had been taken out by the other party? Ma Lu couldn't help but panic. Why did he take old Jiang out? Brother, don't worry. Since that senior didn't take our lives, I'm afraid he has some ulterior motives. When brother Jiang comes back, we can ask him. Although Yang Kai said so, he couldn't help but worry about whether Jiang Sheng could come back alive. From the words of the middle-aged man before, it was not difficult to infer that he had a grudge with Qiqiao land. Now that the three of them had fallen into his hands, they couldn't escape, and they couldn't fight back. They were at his mercy. Ma Lu obviously thought of this and couldn't help but feel a little pessimistic. Even if Yang Kai comforted him, he couldn't cheer up. He secretly regretted taking this job. He thought it was a good opportunity to rise, but who knew that he would be in prison with an uncertain future. Now that Jiang Sheng was gone, the space inside the bag wasn't so cramped. Ma Lu silently lamented to himself for a while. Yang Kai's divine sense swept the bag, trying to find a flaw in it to see if there was a way to escape, but unfortunately, no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find anything. After a few more days, another ray of light came from the darkness. This time, the situation was exactly the same as a few days ago. The bag was opened and closed, so fast that Yang Kai didn't even have time to react. When darkness fell again, Yang Kai clearly felt that Ma Lu, who had been squeezing him, had disappeared. He understood that Ma Lu had also been taken out, and now he was the only one left in the bag. Jiang Sheng was not released, so he was afraid that he was in danger. Now that even Ma Lu was taken out, the possibility of him coming back was not high. Yang Kai suddenly became anxious. Over the past few days, Yang Kai had been quietly looking for a flaw in this artifact, but unfortunately, he hadn't found anything. The interior of this artifact had a self-contained space that could accommodate living creatures, so it was obviously extraordinary. However, the size of this space was a bit strange, as if it could be big or small. It could fit one person or three, but whether it was one or three, it was extremely crowded, as if there was a soft barrier surrounding this space. Previously, Jianghu and Ma Lu had tried to break through the restraints of this bag artifact, but unfortunately, they had failed. With two heaven-opening boundary cultivators unable to do so, Yang Kai knew that even if he used his full strength, he might not be able to escape. He just didn't know if there was a limit to the space inside this bag, or if it could burst. However, now that things had gotten to this point, Yang Kai could only try everything he could. If it could burst, that would be best, but if it couldn't, then it wouldn't be too late to think of another way. It was better than being trapped here and waiting for death. Thinking so, Yang Kai no longer hesitated, taking a deep breath and shouting, "Dragon transformation." As a loud dragon roar rang out, a golden light burst from the darkness and a golden dragon head flashed, submerging into Yang Kai's body. Accompanied by a series of crackling sounds, Yang Kai's figure suddenly expanded. 10 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters, 1,000 meters, the soft barrier around him tightly bound Yang Kai's massive body, as if invisible ropes were tightening around him. Yang Kai was on the verge of coughing up blood, feeling extremely uncomfortable, as if he would explode at any moment. Forcefully enduring this discomfort, Yang Kai's 1,000-meter body expanded once more. Kacha, his bones creaked and Yang Kai breathed out hot air from his nostrils, the blood in his chest and abdomen roiling, his throat filled with the taste of blood. Even after reaching the limit of 2,000 meters, the bag artifact showed no signs of bursting, so Yang Kai knew that his attempt had failed. Unwilling to give up, Yang Kai reached out and grasped the blue dragon spear in his hand. Space principles fluctuated, and as he thrust the spear forward, a massive black dot appeared at the tip of the spear. Collapse, berserk energy rampaged, and in this sealed space, the scattered energy could not be released, turning into a barrage of attacks that bounced back onto Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai, who was already suffering from the surrounding pressure, could no longer bear it and coughed up a mouthful of blood. His entire body was like a deflated balloon, his massive body rapidly shrinking as his aura weakened. Yang Kai inwardly clenched his teeth, this really wasn't going to work. He didn't know what this bag artifact was, but he was completely helpless against it. His strength was still too low. If he was also at the heaven-splitting realm, he might be able to force his way out of here. However, advancing to the heaven-splitting realm was extremely difficult. First, one had to condense the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements in order to create a new world within one's body. Yang Kai's luck had been good, as he had obtained the immortal tree and refined it, allowing him to condense the power of the wood element. This was an excellent start. But having a good start didn't mean he would be able to reach the heaven-splitting realm. If he wanted to accomplish his goal, he still had to search for those high-grade materials. But how could high-grade materials be so easy to find? Yang Kai didn't know when he would be able to advance to the heaven-splitting realm, nor did he know when he would be able to find the world tree to repair his shattered star boundary. After letting his thoughts wander for a while, his chaotic aura gradually stabilized. Since he couldn't escape, he could only wait and see. Secretly praying that Jianghu and Ma Lu were safe, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and began to adjust his breathing. A few more days passed like this, and when the window above his head opened for the 3rd time, Yang Kai was no longer surprised. An irresistible force caught him, and by the time he came back to his senses, he was no longer in that small space, but in the cave from before. The middle-aged man was standing in front of him. At this moment, his face was extremely gloomy, and Yang Kai didn't know what he had encountered that made him unhappy. In any case, he didn't seem to be in a good mood. There was a strange smell in the air, one that he couldn't quite put his finger on, and there was also the smell of blood. Yang Kai frowned and looked around, his gaze suddenly coming to a stop on one side of the cave. There were 2 corpses lying on the ground, one fat and one thin, wearing 7-colored robes. Although he couldn't see their faces clearly due to the angle, Yang Kai could still tell at a glance that these 2 were Ma Lu and Jiangsheng, who had been captured before him. He didn't know what had happened to them, but although their corpses were still intact, they had long since lost their vitality. Yang Kai's heart sank. Although he had long since guessed that these 2 cheat brothers wouldn't have a good end, seeing this scene with his own eyes, he couldn't help feeling a little sad. "Boy, what's your name?" the man suddenly asked. Yang Kai didn't want to say it, but he had no choice but to say it. In fact, he had already said it before, but the man probably didn't take it to heart. The man sneered, "You're much braver than that fat man, I hope your luck can be as good as his." Yang Kai sighed, "Senior, with your strength, if you want to kill us, it will be as easy as lifting a finger. Why torture my 2 brothers?" At this time, he also noticed that before Ma Lu and Jiangsheng died, they should have suffered some kind of inhumane torture. The smell of blood in the cave was the blood that flowed out of their 7 orifices. The man snorted, "This king didn't torture them, but this king has a plan that needs their cooperation. Unfortunately, they don't have this life." Yang Kai looked up, "I don't know what Senior's plan is, but it requires their lives to cooperate." The man looked at him with a strange expression, "Do you want to try? Can I refuse?" Yang Kai looked at him seriously. The man shook his head, "You can't refuse." "Then it's fine. Since I can't refuse, then I can only cooperate. But before that, I would like to ask Senior to explain to me how I can cooperate. Senior probably doesn't want to see me follow in the footsteps of my 2 brothers. If that really happens, you won't be able to find other disciples of the 7 openings land in a short time." The man nodded slightly, "You're right, you're quite interesting. I didn't expect that there would be someone like you in the 7 openings land." Yang Kai sniffled, "Actually, I'm not really from the 7 openings land. I've only been there for less than half a year." The man sneered, "Do you think this king will believe you?" Yang Kai shrugged, "That's the truth, it doesn't matter if Senior believes it or not. Please tell me about the plan. If possible, I will do my best to cooperate. After all, if I can live, I don't want to die. Whether you die or not is not up to you. It depends on whether you have the ability to survive." As he said this, he flipped his hand and a delicate wooden box suddenly appeared in his hand. The box was only the size of a palm and was sealed, but there was a clear aura of life coming from the box. This undoubtedly meant that there was a living thing in the box. The man didn't waste any words and directly opened the box and handed it to Yang Kai, "Swallow it." Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously, then took the box and looked down. His scalp went numb. He saw that inside the box, there was a black centipede the size of a thumb quietly lying there. Although he didn't know what this thing was, anyone could see that it wasn't anything good. If he really swallowed it, who knew what would happen to him? At this moment, Yang Kai didn't know how Ma Lu and Jiangsheng died. They were clearly tortured to death after swallowing this centipede. Yang Kai swallowed hard and looked up at the man. "What does Senior mean?" The man said, "Swallow it. If you don't die, your life and death will be in this king's hands. When the time comes, this king will need you to do something. If you die, then there's nothing to say." Chapter 3882. Is Senior doing this just to control me? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "That's right. Then there's no need to go through so much trouble. Senior only needs to plant a soul brand in my knowledge sea, and the same effect will naturally occur," the man sneered. "If you hadn't condensed your own Dao seal, this would indeed be a good method, but since you have one, as long as it isn't destroyed, you can naturally find a way to escape this king's control." Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Back in the star boundary, it was too easy to control someone. As long as one was strong enough, one could brand their knowledge C with their soul brand and naturally control everything. How could this method, which had worked 100 times over, not work in the outside world? Thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai suddenly understood. When he condensed his Dao seal, Yang Kai clearly remembered that he had condensed all of his strength into his Dao seal. In other words, for someone like him, the Dao seal was his foundation. If he wanted to completely control someone, he could only start with the Dao seal. Simply starting with the soul was not enough. However, looking at the fates of Ma Lu and Jiangsheng, Yang Kai's heart was filled with apprehension. Who knew whether or not he would be sent to the underworld to reunite with his two cheap senior brothers after swallowing this centipede? Even heaven-opening realm masters couldn't resist it, so how could he? He wanted to say something to stall for time, but the man didn't give him a chance. His big hand reached out and grabbed his chin, forcing his mouth open. His other hand picked up the centipede and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Then, with a light lift of his hand, Yang Kai swallowed the centipede into his stomach, not even giving him a chance to resist. It was only at this moment that Yang Kai realized the gap between him and his opponent. A burning sensation flowed down his throat and into his stomach, and Yang Kai staggered back a few steps. He reached into his mouth, wanting to pull the centipede out, but how could he pull it out? Under his perception, the originally motionless centipede in the box became extremely active after entering his stomach, turning into a mass of pure energy that rampaged through his body. An indescribable pain instantly enveloped Yang Kai, causing him to roar, his eyes bulging. The man retreated to the side and coldly watched, his expression indifferent. He had no intention of helping at all, as if his life depended on Yang Kai's own fortune. In the cave, Yang Kai's painful roars continued. He had never experienced such unbearable torture. His body alternated between hot and cold. When it was hot, it felt like his entire body was on fire, and when it was cold, his entire body would emit cold qi, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. As the hot and cold alternated, his life force dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. A dim light flashed in the man's eyes. Although he had already expected this, seeing Yang Kai's performance so poor, he couldn't help feeling disappointed. But this was understandable. After all, the previous two first-grade heaven splitters hadn't been able to survive and had been tortured to death. How could a brat who had just condensed a Dao seal create a miracle? However, if he couldn't find a suitable chess piece, he wouldn't be able to carry out the next step of his plan. He didn't know when he would be able to catch the disciples of the Qiqiao lands again. In just half an incense stick's worth of time, Yang Kai was only breathing in and out. Blood was flowing out of his 7 orifices, and his miserable appearance was exactly the same as the dead Ma Lu and Jiangsheng. His vitality had also fallen to rock bottom, and in a moment, his soul would scatter. The man let out a long sigh and turned to walk out of the cave. Looking into the distance, the flames of vengeance burned in his eyes. After a long time, the man walked back into the cave and went straight to Yang Kai's side. Looking down, he saw Yang Kai's body curled up, covered in a thick layer of frost. Even his eyebrows and hair were snow-white. After sizing him up, the man couldn't help but exclaim softly. A trace of surprise flashed through his eyes because he noticed that the young man who had been frozen into a popsicle was actually still alive. Although the young man's vitality had fallen to the limit, it still hadn't been cut off. He couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. Logically speaking, after such a long time had passed, it was impossible for the young man before him to survive even if he had 10 lives. However, in reality, he was still alive. Feeling strange, the man carefully examined him. His gaze was quickly attracted by the blood flowing out of Yang Kai's 7 orifices. This blood was golden, and the man could clearly feel a surging vitality coming from it. Reaching out a finger and dipping it in the golden blood, he placed it under his nose and gently smelled it. The man paled, dragon blood. When he looked at Yang Kai again, the look in the man's eyes changed. He didn't expect that there would be a dragon vein among the disciples of the 7 possibilities lands and that he would coincidentally be able to capture it. However, this would explain why this boy's cultivation was clearly not high, but he was still struggling at death's door. The vitality of a dragon bloodline had always been strong, so it wasn't surprising that he could persist for so long. His expression constantly changing, the man considered cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots to prevent future trouble, but thinking of his deep blood feud, he couldn't bring himself to do so. It was not easy to capture a disciple from the 7 openings land, and because of some special reasons, he didn't dare to get too close to the 7 openings land. After hiding in this universe world for so many years, Ma Lu and the others had finally arrived. The first 2 were too weak and had died to the flying blackback centipede's poison, but this young boy might become a useful chess piece. Of course, if he couldn't hold on and was poisoned to death, that was just his bad luck. Making up his mind, the man calmly observed the situation. Time passed little by little. Yang Kai remained unconscious on the ground, in a state of near death. That weak vitality had never been cut off, allowing him to struggle at death's door under the intense poison. The man had been quietly observing from the side, but when Yang Kai survived for 3 days, he couldn't help but be shocked. When he sensed that Yang Kai was still alive after 5 days, he was pleasantly surprised. It had to be known that the previous 2 first-grade heavenly splitters had only lasted 2.5 days at most. After a full 7 days, Yang Kai's weak vitality suddenly began to recover, and the various abnormal reactions from swallowing the flying blackback centipede also began to fade. Slowly, his vitality became more and more vigorous, as if a spark of fire had ignited a field. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, a look of lingering fear on his face as he gasped for breath. Although he had been unconscious for these 7 days, with his strength reaching this level, even in an unconscious state, he was still able to maintain a trace of clarity. When he was unconscious, he didn't know the situation, but when he woke up, he could naturally remember everything. He secretly praised himself for being able to escape death this time. He didn't know what kind of strange creature the centipede he had swallowed was, but its intense poison was actually able to rapidly consume his vitality. If his vitality wasn't strong enough, he would have definitely been poisoned to death. The reason he had been able to survive was because of his dragon bloodline, which made his vitality much more vigorous than ordinary people's, and also because of his wood element strength. Wood element strength was condensed from the essence of the immortal tree, and although he had lost the immortal tree's ability to bring the dead back to life, it had greatly enriched his vitality. It was also by relying on wood element strength that he was able to maintain that last bit of vitality. At this moment, Yang Kai could clearly feel that there was a centipede-shaped mark on his Dao seal. This mark seemed to be alive yet not, and was extremely strange. The mark wrapped around his Dao seal and didn't hinder him, but Yang Kai didn't doubt that as long as this man made the slightest move, his Dao seal would be destroyed in an instant and his soul would return to the underworld. Smiling bitterly in his heart, Yang Kai's life and death were really in the hands of this man. If this man wanted him to, he wouldn't even have the strength to resist. Good, very good. Seeing Yang Kai open his eyes, the man's face was full of surprise and he actually grinned. He reached out his hand to help Yang Kai up and affectionately patted him on the shoulder. "Boy, you really didn't let this king down." He spoke as if he had been very optimistic about Yang Kai before. Although Yang Kai was awake, after suffering such torture, he was now extremely weak and didn't even have the strength to reply. Thinking about how his life and death would be out of his control in the future, how could he be in the mood to agree with this man? He just casually grunted. The man didn't mind and just smiled. "Boy, serve this king well. After this king has taken his revenge, he will definitely set you free. At that time, if you are willing, you can follow this king and call the wind and summon the rain. Isn't that better than being a disciple of the Qiqiao lands?" Yang Kai rolled his eyes in his heart. Although he didn't know what kind of enmity this guy had with the Qiqiao lands, if he wanted to use him for revenge, he would definitely be in danger. If something went wrong, he would be implicated. What good would that be? He didn't dare to express his thoughts and just slightly cupped his hands. This boy doesn't have any great ambitions. I only hope that Senior can fulfill his wish in the future and fulfill his promise today and set this boy free. The man coldly snorted, of course this king will keep his promise. But boy, could it be that you don't want to give up your identity as a disciple of the Qiqiao lands? Yang Kai coughed a few times and said weakly, Senior must be joking. This boy hasn't been in the Qiqiao lands for long. It doesn't matter whether I am a disciple or not. The man looked at him suspiciously and found that he didn't seem to have any intention of lying. He couldn't help but nod, so that's how it is. It seems that the Qiqiao lands doesn't treat you as one of their own. Yang Kai frowned, what does Senior mean? The man sneered, if they treated you as one of their own, why would they harm you? Harm me? Yang Kai didn't understand. Senior, if you have something to say, you can just say it. This junior doesn't understand what you are saying. The man said, who was that guy you killed before? Yang Kai didn't know why he was suddenly asked about the person he killed, but he still answered honestly, he was an errand boy from the Qiqiao lands. His name was Fang Tai. He escaped from the Qiqiao lands and this boy was ordered to kill him. What about these two? The man pointed at the corpses of Ma Lu and Jiangsheng. These two senior brothers are here under orders to protect me. The man laughed strangely, protect you? I don't think so. They were probably here to spy on you. Chapter 3883. So what? Yang Kai frowned. For better or worse, Ma Lu and Jiangsheng were both heaven-opening realm cultivators, so Du Rufeng sending them to protect Yang Kai was truly overkill. Yang Kai himself was well aware that although it was called protection, it was more like surveillance. The man chuckled, when you were killing Fang Tai, didn't you feel that something was wrong? What's wrong? Yang Kai became more and more confused and impatiently said, what does Senior want to say? Please speak frankly. Let me show you something first. Saying so, the man suddenly formed a seal with one hand and his thumb slowly pressed down on Yang Kai's forehead. Yang Kai instinctively wanted to dodge, but when he thought about how his life was in the other party's hands and how he couldn't resist if the other party really wanted to do something to him, he simply let it be. The next moment, the man's thumb pressed down on Yang Kai's forehead and an invisible force surged out. Yang Kai's entire body swayed, as if his soul had left his body, and his vision suddenly stretched back. This feeling was very strange. He was clearly standing in the same place, but he could see his back. When he looked up, Yang Kai's face couldn't help but change, because he could see a faint layer of black qi on the surface of his body. This black qi was like a cloud, enveloping his body. Yang Kai was bewildered. He had never noticed this before. Obviously, this was the work of the man's secret technique, allowing him to see something hidden. The man chuckled and slowly withdrew his hand. Yang Kai immediately returned to his normal state and asked in surprise, what was that? Raising his hand in front of his face, he couldn't see anything. Using his divine sense to scan his body, he didn't find anything wrong, as if the black qi didn't exist at all. However, what he saw just now was definitely not an illusion. That Fang Tai probably has some sort of background. The man lightly snorted, an expert placed a seal on his body. If anyone kills him, the seal will activate and leave a mark on the murderer's body. This mark is very well hidden, and unless one is much stronger than that expert, it's impossible to discover it. The reason this king knows is because I saw you kill Fang Tai with my own eyes. Seal, mark. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. The man chuckled, if you appear in front of that expert in the future, he will know that you killed his junior. How could he let you off so easily? After a pause, he continued, with the Qiqiao land's ability, why would they need to go through so much trouble to kill a traitor? Why, you should think about it. Yang Kai's expression changed as many thoughts flashed through his mind. Soon, he grasped the crux of the matter and asked, "The Qiqiao land already knew that Fong Tai had a seal placed on him by that expert?" The man chuckled, "This king didn't say that, but it's most likely so. That expert doesn't want to provoke him, so he found a scapegoat and let you kill Fong Tai. After that, he just has to find a way to get rid of you and everything will be fine." Yang Kai suddenly understood and muttered, no wonder, he had been a little suspicious before. How could a mere servant like Fong Tai escape from the Qiqiao land's heavy spirit array? He originally thought that Du Rufeng deliberately let Fong Tai go to create an opportunity for him to perform meritorious deeds. Now it seemed that deliberately letting Fong Tai go wasn't wrong, but not for him to perform meritorious deeds. He just didn't want Fong Tai to die in the Qiqiao land so that he wouldn't be investigated in the future. No wonder I was promoted to a disciple of the Qiqiao land so easily. It turns out that it wasn't because Du Rufeng appreciated me but because I was used as a scapegoat. Yang Kai didn't doubt the words of the man in front of him. From his standpoint, Du Rufeng was already in control of Yang Kai's life and death, so there was no need to deceive him about this matter. Moreover, what Yang Kai saw with his own eyes couldn't be wrong. Understanding all this, Yang Kai secretly gritted his teeth. "Damn you, Du Rufeng. I was the one who helped you collect the Scarlet Heaven Golden Flame, but in the end, you're the one who set me up. It turns out that all those favors and promotions were just a pretense." Although Yang Kai didn't have a sense of belonging to the Qiqiao land and didn't feel any gratitude towards Du Rufeng, he couldn't help feeling a little annoyed at being used like this. Suddenly, Yang Kai recalled that when he was in Earth protecting Venerable Duan Hai's miniature universe, Fong Tai had taken out a token and said that it was given to him by a senior from the Black River realm. Presumably, the seal on Fong Tai's body was placed by that senior from the Black River realm. Although the universe was vast and he might not have the opportunity to meet that senior from the Black River realm in the future, he still had to be prepared. Perhaps one day, he really would run into that senior. If that really happened, he might not even know how he died, so Yang Kai couldn't help cupping his fists and asking, "Senior, how do I get rid of this seal?" The man smiled and said, "Unless one's strength surpasses that of the person who placed this seal, there is no way to get rid of it. Even Senior can't do anything? Not to mention whether this king has the ability to do so. Even if I did, why would this king help you?" There was nothing wrong with these words. Yang Kai and this man in front of him were neither relatives nor friends. To put it bluntly, he was now this man's subordinate, so why would this man spend so much effort to help him get rid of this seal? The man continued, "But you can rest assured, as long as you can help this king get his revenge, this king will satisfy you at the time." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, "If he is heartless, then so be it. If Senior needs anything in the future, please don't hesitate to tell me." "Very good." The man laughed heartily. Although with the Flying Heaven's blackback centipede holding him back, Kai Yang definitely wouldn't have any thoughts of betrayal, but now that Kai Yang had taken the initiative to help, he was naturally happy to see this. If not for this, why would he even bother talking to Kai Yang about these things? "By the way, I haven't asked for Senior's name yet." Yang Kai cupped his fists and asked. "This king's surname is Su." The man replied lightly. "What kind of enmity does Senior Su have with Qiqiao land?" Yang Kai asked curiously. Senior Su coldly snorted, "I don't need you to know, don't ask, just do your own thing." "Then what does Senior Su want me to do?" "My cultivation is low, I'm afraid I won't be able to help Senior Su much. If I mess up Senior Su's plans, then I'll die 1,000 deaths." Senior Su laughed cruelly, "You'll be able to help me while wearing this rainbow robe. You've just received this king's secret technique, so you should rest for 2 days. After 2 days, this king will tell you more in detail." Since Senior Su said so, there was nothing Yang Kai could do. Although he was very curious, it wasn't good to ask again. He cupped his fists and said, "Senior Su, this junior has a presumptuous request." Senior Su said lightly, "Speak." Yang Kai pointed to the side and said, "I want to bury their bodies." Senior Su looked at him coldly. "You're very affectionate and righteous." Yang Kai shook his head. "These two were only ordered to supervise me, they probably didn't know anything. Moreover, they've taken care of me a lot along the way. Now that they're dead, it's time to bury them. Do as you wish." Senior Su didn't seem too interested in Yang Kai's kindness. After saying this, he flicked his sleeves and left the cave. He wasn't afraid that Yang Kai would escape, and he quickly disappeared. Kai Yang let out a long sigh, his face filled with dejection. Ever since he came to this world, everything seemed to be going wrong. First, he was brought to the Kikikyo land to be some kind of odd-job worker. After a few days of good work, he was unexpectedly involved in this kind of grudge. Now, his life and death were controlled by Senior Su, and he had become a chess piece in his hands. Although he didn't know how Senior Su was going to take revenge, how could he have a good end if he got involved in something a fourth-stage heaven-opening expert was plotting? If he didn't think of a way, he might really die young. The only thing he could rejoice about was that he was still useful to Senior Su, so he wouldn't be in any danger for the time being. However, the Qiqiao land was a bit difficult to deal with. Since Senior Su wanted to use him, he definitely wanted him to return to the Qiqiao land. How would he explain the deaths of Ma Lu and Jiangsheng? 2 Grade 1 sky splitters had died, but he had returned in one piece. This was a bit unreasonable. His head hurt from thinking about it, so he simply stopped thinking about it. Yang Kai walked over to the bodies of Ma Lu and Jiangsheng and sighed. "You two, being able to travel together, you won't be lonely. Remember to bless junior brother and turn misfortune into blessings." Towards these two cheap brothers, Yang Kai didn't have a bad impression. Just as he had said to Senior Su before, Ma Lu and Jiangsheng definitely didn't know anything about the arrangements of the Qiqiao land. At most, they had been ordered to supervise him and ensure that Fong Tai died at his hands. Along the way, the two of them had been really good to him. Now that they had died at Senior Su's hands, Yang Kai didn't have the ability to avenge them, so he could only take care of their funerals. After bringing the 2 corpses out of the cave, they found a place with good feng shui and dug 2 large pits to properly bury the 2 corpses. Of course, Yang Kai definitely left behind their space rings. Not only did he leave behind 2 space rings, but he also left behind Fong Tai's. Instead of returning to the cave, Yang Kai flew directly to a nearby mountain peak, sat down cross-legged on a boulder, and began inspecting the contents of the space rings. After inspecting them, Yang Kai found that Ma Lu and Jiangsheng were extremely poor. Besides some artifacts, there were only a few hundred heaven-opening pills in their space rings. Although a few hundred heaven-opening pills was a huge number for a laborer, it was definitely not worth mentioning for a heaven-opening realm cultivator. These two were first-stage heaven-opening realm cultivators, but with so little savings, it was obvious that they weren't doing very well in the Qiqiao land. This was also not surprising. After reaching the heaven-opening realm, they would have to find ways to improve their strength. In order to do so, they would have to consume a large number of heaven-opening pills over a long period of time. Yang Kai estimated that most of the heaven-opening pills had already been consumed, so having a few hundred left was already quite good. The quality of these artifacts wasn't very good either, so Yang Kai didn't take anything else, only taking the heaven-opening pills. He threw away the rest along with the 2 space rings to prevent others from discovering them in the future. Chapter 3884. There was no need to mention Fong Tai's space ring. Besides some specialties he had brought out from his own universe world, there were only a dozen or so heaven-opening pills. Yang Kai didn't even put them in his eyes. The only thing that caught his attention was a jade token. This jade token was only the size of his palm and was crystal clear without any impurities. Inside it, there was a small fish-like thing swimming back and forth, as if it was alive. This thing was what Fong Tai had taken out to show Duan Hai before and was also the token given to him by the senior from the Black River realm. Yang Kai didn't know what this token was for and wanted to throw it away, but after thinking about it, he carefully put it away, not daring to put it into his space ring but instead tossed it into the sealed world bead. Presumably, with the sealed world bead's unique ability, the Black River Realm's great master had no way to track down this token. Turning his head and looking around, Yang Kai found that the mountain wilderness was quiet. Sweeping the area with his divine sense, Yang Kai couldn't find any trace of Old Man Su, nor did he know where he had gone. There was no need to think about running away though. Since the other party had dared to leave him here, obviously they weren't afraid he would run away. Sitting down cross-legged, Yang Kai looked inside his body and soon saw the centipede mark on the Dao seal on his spine. This mark seemed to have a life of its own, wrapping around the entire Dao seal. Yang Kai tried to push his Saint Chi but found no hindrance. He then added a little more strength to attack the centipede mark, but the centipede mark immediately tightened around the Dao seal. In an instant, Yang Kai felt like his body was about to be crushed, causing him to break out in a cold sweat and stop his attempts. However, Yang Kai was certain that there was no way he could get rid of this centipede mark with his current strength. Old Man Su was at least a 4th-grade heaven-opening cultivator and had used such a strange treasure to subdue him. It wouldn't be easy to get rid of it. Cursing his bad luck, Yang Kai obediently began to restore himself. The centipede had consumed too much of his Saint Chi before, so although his life was not in danger, he was still very weak. 3 days later, Yang Kai, who was meditating, suddenly noticed something was wrong. When he opened his eyes, he saw Old Man Su standing in front of him, looking at him quietly. Yang Kai quickly got up. Old Man Su. Old Man Su nodded and said lightly, "You're quite honest. With your strength, if you tried to forcibly break through the shackles of the flying centipede, I'm afraid you would have already died." Yang Kai's Old Man Su's centipede's Old Manzazas to help ask, Old Man Su's namesazas to Yangs to him to be to asks to help. After being subdued by Old Man Su that day, Old Man Su disappeared. Yang Kai didn't have time to ask about it, but he knew that Old Man Su wouldn't have spent so much effort just to amuse himself. What's more, this Old Man Su had a grudge with the 7 Possibilities lands, so he was definitely here to seek revenge. "I want you to bring me into Qiqiao land." Yang mind. Yang eyes and Yang head is. Yang Li too. By Yang was. So, and to be. Of course. But now that Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng were dead, how would he explain himself if he went back alone? Old Man Su seemed to know what he was thinking. He said lightly, "Don't worry. When you go back, you just have to say you encountered a void beast and those 2 were accidentally eaten by it." Yang Kai was speechless. How could he get away with such a simple excuse? If the Kikikyo found out he was lying, he would be in deep trouble. This Old Man Su obviously didn't care about his safety. "But Old Man Su, how can I bring you into the Qiqiao?" Yang Kai looked troubled. The Qiqiao is surrounded by layers of formations. "It's fine for me to go back alone, but if I bring another person with me, I'm afraid I won't be able to get through. We'll definitely be discovered." Old Man Su casually tossed something to him. Yang Kai caught it and looked down. He found that it was the pouch that he, Ma Lu, and Jiang Sheng were in. This 6 Directions Rui pouch is very mysterious. It was a coincidence that I was able to obtain it. Take it with you and I can hide inside. You can avoid the Qiqiao's formation. Yang Kai gulped. He had experienced the power of this 6 Unity Wish bag firsthand. Even Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng, 2 first-grade heaven splitters, had been sucked into it without being able to struggle. Obviously, this was no ordinary item, but now, Old Man Su was actually giving this 6 Unity Wish bag to him, and he was going to enter it? Yang Kai's heart couldn't help but pound. Old Man Su sneered, "Since I dared to give this treasure to you, I'm naturally not afraid that you'll use it against me. If you don't believe me, you can try." Yang Kai hurriedly said, "I wouldn't dare." Old Man Su misunderstood. "I just feel that this treasure's power is unfathomable. It's the first time I've come into contact with such a treasure, so I can't help but feel a little excited." I definitely wouldn't dare to have any malicious thoughts towards Old Man Su. That's best. Old Man Su's expression was indifferent. In a moment, I'll teach you a sacrificial refining technique. Just practice it a little and coordinate it with me, and you'll naturally be able to control it freely. Yes. Yang Kai respectfully replied, with the help of this treasure, entering the 7 apertures land shouldn't be a problem. But Old Man Su, what about after entering the 7 apertures land? What does Junior need to do? What can you do with just a few punches and kicks? Old Man Su sneered disdainfully. As long as you bring me into the 7 apertures land, you'll have completed your task. Then, there's nothing for you to do. I'll handle it myself. Yang Kai relaxed, but at the same time, he was also secretly shocked. From Old Man Su's words, it seemed he was saying that as long as he could enter the 7 apertures land, he would be able to take revenge. However, there were truly quite a few heaven-opening cultivators in the 7 apertures land. Not to mention the 7 apertures heavenly monarch, who was at the 5th stage of heaven opening. Even the 7 earth protectors were at the 4th stage of heaven opening. There were definitely other 3rd and 2nd stage heaven opening cultivators as well. To be able to face so many powerful enemies alone and still be so confident, just what level of heaven opening was this Old Man Su at? Could it be that he was at the 6th stage or even higher? Only someone with such strength could not place the 7 apertures land in their eyes. It seemed that Ma Lu Jiangsheng's previous conjecture about Old Man Su's strength was wrong. He was definitely not at the 4th stage of heaven opening. After being on tenterhooks for so long, the other party had only asked him to bring him in. Kai Yang didn't know what to say, but thinking about it carefully, this matter really needed to be handled by someone who was especially loyal. Otherwise, if they were to enter the 7 realms and casually shout out, it would ruin Old Man Su's plans. The black-winged centipede was obviously to guard against this. At this point, Yang Kai did not have the ability to resist. The main thing was that his life was in Old Man Su's hands, so he had no choice but to admit defeat. He immediately nodded to indicate that he understood. Following this, Old Man Su really did teach him a sacrificial refining technique. He also personally helped him refine the 6-direction wish pouch. In just half a day, Yang Kai was able to open and close the treasure. However, this was the limit of what he could do. He was unable to use the 6-direction wish pouch to defend himself. Alright, let's go. Old Man Su was clearly prepared. All that was missing was a guide. After saying this, he did not wait for Yang Kai to react. He grabbed him and soared into the sky. In the air, he took out the wooden sword he had been holding before. The wooden sword instantly turned into a huge streak of sword light that wrapped around the two of them as they flew in a certain direction. Without a reference, it was impossible to tell how fast they were going. However, Yang Kai felt that compared to Ma Lu and Jiangsheng, Old Man Su's speed was much faster. After galloping for 3 days, the sword light suddenly stopped. Old Man Su said, "Kid, walk the rest of the way by yourself. With your ability, you will probably need to walk for another 3 days before you can return to the Qiqiao land. Once you enter the Qiqiao land, find a remote place and let me out." After saying this, he lightly added, "Don't think of playing any tricks. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences. Old Man Su, don't worry. I will definitely bring you into the Qiqiao land." Opening the 6-direction wish pouch, Old Man Su took the initiative to enter. Yang Kai closed the pouch and stuffed it into his clothes. Only then did he continue to fly forward. Sure enough, just as Old Man Su had said, after 3 days, the 7 paths was in sight. Without stopping, Kai Yang flew straight ahead. Halfway there, Kai Yang had already made himself miserable. His clothes were a mess, and he had ruthlessly slapped himself a few times, causing him to spit out 3 liters of blood and his breathing to become weak. Half a day later, Yang Kai finally arrived outside the Qiqiao land. This was the first time that Yang Kai had returned to the Qiqiao land from the outside, so he didn't know how to enter. After shouting a few times, there was no response from inside, so it was likely that no one could hear him. Standing there scratching his head for a long time, Yang Kai suddenly thought of a way. Reaching out, he took out his disciple token from his space ring and poured his secret art into it, sending it directly into the fog in front of him. This time, Yang Kai used the right method. Shortly after the token disappeared, the fog in front of him parted on its own accord, revealing a large path in the middle. Yang Kai rushed in and soon arrived in front of a huge door. In front of this door were two disciples wearing 7 colored robes, each of them holding a sword and a saber, giving off a majestic aura. After seeing Yang Kai, a look of suspicion appeared on their faces. "Junior brother, which spirit land's disciple are you from? How come you don't look familiar?" Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Reporting to brother, I am from the fire spirit land and have just been promoted from a servant to an ordinary disciple, so these two brothers have never seen me before." The two men glanced at each other before one of them said, "Wait a moment." Saying so, he took out a round bead, seemingly trying to contact someone. A moment later, the man looked up at Yang Kai and gently nodded. "Junior brother is Yang Kai?" "Indeed." The man stepped aside and handed over Yang Kai's disciple token. "Go in, brother Du wants you to see him immediately." "Many thanks, brother." Yang Kai took the token and flashed into the door, his vision blurring for a moment before he appeared in the middle of the 7 refinements land. After probing his body a little, Yang Kai found that the 6 Unity Wish bag was still in his arms and there was nothing strange about it, allowing him to finally relax. However, at this time, it was not convenient to release Old Man Su, so Yang Kai could only set this matter aside and set off towards the fire spirit land, preparing to meet with Du Rufeng first. Thinking about this guy, Yang Kai couldn't help grinding his teeth in hatred. Although he knew that it was definitely Duan Hai who had pushed him out as a scapegoat, all of the favors Du Rufeng had shown him before were now laughable in retrospect. Chapter 3885. Yang Kai flew straight to the main hall where he had first entered the fire spirit land. He guessed that Du Rufeng should live there. In fact, Du Rufeng did live there. From afar, Yang Kai saw a familiar figure standing in front of the main hall, dressed in white, quietly waiting. Who else could it be but Du Rufeng? After landing, Yang Kai cupped his hands and said, "Brother, fortunately, I did not fail you. Here is that thief's head." While speaking, he took out Fong Tai's head. Du Rufeng glanced at it and confirmed that it was indeed Fong Tai's head. He tilted his head slightly and a woman dressed as a maid behind him immediately came forward and took the head. Du Rufeng reached out to support Yang Kai. "Junior brother, you have worked hard this time." He looked behind him suspiciously. "Why are you alone? Where are Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng, the 2 junior brothers? Didn't they go out with you? Why don't I see them?" Yang Kai looked sad. "Brother, you don't know. This time, everything went smoothly, but on the way back, we encountered a strange beast. The 2 brothers unfortunately died. Junior brother couldn't avenge them and almost didn't make it back. It took a lot of effort to find the way back." "Strange beast? What kind of strange beast?" Du Rufeng frowned. Yang Kai thought seriously and said, "I have never seen it, but I heard the 2 brothers say that it was some kind of void beast." "What did it look like?" Du Rufeng asked again. Yang Kai quickly described it. Fortunately, he had been careful and asked Su Lao about the appearance of the void beast. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to answer at this time. After all, he had just arrived outside of Qianquan and didn't have the opportunity to see any void beast. After listening to Yang Kai's description, the trace of doubt in Du Rufeng's eyes gradually disappeared. Since his description was so accurate, it was obvious that he had seen it with his own eyes. Patting Yang Kai's shoulder, Du Rufeng said, "Void beasts have no fixed abode and are very strong. Encountering one in this vast universe is indeed dangerous. Junior brother is really lucky to be able to escape. It's a pity for Brother Ma and Brother Jiang. Yang Kai's eyes turned red. Du Rufeng sighed, that's their fate. Junior brother, there's no need to be sad. You've worked hard this time as well. Go back and rest first. Yes. Yang Kai nodded. After the commotion caused by Elder Su, he was no longer in the mood to ask about the steward. Now that he had brought Elder Su into Kikikyo, who knew how long this steward would last? Elder Su might take revenge in a few days. Although he didn't know how strong Elder Su was and whether he could succeed, regardless of whether he could succeed or not, he couldn't stay in Kikikyo anymore. It was better to find a way to leave as soon as possible. He didn't ask, but Du Rufeng took the initiative to mention, in a few days, it will be 1 month. When I go to the orchard next month, I will tell the fire spirit land about your matter. Thank you, brother. Yang Kai quickly revealed a happy expression, then junior brother will take his leave. Du Rufeng nodded. Yang Kai turned to leave. After a few steps, Du Rufeng laughed behind him, junior brother, where are you going? Was he going to kill him to silence him? Yang Kai turned back, carefully hiding the vigilance in his eyes. Didn't brother tell me to go back and rest for a few days? You're wearing the rainbow robe now, so you can be considered a disciple of Kikikyo. You should go to the personnel hall to handle some trivial matters and register. Yang Kai patted his head, I forgot. Du Rufeng tilted his head and said, Shall he, accompany junior brother? The maid from before answered crisply, yes. Under the guidance of the girl called Xiao He, Yang Kai successfully entered the personnel hall. He registered and received a few new sets of clothes, a happy expression on his face. Little he said, Darren is really lucky. I've served by Darren Du's side for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen a servant who only spent half a year to be promoted to an ordinary disciple. Yang Kai cupped his hands in the direction of the previous hall. It's all thanks to Brother Du's guidance. He paused for a moment, then said, Oh right, Miss Xiao He, where should I live now? Xiao He pursed her lips and smiled, You'll live where Steward Chao used to live. It's still the errand boy's quarters. Yang Kai snapped his fingers. However, Zhou Zheng's quarters were definitely different from the errand boy's quarters. The place was bigger and the environment was better. He hadn't been there yet, so he wasn't too sure about it. Then master, please go back and rest. I also need to go back and report. Xiao He gracefully bowed. Although she served Du Rufeng, she wasn't a disciple of Qiqiao. Yang Kai guessed that she should have been an errand boy before. Du Rufeng saw that she was pretty, so he took her in. Thank you, Mississippi. As Yang Kai spoke, he casually stuffed a few heaven-opening pills into her hands. Xiao He took them and glanced at him with a smile. She didn't refuse, turning around and soaring into the sky, leaving Yang Kai leisurely to the errand boy's quarters. Not long after, he arrived at the errand boy's quarters. The whole village was empty. All the errand boys had gone to the orchard, so there was naturally no one here. He didn't need to go back to his original quarters. He didn't have anything to pack anyway, so he went straight to the largest building. This was where Zhou Zheng used to live, but now it was convenient for him. After checking inside and out and making sure that there was no one around, Yang Kai sneakily opened all the restrictions and hid in the secret room to let Elder Su out. Kid, you did pretty well. After Elder Su appeared, he wasn't surprised by the environment. It was as if he knew what Yang Kai was doing recently even though he was kept in the 6 Harmonies Rui pouch. He put the pouch away as he spoke. Yang Kai cupped his hands and said, Elder Su, I've done what you asked. I can't do anything else. I wish Elder Su good luck and success. Elder Su laughed strangely. Don't worry. If I say it's none of your business, then it's none of your business. Take care of yourself. Yang Kai said seriously, I'm really worried about you, Elder Su. After all, you're alone. Although I haven't been here for long, I know that there are quite a few middle-level Kai Tian cultivators in Kikikyo. Elder Su, how confident are you that you're here to seek revenge? Humph. Elder Su glanced at him. Since this king dared to come, I'm naturally fully prepared. Then I'm relieved. Old Man Su quickly left. After sending Old Man Su away, Yang Kai didn't even have time to close the door when he saw Great General Sichen walking over from the other side of the village, his whole body shining with a dazzling golden light. He didn't know if the Great General could smell Yang Kai's aura. In any case, he just walked straight over. When he got close, he turned his head to look at him. Yang Kai felt a little guilty from being stared at like that. He wasn't sure if he saw anything just now. The Great General clearly understood human nature. It was just that he was a little arrogant and was usually too lazy to communicate with others. Moreover, the Great General was still a pet of the Venerable One. If he ran to the Venerable One and complained, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, on second thought, since the Great General appeared in front of him like that, even if he saw something, he probably wouldn't complain. Yang Kai didn't know whether this stupid chicken was really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. After welcoming the Great General into the house, Yang Kai didn't bother with him. He walked around the house with his hands behind his back, thinking about his future path. If Elder Su came to seek revenge, there would definitely be a huge commotion in Qiqiao. Right now, the best way out was to quickly leave this place to avoid being implicated. But what reason could he use to leave? Without Du Rufeng's instructions or any other legitimate reason, there was no way he could leave. He couldn't think of anything even if his head hurt. Calculating the days, it would probably take a few more days for this 1-month period to end. He had wasted quite a bit of time on this trip. It was suffocating to be alone in the house, so Yang Kai simply walked out and flew towards the orchard. The Great General followed him without a word and laid on his head as usual. After entering the orchard, he first went to see Old Fang. When they saw each other, Old Fang was shocked and quickly pulled him into his house. With a pale face, he said, "Brat, do you want to die? Where did you get these clothes? How dare you wear them so casually? Hurry up and take them off." As he spoke, he started to move his hands. Yang Kai raised his hand to block. "Why should I take them off? I'm now a disciple of Qiqiao. What's wrong with wearing these?" Old Fang's eyes widened. "Are you suffering from hysteria?" It wasn't that he didn't believe it, but that he didn't dare to believe it. Yang Kai had only been here for a short time. Even if he had made great contributions, how could he be promoted to a disciple of Qiqiao? "I'm too lazy to explain it to you." Yang Kai sat down with a gloomy face. Old Fang stared at him for a long time before saying, "You've really been promoted to a disciple of Qiqiao?" "Nonsense, I came in from outside. If I hadn't been promoted, who would dare to wear these clothes? I would have been killed on the spot by those Qiqiao disciples." Thinking about it, Old Fang agreed. This set of clothes couldn't be casually worn. Kai Yang wasn't stupid enough to play around with his life. What's more, if it wasn't for the 7 realms, Kai Yang wouldn't have this set of clothes. Did he really become a disciple of Qiqiao? Old Fang's eyes lit up and he couldn't hide his envy. "Little brother, you're amazing." After saying this, he slapped his own mouth and cupped his hands. "Lord Yang really is amazing. You're young and promising." This old man is impressed. Yang Kai raised his head to look at him and couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Also, I'll be taking over the position of manager of this orchard." "Manager?" Old Fang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "Are you serious?" Yang Kai knocked on the table. Old Fang understood and hurriedly poured him tea. Yang Kai took a sip and said lightly, "In a few days, Brother Du will announce this news. I came over to give you a heads up so you can be mentally prepared." Old Fang couldn't be more excited. "Little brother, you've made a meteoric rise. You have to take care of me in the future." Yang Kai sighed. He didn't know how to explain it to him. Moreover, he definitely couldn't tell him about Elder Su. He just nodded and said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of you if I can." Old Fong was moved to tears. After leaving Old Fong's place, Yang Kai went to Dai Yu's place. Just like Old Fong, Dai Yu was obviously shocked and couldn't believe what she had just seen. She kept trying to pull off his clothes, forcing Yang Kai to flee. She would see the truth in a few days. Chapter 3886. A few days later, the orchard was closed and all the handymen returned to the handyman's room. Dai Yu and Old Fong first went to Yang Kai's former room but didn't find him. After some communication, they learned that Yang Kai had moved into Zhou Zheng's former steward's room. Since Kai Yang dared to move into the manager's office, he obviously had something to rely on. Moreover, they didn't know who it was that spread the news that Kai Yang was about to take over the position of the orchard's manager, but many of the odd job workers knew about it. Old Fong and Dai Yu both said that they didn't leak anything. Yang Kai guessed that it was most likely Du Rufeng adding fuel to the fire behind the scenes. It should be to pave the way for the announcement in a few days, so as not to be too abrupt. Every month, it was naturally time to go to the market to buy insects from other spiritual lands. If it was in the past, Yang Kai would definitely be in high spirits, but now that Old Man Su's matter had happened, he didn't have the energy to do anything. He was always on tenterhooks, afraid that one day a great war would suddenly break out in the Qiqiao land and he would be the fish in the moat. Moreover, the source of income that was originally opened by the great general probably wouldn't last long. Losing interest, Yang Kai let Dai Yu and Old Fong go to the market to deal with it. Anyway, after buying the third-grade pure golden dew for Dai Yu last time, Yang Kai didn't have many opening heaven pills left. Originally, he wanted them to pay for it. Dai Yu and Old Fong didn't understand. He was clearly promoted to a disciple of the Qiqiao land and was going to take over the position of the orchard steward. Why was Yang Kai still so unhappy? However, it wasn't appropriate for them to ask, so they could only leave first and go to the market to negotiate with the representatives of the 6 spiritual lands. Not long after the two left, a handyman came to visit. Yang Kai didn't even know the other person's name. He hadn't even seen him before. If it was just hearing the news, it wouldn't be a big deal. The key point was that Yang Kai had even moved into the steward's room and was wearing a 7-colored shirt. Obviously, the news wasn't groundless. Since there was a change in leadership, the handyman naturally wanted to build a good relationship with him. Throughout the day, Yang Kai had been welcoming and sending off people. There were nearly 1,000 odd job workers in the odd job room. Even if only 10% of them came to visit, there were still nearly 100 of them. Wanting to build a good relationship with them was definitely not just empty words. It was normal to send some gifts. The odd job workers didn't have much wealth, so they couldn't give him anything too valuable. The heaven opening pill was the most suitable. 5 or 10 of them would accumulate quite a sizable amount. After 3 whole days, Yang Kai didn't know how many odd job workers it had received. In any case, the number of heaven opening pills it had received had already exceeded 5,000. Yang Kai couldn't chase people away when they came to deliver things. Otherwise, it would be too unreasonable. During the day, he would receive gifts and receive guests, and at night, he would feed the general with Dai Yu and Old Fong. With both income, his originally deflated wallet would suddenly swell up again. 3 days later, before going to the orchard, Du Rufeng personally came to announce that Yang Kai had taken over the position of the orchard manager. Not many people were surprised, and everyone was happy. When Yang Kai took over, he naturally made a generous speech in front of Du Rufeng, vowing that he would manage the orchard properly. Du Rufeng only said a few words of encouragement and then let him go. Arriving at the orchard, Yang Kai went straight to the lonely peak at the center of the orchard. Last time, he had come here with Du Rufeng to eavesdrop, so he wasn't too unfamiliar with this place. With the orchard manager's token in hand, the entire orchard's formation was under his control. This was his first time taking over the orchard, so there were many things he wasn't familiar with. After busying himself for several days, he barely managed to straighten out everything and knew what to do as a manager. Speaking of which, the orchard manager was both idle and not idle. When he had nothing to do, he would casually patrol the area. When he had something to do, he would need to go to the various odd-job workers' orchards to help them take care of the fruit trees. A few days later, Yang Kai used his authority as the orchard's manager to transfer Old Fong and Daiyu to his side, saying that they would help him manage the orchard. The area that they were originally taking care of was handed over to others. In this regard, Daiyu and Old Fong were quite uneasy. After all, when Zhou Zheng was in charge, he didn't use his authority so blatantly for personal gain. They both tried to persuade Yang Kai to stop for the time being, lest Du Rufeng had any objections. Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to them. Du Rufeng had ulterior motives towards him, so why would he care about these things? On the other hand, Elder Su had disappeared for many days, but the Qiqiao land was still so quiet, making Yang Kai anxious. If Elder Su had made some noise as soon as he arrived, Yang Kai would have been relieved, but this calm before the storm made him feel uneasy. No one knew when Elder Su would make a move and what kind of situation the Qiqiao land would be in at that time. He had been here for half a year, and both Old Fong and Daiyu had taken care of him. Although it wasn't convenient for him to tell them about the Qiqiao land's crisis, he had them by his side. If something happened, it would be easier for them to take care of each other. Since they couldn't persuade them, Old Fong and Daiyu could only silently help Yang Kai manage the orchard. As a result, Yang Kai had nothing to do all day. Yang Kai originally thought that Elder Su would make a move soon, but who would have thought that he would wait for 3 months? During these 3 months, there was no movement from the Qiqiao land, and Elder Su didn't come looking for Yang Kai. If it wasn't for the faint uneasiness in his heart that he couldn't dispel, Yang Kai would have thought that Elder Su had left the Qiqiao land. However, the Qiqiao land was covered in layers of formations, so he had to rely on himself to sneak in. It was impossible for him to leave so quietly. One day, Yang Kai was playing chess with Old Fong when he suddenly felt something. He took out an item and silently sensed it. Du Rufeng summoned me. I'll be back soon. Old Fong heard this and nodded, come back soon. Yang Kai put down the chess piece in his hand, went out the door, and soared into the sky. Not long after, he arrived at Du Rufeng's residence and entered the hall. At first glance, he saw Du Rufeng standing in front of the hall, looking at him with a smile. During these 3 months, Du Rufeng would occasionally summon him to ask about the situation of the orchard, and Yang Kai would report it truthfully. In any case, he had done a good job managing the orchard over the past few months, so there was nothing to be afraid of. However, every time he came, Du Rufeng would come alone. This time, it was different. There were 3 people in the hall, one was Du Rufeng, and the other was a young man Yang Kai had never seen before. As soon as Yang Kai came in, he felt this young man's eyes sweep over him like a greedy viper, making him feel very uncomfortable. This gaze was filled with scrutiny, but also a hint of interest. These two were standing while the other was sitting in an armchair. Surprisingly, this was the Earth Guardian of the Fire Spirit Land, Venerable Duan Hai. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he quickly cupped his fists. Greetings, Venerable, greetings, Brother Du. Since the last time Duan Hai brought him to the Fire Spirit Land, Yang Kai had not seen him again, so he did not know why he would appear here today. Yang Kai instinctively felt that something was wrong. Could it be that old man Su had been caught and now he was involved? If that was the case, then old man Su was too useless. Is that him? The young man who Yang Kai didn't know suddenly asked a question that was inexplicable. Du Rufeng said, that's him. There's nothing special about him, why is he so lucky? The man chuckled. Du Rufeng said, Junior brother doesn't know, you should ask him. Yang Kai was confused and asked suspiciously, Brother Du, this is, Du Rufeng introduced, this is Yu Lian, Brother Yu. He has been in retreat before and has only recently come out, so you haven't seen him before. So it's Brother Yu. Yang Kai cupped his fists and bowed, "Greetings, Brother Yu." Yu Lian grinned, "Junior Brother Yang, right? Are you interested in guessing what I was in retreat before?" "Who the hell would be interested? Is this person crazy?" Yang Kai cursed in his heart, but he still said, "Junior Brother doesn't know, please enlighten me, brother." Yu Lian smiled, "For us cultivators to break through to split the heavens, we need to gather the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements. Brother, I first condensed yin and yang energy, then the 5 elements. Of the 5 elements, the first one I condensed was fire energy. Fire gives birth to earth, earth gives birth to metal, and metal gives birth to water. The last time I was in seclusion, I was condensing water energy." Yang Kai silently calculated and was shocked. This fellow was a half-step split the heavens cultivator, just one more energy away from breaking through. Brother's complexion is rosy, so you should have succeeded. Now you're only one step away from split the heavens. Congratulations, brother. Yes, one step away. Yu Lian's eyes flashed with fanaticism. However, how many people have been stopped by this one step? You might as well tell Junior Brother that the materials I condensed are all grade 4. Then if Brother can break through to split the heavens, you'll be a grade 4 split the heavens cultivator. My Qiqiao land will have another great general, it'll be a blessing for us disciples. Grade 4 split the heavens cultivators are not easy to find. Even with the resources of the Qiqiao land, who knows how long it'll take to find a suitable one. I'm afraid it'll take 100 years or even longer." Yu Lian let out a long sigh. "With Venerable's ability, I'm sure you'll be able to find a suitable one for brother." Yu Lian turned his head to look at Duan Hai and smiled, "There's no need to trouble Venerable with such a trivial matter. As long as Junior Brother can help me with something, it'll be fine." Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine, faintly feeling that something was wrong. Junior Brother's strength is shallow, I don't know what he can help brother with. Yu Lian leaned forward slightly and stared deeply at him. "Shitty, you only need to contribute your wood elemental power." Hearing this, Yang Kai was shocked, all the things he didn't understand before suddenly becoming clear. No wonder after he helped Du Ruffing obtain the Scarlet Heaven Golden Flame, this guy had taken special care of him. It turned out that he was eyeing his wood energy. Although Yang Kai had guessed this a long time ago, he wasn't sure. Only now did he know that his guess was correct. When he was forced to release the Dao seal in front of Du Ruffing, he had already sowed the seeds of disaster. Promoting him to be the orchard steward and sending him to hunt down Fong Tai was also using him as a pawn. In any case, if his wood energy was really taken away, he probably wouldn't have a good end. "I don't know what you're talking about." As soon as Yang Kai's words fell, he sent out a punch. Then, without even looking back, he pushed his space principles and flashed away from where he stood. Chapter 3887. A figure flashed and Yang Kai instantly disappeared. Duan Hai, who had been sitting on the throne, raised his eyes and shouted, "Space principles." Saying so, he stretched out his hand and made a grasping motion. Following this action, inside the fire spirit land, Yang Kai, who had just escaped from the main hall, immediately felt a great sense of crisis. Turning his head, he saw a giant hand appear behind him, seemingly capable of lifting the heavens and lifting the sea, trying to grab him. Yang Kai was shocked. He continued to push his space principles as his figure flickered, but no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to escape from the range of this giant hand. There was also a powerful aura firmly locking onto him. As the giant hand descended, covering the sky, Yang Kai's body tightened and he let out a muffled groan as the scene in front of him changed rapidly. By the time he recovered, he had already appeared in a secret room. Duan Hai, Du Ruffing, and Yu Lian were all here, standing behind Duan Hai, one with an indifferent expression and the other with a smile on his face. Yang Kai's spirit was tense as he looked around but couldn't find any way to escape, his mouth filled with bitterness. "Damn, I'm afraid I'm done for. Even using the space divine technique, I can't escape from Duan Hai's grasp." The gap in strength between me and this fourth stage heaven splitter is just too big. Junior brother Yang, why are you running? Big brother won't eat you, he just wants to borrow your wood attribute strength, Yu Lian asked with a smile. Was he waiting to die if he didn't run? Although he knew his chances of escaping were slim, he still had to try, so he said with a gloomy face, if big brother wants my wood attribute strength, he only needs to ask and junior brother will contribute it. There's no need to deceive me like this. Yu Lian chuckled, junior brother is a sensible person, so be obedient and don't resist. Yang Kai said, but I'm curious, can other people's yin, yang, and 5 elements be taken by force? He had asked Old Fong this question before, but Old Fong couldn't explain it. However, since he had encountered such a thing today, it meant that the power of the 5 elements of yin and yang could be taken away. Otherwise, why would they spend so much effort? Only one kind of person's power of yin, yang, and the 5 elements can be seized by force. Perhaps because there was hope for him to advance to split the heavens, Yu Lian was in a particularly good mood. When he heard Yang Kai's question, he did not hesitate to answer. What kind of people? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. For example, junior brother has only condensed one type of power. If junior brother has condensed 2 types of power, then there's nothing we can do. Yu Lian explained with a smile, and after forcefully stripping it out, junior brother's wood elemental power will drop by 1 or 2 levels. But that's okay. I heard that junior brother's wood elemental power is at least level 5. As for me, I only need level 4. So as long as I'm lucky, I can still use it even if its level drops. Yang Kai understood. I see. Yu Lian said, junior brother, do you have anything else you want to ask? Yang Kai said with a sullen face, if my wood elemental power is taken away, what will happen to me? Yu Lian said, die. Of course, if you're lucky, you can still live, but I'm afraid you won't be able to cultivate in the future. Hearing this, Yang Kai's heart sank to the bottom. 2 endings, no matter which one it was, would be a very tragic situation for a cultivator. If he couldn't cultivate, he might as well just die. Not giving Yang Kai a chance to speak, Yu Lian turned around and cupped his fists to Duan Hai, thank you for your trouble, Venerable. Duan Hai gently nodded, raised his hand, and waved it fiercely. With a clatter, the sound of chains shuttling through the void rang out as a burst of energy rushed towards him from all directions. Yang Kai looked around and saw a series of thumb-thick chains composed of complex runes piercing towards him. Yang Kai wanted to dodge, but his body stiffened and he couldn't move at all. Asterisk chi 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 asterisk a series of noises rang out as the invisible chains pierced through his body. Yang Kai instantly cried out in pain as his clothes became soaked with sweat. The spirit array under his feet lit up and slowly rotated. There was actually a spirit array set up here, so it seemed that this spirit array had been prepared beforehand and was only waiting for the right time to pull him over and deprive him of his wood elemental power. The chain stretched taut and pulled Yang Kai up into the air. Duan Hai and Yu Lian's figures flickered as they each stepped into a different spirit array, leaving Du Rufeng to stand guard. Yang Kai was extremely anxious. Now that he was in a situation where he had no chance of survival, it was impossible for him to get out of this predicament with his own strength. The only person he could count on was Old Man Su. However, Old Man Su had been in the 7 Secrets land for 3 months without any news. Yang Kai didn't know where he was or what he was doing, so it was unrealistic to expect him to come and save him. What's more, Yang Kai was afraid that he had already lost his value to Old Man Su. On the contrary, his life and death were in Old Man Su's hands. Even if Old Man Su knew about his situation, he probably wouldn't care. Inside the spirit array, Yu Lian sat down cross-legged, a mysterious aura pulsing from his body. On the other side, Duan Hai also wore a solemn expression as he constantly formed seals with his hands. With the clattering of the chains, Yang Kai could clearly feel a strong force being transmitted from the chains to his body, shaking his Dao seal and extracting his wood elemental power. An indescribable pain came from all over his body, causing Yang Kai to grit his teeth as blue veins began to appear on his forehead. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. Behind Yang Kai, a giant black centipede phantom suddenly appeared and firmly locked Yang Kai in place. No matter what Duan Hai did, he was unable to extract the wood elemental power from Yang Kai's body. Flying black-back centipede? A trace of surprise flashed across Duan Hai's eyes as he shouted in a low voice. Stopping the hand seals he was forming, his figure flashing over to Yang Kai's side and placing his hand on Yang Kai's spine. A moment later, a violent force rushed into Yang Kai's body as he examined his Dao seal. In the next instant, Duan Hai's expression changed as he shouted, "Boy, who planted this flying black-back centipede in you?" Yang Kai could only gasp in pain, his face as white as paper, but he still sneered, "Damn you." He had not expected that the flying black-back centipede, which had originally been a hindrance to him, would actually save him in this moment of crisis. This was truly a stroke of luck. Thinking about it carefully, this was not surprising. This flying black-back centipede was originally designed to target Dao seals. Duan Hai had set up this spirit array and wanted to use this despicable method to deprive him of his wood elemental power, which was the same as attacking his Dao seal. The two methods obviously conflicted with each other. At this moment, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling grateful to Old Man Su. Although he didn't know how long he would be able to buy, being able to breathe for a moment was always good. Duan Hai turned his head and looked at Du Rufeng. "Did you see anything else in his Dao seal last time?" Du Rufeng was also a little confused. With his knowledge and experience, he had no idea what this flying black-back centipede was, so he shook his head and said, "Never." "Then it must have appeared later." Duan Hai's eyes flashed as he stared deeply at Yang Kai. "Little brat, when you went out last time, who did you meet?" Duan Hai's mind was also quite meticulous, so he was able to guess the truth of the matter. How could Yang Kai tell him? Sneering, Duan Hai exerted some force on his hand, causing Yang Kai to almost faint from the pain and immediately let out a pitiful cry. Duan Hai sneered, "Do you think this king has no way to deal with this thing? It's just a bug. Once this king gets rid of this thing, he'll deal with you." Saying so, Duan Hai moved his hand, his palm constantly striking the Dao seal on Yang Kai's spine, pouring a pure energy into Yang Kai's body and shaking the flying black-back centipede wrapped around his Dao seal. With Duan Hai's actions, Yang Kai could clearly feel that the centipede mark that had been wrapping around his Dao seal was gradually loosening its grip and faintly showing signs of being expelled. A vague will suddenly extended from the flying black-back centipede, causing Yang Kai, who was in great pain, to suddenly feel like a drowning man who had grasped onto a life-saving straw, exclaiming in joy, "Old Man Su, save me. Waste, you almost ruined my plans." Old Man Su's voice resounded in Yang Kai's mind, but to him, it was like the sound of nature. Duan Hai's face changed dramatically as he shouted, "Who dares act so wildly here?" He had obviously heard what Duan Hai said just now, and being able to extend his will into the flying black-back centipede was obviously the owner of this strange insect. Duan Hai's actions just now should have alerted the other party. There is actually a powerful enemy hiding in the Seven Possibilities land? Duan Hai couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he had coincidentally discovered something today, otherwise, he didn't know what would have happened. "Duan Hai, we haven't seen each other for many years, have you forgotten this king's voice?" Old Man Su's voice was cold. Duan Hai's face changed several times as he cried out, "Su Huang. You're still alive." Old Man Su grinned, "This king is blessed with great fortune, how could he die? You traitors schemed against me and stole my Seven Possibilities land. Today, this king will take it all back with interest." Duan Hai quickly said, "I know nothing about what happened back then. Do you think this king will believe you? Today, all of you will die." As soon as the word "die" fell, an earth-shattering sound came from outside. Even though this secret room was covered in layers upon layers of spirit arrays, rubble still fell from the ceiling, as if the entire world was about to collapse. Immediately afterwards, a violent force suddenly erupted, transforming into an indestructible finger that shot towards Duan Hai. Duan Hai paled as he hurriedly retreated, his hands flying as he formed a series of seals and pushed his palm forward. Hong long long, amidst the loud noise, heaven and earth were turned upside down. The secret room exploded and the great formation collapsed. Yang Kai, who was bound mid-air, instantly felt as if he was a canoe in the middle of a vast ocean, surrounded by endless waves that threatened to capsize him at any moment. The aftermath of the attacks of the two heaven-opening realm masters overflowed, piercing through the universe and collapsing everything around him. Yang Kai's body was constantly tumbling as the sound of bones breaking rang out from all over his body. Blood spurted from his mouth and nose as he saw stars and his soul became unstable. Chapter 3888. Yang Kai was shocked. Although he had gone out last time with Ma Lu and Jiangsheng as First Order splitting the heavens, he had never seen them fight, so he didn't know what kind of strength they possessed. What's more, the gap between a First Order splitting the heavens and a Fourth Order splitting the heavens was simply too big. Now that Duan Hai and Old Man Su had fought, the aftermath of their attacks had almost taken his life. This was the heaven-opening realm. If a mid-rank splitting the heavens had such power, then what about a high-rank splitting the heavens? Blood spurting from his mouth and nose, Yang Kai's eyes were as bright as stars. Dust and smoke rose up as the hall collapsed and darkness enveloped Yang Kai. Yang Kai was in extreme pain as the collapsed building was pressing down on him, but fortunately, the force that had been restraining him had disappeared. This place had been destroyed, so the spirit array arranged here had naturally lost its function, but without the shackles of this spirit array, Yang Kai was able to regain his freedom. With a shake of his arms, Yang Kai removed the debris that had been pressing down on him and light reappeared in front of him. Before he had time to assess his surroundings, he heard a light cough from nearby. Yang Kai turned his head to look, a fierce light flashing across his eyes as he reached out and grasped the blue dragon spear. Shaking the spear, Yang Kai poured all of his strength into it and with a resounding dragon roar, he thrust it forward. With a bang, a large amount of rubble was sent flying, revealing Yu Lian's figure underneath. Blood spurting from his mouth, Yu Lian's eyes bulged as he stared in shock. Die! Yang Kai roared as his space principles fluctuated. At the same time, a black ball appeared at the tip of the blue dragon spear, which had been poured into Yu Lian's body. Everything collapsed. A huge hole immediately appeared in Yu Lian's chest as his 5 viscera and 6 bowels disappeared. Grabbing the blue dragon spear with one hand, Yu Lian's other hand reached out towards Yang Kai, a destructive aura pulsing from it. Yang Kai took a deep breath, his chest bulging as he opened his mouth and spat out a sharp breath, cutting through the layers of flesh on Yu Lian's arm like a sharp blade, revealing the white bone underneath. A shriek came out of Yu Lian's mouth. Yang Kai raised his spear and threw Yu Lian's body into the air. The sky was filled with spear shadows. In just 3 breaths, by the time Yang Kai pulled back his spear, Yu Lian had already fallen to the ground like a ragged sack. There were countless holes all over his body, and blood was gushing out like a fountain. His vitality was quickly fading away, and it seemed that he would not be able to survive. Before he could rejoice that he had escaped death, a murderous aura came from behind him. Yang Kai quickly turned around and blocked with his spear. With a crisp sound, a huge force came, and he was sent flying, blood spurting out of his mouth in midair. Landing on the ground in a hurry, he looked up and saw Du Rufeng looking to the side in disbelief. "Brother Yu?" Yu Lian's mouth opened and closed, but he was gasping for breath like a fish that had jumped ashore, unable to utter a single word. His neck tilted, and he was no longer breathing. Du Rufeng's hair stood on end. He simply could not accept this. Just a moment ago, his brother was still in high spirits, ready to deprive others of their wood elemental power to advance to splitting the heavens. How could he have died in the blink of an eye? He knew that the source of all this was caused by the aftermath of the battle between the unknown enemy and the Venerable. In that instant, Du Rufeng almost thought that he was going to die. Although he had escaped death in the end, the aftermath of the battle had caused him to suffer heavy injuries. Thinking about it, Brother Yu Lian was not much better off. He was heavily injured, and then he was ambushed. In a moment of carelessness, he lost his life. Du Rufeng's heart palpitated. Just now, if Yang Kai had not attacked Yu Lian but him, would he have been able to dodge? Turning his head, he saw Yang Kai coughing up blood on the side. Obviously, he was not in a good condition either. You killed Brother Yu. Du Rufeng's face was so cold that it was almost dripping water. You're next. Yang Kai pointed his spear forward as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. What a joke. Du Rufeng's face twisted. You dare spout such nonsense in front of a venerable. After speaking, Du Rufeng suddenly frowned and swept the area with his divine sense, his expression changing slightly as he discovered that Duan Hai was no longer here. Du Rufeng knew that something big had happened in the Seven Openings land and that the Venerable should be in a hurry to defend against the enemy and could not pay attention to this place. Du Rufeng's heart sank as he wondered just who this Su Huang was for the Venerable to act like he was facing a great enemy. Hong hong hong. Earth-shaking sounds rang out from the heavens as dazzling lights flickered, accompanied by intense energy fluctuations. It was obvious that there were masters fighting in the heavens. However, this was not something he needed to worry about as the heavenly monarch and the seven venerables would deal with it. No matter how strong this newcomer was, it was impossible for him to be a match for so many heaven-opening realm masters. Shwa shwa shwa. The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. It was the disciples of the Qiqiao land who heard the commotion. They flew over from all directions to investigate the situation. When they saw the ruins, they couldn't help but be shocked. When they saw Yu Lian's corpse lying on top of the ruins, their expressions changed drastically. One of them stood out and asked, Senior Du, what happened? Who killed Brother Yu? Du Rufeng coldly stared at Yang Kai and said, Who else could it be? It's this guy in front of me, kill him. Bold madman, daring to commit murder in the fire spirit land in broad daylight? Hand over your life. The group of Seven Openings land disciples was furious upon hearing this and summoned their artifacts one after another to attack Yang Kai. As soon as these people appeared, Yang Kai had been secretly accumulating strength. Although he also wanted to fight to the death with Du Rufeng, it was now impossible for two fists to fight against four, so it was best to flee first. What's more, almost all of these people were heaven-opening realm masters. Although most of them were first-grade heaven-opening realm masters, with only a few second-grade heaven-opening realm masters, they were still not people he could contend with right now. With the exquisiteness of the space divine technique, as long as there were no masters on the level of Duan Hai, Yang Kai was confident he could escape. With a series of rumbles, the void collapsed as countless attacks rained down, but Yang Kai had already dodged to the side, staring coldly at Du Rufeng before flying off in the direction of the orchard. Du Rufeng was flustered and exasperated. A bunch of trash, chase after him. The numerous disciples of the Seven Openings land did not need him to give orders, and as soon as they saw Yang Kai flee, they immediately gave chase. In an instant, above the fire spirit land, a single person fled while a group of people chased after him, creating a lively scene. Wang. With a loud bang, the heavens and earth trembled, a dull sound directly reaching one's mind, causing one's eyes and ears to tremble. Along with this sound, a flashing spirit array appeared in the sky. This spirit array was incomparably large, almost covering the entire fire spirit land. When this spirit array appeared, a heaven-destroying, earth-extinguishing aura descended from the sky, and within the fire spirit land, almost everyone felt an aura of death envelop them. Du Rufeng, who was chasing closely behind Yang Kai, cried out in alarm, the earth-protecting array. Yang Kai's hair also stood on end as a feeling of impending doom filled his heart. Although he did not know what was happening, listening to Du Rufeng's words. It seemed that the fire spirit land's earth protecting array had been activated. In the next instant, an angry roar rang out, "Su Huang, you're crazy. Do you want to destroy the 7 openings land?" Old Man Su's laughter resounded through the world. "So what if it's destroyed? Since this 7 openings land was seized by you traitors, this king doesn't want it. Die, all of you." As soon as these words fell, the huge spirit array that enveloped the fire spirit land suddenly began to spin madly, and along with it, rays of light shot out from the spirit array like a torrential downpour from the sky, seemingly capable of destroying the heavens and earth. Yang Kai did not even think about it and dodged into the sealed world bead. Hiding inside the sealed world bead, Yang Kai looked out through the sealed world bead and saw that the heavens and earth were filled with rays of light. Everything in the fire spirit land began to fall apart as huge gullies appeared in the ground. The group of 7 openings land disciples who were chasing after him all wore looks of horror as they tried to dodge, but very few of them were able to avoid these rays of light. As the rays of light flashed past, those who were hit by them were injured, those who were grazed by them were killed, and those who were badly mutilated fell from the sky like dumplings. Yang Kai gulped as he secretly prayed that the sealed world bead would not be hit. Although he did not know what would happen to the sealed world bead if it was hit, it would not end well. Fortunately, although the attacks were endless and dense, the sealed world bead was very small, so as long as one's luck was not too bad, there should not be any problems. It was not until this moment that Yang Kai understood what Old Man Su was relying on and why he dared to come here alone for revenge. The 7 openings land's earth defending array was obviously not activated by Venerable Protector Earth, so there was no reason for him to kill his own disciples. Only Old Man Su could do such a thing. Combined with what Old Man Su had said to the others before, Yang Kai faintly felt that this 7 openings land should have a very deep relationship with Old Man Su. It could even be said that the 7 openings land originally belonged to Old Man Su, but for some reason, it was taken away. Although it was taken away, Old Man Su still retained the secret method to control the 7 openings land's earth defending array. He had disappeared without a trace for 3 months because he was trying to seize control of the 7 openings land's earth defending array. With Old Man Su's own ability, coupled with the assistance of the 7 openings land's earth defending array, he might really have a chance to take revenge. In this situation, Yang Kai naturally hoped that Old Man Su would make as much noise as possible. Only then would he have a chance to escape from here. If Old Man Su could not hold on and was killed, then he would definitely be buried with him. Just the earth-defending Venerable Duan Hai alone was not enough. The earth-defending array's attack did not last long, only about 20 breaths or so. But after 20 breaths of time, the entire fire spirit land fell silent. Yang Kai waited for a moment until the spirit array in the sky disappeared before leaving the sealed world bead. Looking around, all he could see was a mess. The ground was full of broken corpses and the 7 openings land's disciples wearing 7-colored robes were scattered about, as if the end of the world had arrived. A large net suddenly fell from the sky, covering Yang Kai's head. This large net had the power to seal the world. Yang Kai's body immediately tensed up as he shouted in a low voice, "Heaven-capturing net." Chapter 3889. Du Rufeng was not dead. This thought flashed across Yang Kai's mind. This heaven-trapping net was Du Rufeng's artifact, and since it was displayed at this moment, it undoubtedly meant that Du Rufeng was still alive. Yang Kai's figure rapidly fell downwards, but the heaven-trapping net was like a maggot in his bones, unable to escape. With the surrounding heaven and earth locked down, he could not even use instant movement. Watching the net wrap around him, Yang Kai became anxious and poured all of his strength into the blue dragon spear before thrusting it upwards. The heaven-capturing net, on the other hand, didn't seem to be affected at all. Instead, it directly fell down and tightly wrapped around Kai Yang. The power of imprisonment was transmitted from the net, and in an instant, Kai Yang felt as if all the strength in his body had been bound. In midair, Du Rufeng's figure slowly appeared, a look of resentment and lingering fear on his face. When the Earth defending array was activated just now, if he hadn't been lucky enough, he would have followed in the footsteps of his other brothers. However, at this moment, his condition was not very good. His face was pale, his hand was clutching his chest, and the corners of his mouth were full of blood. The aftermath of the confrontation between Duan Hai and Old Man Su had caused him some serious injuries. "You're quite lucky you didn't die." Du Rufeng stared coldly at Yang Kai, who was bound by the heaven-trapping net and formed a seal with one hand, increasing the strength of the net's binding force. Yang Kai snorted. Although the situation was unfavorable, his mouth did not show any mercy. "Aren't you also alive?" Du Rufeng snorted, "Don't be so smug, this king will kill you now." Yu Lian coveted Yang Kai's would attribute strength, but Du Rufeng did not care. Everyone condensed their own strength differently, and he had already condensed his own would attribute strength long ago, so he did not care about Yang Kai's life or death. Now that the Seven Apertures world had undergone such a great change, leaving Yang Kai alive would only make things worse, so it was best to kill him first. Saying so, Du Rufeng was already preparing to attack. Grasping the void with one hand, a long sword appeared in his grasp, and changing his hand seal, he shouted, "Go!" The long sword turned into a sword light and shot straight towards Yang Kai. In his field of vision, the sword light rapidly enlarged in front of him, and the aura of death enveloped him. At this critical moment of life and death, Yang Kai's heart was as calm as still water. When the dragon's roar resounded, the bones in his body crackled and his body expanded rapidly. The surface of his body was covered with dragon scales. When he was in his dragon form, he suddenly opened his mouth and bit down on the incoming sword light. Yang Kai felt as if his teeth were about to shatter from the powerful shockwave. His mouth was filled with the taste of blood. Du Rufeng was stunned. His eyes followed the changes in Yang Kai's body. He didn't expect Yang Kai to have such an ability. After a while, he exclaimed, "Dragon vein." After Yang Kai dragonized, the surface characteristics of his body were too obvious. How could Du Rufeng not see some clues? In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had already transformed into a 200-meter-long dragon body, but even so, he couldn't escape the shackles of the heaven-capturing net. This thing was similar to the Six Directions Good Fortune pouch in that it could expand or shrink. As Yang Kai's body changed, it continued to expand and bind him. However, Yang Kai clearly felt that the heaven-capturing net was showing signs of instability. He was overjoyed. He knew that although this thing had similar functions to the Six Directions Good Fortune pouch, it was not as mysterious as Elder Su's Six Directions Good Fortune pouch. What was there to hesitate about? Grabbing the black dragon spear, he waved it fiercely. In an instant, the light on the heaven-capturing net flashed wildly and quickly dimmed. "Don't even think about it," Du Rufeng shouted. With a wave of his hand, the sword light that Yang Kai was biting in his mouth suddenly flew back. Du Rufeng grabbed it and slashed down at Yang Kai. The huge sword light chopped down. Yang Kai couldn't avoid it. If he took this blow, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. At this moment of crisis, a golden light quickly flew over from the distance and blocked Yang Kai's path. This golden light was originally just a small ball of light, but after it appeared, it suddenly expanded and turned into a giant golden pheasant several dozen meters in size. Great General! Yang Kai was absent-minded. He didn't expect that the one who came to save him at this critical moment would be that unreliable stupid chicken. This time, when Du Rufeng summoned him, he didn't bring the Great General. Instead, he left it in the orchard. He didn't know why it would come here. The sword light chopped down. The Great General let out a short cry and was sent flying. In midair, its body returned to its original size and its golden hair became much dimmer. Yang Kai was furious. His body filled with dragon breath, the black dragon spear thrust forward like a dragon. He shouted, "Break for me!" It was as if a real black dragon had appeared, the power of the spear piercing through the void. With a crash, the heaven-capturing net that had been binding Yang Kai collapsed and the power of imprisonment disappeared instantly. The black dragon spear, however, didn't lose any momentum and shot straight towards Du Rufeng. Feeling the power of this spear, Du Rufeng's face changed greatly and his figure leapt up a few times to dodge. How could Yang Kai give him a chance to catch his breath? This guy was a half-step heaven-opening cultivator, stronger than him, and he also had a secret treasure like the shadowless muslin. If he really found an opportunity, he could use the shadowless muslin to cover himself and Yang Kai would never be able to find him again. Stretching out a dragon claw, Yang Kai grabbed at Du Rufeng and at the same time urged his space principles. The world suddenly froze, and Du Rufeng's figure also came to a halt. In an instant, Yang Kai's hand clenched tightly, holding Du Rufeng in place. Scram! Du Rufeng roared, his strength fluctuating wildly. Even though Yang Kai was in his dragon form, he still felt like he was about to break free, his chest suddenly bulging as he spat out a mouthful of hot air towards Du Rufeng. Fire Dragon Breath. A dragon breath powerful enough to burn all things in the world erupted from Yang Kai's mouth and enveloped Du Rufeng. A scream immediately rang out as Du Rufeng struggled even more violently. Feeling a sharp pain in his hand, Yang Kai's dragon claw loosened, allowing Du Rufeng to take this opportunity to escape. Looking around, Du Rufeng was in an extremely sorry state at the moment. He had already suffered a lot of damage in the aftermath of the battle between Duan Hai and Old Man Su, and now that the heaven-capturing net had been destroyed and Yang Kai had attacked him, his exposed skin was covered in blisters, making him look extremely miserable. Staring at each other, Yang Kai could clearly see the fear and uneasiness in Du Rufeng's eyes. Unlike Yang Kai, who was accustomed to fighting and killing, Du Rufeng had been born into the Seven Openings land and had only been able to leave it a handful of times, let alone engage in a life-or-death battle. At first, Du Rufeng was able to gain the upper hand by relying on his own strength and the power of his artifacts, but now that he had suffered a slight setback, he was unable to cope. Yang Kai had seen many such people before. Flowers and greenhouses were always unable to withstand the wind and rain. Grinning fiercely, Yang Kai pointed his finger towards Du Rufeng and pushed his space principles, summoning a huge moon blade. Du Rufeng's face changed as his figure flickered and he hurriedly dodged. Yang Kai, however, had already enveloped the entire battlefield with his space principles, shaking his black dragon spear slightly as he shouted, "Open for me." As soon as he finished speaking, the void trembled. Spatial cracks of various sizes suddenly appeared between the heavens and the earth, filling the vast space. The chaotic void aura was emitted from those spatial cracks. Du Rufeng's face turned pale when he saw this. Du Rufeng, next year on this day will be the anniversary of your death. As he roared, Yang Kai rushed out with his spear, enveloping Du Rufeng in a sea of spear shadows. The countless void cracks around Du Rufeng made him want to escape, but how could Yang Kai give him this opportunity? A single spear sealed off all his chances of escape. Forced into a desperate situation, Du Rufeng could only fight Yang Kai to the death. This was what Yang Kai wanted. Du Rufeng was indeed a half-step open the heavens and stronger than him, but his actual combat experience was definitely not as good as his, and his recovery ability was also incomparable. In a life-and-death battle, Yang Kai was not afraid of him. With the heaven-capturing net broken, the only thing he was afraid of now was the shadowless gauze. If Du Rufeng really used it to conceal himself, he would be in a passive position. So, as soon as they began fighting, Yang Kai disregarded consumption and injuries and attacked continuously, making it difficult for Du Rufeng to catch his breath. Silhouettes crisscrossed and blood splattered as time passed by. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly withdrew his spear and stood up, gasping for breath. At this moment, he could no longer maintain his dragon transformation and had returned to his original size. His body was covered with wounds of all sizes, some of which were so deep that even bone could be seen. He looked extremely miserable as he tottered, relying on the black dragon spear to support himself. On the other side, Du Rufeng's situation was not much better. His entire body was dyed red with blood, his hair was disheveled, and he looked like a ghost. His eyes were trembling violently, and his heart was filled with anxiety. While gasping for breath, Du Rufeng said, "Yang Kai, with such a big change in the Qiqiao land, no one knows what the future will be like. Why do the two of us have to fight to the death here?" Yang Kai chuckled, "We've already fought, what do you want?" Du Rufeng said, "Why don't we just stop here? With such a thing happening, you can't stay in the Qiqiao land anymore. While the Venerable is still busy, it's important to quickly escape. Otherwise, when the Venerable is free, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave even if you want to." "That's very reasonable." Yang Kai nodded and tilted his head, "Then let's make peace." Du Rufeng nodded repeatedly, "Very good." Before he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed and he stabbed forward with his sword. With a soft sound, the sword pierced through something. When he looked again, Yang Kai was already in front of him, and the sword in his hand had directly pierced through his chest. "Bastard!" Du Rufeng cursed. Yang Kai grinned sinisterly, "You've schemed against me by every means possible, so how can I let you off so easily?" With a sudden force in his hand, Du Rufeng immediately felt a piercing pain coming from his chest. When he looked down, his face turned pale as he saw that his chest was also pierced through by the other party's spear. "Collapse! Collapse!" Yang Kai slowly spat out these two words, the law of space fluctuating. In an instant, Du Rufeng felt that something in his body had collapsed. In his field of vision, where the spear pierced through, a huge hole suddenly appeared. He slowly raised his head and looked at Yang Kai in disbelief, his eyes were full of longing for life. Yang Kai kicked out and directly sent him flying far away. When the sword was pulled out of his chest, blood spurted out. Yang Kai felt dizzy and almost fainted. He forced himself to stay alert and walked step by step to Du Rufeng, looking down at him from above. Chapter 3890. At this moment, Du Rufeng's eyes were cloudy and the light in them had long since disappeared. His aura was also extremely weak. Yang Kai stared at him coldly and thrust out his spear, causing a head to explode and red and white matter to splatter everywhere. With a flick of his spear, Yang Kai collected Du Rufeng's space ring and, without having time to examine it carefully, staggered off to the side. Not far away, the great general was lying on the ground, his golden fur extremely dim. Yang Kai bent down and picked him up, sweeping him with his divine sense. After examining him carefully, he relaxed. Although the great general's aura was weak, he did not seem to be in any danger. To be honest, Yang Kai had not expected the great general to actually run out of the orchard to find him and save him at a critical moment. Just like how he could not understand why the great general would take such a liking to him, what was it about him that attracted the great general's attention? However, now was not the time to think about such things. While he was fighting with Du Rufeng, the rumbling sounds outside the heavens continued. It was obvious that Old Man Su was using the Qiqiao Land's spirit array to fight against the many heaven-opening realm masters. It was good that there was some movement, but Yang Kai was afraid that there would be no movement at all. Although he did not know if Old Man Su could succeed in his revenge, now was the best time to leave the Qiqiao Land. However, before that, he had to find Old Fong and Daiyu first, hoping that they were also safe. Old Man Su had used the earth protecting array to attack the Qiqiao Land, so Yang Kai did not know what the situation was like in the orchard. Holding the great general in his arms, Yang Kai had not flown far when he saw two figures flying over side by side. It was Old Fong and Daiyu. Yang Kai secretly thanked his lucky stars that the two of them had not been affected by the earth protecting array's attack, otherwise, with their strength, they would not have been able to survive. At this moment, the entire fire spirit land was in chaos, with figures flying around like headless flies. Basically, no one knew what had happened. When they met, Old Fong cried out, "Little brother, how did you end up like this?" Daiyu also covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes trembling, "Such heavy injuries, it's a long story." Yang Kai smiled bitterly and shook his head. Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's leave this place as soon as possible. What's going on? Old Fong asked. Today's events had happened too suddenly. A huge formation rune had appeared in the sky above the fire spirit land, followed by an earth-shattering attack. More than half of the orchard had been destroyed, and 60% of the workers had died in an instant. Old Fong and Dai Yu saw that the situation was bad and quickly ran out. Let's talk on the way. Yang Kai didn't have the time to explain. He pushed his strength and flew upwards. Along the way, Yang Kai briefly explained the situation to Old Fong and Dai Yu. He also mentioned that he was the one who brought Elder Su here. The two of them stared at him in shock, not expecting such a bizarre thing to happen. However, this was indeed a good opportunity for them to leave the heptashield. Now that the experts of the heptashield were busy dealing with Elder Su, no one would care about their lives. There were many people with the same idea, and most of them were workers. After all, they had been in the Seven Corners land for a long time and knew that there was no way out. Although the outside world was full of dangers, as long as one dared to risk it, there was still hope. However, as a worker in the Seven Corners land, unless one was willing to degrade themselves and break through to the first grade to open the heavens, there was no chance of success. In all directions, the odd job workers were flying away. However, when they approached the Seven Corners land's barrier, Yang Kai discovered that his thoughts had been too simple. The Seven Corners land's barrier was completely flawless, making it impossible for anyone to escape. Thinking about it, Elder Su had seized control of the barrier with great difficulty, so how could he give the Seven Corners land's people a chance to escape? The shockwaves from the attacks from the outer heavens were rampant, occasionally striking down, causing the entire fire spirit land to fall into chaos. From time to time, large and small spirit inscriptions would appear in the sky, spurring on the earth, protecting Grand Formation's power and unleashing a barrage of attacks. Yang Kai saw with his own eyes that some workers were unable to dodge in time and were killed by the earth protecting Grand Formation. Just as Yang Kai's heart was palpitating, he heard a mournful scream from the outer heavens, followed by a violent energy fluctuation that swept through the entire world, causing the fire spirit land to become restless. A moment later, a figure fell from the outer heavens, landing in the place where the workers were gathered. Old Fong's face was pale. It's the water spirit land's earth-protecting venerable. Dai Yu asked in a trembling voice, is he dead? Old Fong shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the water spirit land's venerable protector fell straight to the ground and remained motionless for a long time. The many workers glanced at each other, none of them daring to step forward to investigate. At that moment, a streak of light descended from the outer heavens and directly struck the water spirit land's venerable protector, splitting his body in half. This time, there was no need for Old Fong to answer, everyone knew that this venerable protector was dead. Yang Kai didn't care about his severely injured body and rushed to the corpse of the water spirit land's venerable protector. He took the corpse's space ring and stuffed it into his sleeve before disappearing in a flash. By the time Old Fong and Dai Yu regained their senses, all they could hear was Yang Kai's divine sense message. It wasn't until this moment that the odd job workers finally reacted. One after another, they began to search for traces of Kai Yang, but how could they find him? Space principles fluctuated and Yang Kai's figure flickered, disappearing without a trace. For a moment, everyone was filled with resentment. The wealth of an earth-protecting venerable was unimaginable to these workers. If they had acted a bit faster just now, they might have been able to snatch the space ring, but now someone else had taken advantage of them. Old Fong and Dai Yu quietly withdrew from the crowd and rushed off in a certain direction, soon leaving the fire spirit land and heading towards the city square. The seven-way land's spirit array prevented anyone from leaving, but the inside of the seven-way land was unimpeded. A short time later, the two arrived at a certain corner of the city square. Old Fong glanced around and called out softly, Yang Kai, Yang Kai. Yang Kai poked his head out from behind a building and beckoned, here, here. Old Fong and Dai Yu hurriedly rushed over, but after turning a corner, they saw Yang Kai leaning against a wall covered in blood, his face pale as he gasped for breath, holding Great General Si Chen in his arms. Old Fong was both angry and amused. "Little brother, you're so greedy that you don't value your life. If those workers had reacted a bit faster just now, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to escape. As the saying goes, humans die for wealth and birds die for food, so the space ring of an earth-protecting venerable was enough to make anyone go crazy." Yang Kai lightly coughed. "Poor people can only fight with their lives on the line." Daiyu angrily said, "You call yourself poor?" Yang Kai waved his hand. "Let's not talk about this for now. No one has come to the city square yet and there is no earth-protecting array here, so we should be safe here. I need to heal myself for a while." Old Fong nodded solemnly. "You can focus on healing yourself. Lady Daiyu and I will stand guard for you. Then I'll have to trouble you." Yang Kai didn't act polite. In this situation, there was no point in thinking too much. He could only take one step at a time and see if Old Man Su succeeded in his revenge or if the Seven Openings Land's Venerable would be able to repel the enemy. However, from the scene of the Water Spirit Land's Venerable Protector being killed just now, the Seven Openings Land's Venerable was likely to be in deep trouble. Although Old Man Su was only one person, with the Seven Openings Land's Earth-protecting array, he might not necessarily be a match for those people. Yang Kai didn't care much about who won or lost, as long as Duan Hai died. If Duan Hai survived, he wouldn't be able to survive. Taking out a few healing pills from his space ring and stuffing them into his mouth, Yang Kai also gave Great General a few before sitting down cross-legged to adjust his condition. Although the injuries he had suffered this time were serious, they weren't fatal. Yang Kai was clear about his own body, as long as it wasn't too serious, relying on his dragon bloodline and would attribute force's restorative abilities, he would be able to recover sooner or later. The entire market was quiet. After all, it wasn't the first 3 days of the month, so there was naturally no one here. After standing guard for a while, Old Fong seemed to suddenly think of something and said, "Lady Daiyu, I'll be going out for a stroll. You take care of Brother Yang." Hearing this, Daiyu knew what Old Fong was thinking. She pursed her lips and smiled. "Go, be careful." Old Fong grinned meaningfully before disappearing in a flash. Outside, there was a lot of noise. Obviously a fierce battle was going on. Yang Kai's chaotic breathing gradually stabilized, causing Daiyu to be amazed. An average person who had suffered such serious injuries would need at least 10 days to half a month to recover, but Yang Kai had only taken less than half a day to recover. It had to be said that his physique was incredibly strong. Old Fong returned dejectedly, and when Daiyu asked, he learned that the market was completely empty, ruining his original idea of picking up some treasures. Yang Kai was still healing, and it was unknown when the battle outside would stop. The two of them didn't know what to do in the future, so they weren't in the mood to talk. After a long time, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Someone's coming." Daiyu and Old Fong were startled. They quickly scanned the area with their divine senses and soon noticed something. When they looked up, they saw a petite figure flying towards them. As she flew, she carefully looked around as if she was a thief. However, the other party also quickly discovered Yang Kai and the others, hesitating for a moment before flying straight over. "Stop right there!" Old Fong yelled. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "I know her, there's no need to be nervous." Looking up, he smiled and asked, "Why are you here?" The newcomer was none other than Ah Sun, who had been brought into the Fire Spirit Land by Duan Hai together with Yang Kai. She was quite lucky. There were no visible wounds on her body, so she should have been able to avoid the attack of the Earth-defending array. Ah Sun was pleasantly surprised. "Brother Yang, you're also here." Yang Kai said, "The Fire Spirit Land is too dangerous, so I came here to hide." Ah Sun nodded repeatedly. "I thought so too, it's too chaotic over there. Now, even the Venerable is dead and many of my brothers have been killed." Chapter 3891. A Venerable is dead? Which Venerable died? Dai was surprised. She had seen the water spirit land's venerable Dai with her own eyes, but there were 7 venerables in the entire Qiqiao land. Ah Sun replied, the venerable of our fire spirit land. Duan Hai? Yang Kai was surprised, you saw him? Ah Sun nodded, I saw him with my own eyes. Yang Kai clenched his fists, silently cursing the death of this venerable. Now that Duan Hai was dead, no one would know anything about him. Even if Old Man Su's revenge failed and the Qiqiao land was saved, no one would come looking for trouble with him. However, if there was a chance to leave this place, Yang Kai didn't want to stay any longer. 2 venerables had died one after the other. One could imagine how fierce the battle outside was. It was a pity he wasn't strong enough now, otherwise he would have gone to take a look. Old Fang Dai and Ah Sun weren't familiar with each other, and although Yang Kai wasn't too familiar with her either, this little girl's heart wasn't bad. When they first arrived in the 7 Refinements lands, they had met a few times, so Yang Kai's impression of her wasn't bad. Now that they were hiding in this city together, it could be considered fate. The aftermath of the battle continued to spread, but it hadn't affected the city for the time being, so the 4 of them were safe here. As time passed, more and more people came to this place. Some were servants from various spirit lands, some were disciples of the Qiqiao land wearing 7 colored robes. Everyone probably had the same idea. Now that the Qiqiao land's great array had been seized, the other places were no longer safe, so this city was the only safe haven. Yang Kai had already taken off his 7 colored robes and changed into his normal clothes, making them less conspicuous. The battle continued for more than 10 days without stopping, causing more and more people to hide in the city. Everyone was on tenterhooks, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. At a certain moment, more than 10 days later, a ray of light suddenly appeared above the dark city. Everyone looked up and saw that the hazy sky seemed to have been torn open by someone, and the light was coming from this hole. The great array has been broken. It was unknown who shouted, but soon after, a group of figures rushed into the hole in the sky and disappeared. Yang Kai and the others looked at each other, their faces filled with joy. Without any hesitation, the 4 of them activated their powers and followed the crowd into the sky. The formation that covered the entire Qiqiao land was indeed broken. It was unknown whether it was because Elder Su had used too much of the formation's power or because the experts of the Qiqiao land were too powerful. Without the barrier, no one could stop them from escaping. After leaving Qiqiao land, Yang Kai didn't know where to go. Anyway, he just kept flying forward. At this time, the further away he was from Qiqiao land, the better. Dai, Old Fang, and Ah Sun followed him without a word. The 3 of them had no place to go, so it was the same wherever they went. After the initial surprise, Dai and Old Fang couldn't help but fall into a daze. After the 2 of them jumped out of their own universe world, they had been brought to Qiqiao land and hadn't left for many years. Now that they had luckily escaped from Qiqiao land, where should they go in the future? Especially since the 2 of them still hadn't broken through to heaven opening after so many years. In this vast universe, those who hadn't broken through to heaven opening were nothing. After flying forward for several days, they passed through the endless void along the way. Without any reference point, the 4 of them had no idea where they were at this moment. At this moment, Kai Yang suddenly sensed something. Turning his head to look, his face turned pale with fright. Run! Old Fang and the others didn't know what was going on and turned their heads to look as well. Their expressions changed drastically as they saw a streak of light rapidly approaching them. Based on the brightness and speed of the light, it was obvious that this person was a heaven-opening expert. They didn't know what heaven-opening realm this person was at, but no matter what heaven-opening realm this person was at, it wasn't something they could contend against. The group changed directions several times, but the streak of light behind them was like a maggot that stuck to their bones. No matter how they changed directions, the streak of light continued to follow them, and the distance between them was rapidly closing. Just as everyone was panicking, Yang Kai let out a miserable cry and suddenly stopped. Dai was shocked. What's wrong? Hurry up and run. Yang Kai smiled bitterly, I can't run. When he had sensed that someone was chasing them, he didn't know who it was, but now he knew. The one chasing after him was actually Elder Su. He still had the black flying centipede on him. Just now, his Dao seal had been strangled by the centipede mark. It was clearly a warning from Elder Su. If he continued to run, he might even lose his life. Yang Kai couldn't figure out how Elder Su had found him after running so far away. He reckoned that it was most likely the work of the flying blackback centipede. This thing was a strange insect that Elder Su had kept in captivity, so there should be some kind of spiritual connection between them. It wasn't surprising that Elder Su had relied on it to find him. But why would Elder Su appear here? Shouldn't he be fighting those venerables and heavenly monarchs in the Kikikyo land? Running here at this time, could it be that he had failed? If it was a blessing, it wouldn't be a disaster. If it was a disaster, it couldn't be avoided. Yang Kai was furious, but he could only stand there and wait. He looked at Old Fong and the others and said, hurry up and run. Old Fong hurriedly said, take care. With that, he continued to run forward. However, Dayu didn't move. Yang Kai turned to look at her. Dayu smiled and said, if he really wants to do anything to us, I'm afraid we can't run away. If we join forces with you, we might be able to fight. Yang Kai didn't believe her. If they ran, there was still a glimmer of hope. If they didn't run, they could only leave their lives to Elder Su. Sun didn't know if she was stupid or what, but she nodded and said, I'll go too. Yang Kai was speechless. On the other side, Old Fong, who had run a short distance, flew back and stood beside Yang Kai. He said angrily, you're going to get us killed this time. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. While they were talking, Elder Su had already flown close to them. Yang Kai cupped his fists and was about to greet him when Elder Su waved his hand. The Rui 6 Harmonies pouch appeared and covered everyone. In the next moment, their vision turned black as they were sucked into the pouch. Old Fong cried out in surprise, what's going on? He was sucked in without even seeing what the enemy looked like, so he didn't know the mystery of the Rui 6 Harmonies pouch. Sun said, it's so crowded. Where is this? Dayu panicked. Who touched me, whose hand is this? Yang Kai coughed softly. Sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. Everyone, don't move. This place is like this. Just bear with it. The pouch suddenly quieted down. No one dared to move. Suddenly, there was a loud sound, followed by a stench. Sun retched. Who farted? Old Fong hurriedly clarified. I didn't. Dayu also said, it wasn't me. Brother Yang, Yang Kai was furious. It was the general. It's not my fault. You idiot. If it wasn't for the inconvenience, he would have beaten it up. In the enclosed space, the stench lingered for a long time. No one dared to breathe. After some time, the skylight suddenly appeared. Yang Kai's vision blurred and he suddenly appeared in a strange space. In this space, the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements were reversed and conflicting with each other. It was so chaotic that it felt like it was going to collapse at any moment. This was a small universe, and it seemed to be the small universe inside Elder Su's body. The small universe was in chaos, which meant that Elder Su's situation was not good. Turning his head, he saw Elder Su sitting cross-legged on the side with a weak aura, looking at him indifferently. Yang Kai hurriedly cupped his hands. Elder Su. From the outside, it wasn't obvious that Elder Su had suffered any injuries, but after fighting for so many days, it was impossible for him not to be injured. Moreover, Yang Kai estimated that his plan for revenge had failed, otherwise, he wouldn't have appeared here. If he had succeeded, he should have taken over the 7 openings. After expending so much energy to take revenge and failing in the end, Yang Kai didn't know what Elder Su's mood was right now, but it definitely wasn't good, so he spoke with caution. Elder Su stared at him, a complicated look flashing across his eyes. After a long time, he slowly said, "Boy, you ruined my plans." Yang Kai was stunned. "Elder Su, why would you say that? I have never leaked any information about you in the 7 openings." Elder Su sighed. "Although you didn't leak anything, the flying blackback centipede had already been exposed. As long as Duan Hai followed the clues, he would have found this king's whereabouts within 3 or 5 days, so this king could only act ahead of time." This. Yang Kai was also speechless. This junior also didn't expect such a thing to happen. This could all be said to be a coincidence. Duan Hai and Yu Lian wanted to seize his wood attribute power and arrange a large spirit array, but they ended up triggering the flying blackback centipede's spirit array. Elder Su had sensed this and had no choice but to act ahead of time, but judging from Elder Su's current state and his previous words, the result of acting ahead of time had been failure. If I had been given half a year, how could such a situation have occurred? Elder Su coldly snorted. Yang Kai gulped and stared ahead vigilantly. What does Elder Su want to do? Kill me? If killing you could change the facts, this king would not have allowed you to live until now. Unfortunately, this old master's 1,000-year plan failed at the last moment. Hearing this, Yang Kai's heart relaxed. There was no longer any danger to his life, but now that he had fallen into Elder Su's hands, it was like leaving the wolf's den and entering the tiger's den. Yang Kai didn't know how he would be tortured in the future. If he had known this would happen, he would not have run out. Although his future in the 7 openings land was bleak, he was now the manager of the orchard and had a large number of subordinates. Now that the 7 openings land had suffered heavy losses, they were in dire need of manpower. If he had stayed, he might have been able to find a better way out. Elder Su coldly snorted again. Although this king's plan failed, they did not have a good time either. Most of their venerables died and the 7 openings land was seriously injured. They will need at least a few dozen years to recover. That's not a complete loss. Yang Kai insincerely congratulated him. This time the 7 openings land strength has been greatly reduced. Elder Su only needs to go back and recuperate for a while. When he makes a comeback in the future, he will be able to get his revenge. Chapter 3892. Making a comeback. Elder Su let out a strange laugh. "I'm afraid I won't have that chance." Yang Kai asked curiously, "What do you mean, Elder Su?" "I'm going to die." Yang Kai was shocked. How could that be? Elder Su didn't look like he was injured at all. Although Yang Kai knew that he was injured, he didn't expect his injuries to be so serious that they were life-threatening. Elder Su didn't explain anything to him and casually threw something to him. Yang Kai caught it and found that it was a piece of jade. He asked suspiciously, "What is this?" "The sigil of the Kikikyo formation." Elder Su said calmly, "With this sigil, you will have the chance to control the Kikikyo formation." Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. Although he didn't refine it, he could still feel the mysterious fluctuations in the jade in his hand. He knew that Elder Su wasn't lying. This could really be the sigil of the Qiqiao formation. Elder Su was able to seize the Qiqiao formation back then because of this item. "I've given it to you. You can throw it away or keep it. It's up to you." There was such a good thing. Yang Kai was shocked. From his previous contact with Elder Su, this guy wasn't a good person. Could it be that people would become kind before they died? Elder Su said, "I don't have the strength to spare for revenge. However, if you have the chance to grow in the future, you can take this jade to seize the Qiqiao formation. There will be a chance of success. Don't worry, if the Qiqiao formation wants to change the formation, it won't be done in a short period of time. This jade will be useful for at least 1,000 years. After that, it's hard to say." Hearing him say this, the doubts in Kai Yang's heart were relieved. Elder Su wanted him to help him take revenge. The sigil of the formation was in his hands. The Qiqiao formation was such a big piece of meat. If he had enough power, he would definitely covet it. It was also because of this that Elder Su did not vent his anger on him. Otherwise, he would have killed him long ago. Even if he killed him now, it would only be to vent his anger. If he kept him alive, he might still have a chance to take revenge. Thinking of this, Yang Kai hurriedly put away the jade and solemnly cupped his fists. Don't worry, Elder Su. Within 1,000 years, I will definitely advance to split the heavens. At that time, I will return to the 7 refinements land. No matter what, this attitude had to be displayed. As for whether or not he would help Old Man Su take revenge in the future, that would depend on whether or not he had the mood to do so. Although Kai Yang's impression of the Qiqiao lands wasn't very good, he hadn't wasted much time here. Those who wanted to harm him had all died, so there really wasn't any deep hatred between them. Elder Su was non-committal. He probably sensed Yang Kai's thoughts, but he didn't have much time left. He couldn't do anything to Yang Kai. He just nodded and closed his eyes. As soon as he closed his eyes, his aura rapidly weakened. At the same time, the small universe that was on the verge of collapse began to disintegrate at a speed visible to the naked eye. The yin, yang, and 5 elements energy became chaotic. Yang Kai anxiously said, Elder Su, you can take that flying blackback centipede back. Elder Su did not respond. A moment later, the small universe completely collapsed. Yang Kai's vision blurred and he appeared in a void. Not far in front of him, Elder Su was sitting cross-legged. Unfortunately, there was not the slightest trace of life on his body. Kai Yang stretched out his hand to check his breathing and found that Old Man Su was indeed dead. He suddenly felt a headache coming on. The flying black-backed centipede in the Dao seal was raised by Old Man Su, so he didn't know how Old Man Su's death would affect it. He stood in place vigilantly for a long time, but there was no reaction. Only then did Yang Kai relax. However, with that thing in the Dao seal, Yang Kai really did not feel safe. Before, there was still Elder Su to restrict him, but now that Elder Su was no longer here, if the flying blackback centipede lost control one day and did whatever it wanted in the Dao seal, he would not even know how he died. Yang Kai even suspected that Elder Su had given the flying blackback centipede some kind of order before his death. If he did not go to the Qiqiao land to avenge him in the future, it would activate. This was very likely, otherwise, why would Elder Su leave him alive? However, now that Elder Su had passed away, worrying about it was useless. He could only think of breaking through to splitting the heavens as soon as possible and find a way to expel it himself. Reaching out and taking off Elder Su's space ring, Yang Kai could not find the 6 Unity Wish pouch. He searched Elder Su's body for a while and found the pouch in his sleeve. Fortunately, he had refined the 6 Unity Wish pouch before, so although he could not use it to defend against enemies, opening and closing it was not a problem. Forming a seal, Yang Kai opened the pouch. Elder Fong, Daiyu, Sun, and the Great General all appeared. As soon as Elder Fong Yu appeared, he cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, Senior." Yang Kai said, "He's dead." He's dead? Elder Fong raised his head in shock and carefully looked at Elder Su. Finding that he was indeed dead, he could not help but ask, how did he die? Yang Kai said, probably because his injuries were too serious. Daiyu asked, is he the one who attacked in the Qiqiao land? Yang Kai nodded, that's him. Elder Fong let out a long breath, it's good that he's dead. If he really accompanied such a master, he would be very nervous. If he was in a bad mood and took it out on him, he would not be able to resist. Encountering such an accident on the way to escape, but fortunately, Old Man Su was seriously injured and died, so nothing else happened. Yang Kai collected Old Man Su's body and put it into his sealed world bead, secretly instructing Mu Zhu and Mu Lu to give it a proper burial. He didn't know if Old Man Su had left behind any kind of backup plan, so leaving his body here was just a precaution. Let's go. Yang Kai took care of the matter and called out to everyone. Naturally, no one objected, but the great general did not move. Previously, the great general blocked Du Rufeng's fierce blow for Yang Kai and was seriously injured. He had been in a state of recovery and had woken up at this time, but instead of following Yang Kai, he kept shouting something at Yang Kai. Yang Kai did not understand and turned his head to look at him. The great general shouted for a while, but seeing that Yang Kai was still indifferent, he flapped his wings and flew behind Yang Kai, using his fat body to push him in a certain direction. Elder Fong said curiously, "Brother, he seems to want you to go somewhere." Yang Kai also noticed and reached out to grab the great general from behind, asking, "Where are you taking me?" The great general nodded and turned his head to look in a certain direction. Yang Kai looked in that direction but could not see anything. After pondering for a moment, he said, "The great general should have something to do. I'm going to follow him. What about you guys?" Dai Yu and the others looked at each other and Elder Fong said, "We don't know where to go anyway, so we'll go with you. At least we can take care of each other." "Then let's go together." Dai Yu also nodded. Sun never had any ideas, so she naturally did not refute. So, Yang Kai put the great general on his head and let him lead the way, and the four of them continued to fly through the vast universe. The road ahead was long, and Yang Kai had nothing to do, so he quietly counted the gains of these days. He had to admit that since he was summoned by Du Rufeng, although the days had been dangerous, his harvest had been huge. First, he collected Du Rufeng's space ring, then Water Spirit Earth Protector's space ring, and then Old Man Su's space ring. Not to mention anything else, the 6 Directions wish bag was a rare treasure. Until now, besides the sealed world bead and the One Realm bead he had refined, Yang Kai had never seen an artifact that could hold living creatures. The 6 Directions wish bag was the first. After entering this world, his strength could not keep up for the time being, so he could only rely on the power of artifacts. Although the artifacts he obtained in the star boundary were good, they could not keep up with the pace here. Whether it was the Mountains and Rivers Bell or the soul-splitting saber, they could deal with the Emperor realm, but it would be difficult to deal with a heaven-opening realm master. Now that he had obtained the 6 Directions wish bag, it made up for this shortcoming. He had to refine it as soon as possible, so when he encountered a strong enemy later, it might play a miraculous role. Going through the space rings one after another, Yang Kai found a great harvest. Just the heaven-opening pills alone numbered 300,000. Of these, there were only a few tens of thousands in Du Rufeng's space ring, while the rest were basically all taken from the space rings of the Water Spirit Land's venerable Earth Protector. Yang Kai truly understood what it felt like to become rich overnight. Previously, he had painstakingly collected insects to feed the great general, but after a month, he had only managed to collect a few thousand heaven-opening pills. Now that he had obtained 300,000 heaven-opening pills, he felt a heavy burden. However, thinking about it carefully, a 3rd-grade heaven-opening material cost more than 15,000 heaven-opening pills, so these 300,000 heaven-opening pills could only buy a few 4th-grade materials. He couldn't even afford a 5th-grade heaven-opening material, so it wasn't a big deal. In addition, the 4th-grade Scarlet Sky Golden Flame that he had helped Du Rufeng collect was also taken back. This thing was a hard currency, and as long as he could find a suitable channel, he could easily exchange it for over 100,000 heaven-opening pills. What surprised Yang Kai the most though was the shadowless muslin he had found in Du Rufeng's space ring. Yang Kai had experienced the strange ability of this thing before. It allowed one to conceal themselves, making it impossible to detect even if they were close by. Du Rufeng had also said that the shadowless muslin was a gift from a venerable, so any heaven-opening cultivator under the 3rd grade would not be able to detect it. Even if it was a mid-rank heaven-opening cultivator, as long as they did not search carefully, they could still miss it. Compared to the 6 Directions wish bag, this shadowless muslin was the most suitable for him at the moment. If he didn't have enough strength, he wouldn't be able to resist a powerful enemy, so the shadowless muslin might be able to save his life in many cases. Old Man Su's space ring was relatively poor. Besides the strange wooden sword, there were only some random materials inside. Thinking about it, this wasn't surprising. Old Man Su had been focused on revenge all these years, so he probably didn't have the time or energy to do anything else. However, there was one thing that Yang Kai was quite curious about. According to his understanding, the Qiqiao land should have originally belonged to Old Man Su, but for some unknown reason, it was snatched away. What was the reason that Old Man Su couldn't even protect his own territory? However, there was no place for Yang Kai to ask. Old Man Su was already dead, so who could he ask? Chapter 3893. After tidying up the contents of the 3 space rings, Yang Kai took out the shadowless gauze and held it in his hand, silently refining it. This was originally Du Rufeng's possession and had his soul imprint on it, but now that Du Rufeng was dead, the soul imprint could be easily erased. None of the group spoke along the way. After experiencing such a big change, none of them seemed to be in the mood to talk, all of them quietly following behind Great General, allowing him to lead them in a certain direction. Time passed by, and after flying for an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai estimated that it had been at least 2 or 3 months, but Great General showed no signs of stopping. Along the way, they did not encounter any great dangers. Occasionally, there would be some natural disasters such as starbursts, but they were all avoided in advance. Until one day, a small black dot suddenly appeared at the edge of their field of vision. At this time, Yang Kai clearly felt that something was wrong with Great General's mood, as if he had become much more excited, causing his flying speed to increase significantly. The distance was too great, so Yang Kai couldn't see what this black dot was. It was not until a long time later that Yang Kai realized it was actually a huge world fragment. He didn't know which universe world it had been left behind, but it was quite large and desolate. The Grand General led the group towards the fragment of the world. A day later, the group of 4 landed on this world fragment. Looking around, all they saw was endless desolation, without the slightest trace of life. Great General flapped his wings and continued to lead the way. Old Fong looked around curiously and asked, "Why did Great General lead us here?" "I don't know," Yang Kai shook his head, "we'll know once we follow him." Not to mention anything else, just based on how Great General had desperately blocked Du Rufeng's attack for him, if something really happened to him, Yang Kai would not just sit back and watch. Great General seemed to be very familiar with this place. After arriving here, he directly flew in a certain direction and soon arrived in front of a barren mountain. Inside this mountain, there was a deep dark cave that led to some unknown destination. Standing at the entrance, one could vaguely hear the sound of wind whistling. Sweeping the cave with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that he could not see the end. This cave was obviously very deep. After arriving here, Great General's footsteps finally stopped and he turned his head towards Yang Kai and let out a cry. Yang Kai understood and turned back to Old Fong and the others. "I'll go down with Great General and have a look. You stay here and wait for me." Although Yang Kai did not believe that Great General would harm him, it was still best to be careful in this unknown place. If he went down alone, he would have a chance of escaping if he encountered danger, but it would be inconvenient for him to bring Old Fong, Dai Yu, and the others. Dai's Yu's group. Yang Kai nodded his head. Of Yang Kai's, the caves, of Yang of you, me, you, me, you, as Yang. Yang's A's to Great Yang. Yang was. And was. Of course, Yang's to Rufeng's. To Yang was. Yang. After descending for a full 2 hours, Yang Kai even suspected that he had reached the deepest part of this world fragment. Only then did the environment around him suddenly open up. This was a huge underground cave. There was nothing special about this cave, but after arriving here, the Great General was obviously excited and immediately jumped out of Yang Kai's arms. As he flew forward, he cried out loudly, his voice giving off a very strange feeling, one that was both a little aggrieved and a little nostalgic. Yang Kai frowned. He did not know what was so special about this place that made Great General react like this. But before he could figure it out, he sensed an aura coming from the depths of the cave. There was a living thing here? He had not sensed it when he entered. Yang Kai was shocked. He held his breath and looked forward. He could not see anything, but he could clearly feel an aura coming back to life. It was as if the aura had just fallen into a deep sleep. Now, it was awakened by Great General. What made Yang Kai's hair stand on end was that this aura was very strong. It was more dangerous than Elder Su. This meant that the owner of this aura was stronger than Elder Su. In the darkness, two lights suddenly shone. Yang Kai's blood turned cold. He was frozen in place as if someone had cast a spell on him. He stared at the two lights in a daze. What kind of light was that? It was clearly two eyes, two incomparably huge eyes, each of which was the size of a house. As the pair of eyes opened, a layer of golden light slowly flashed in the dark cave. The golden light grew from weak to strong and soon filled the entire space, illuminating the entire cave with golden light. Yang Kai's mouth was wide open. He could not close it for a long time. The shock in his heart could not be any greater. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed what he was seeing. In his field of vision, there was a huge golden pheasant lying in the cave. That golden pheasant looked exactly the same as Great General Xichen. However, its body was many times bigger. It was like an enlarged version of Great General Xichen. Whether it was the aura from before, the dazzling golden light, or the house-sized eyes, they all belonged to this huge golden pheasant. At this moment, Great General Xichen had already pounced in front of the strange beast. It was crying out non-stop. The strange beast's fierce eyes slowly became gentle. It was filled with love. It lowered its head and gently nudged Great General Xichen. Great General cried out even louder. He flew onto the strange beast's head and used his beak to comb its feathers. Seeing this, how could Yang Kai not understand? The enlarged golden pheasant in front of him was definitely Great General Xichen's close relative. He did not know if it was its father or mother. The chances of it being its mother were higher. Great General Xichen had come to find his family. Yang Kai had long felt that Great General Xichen was not an ordinary golden pheasant and should be some kind of strange beast with a strange bloodline. Now that he had seen its mother, this idea could be confirmed. Since Great General Xichen had a close relative, how could it have become Duanhai's pet in the fire spirit land? And looking at its mother, it was obvious that her strength was not ordinary. Duanhai was definitely not her opponent, so how did Duanhai manage to take Great General away? Could it have been Duanhai who took it away? Thinking about it, it was not impossible. If not, why would Great General Xichen ignore Duanhai's life and death and instead follow him out of the Qiqiao land? Just as he was thinking this, Yang Kai suddenly heard a voice, "Junior, thou hast an aura I hate." Yang Kai was startled. The voice sounded directly in his mind. It sounded gentle and beautiful. It was a woman's voice, but the meaning of the words was not so beautiful. He looked up and saw that the giant golden rooster in front of him was looking down at him. Its eyes, which were the size of a house, reflected his figure. Yang Kai swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked left and right. Finally, he fixed his gaze in front of him and asked carefully, "Are you talking to me?" Old Lady Xichen's eyes narrowed slightly and flashed with a dangerous aura. "What do you think?" Yang Kai's mouth twitched and he quickly cupped his fists. "Junior Yang Kai greets Senior." "May I ask Senior's name?" "I am Mia Meng." "So it is Senior Mia Meng, I have heard so much about you." Yang Kai cupped his hands again. He did not know if Mia Meng was her name or her race, but he had never heard of it before. However, this world was full of strange things, so it was normal to see things that he had never seen before. The only thing he could be sure of was that old Lady Xichen was not to be trifled with. However, although she said that he had an aura she hated, Yang Kai was not too worried. Since he had brought Xichen back, she should not do anything to him. Mia Meng quietly looked at Yang Kai, her huge eyes filled with mockery. Above her head, Grand General Xichen was muttering something. Mia Meng listened carefully and after a long time, she nodded slightly, "I understand." She then lowered her head and looked at Yang Kai. "My son said that it was all thanks to you that he was able to leave that place and return to my side." Yang Kai said firmly, "The Grand General and I felt like old friends the moment we met, and we are as close as brothers. Such a small matter is not worth mentioning." After pausing for a while, he asked curiously, "Senior, how did the Grand General end up in Kikikyo?" Mia Meng said, "He was kidnapped. My son was young and did not know how dangerous the outside world was. He accidentally got lost when he went out to play." "I see." Yang Kai nodded slightly. This was similar to what he had expected. Since Xichen had such a strong mother, he should not have gone to Qiqiao to be Duan Hai's pet. It was obvious that he had been kidnapped. Mia Meng guessed that Xichen did not have a good impression of Duan Hai, which was why he did not care whether Duan Hai was dead or alive. Instead, he came to look for Yang Kai. At this time, Elder Fong sent a message. It seemed that the few of them had also sensed Mia Meng's aura and were worried about Yang Kai's safety, so they came to ask about it. Yang Kai replied and told them to stay outside. Only when he was safe did they feel relieved. After keeping the communication device, Yang Kai said, "Senior, now that Xichen is back, you have reunited with your son. It is time for me to leave. Let us meet again in the future." Although he wanted to get some benefits from Mia Meng, since he brought Xichen back, even if he did not contribute much, he still felt uneasy when facing such a powerful being. Even if he knew that she would not do anything to him, it was better to leave first. Mia Meng's voice was pleasant to the ears, but who knew what her temper was like? If she was temperamental, he would not be able to leave even if he wanted to. "Don't be in a hurry to leave," Mia Meng said, "I need you to do me a favor." Yang Kai was stunned. "How can I help you?" "Help me leave this place." "Senior, are you trapped?" Yang Kai was surprised. He did not notice this. However, thinking about it carefully, from the beginning until now, Mia Meng had not moved at all. It seemed like she was really trapped. "But I am weak, I am afraid I am powerless." Chapter 3894. To be able to trap Mia Meng, it had to be someone stronger than her. Yang Kai did not think that he could help her. Mia Meng said, "As long as you want to." Since it had already come to this point, Kai Yang reckoned that he couldn't refuse. Feeling a bit bored, he frowned and asked, "Then what does Senior want me to do?" Mia Meng didn't answer, but the golden light on his body suddenly flickered. As the golden light flickered, Yang Kai clearly saw something that looked like chains appear, binding Mia Meng's huge body tightly. From these chains, Yang Kai felt a strange aura. Dragon race? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows in surprise. Who would have thought that Mia Meng was trapped because of the secret skill of the dragon tribe? Only the dragon tribe could use the secret skill of the dragon tribe. Yang Kai said excitedly, "Have you met a dragon race before?" Mia Meng sneered, "If not, why would I be trapped here?" It was funny to hear a golden rooster call himself I, but Yang Kai was not in the mood to care about that. He asked anxiously, "When did you meet a dragon race, and where did you meet it?" He was also a dragon race. If he could find another dragon race outside of Qinkuan, he would have found the organization. He would not have to run around like a headless fly. He might even be able to find the world tree with the help of the dragon race. Then, it would be much easier. "We met in the star field and had a conflict. I don't know where that stupid dragon is now, but there is no one good in the dragon race." Mia Meng sneered. Yang Kai was speechless. He was being scolded as well. But now, he knew what Mia Meng wanted him to help with. The dragon race secret technique could be used by a dragon race, but it could also be removed by a dragon race. If Mia Meng wanted to escape, he might be able to help. But there was one thing that Yang Kai was curious about: how do you know that I am a dragon? Yang Kai thought that he did not reveal any flaws. Mia Meng said coldly, normal people might not be able to sense the dragon race's aura, but I can. That is why my son brought you here. When Yang Kai heard this, he suddenly understood why Great General Si Chen favored him so much. Back in the Fire Spirit Land, Great General Si Chen treated him differently from the others. Then, he helped him block Du Rufeng's attack. Now, he even took the trouble to bring him here. It turned out that Great General Si Chen had sensed the dragon vein aura on him and knew that he could help his mother. Mia Meng continued, however, you don't seem to be a pure dragon. Whether or not you can help depends on the purity of your bloodline. Yang Kai frowned. What does this junior need to do? I need your dragon's blood. Kai Yang asked again, what can this junior obtain? What do you want? Mia Meng's eyes flashed with mockery. That depends on what you can give me. Although he got along well with General Si Chen, he was not related to his mother. If he helped him this time, he would have to sacrifice a lot. He had to get some benefits first. Mia Meng looked at him seriously for a while. Suddenly, he stretched his neck and stuck his head out. Yang Kai was shocked. He wanted to dodge, but Mia Meng had already pecked and retracted his head. He did not even have time to react. At the same time, Yang Kai felt that something was missing from his body. It was as if he had broken free from a layer of restraint. There was a strange sound. Yang Kai looked in the direction of the sound. There was a black centipede in Mia Meng's mouth. It was struggling. The strange sound was made by the black centipede. Flying black centipede. Yang Kai's eyes widened as he hurriedly examined his body. The centipede mark that originally existed in his Dao seal had disappeared without a trace. Looking at the black-backed centipede in Mia Meng's mouth, how could Yang Kai not know that Elder Su's trick had been broken by Mia Meng? He was overjoyed and cupped his hands. Thank you, Senior. Although Old Man Su was already dead, the presence of this thing in the Dao seal was really unsettling. Yang Kai had planned to find a way to get rid of it after he broke through to the heaven-splitting realm, but who would have thought that this flying black-back centipede would be so easily removed by Mia Meng? This effortless action made Yang Kai deeply aware of Mia Meng's strength, and he couldn't help imagining just how tyrannical the dragon race who could trap Mia Meng with their dragon race secret technique was. Mia Meng raised his neck and swallowed the black centipede. He said calmly, "Is this enough?" "Enough, enough." Yang Kai nodded. Mia Meng had done him a huge favor, so it was only right for him to return the favor. Without hesitation, Yang Kai said, "As for what you want me to do, please tell me, Senior. I only need your dragon blood. The more the better. I will deal with the rest. But before that, I want to see if your dragon blood is pure enough. If it is not, it will be useless even if I drain your blood." Yang Kai didn't waste any time and simply cut a small wound on his finger, forcing out a drop of blood before wrapping it in his Saint Chi and sending it to Mia Meng. Swallowing it down, Mia Meng's originally slightly squinted eyes suddenly widened as he stared at Yang Kai in astonishment, a strange light flashing across his eyes. "Does Junior's blood meet the requirements?" Yang Kai asked. "Yes." Mia Meng nodded. "Then, shall we begin?" Yang Kai looked at him. Mia Meng said, "Use your dragon blood to smear the chains on my body. You don't have to worry about the rest." As she spoke, the chains appeared on her body again. Yang Kai observed for a while and was speechless. Mia Meng's body was huge. The chains wrapped around her body. It would take a lot of blood to smear all over her body. However, Yang Kai had already accepted the other party's kindness, so he naturally wouldn't back down. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, "Dragon transformation." Amidst a series of crackling sounds, Yang Kai's figure quickly transformed into a 2,000-meter-long dragon, one that was not inferior to Mia Meng's in size. A powerful dragon aura spread from his body as he was covered in dragon scales, dragon horns on his head, and a lifelike dragon tail behind him. Mia Meng was even more surprised. Taking a step forward, Yang Kai arrived in front of Mia Meng in just a few steps. Forming a claw with one hand, Yang Kai clawed at the palm of his other hand, causing blood to spurt out. Reaching out, Yang Kai grabbed one of the chains and stroked it from head to tail. The chain was immediately covered in golden dragon blood. As if stimulated by the dragon blood, a dragon's roar could be heard from the chain. It shone brightly. Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to him and simply did the same thing as before, grabbing the other chains. It was a good thing to have a strong recovery ability. However, it was a little troublesome now. The wound on Yang Kai's palm showed signs of healing. He had no choice but to cut his own palm. The dragon blood kept flowing out. The chains were soon covered in golden blood, and the light flickered more and more urgently. Mia Meng's eyes were filled with excitement. After being trapped for so many years, he was just trying to break free. He never thought that he would actually have a chance to break free. How could he not be excited? In less than half an incense's time, the chains outside Mia Meng's body were covered in dragon blood. Even though Yang Kai's body was strong, he could not take it anymore. He had paid a huge price this time. He would need to rest for a while to recover. Enough. Mia Meng suddenly said. Yang Kai relaxed. He could no longer maintain the dragon form. His body shrunk rapidly and he returned to his original form. You take my son out first. Mia Meng turned to Yang Kai and ordered. Chen Great General flapped his wings and flew over to Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught him and without hesitation summoned his azure dragon spear and soared into the sky. Wherever the long spear passed, it was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, forcibly opening up a passage from underground. With a rumbling sound, Yang Kai broke free from the ground. Not far away, Old Fong and the others heard the commotion and turned to look. Before they could ask, Yang Kai shouted, "Let's go." Old Fong and the others were stunned, but they did not have time to say anything. They immediately followed behind him and flew into the sky. After flying a great distance away, Yang Kai stopped and turned around to look back, but the world fragment was still silent, not showing any signs of movement. What happened? Daiyu asked in bewilderment. General C's mother is here. She's trying to break free. Yang Kai did not have the time to explain and answered casually. General C's mother? Old Fong was stunned. He looked at the stupid chicken in Yang Kai's arms. As soon as he said that, he heard a loud noise coming from afar. He turned to look and was shocked. The huge world fragment was vibrating non-stop, and there seemed to be violent energy bursting out from within. Even standing here, he could clearly feel the fierce and powerful aura. In front of such an aura, he was as small as an ant. Old Fong was shocked. Is this caused by General C's mother? He thought that if the general was so strong, then his mother would not be so strong either. But now, it seemed that the general's mother was more than strong. Before Yang Kai could say anything, he heard a loud noise. A violent energy erupted and the world fragment shattered into pieces, shooting in all directions. Among the scattered fragments, there was a dazzling golden light. When the dust settled, a giant golden rooster came into view. It raised its head and puffed out its chest, looking majestic like a full sun. Its fierce aura made the world tremble. Old Fong gulped, and his teeth chattered. Great General, is this your mother? The general ignored him. In the distance, Mia Meng had broken free. He spread his wings and screeched. His voice was so sharp that it made people's eardrums tremble. The invisible sound waves turned into a violent energy that pushed people back. After a long time, Mia Meng retracted his wings and stopped. He walked over step by step. Old Fong's face was pale. He secretly sent a message to Yang Kai. What's her name? She calls herself Mia Meng. Yang Kai replied. Old Fong understood. Before Mia Meng could get close, he cupped his hands and shouted, Junior Fong Biki greets Senior Mia Meng. Chapter 3895. Dai Yu and Ah Sun hurriedly bowed as well. Mia Meng scanned the crowd and fixed his gaze on Yang Kai. He nodded slightly and transmitted his voice, thank you. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, Senior, you are too polite. You have also helped me a lot. We both got what we needed. Mia Meng said, it is best not to let others know that you have the dragon bloodline. Yang Kai was stunned, why is that? Mia Meng sneered, the dragon race has many enemies in the greater 1,000 worlds. If those people who have a grudge against the dragon race know that you have the dragon bloodline, what do you think will happen to you? Yang Kai felt a chill in his heart and said seriously, I will remember that. Thank you for your reminder. If that was the case, it would not be convenient for him to use the dragon form secret technique casually in the future. At the very least, he would not be able to use it casually before he grew up. Otherwise, he might cause some trouble. The arrogance of the dragon race was something that Yang Kai had experienced when he was in the star boundary. The dragon race outside of the Qian Kun realm would not be any better. Mia Meng continued, however, the dragon race is a very united race. Although they are all secretive, if something happens to you, the other dragon race will definitely take revenge for you. Therefore, if you really meet with any unavoidable danger, you might as well reveal your dragon bloodline. Perhaps others will not dare to attack you. Yang Kai cupped his fists, I understand. He paused for a while and said, Senior, if I want to find other dragon race, where should I go? Mia Meng snorted, I have already said that the dragon race is secretive. Even if you want to find them, you will not be able to find them. However, I heard that the dragon race has a dragon altar. That is the headquarters of the dragon race and is also the origin of the dragon race. However, no one knows where the dragon altar is. Only the dragon race themselves know where it is. Perhaps one day, you will be able to sense the location of the dragon altar. Improve the bloodline. Yang Kai was slightly dazed. If he wanted to improve his bloodline, he had to continue activating the origin of the golden divine dragon in his body. Although Yang Kai was already 2,000 feet tall, he could feel that the origin of the dragon race in his body was not fully activated. He still had a lot of room for growth. But the growth of the dragon race required a long time, and he could not wait. He could not afford to wait. Great Emperor Mia, he could not wait. The dragon Great Emperor. He could not wait. The dragon was the dragon. He was. And he. The great general jumped out of Yang Kai's arms and flapped its wings, flying up and down in front of Mia Meng. Mia Meng lowered his head and caught the great general in his mouth before placing it on his back. The great general chirped for a while. Mia Meng listened carefully. He then looked at Yang Kai and said, Brat, take care. The 3 golden feathers seal contains my 3 divine technique. If you are in danger, you can activate it to defend yourself. We will meet again if fate allows. Then, a gust of wind blew. Everyone could not open their eyes. By the time they came back to their senses, Mia Meng had already disappeared. The golden light in the distance was getting farther and farther away. 3 golden feathers were floating in front of Yang Kai. They looked like they were made of pure gold. There were no impurities in them. Yang Kai was stunned. He did not expect Mia Meng to leave him with such benefits before he left. It was probably the great general's last request. Before he left, the great general must have communicated something with Mia Meng. Yang Kai grabbed the 3 golden feathers and stuffed them into his space ring. Looking in the direction Mia Meng left, he raised his hand and waved goodbye. In this vast universe, after this farewell, it was likely they would never meet again. Old Fong stared at Yang Kai's ring with a fiery gaze. Although he didn't know what the 3 golden feathers Mia Meng left behind before he left, they were obviously not ordinary things. Swallowing his saliva, he asked, "What did Senior Mia Meng say to you just now?" When Mia Meng and Yang Kai had communicated just now, they had used divine sense transmissions. Old Fong and the others could not hear them at all. "Nothing much, just thanking me for helping her escape," Yang Kai casually replied. Looking around at everyone, he chuckled and asked, "Where should we go now?" The 4 of them could be considered newcomers to the outside world. Although Old Fong and Dai Yu had arrived earlier, they had stayed in the Kikikyo land for many years and had not been to other places. Their understanding of the outside world was not much better than Yang Kai and Sunday previously. With the great general leading the way, everyone at least had a goal, but now that the great general had left, they really had nowhere to go. They all felt like headless flies. Sun asked weakly from the side, "Do you want to go somewhere with me?" Yang Kai turned to look at her and asked, "Where to?" "Great Moon Province." Sun said with a guilty expression. "What is that place?" Yang Kai was puzzled. Old Fong looked at Sun thoughtfully and said slowly, "Outside the world, there are countless forces, big and small. If these forces are divided into 3 levels, the top ones are the 36 grotto heavens and the 72 blessed lands, which are guarded by upper-level heaven splitters. Below these grotto heavens and blessed lands, there are second-tier forces like the Kikikyo land, which are guarded by middle-level heaven splitters. Further down, there are many spiritual states, which do not have upper-level heaven splitters or middle-level heaven splitters. This Great Moon Province should be one of them." Sun shook her head and said, "I'm not sure, but it should be." Old Fong chuckled and said, "It seems that Miss Sun has some background. Otherwise, how would you know about a place like the Great Moon Province?" Sun couldn't help but stick out her tongue and said, "There is a senior in the Great Moon Province, and I just want to join her." Yang Kai asked curiously, Sun, didn't you say that the world you came from has collapsed and perished, and that you are the only one left?" When he first met Sun, she did say that, and Yang Kai remembered it clearly. Sun said, "Yes, that world has indeed collapsed and perished, and I am the only one left. However, a few hundred years ago, a senior from that world went back once." These words sounded familiar. Fong Tai seemed to have said the same thing. "That senior left me a token, and told me that if I ever went outside the world, I could use this token to find her." These words sounded even more familiar. Yang Kai was speechless. However, unlike Fong Tai had taken out the token and showed it to Duan Hai, while Sun had kept it a secret. Judging from the current results, Sun's approach was undoubtedly correct. The reason Fong Tai died was because he assisted Zhou Zheng and Xiang Yong in stealing the spirit fruit, but it was also because of his background. Just think about it, if that powerful master from the Black River realm learned that Fong Tai, a junior, had been recruited by the 7 openings to work as a servant, he would definitely not let this matter go. Therefore, Duan Hai had asked him to hunt down Fong Tai to prevent future trouble. If Sun had done what Fong Tai had done at that time, she might have suffered the same fate. Saying so, Sun took out a small fox. This fox was about the size of a palm and seemed to be made from some unknown spirit jade. Its entire body was white and crystal clear, and it had a lifelike appearance, as if it was a living creature. "Can we find the Great Moon Province with this?" Yang Kai was puzzled. Old Fong said, "I think that senior must have left a guide in this token." Yang Kai suddenly remembered the jade token left behind by Fong Tai. It was estimated that the function of the 2 items was the same. Both items had a guide inside them, and by relying on the guidance of these tokens, Yang Kai could find his location. That thing was still in Yang Kai's sealed world bead, so it seemed he had to deal with it as soon as possible, otherwise it would become a problem. However, just getting rid of the token wasn't enough. There were still traces left on his body, and if he didn't get rid of them, once he encountered that powerful master from the Black River realm, the other party would definitely know he was the one who killed Fong Tai. Since you have a place to go, why didn't you mention it before? Why did you follow us? Dai looked at Ah Sun and asked. Ah Sun stuck out her tongue again. I didn't dare to run around outside this world by myself, and I didn't know what kind of temperament you had before, now you know? Dai chuckled. Ah Sun hugged Dai's arm and grinned, in any case, you're not bad people. Dai glanced at Yang Kai helplessly. Yang Kai said, it's always right to be careful when you're outside. What do you think? Old Fong shrugged and said, I don't have any ideas, we'll go wherever we want. Dai said, it's up to you. We'll go wherever you want. The two of them left the decision to Yang Kai. Ah Sun understood and immediately came to Yang Kai's side, pulled his arm, and shook it vigorously. Brother Yang, come with me. Ah Sun really doesn't dare to run around alone. After we get there, if you think it's appropriate, you can also stay. My senior seems to have some authority in Great Moon Province, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to take in a few people. Don't make promises for others so casually. Yang Kai laughed and pondered for a while before saying, okay, stop shaking me. We have nowhere to go anyway, so I'll go with you. Ah Sun was overjoyed, thank you, Brother Yang. Old Fong said faintly, you're thanking only him? Ah Sun said with a smile, thank you, Brother Fong, and Senior Sister Dai. Old Fong nodded, that's more like it. Yang Kai said, but if we really go there, we don't know if we'll stay or not. We have to see what's going on there. Ah Sun kept nodding, Ah Sun knows, but brother and senior sister, don't worry. If you really want to stay, you won't be a handyman. Let's go. Yang Kai raised his hand and knocked her on the head. Ah Sun didn't seem to care. She held the white jade fox in her palm and her face suddenly became solemn. She muttered something, but no one knew what she was muttering. Then, her strength surged and poured into the fox. A white silhouette suddenly shot out from Ah Sun's palm, and turned into a 2-feet-long 3-tailed fox. The fox turned its head, and looked at everyone with its human-like eyes. Then, it started to run at a very fast speed. Needless to say, the fox was showing them the direction of Great Moon Province. Keep up! Yang Kai shouted in a low voice, and the four of them immediately followed the fox. Fortunately, the fox was running in the same direction as the crowd. In other words, they didn't waste time and journey when they accompanied the general to save his mother. Now, they were just continuing the previous path. The road ahead was long. The four of them followed the fox closely and ran into the depths of the universe. Chapter 3896. They didn't know where the Great Moon Province was, but as they followed the guide, a month passed by in a flash. The fox-shaped guide was still leading the way, but no one knew how long it would take. In the beginning, everyone's state of mind was still calm, but as time passed, they couldn't help but become impatient, especially Ah Sunday. She even began to doubt whether the guide given to her by that senior was useful or not. Otherwise, how could they not reach their destination after walking for so long? Until one day, a territory gate appeared in front of them, stretching across the void. The fox guide rushed straight towards the territory gate, but when it approached, it suddenly stopped and turned back to look at everyone. It looks like we'll have to pass through this territory gate. Yang Kai said thoughtfully. He was no stranger to territory gates. He had passed through them several times when he followed Duan Hai to the Qiqiao land, but passing through a territory gate required great strength. If one didn't have enough strength, it was very likely they would encounter danger. Could the few of them really do it? They couldn't go in vertically and come out horizontally. Not only did he think so, but Old Fong and the others obviously also had this concern, so they all stopped and frowned as they looked forward. Right at this moment, the fox, Lu Yin, suddenly shook its body and transformed into a layer of white light that enveloped everyone. The group looked at each other and their faces lit up with joy. They knew that Ah Sun Sr. had obviously considered this and knew that with Ah Sun's strength, there was no way she could pass through the territory gate. This guide actually had a protective function. Without needing to communicate, the four of them rushed into the territory gate. A feeling of dizziness hit them and their vision blurred as they found themselves in another large territory. The scenery around the star field had changed, and in that instant, they had crossed an unknown distance. After passing through the territory gate, the white light wrapped around everyone once again condensed into the shape of a fox, but at this moment, the fox was no longer as plump as before and had instead become extremely dim. It seemed that the consumption of its strength was not small. As always, with the fox guide in front and the four behind, they continued to fly forward. Another half a month later, the fox guide once again stopped in front of a territory gate. With their previous experience, everyone was familiar with the process. After they gathered together, the fox guidance turned into a layer of white light and enveloped everyone. Yang Kai took the lead and led the other three into the territory gate. However, this time, they were not as lucky as last time. When they entered the territory gate, Yang Kai immediately felt a tearing force coming from all directions. The layer of white light that enveloped everyone quickly dimmed. Yang Kai was shocked and knew that this was bad. This fox guide was given to her by Ah Sun's predecessor to guide her to the Great Moon Prefecture. That predecessor probably didn't expect that Ah Sun would not go alone, but with 3 other people. In this way, when going through the territory gate, the consumption of the guide would be several times greater. The Great Moon state was only a spiritual state. According to Old Fang's classification, it was the lowest level force in the world outside the universe. The strongest person inside was only at the 3rd stage Sky Splitter. Presumably, the strength of Ah Sun's predecessor was also limited. The guide's function naturally couldn't be that powerful. After going through the territory gate twice, the guide's power was almost exhausted. "Don't resist," Yang Kai shouted in a low voice. He stretched out his hand and summoned the Rui pouch, covering Ah Sun and the others with it. Ah Sun and the other 2 obviously noticed that something was wrong with the guide. When they saw Yang Kai's actions, they quickly understood and immediately relaxed. A figure flashed and the 3 of them were put into the Rui pouch. With 3 people gone, the speed at which the white light enveloping them dimmed slowed down a lot. However, it still quickly dimmed. Yang Kai was on tenterhooks. He didn't know what would happen to him if he didn't have the protection of the guide. He could only secretly pray that they could quickly pass through the territory gate. In the distorted spacetime, a faint light appeared in front of them. Yang Kai's spirit was shaken. He hurriedly urged the law of space and rushed in that direction. After what seemed like an instant and what seemed like a long time, Yang Kai felt his vision change. He had already rushed out of the territory gate. When he looked back, there was nothing in the void. This territory gate was the same as the realm gate in the demon territory. They were all one way, but perhaps there were 2-way ones as well. It was just that he hadn't encountered them yet. Looking down, the white light enveloping him had disappeared. Yang Kai was speechless. He released Ah Sun and the other 2 from the Rui pouch. Ah Sun asked, "What about the fox?" Yang Kai shook his head. Ah Sun's pretty face changed. She hurriedly took out the token that her predecessor had left her. The palm-sized white jade fox was now dim and covered in cracks. It seemed like it would break at the slightest touch. Needless to say, this token couldn't be activated. Ah Sun. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. "We may have implicated you." If Ah Sun was alone, the power of the travel permit should be enough to lead her safely to the Great Moon Province. However, there were suddenly 3 more people. The consumption of traveling through the territory gate was too great. Now, before they reached the Great Moon Province, the travel permit was gone. This was quite embarrassing. Ah Sun was absent-minded for a while. She obviously didn't expect this to happen. The reason why she invited Yang Kai and the others to accompany her to the Great Moon Province was that she felt that Yang Kai and the others were not bad people. The second reason was that, as she said, she didn't dare to run around outside the universe. She had just condensed a Dao seal. If she really encountered any danger, she wouldn't be able to resist. Holding the white jade fox, Sun forced a smile and shook her head. It's not your fault. I asked you to accompany me. What do we do now? Yu looked at Yang Kai and asked. It wasn't easy to find a destination. Now, the travel permit was gone and the destination was gone. Yang Kai pondered and said, the guidance of the travel permit should be correct. Since it brought us here, it means that the Great Moon Province is in this direction. But we don't know if the Great Moon Province is in this territory. If it is, we may have a chance to find it. If not, it will be troublesome. Now, it's better to ask someone. Old Fong smiled bitterly. How can we find anyone? We've wandered around outside for several months, but we haven't even seen a shadow of a person. That's because we haven't looked for it. In any large territory, there must be big or small forces. As long as we have the heart, we can always find it. What if the forces here are the same as the Qiqiao land? Then we're out of luck. Yang Kai shrugged. As they were talking, they suddenly saw a flash of light from the corner of their eyes. Yang Kai turned his head but saw nothing. He couldn't help but frown. Just as he was wondering if it was an illusion, Yu said, "Did you see it?" "You saw it too?" Yang Kai asked. Yu nodded. Something flashed. It was very far away. Old Fong craned his neck and looked in that direction, puzzled. Where did that flash? Did you see it wrong? Yang Kai shook his head. One person may see it wrong, but two people can't. Something must have flashed over there. Why didn't I see it? Old Fong suddenly exclaimed and pointed in that direction. Look over there. Can you see something? Seeing him act as if he had discovered something, Kai Yang and the others were all surprised. Looking in the direction he was pointing, they didn't see anything at first, but when Kai Yang focused his vision and continued to look forward, his eyes couldn't help but shrink. He could actually see a house in the distant void. Blinking hard, Yang Kai confirmed that there was indeed a house there. This house wasn't very big, and there seemed to be two large flags standing at the door, fluttering in the void. Yu and Sun obviously also saw it and both showed surprised expressions. Miniature universe? Yang Kai frowned. When he met Duanhai before, the door to Duanhai's miniature universe was just a door standing in the void. Now that he saw this house, he couldn't help thinking about it. I don't know, Old Fong shook his head and asked, should we go and take a look? Yu and Sun didn't speak and just looked at Yang Kai, waiting for him to make a decision. Yang Kai looked around and chuckled, it's already like this. It's rare to meet living people, so if we don't go, they will definitely be unwilling. However, we don't know what the situation is like over there for the time being. Let's observe from a distance first before making a decision. The three of them nodded together, very good. After making up their minds, the group of four flew over, but they didn't get too close. Stopping at a distance, they quietly concealed their auras and observed the situation. At first glance, they found something strange. There were actually people going in and out of the house. Although there weren't many people going in and out, it was still surprising to see so many people in this vast world. Of those people going in and out, some were in groups while others were alone. It wasn't clear how strong they were, but it was likely that not all of them had reached the heavens realm. There were definitely some like Yang Kai and the others who had condensed their own Dao seals and were on the path to the heavens realm. Little brother, look at that flag, there are words on it. Old Fong suddenly said. With his reminder, Yang Kai noticed that there was indeed a large word on the flag erected in front of the house. Looking carefully, he found that the flag on the left had the word wine on it. The flag on the right had the words, the first in, on it. Yang Kai's expression couldn't help but become strange. Daoist said, "Why does this place look like an inn?" Ah Sun's eyes widened. "It can't be." Old Fang's mouth twitched. "It's really possible." Yang Kai said thoughtfully, "There are all kinds of strange things in this world. There are people going in and out of that place, and there are also 2 large flags. If this isn't an inn, then what is it? Who built an inn here?" Old Fang still couldn't believe it. Besides, what kind of business could be built here? Did they expect passers-by to stay and eat? Whether it's true or not, we'll know once we go and take a look. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and looked at the others. Chapter 3897. After a short while, the group of 4 arrived in front of what seemed to be an inn. Outside the room was a flat area with 2 large banners inserted into the ground. There was no wind, but the banners were fluttering in the wind. Now Yang Kai and the others really had no place to go, and they were unfamiliar with this world. Most importantly, their strength was not very high, so it was rare for them to come across such a place like this one, so they naturally wanted to take a look. It would be best if they could find out where Great Moon Province was. Old Fang felt uneasy. "Brother, this isn't a scam, is it?" Yang Kai glanced back at him and chuckled. "If it really is a scam, I'm afraid it's too late to leave now." Hearing this, Old Fang's face paled. Looking up at the 2 large banners, before they could figure out what they were, a person inside the inn came out with a smile. "Honored guests, please come in." Yang Kai turned his head and saw a man dressed like a manservant nodding and bowing to him, a white cloth draped over his shoulder. He looked no different from the innkeeper Yang Kai had seen before. Yang Kai couldn't help but fall into a trance, subconsciously sweeping out with his divine sense to investigate the other party's cultivation. The result made Yang Kai extremely stunned. He couldn't see through the strength of this innkeeper at all. This guy was nodding and bowing with a smile on his face, but it was as if he didn't exist at all, which was extremely strange. Yang Kai guessed that the other party should be using some kind of artifact to hide his cultivation, otherwise, even if a heaven-opening realm master stood in front of him, he would be able to sense it. Since they were already here, it was naturally impossible for them to leave, so Yang Kai nodded lightly and led the group into the inn. From the outside, this inn didn't look strange, just a red-walled, blue-tiled building, but after entering, they discovered that there was actually something special about this inn. The lobby of the inn was not small, with more than 20 tables set up. Not only that, there was also a second floor. The hall was bustling with noise. More than 20 tables were almost full, and the guests at those tables were dressed differently. Some of them seemed to be from the same faction because their clothes were very similar, while others were different. However, they were obviously from the same group. There was a counter at the entrance. Behind the counter, a man who looked like a bookkeeper was fiddling with a golden abacus, making crackling sounds. In the lobby, waiters came and went, serving plates of exquisite dishes, the aroma wafting in the air. When Yang Kai and the others entered, the accountant looked up and ignored them, continuing to fiddle with the abacus in front of him. The manservant who led Yang Kai picked up the white cloth on his shoulder, and asked while wiping the table, "Honored guests, what would you like to eat?" "What's there to eat?" Yang Kai turned his head and looked around, asking absent-mindedly. The manservant proudly, "Honored guests, to be honest, to eat, to eat?" Old Fang chuckled, "You can even make dragon liver and phoenix gall?" The manservant said, "We do have that, but you'll have to wait for a while. We don't have any in stock. If you're not in a hurry, you can stay here for 3 to 5 years. We'll definitely find it for you." The corner of Old Fang's mouth twitched. "Really?" Yang Kai also widened his eyes. What kind of place was this? How could they even find dragon liver and phoenix gall? The manservant said, "Whether it's true or not, it depends on whether you have the patience." He put the white cloth on his shoulder and continued, "But the first inn has always been honest, or else we wouldn't be able to do business." Yang Kai coughed lightly and said, "There's no need for dragon liver and phoenix gall. Just order some of our signature dishes and a few pots of wine. Please wait a moment, we'll be right there, the manservant said, then turned around and left. This really is an inn. After the manservant left, Old Fong looked around and secretly transmitted his voice to Yang Kai, his tone full of disbelief. Yang Kai nodded. It doesn't look like a scam. Maybe we can ask the manservant for some information later and ask if the Great Moon Prefecture is in this territory. Ah Sun's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she nodded repeatedly. We must ask, we must ask. The lobby was still lively. Yang Kai coldly observed and sensed the auras of many heaven-opening realm masters. There were many heaven-opening realm masters in the lobby, but there were also some who, like them, had condensed a Dao seal but had not yet reached the heaven-opening realm. After observing, Yang Kai felt a lot more relieved. This was not a scam, and the cultivation levels of the people entering and exiting were also different. As such, they did not have to worry about their safety. The efficiency of the first inn was very high. After waiting for half a cup of tea's time, the manservant brought up the dishes. There were 4 people, 4 exquisite side dishes, a pot of soup, and 2 pots of wine. They did not know what the side dishes were made of, but they looked very appetizing. As soon as they were presented, their appetites were greatly stimulated. Ah Sun was constantly swallowing her saliva, as if she had not eaten for hundreds of years. The dishes are ready, please enjoy. The manservant said and was about to leave. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, Second brother, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Can I ask you for some information? The manservant turned around and said with a smile, the first inn is a place where all kinds of information converge. Naturally, you can also buy or sell information, depending on what you want to ask. Buy or sell information? Yang Kai frowned. Is there a fee? The manservant said, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. No matter what kind of information it is valuable in the first inn. How much is the fee? That depends on what you want to ask. Some information is very cheap, while others are very expensive. Yang Kai didn't know what to say about this kind of business, but thinking about it, it was not strange. In this vast world, it was not easy to find someone to inquire about information. Since this manservant was able to do this, it was his own ability. I only want to ask about the location of a certain force, Yang Kai said. Which force? Great Moon Province. The manservant stretched out his hand, 100 heaven-opening pills. Old Fong almost spat out the wine in his mouth. 100 heaven-opening pills? Why don't you just rob someone? Thinking about how he was only paid a few heaven-opening pills a year as a handyman in the 7 openings land, but now, asking for 100 just for some information was simply unimaginable. Looking at the wine and food in front of him, he couldn't help gulping. If asking for information was so expensive, just how much would this table of wine and food cost? He subconsciously covered his space ring. The manservant always had a smile on his face. Whether you want to ask or not is up to you. Yang Kai nodded, took out 100 heaven-opening pills from his space ring, and handed them to the manservant. The manservant took them and casually returned a jade slip to Yang Kai. The location of Great Moon Province is here, please check it for yourself. Yang Kai poured his divine sense into the jade slip and immediately saw what appeared to be a star. Carefully identifying it, Yang Kai found his current location and the location of Great Moon Province. After silently calculating for a moment, he couldn't help smacking his lips. How is it? Ah Sun asked nervously. Yang Kai handed the jade slip to her and said, it's not in this territory. We still have to pass through 2 territory gates to reach the territory where Great Moon Province is located. Ah Sun investigated and found that it was indeed as Yang Kai said, Great Moon Province was not in this territory. If she wanted to go there, she would have to continue on her way, causing her to feel a little discouraged. Yang Kai raised his head, looked at the manservant, and asked, how do we pass through the territory gates? Saying so, he handed over another 100 heaven-opening pills. The manservant replied, "Mid-rank heaven opening pills allow you to pass through at will, but below mid-rank heaven opening pills, you'll have to buy those flight-type artifacts with defensive functions, which are sold in every star market." "Is there a star market here? Where is it?" Another 100 heaven opening pills were handed over. The manservant handed Yang Kai another jade slip. "Follow the directions here and you'll be able to reach it within a month." Needless to say, this was another road map. "Have several guests just arrived outside this world?" the manservant suddenly asked. There was no need to hide this, and the questions Yang Kai just asked were all common sense, so others could easily infer this point, so Yang Kai nodded and said, "Yes." "Is that so?" The manservant pondered for a moment. "Guests have asked me 3 questions, so I'll give you some information." "Many thanks." Yang Kai cupped his fists. The manservant said, "Let's talk about our first-in first. Our first-in's business extends throughout this world, and we have branches in every large territory. In the future, if guests encounter any unsolvable problems, such as being hunted down by enemies, they can come to our first-in to take refuge. Inside the first-in, no one is allowed to use force, otherwise, they will have to bear the consequences." Yang Kai was surprised. "You can take refuge here?" The manservant smiled meaningfully. "Everyone who comes is a guest, and since you're a guest, our first-in naturally has to protect your safety. If something happens to guests in the inn, how can we do business?" He spoke lightly, but Yang Kai heard something different. He originally thought that this was just an inn, but now it seemed that there was definitely a huge background behind it, otherwise, he wouldn't dare to say such words. One had to know that outside this world, there was no lack of heaven-opening realm existences. As for the Great Moon Prefecture, the manservant smiled lightly. "Guests don't need to go to the Great Moon Prefecture. Just wait here for a while, and perhaps you'll see someone from the Great Moon Prefecture." "Why is that?" Sun hurriedly asked. "Because something happened here, so many people from various forces have come." The manservant pointed to the lobby. "Otherwise, how could there be so many people here? What happened?" Yang Kai was very curious, guessing that something big must have happened, otherwise, it wouldn't have attracted so many people. The manservant pondered for a moment and sighed. "Forget it, since you're new here, you probably don't have much money, so I'll give you this information." He handed a jade slip to Yang Kai and shook the white cloth on his shoulder. "Enjoy, if you need anything, just call me." Chapter 3898. After taking a few steps, he turned back and said, "By the way, our first-in not only sells information, but also buys information. If any guests have any useful information in the future, they can come to our first-in to sell it, as well as rare treasures. Our first-in has always been honest when doing business." The manservant withdrew and the 3 of them stared at the space ring on Yang Kai's hand. Sun asked, "What happened here? Why did that person say that as long as we waited here, we might see people from the Great Moon Province?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head and immersed his consciousness into the jade slip. After a short while, his brow rose as a look of shock appeared on his face. Glancing over at Old Fong and the others, he handed the jade slip to them. "Take a look as well." The jade slip passed through the hands of the 3 of them, and without exception, all 3 of them were shocked speechless. "The sun is about to die?" Daoist asked thoughtfully. "So, the dazzling light we caught a glimpse of before was the final radiance of the sun's star?" Yang Kai nodded. "It should be." When they had left the territory gate earlier, both he and Daoist had noticed a dazzling flash of light in the distance, but it had only lasted for a short time. At the time, they hadn't understood what was going on, but now that they had read the contents of the jade slip, they realized that it was the final radiance of a sun star before it was about to be extinguished. A sun star on the brink of destruction was a major matter no matter where it was. If that was all, it wouldn't have attracted so many forces to investigate. The crux of the matter was that sun stars contained something like sun-true gold. Normally, even heaven-opening experts would be unable to ascend a sun star, as the terrifying heat was enough to make them shrink back. However, a sun star on the brink of destruction was different. As long as they waited for the right opportunity, anyone could ascend and investigate. The sun's true gold was at least a 6th grade heaven-opening material, and it was also of the fire attribute. Not to mention, it was rumored that there was an existence called the Golden Crow Divine Palace on the Sun Star. The Golden Crow was about to die, so the Sun Star would also perish. Men die for wealth and birds die for food, this was a truth since ancient times. If there were no benefits here, how could so many people be attracted to it? Whether it was the sun's true gold that might be nurtured on the Sun Star or the Golden Crow Divine Palace that might not exist at all, they were enough to attract all the great forces in the nearby territory. The first in's business, otherwise, how could there be so many people coming here to stay and drink? Sun's true gold, old Fong, if I can obtain a piece, I won't have to worry the rest of my life. According to the Jade Slip, the sun true gold was at least a grade 6 heaven-opening material. That was something worth 15 million heaven-opening pills. Moreover, it was priceless. If it were to be sold, it could be easily sold for tens of millions of heaven-opening pills. Daoist pursed her lips and said, even if you can get it, I'm afraid you won't be able to enjoy it. Now, all the great forces in the nearby territory were gathered here, staring at the sun star that was about to perish. It was conceivable that once the sun's fire was extinguished, countless people would go to search for it. With their strength, even if they were lucky enough to find the sun's true gold, they might not be able to bring it out alive. Hearing Daoist's words, Old Fong's face darkened. He punched hard and said, damn it. Opportunities are hard to predict. We may have a chance. Yang Kai chuckled. And anyway, we have to stay here and see if we can meet the people from the Great Moon Province. Ah Sun nodded vigorously. Compared with crossing the 2 territory gates to the headquarters of the Great Moon Province, it was undoubtedly easier to wait here. If they were lucky, they might meet the people from the Great Moon Province. At that time, Ah Sun could go and meet them. You're right. Then, let's try our luck. Old Fong looked at Yang Kai inquiringly. Yang Kai nodded and said, that's all we can do. After the discussion was settled, the 4 of them immediately relaxed. They drank and ate, chatting about anything under the sun. It had to be said that this first-in had an excellent chef, and the food he made was delicious. The 4 of them finished all the dishes on the table, leaving nothing behind. After calling the waiter over to settle the bill, Yang Kai's hands trembled when he saw that it was 200 heaven-opening pills. Although he had made a small fortune from the dead people before, receiving hundreds of thousands of heaven-opening pills, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to last much longer if he continued to spend like this. He asked the waiter when the sun star would extinguish, but the waiter said he didn't know. This situation had been going on for 3 years now, so it would take at least a few more months to see the result. After all, the death of a sun star was not something that could be seen in a short time. Left with no choice, they could only stay here. The accommodation was also very expensive. A room cost 500 heaven-opening pills a day and a night, and there was no bargaining. However, there was an advantage to staying here, which was that they provided free food. Whether you ate or not, the price was still there. Originally, they wanted to get a room and squeeze in with the 4 of them. Anyway, they didn't need to sleep. They stayed here mainly to wait for the people from the Great Moon Province, and secondly, to see the situation of the sun star. If there was a chance, Yang Kai wouldn't mind getting involved. Unexpectedly, the waiter didn't agree. The waiter told Yang Kai that a room here could only accommodate 2 people at most, and he would have to get a new room if there were more. Since they were in other people's territory, they naturally had to abide by their rules. They had no choice but to get 2 rooms, one for each man, and one for Daoist, a girl. In total, they had to spend 1,000 heaven-opening pills a day. Ah Sun had no idea about this number, but Lao Fong and Daoist felt their hearts bleed. They both tried to persuade Yang Kai to wait outside. Yang Kai didn't agree. Their strength was too low, and at least their safety was guaranteed if they stayed in the first inn. If they really stayed outside, no one knew what would happen. Now that there were people coming and going outside all day, who knew if they would encounter some evil people? The waiter led Yang Kai to the counter to get the room card, and then politely escorted the four of them into the inner courtyard. Before leaving, Yang Kai asked him to pay more attention to the news of the Great Moon Province, and to inform him if someone from the Great Moon Province came. The waiter agreed without hesitation. The two rooms were next to each other. In this way, if something really happened, it would be convenient for them to take care of each other. They agreed to meet once every 3 days, and then go to inquire about the news. Yang Kai and Lao Fang entered the room and looked around. The room was not big, with only a bed, a table, and a chair. It was barely enough for 2 people, but it would be too crowded for 4 people. Lao Fang said, "Brother, you sleep on the bed. I'll sleep on the floor." The money for the room was paid for by Yang Kai, so Lao Fang was too embarrassed to compete with him, let alone compete. Yang Kai didn't bother to be polite with him. He sat cross-legged on the bed, took out the shadowless gauze, and silently refined it. The matter of the sun's star involved too many people, and all forces had gathered here. If he really wanted to get involved, it would be too difficult for him to do so with his current strength. Thus, the shadowless gauze was very important. Yang Kai had been refining it during the journey, but it seemed to be of a high grade, so refining it was a little troublesome, so he hadn't completely refined it until now. At this time, it was naturally more important to refine it quickly. At a critical moment, this thing might be able to save his life. Time flew by, and 3 days passed. At the appointed time, the 4 of them walked out of their rooms and met in the lobby. They chatted while inquiring about the news from all sides. There was nothing special. The people from the Great Moon State had not arrived yet, and the sun star was still in a half-dead state. From time to time, it would erupt with dazzling light, and no one knew when the sun's fire would be extinguished. After eating and drinking for a while, they didn't need to pay. Anyway, it was all included in the room fee, so they went their separate ways. For the next 3 months, the 4 of them stayed in the first inn and had become regular customers here. The room price was 1,000 heaven opening pills a day, so in 1 month it would be 30,000, so in 3 months it would be 90,000. Yang Kai's wallet shrank by nearly half. Every 3 days, they would meet, but after staying here for 3 months, they didn't get any information they wanted, which was really discouraging. However, they became familiar with the servants and the cashier at the counter. If they wanted to inquire about something, they could give them a discount. Yang Kai also found that there was a mysterious landlady in the first inn. He had only seen her 3 times in 3 months. She was a charming woman, smiling all day long. Every time she came out of the backyard, she would go to the tables and say a few words to the guests, asking them how they ate and how they lived. She was a person who knew how to dance. There were all kinds of guests coming and going. When they saw the landlady's outstanding appearance, they would casually tease her. The landlady didn't get angry, and instead, she would talk and laugh with them. However, Yang Kai saw with his own eyes a fellow who wanted to take advantage of the landlady. As a result, he was casually thrown out of the first inn by the landlady, and even the people from that faction were chased out. Moreover, they could no longer enter the first inn. Not only this first inn, but the entire first inn outside of this universe would not accept them. It was also at that time that Yang Kai vaguely saw the landlady's strength. At the very least, she was a mid-rank heaven-opening pill. As for what mid-rank she was, Yang Kai couldn't tell. Thinking about it, no matter how great the background behind the first inn was, for a branch to be opened here, there would definitely be a powerhouse overseeing it. Only then would they be able to deter some small fry. During these 3 months, although he hadn't obtained any information, Yang Kai wasn't without any gains. The shadowless yarn had been completely refined, and now he was refining the 6 harmonies Rui pouch. However, The 6 Harmonies Rui pouch from Elder Su was of a higher grade than the shadowless yarn, so refining it was naturally more difficult. Fortunately, in order to get Yang Kai to bring him into the Qiqiao lands, Elder Su had specially taught him a refining method. Furthermore, Elder Su had also helped Yang Kai refine it once, so Yang Kai was able to quickly learn it. It wouldn't take long for him to completely refine it. Chapter 3899. One day, 4 months after he entered the first inn, Old Fong, who was meditating on the ground, suddenly heard Yang Kai calling out to him. He quickly opened his eyes, but before he could ask what Yang Kai wanted, he saw a black shadow looming over him. Old Fong was shocked and hurriedly tried to dodge, but the black shadow seemed to have the effect of sealing the world, making him feel that he couldn't avoid it. In a moment of absent-mindedness, his vision turned dark and he entered a dark space. Old Fong blinked and suddenly realized that he had been sucked into Yang Kai's bag. Recalling Yang Kai's recent performance, he hurriedly called out, "Little brother, did you succeed in refining it?" Yang Kai's voice came, "I can barely activate it." On the bed, Yang Kai held the 6 Unity Wish bag in his hand, frowning slightly. Although this bag had been in his hands before, he could only open and close it, unable to activate its power. Now that he had refined it, he could barely use it to defend against enemies. This thing felt similar to the sealed world bead, both of which could be forcefully sucked in, and depending on the strength of the enemy, the cost was different. However, Yang Kai was the master of the sealed world bead, so he could do whatever he wanted with it. In this regard, the wish bag was inferior to the sealed world bead. However, the wish bag didn't only have the ability to suck people in, it also had many restrictions and killing arrays that could be activated. This time, Yang Kai used Old Fong as an experiment, so he didn't need to activate any of the restrictions and released him in the blink of an eye. Old Fong stared at the wish bag in Yang Kai's hand with envy. What a good treasure. He had lived for many years, but he had never seen such a secret treasure. Yang Kai didn't comment and stood up. "Let's go out and take a look." Together with Old Fong, Yang Kai walked out of the backyard and into the lobby. Yang Kai was startled. The lobby, which used to be extremely noisy, was now extremely quiet. The tables in the lobby were empty. Looking up, Yang Kai saw the bookkeeper behind the counter working on his golden abacus, and in the corner of the hall, the manservant was dozing off on a stool. What's going on? Old Fong looked around in confusion. Yang Kai was also baffled. He went straight to the manservant and patted him, saying, "Get up." The servant shivered and crawled up to take a look. Seeing that it was Yang Kai, he said, "Ah, it's you." Saying this, he weakly lay back down. After working together for a few months, they had become familiar with each other. The manservant was no longer as enthusiastic as before and spoke much more casually. "Where are the people here? Why are they all gone?" Yang Kai asked. The servant turned over and pointed at the door. "They've all gone out." Hearing this, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. Did something happen to the Sun Star? The reason why so many guests had been waiting at the first inn was because they were waiting for Sun Star. Now that they had all run out, it was obvious that something had happened. The manservant said, "Yes, it seems that the fire of the sun is about to be extinguished, so they are all rushing to try their luck." Suddenly, he sat up and looked at Yang Kai, saying, "By the way, the people from the Great Moon Prefecture are also here. They are all at the Sun Star." Yang Kai looked solemn and said to Old Fong, "Call Dai Yu and the others." "No need to call them." Dai Yu's voice came from behind. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Dai Yu and Ah Sun coming out of the backyard. "I heard it. What should we do now?" Yang Kai looked at Ah Sun and said, "Let's go find the people from the Great Moon Prefecture first. We'll make plans later." The fire of the sun was about to be extinguished, so it was imperative to explore the Sun Star. The 4 of them were too weak. If they could take shelter under the wings of the Great Moon Prefecture, they might have a chance. Naturally, no one had any objection to this and immediately set off. The manservant got up and shouted, "Do you want to keep the 2 rooms for you?" "Keep my ass. I'll never stay in this unscrupulous inn again." Yang Kai didn't even look back. He had lived here for 4 months and spent more than 100,000 yuan on the room. If he hadn't made a fortune, he wouldn't have been able to afford it. No matter what the result was, Yang Kai would never return to this shabby inn again. If he saw it in the future, he would take a detour. The manservant pointed at Yang Kai's back and said, "Boy, if you have the guts to call this unscrupulous inn in front of the landlady, she will skin you alive." Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. No one knew where he had gone. They flew forward for a few days, but they didn't reach their destination. On the way, they met some people who were also on the way. All of them had powerful auras, which made the 4 of them frightened. But in this way, they were sure that they were going in the right direction. After flying for a few more days, a dazzling light suddenly erupted in front of them, illuminating more than half of the star field. At the same time, a scorching power rippled out. Even though they were far away, Yang Kai could still feel the purity of this power. His heart warmed, knowing that the true sun gold in the solar star was not just a rumor. The reason why he was so enthusiastic about this matter was that he really wanted to join in on the fun and take the opportunity to see the foundation of the great forces outside this universe. Secondly, he wanted to help Ah Sun recognize her ancestors. Thirdly, and most importantly, he had now condensed the power of the wood element. From wood to fire, the next thing he needed to do was to condense the power of the fire element. However, because the power of the wood element was high, he had to look for high-grade heaven-opening materials. Otherwise, it would be a waste. However, high-grade heaven-opening materials were hard to come by, and the true sun gold would undoubtedly meet the requirements. The true sun gold had the word gold in its name, but it was not a metal material, but a genuine fire element material. The goal Yang Kai set for himself was to reach the 7th order heaven opening realm at the very least. Only by reaching the 7th order heaven opening realm would he have the opportunity to use the heaven opening pill to reach the peak of the 8th order or even the 9th order in the future. Even the lowest grade of true sun gold was a 6th order material, and if he was lucky, it was not impossible to find a 7th order material. If not for this, with so many great forces coveting him, how could he have dared to wade into these muddy waters? As they were flying forward, a strong sense of oppression suddenly came from behind them. Everyone was startled and turned around to see a large ship rapidly approaching them, heading straight for the 4 of them. This ship was obviously an excellent flight-type artifact and was extremely fast. When everyone saw it, it was still quite a distance away, but in the blink of an eye, it was already halfway there, and by the time they recovered, it was already right in front of them. The ship did not slow down at all, as if it had not noticed the existence of the 4 of them and simply continued forward. Yang Kai's complexion changed dramatically and he shouted, "Scatter!" Although the 4 of them were quite strong and had all condensed their own Dao seals, if they were hit by this ship, they would not have a good end. As soon as these words were spoken, the 4 of them scattered to the sides. Almost at the same time, the ship sailed past them and disappeared into the distance. The 4 of them gathered again, Old Fang's expression extremely ugly. Which great force does this belong to? How ridiculous, they couldn't even see 4 living people, are they blind? Daoist smiled bitterly, all right, we're fine, they probably didn't put us in their eyes. They're too much of a bully, Old Fang said indignantly. Yang Kai sighed, if you don't want to be bullied, you can only become stronger first. Saying so, his brow suddenly furrowed as the ship in front of them suddenly turned around and began speeding towards them. Old Fang's face suddenly turned pale as he asked in a trembling voice, what are they doing? Did they hear what I said just now? Yang Kai said in a low voice, if the situation turns bad, run quickly. Although he did not know why the other party had returned, it was obviously nothing good. If they really fought, the 4 of them would definitely not be a match for the other party. If that happened, one of them would have to run away. Daoist and the others nodded solemnly. At this moment, the big ship stopped not far in front of the crowd, and on the bow deck, a tall figure appeared, looking down at Yang Kai and the others. This person seemed to be a young man in his late 20s, and in his arms were two stunning beauties. The two women were dressed quite impudently, exposing large areas of their snow-white skin. One on the left and one on the right of the young man, their charming eyes were like silk, and their breaths were like orchids. Smiling, they followed the young man as he looked down below. Daoist and Ah-sun both blushed. The young man's eyes only swept over Yang Kai for a moment before turning to look at Ah-sun and Daoist, smiling slightly as he asked, "Are the two girls also going to Sun Star?" The young man's smile was very hearty, and coupled with his good looks, he gave off a very clean and pure aura, but when she saw the two women in his arms, Daoist knew what kind of person he was. The reason why the ship had returned was probably because of this. She didn't want to answer, but the situation was better than her, so she could only nod for fear of angering the other party. "Yes." The young man said, "What a coincidence, this young master is also going there. Would the two of you like to come with me?" The speed of this young master's flight-type artifact is not slow, much faster than flying like the two of you. Daoist squeezed out a smile and said, "No need, I have companions, we just want to travel together." The young man glanced over at Yang Kai and Old Fong before chuckling, "Since that's the case, let's all come together, two more won't make any difference." This. Daoist suddenly felt awkward, regretting that she hadn't made things clear. Now that she was riding a tiger, it was impossible to get off. Although she didn't know which great force this young man came from, she knew he was definitely not someone she could provoke. If she really boarded this ship, her life or death would be at his mercy. Just as she didn't know how to refuse, Yang Kai stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Thank you for your kindness, but my brother and sister are strangers to your excellency, so we won't bother your excellency any longer." Saying so, he called out to everyone, "Let's go." The young man's smile didn't falter as he stared at Yang Kai and said, "If this young master doesn't speak, where do you think you're going?" Yang Kai frowned and looked over. "What does your excellency want?" The young man sighed. "There are always some ignorant people in this world who don't know how to appreciate kindness. Generally speaking, such people don't live long." Yang Kai sneered softly, "I don't know where your excellency is from, but we disciples of the Great Moon Province are not to be bullied." Chapter 3900. Yang Kai had done this kind of thing many times. Now that the four of them were alone, it would not do them any good if they really had a conflict with the other party. However, Yang Kai was not familiar with the nearby large territory and did not know what kind of forces there were. He only knew that there was one Great Moon Prefecture, so he could only borrow its name for the time being. Anyway, Ah-sun had some connections with the Great Moon Prefecture, so he was not afraid of being exposed. Therefore, Yang Kai said it calmly, but Lao Fong and the others felt uneasy. The young man frowned when he heard this. "Great Moon Prefecture? You're from the Great Moon Prefecture?" "Yes." Yang Kai replied in a deep voice, looking calm. The young man's expression suddenly became a little tired. Although the Great Moon Prefecture was not a powerful force, his background was not very powerful, and was basically on par with that of the Great Moon Prefecture. When Yang Kai mentioned the Great Moon Prefecture's name, he was a little afraid of taking action. However, he was a little unwilling to leave just like that, as if he was afraid of the Great Moon Prefecture. While he was hesitating, an old man stepped forward and whispered, "Young master, the fire of the sun is about to be extinguished. The matter over there is more important. It's better not to complicate things." The young man snorted, stared coldly at Yang Kai and the others, and then disappeared from the deck. After a short while, the big ship moved forward again, and in the blink of an eye, it was thousands of miles away. Watching the big ship leave, Lao Fong and the others breathed a heavy sigh of relief. They finally felt relieved. Daoist glanced at Yang Kai and chuckled. "You're really good." She admired Yang Kai's ability to adapt. At that time, he could think of a way to get out of the situation. His reaction was extraordinarily fast. Yang Kai sighed and said, "Let's go. Be careful." Suddenly encountering such a group of people made the four of them more vigilant. They had not had much contact with people outside the universe before, so they did not know what the atmosphere here was like. Now, it seemed that there was no difference between the universe world and the universe world. Strength was respected. If one was strong enough, they could do whatever they wanted. If one was not strong enough, they could only pinch their noses and accept it. Fortunately, nothing similar happened along the way. Although many flight-type artifacts flew past them, none of them seemed to be looking for trouble. Yang Kai estimated that everyone's attention was on the sun star, so few of them had the leisure to stir up trouble. As they moved forward, a huge star gradually came into view. It was a dark red star. Scorching energy lingered on the star, distorting the space around it. The sun was about to die, and it would no longer have its former glory. If that wasn't the case, who would dare to approach it? The further they went, the hotter it became. The four of them had no choice but to circulate their strength to resist the scorching heat. After flying for a few more days, they finally arrived at the periphery of the sun's star. From a distance, Yang Kai and the others saw a number of figures and flight-type artifacts hovering in the void. Obviously, these were the forces from the nearby large territory who had heard the news and wanted a piece of the pie. Among them, Yang Kai also saw some familiar faces, all of whom he had met in the first and before. The sun star was huge, so the surrounding space was naturally huge as well. Although there were many people here, the distance between them was not close. Now that everyone was waiting for an opportunity, there was no conflict. Yang Kai and the others were weak and did not dare to get too close. Stopping far away, Yang Kai turned to Ah Sun and said, "The first in servant said that the people from Great Moon Province are here, but how to find them depends on you." Did that senior mention any special signs in Great Moon Province? Ah Sun shook her head, "No, he didn't." Yang Kai frowned, "Then when you saw that senior, was there anything special about his clothes? Look around and see if anyone here is wearing anything similar to that senior's." "Nothing special, it seems to be just ordinary clothes. He gave me the white jade fox and told me that if I ever went outside the universe, I could use it to find him." Yang Kai and Dayu exchanged a glance after hearing this, the latter saying, "This is a bit troublesome. Without any clues, how can we find so many people? We can't just ask them one by one." Yang Kai shook his head. If he were to ask them one by one, not only would it be a waste of time, but if he were to meet someone with a good temper, such as the great force he had encountered before, it would be a complete waste of time. If he were to meet someone with a bad temper, such as the great force he had encountered before, it would be like throwing a meat bun at a dog. "Let's look around first, maybe that senior is also here. If so, Ah Sun will definitely recognize him," Yang Kai thought for a moment and said. Ah Sun nodded, "If I really see him, I will definitely recognize him." Then there was nothing more to say and the four of them immediately began searching. Flying around the periphery of Sun Star, not daring to approach any of the great forces, they simply looked from afar and eliminated them one by one. After a few days, they found nothing. However, the four of them were able to see many strange flying artifacts. The great ship-like artifacts were the most common, but there were also palace-like artifacts, which were not surprising. The Flowing Time Temple was an extraordinary artifact that Yang Xiao and Yang Shui could use to fly after refining it. There were also people riding strange flying beasts. At first glance, these strange flying beasts were extremely powerful and it was unknown how they were tamed. Old Fong and the others were extremely envious, all of them saying that if they could subdue such a spirit beast, they would be able to go anywhere in the world. After several days of fruitless searching, Ah Sun couldn't help feeling a little discouraged. Yang Kai also felt that searching aimlessly like this was not a good idea, so after pondering for a moment, he said, "Ah Sun, let me take a look at that white jade fox." Ah Sun nodded and took out the white jade fox. Since passing through the second territory gate, there were many cracks on the white jade fox, as if it could collapse at any time. Moreover, no more fox phantoms appeared when he poured his strength into it. Holding the white jade fox, Yang Kai carefully poured his strength into it. He could feel that the white jade fox was absorbing his strength, but there was not much change. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and handed the white jade fox back to Ah Sunday. Looking at the three of them, he said, "Now there is only one way, ask them one by one. I don't think we need to ask too many people. There must be someone who knows the people of Great Moon Province and has seen them. As long as we ask these people, we will naturally know where the people of Great Moon Province are at this moment." Dayu nodded, "That's the only way." Just as they were discussing, in a wing room of a large ship on the periphery of Sun Star, a bearded man who was meditating suddenly opened his eyes. A look of surprise flashed across his eyes as he let out a soft cry of surprise. In a flash, he came to the deck and looked somewhere in the void. Martial Uncle Wei. On the deck, several people dressed as disciples all cupped their hands and saluted when they saw the man. The man surnamed Wei waved his hand, indicating that they should go about their business and continue looking in that direction. A woman came from behind and followed his gaze, asking curiously, "Brother Wei, what are you looking at?" The man surnamed Wei turned his head and glanced at her, grinning. "Junior Sister Tao, do you remember that junior of mine I told you before?" The woman surnamed Tao thought for a moment and seemed to remember something. "Is it that person from the Qianquan world you came from?" The man surnamed Wei nodded, "The only surviving junior. The last time he went back, that world was already collapsing. Now that he thought about it, it should have already collapsed. That world no longer existed, and he and that junior were the final proof that that world once existed. What's wrong with her?" Junior Sister Tao was puzzled. "Why do you suddenly mention this?" Brother Wei grinned, "She's here. She's nearby." Junior Sister Tao covered her red lips with her hand. "Really? How do you know?" Brother Wei said, "I just know. In any case, she's definitely here. Junior Sister Tao, take care of this place, I'll be right back." Saying so, he took a step forward and quickly flew off. On the other side, Yang Kai and the others had finished their discussion and were preparing to act when a burly figure suddenly blocked their path. Yang Kai was shocked and stepped in front of everyone, vigilantly staring at the newcomer. This person had a full beard, brows like a lion's mane, and a nose like a hanging gallbladder. He was dressed in martial arts robes, and his exposed muscles were bulging. Sweeping out with his divine sense, Yang Kai sensed that this person was a heaven-opening realm cultivator, and his heart trembled, cupping his fists and "Greetings, senior. Is there something you need?" Brother Wei glanced at Yang Kai and chuckled before tilting his head and looking at Ah Sun, who was behind Yang Kai. "Little son, don't hide, I see you." Ah Sun's body trembled as she jumped out from behind Yang Kai in surprise and joy, staring in front of her in disbelief, and after seeing the newcomer's face, she couldn't help calling out, "Senior? Heh, you actually found me. You're really something." Senior Brother Wei laughed loudly, his beard trembling non-stop. He looked extremely happy. Ah Sun's eyes suddenly turned red. All the grievances she had suffered recently came flooding back to her, and tears streamed down her face like a broken string. Brother Wei's face twitched when he saw this, and he said with a bitter expression, "Why are you crying? Don't cry, did I scare you?" It would have been better if he hadn't said anything, but as soon as he spoke, Ah Sun burst into tears, lowered her head, opened her arms, and threw herself into Brother Wei's arms like a swallow returning to its nest, her tears instantly soaking his clothes. Senior Martial Brother Wei's big hand froze in the air. He had never expected that his next meeting with Ah Sun would be in such a situation. It made him feel very uncomfortable. He coughed lightly and said in a muffled voice, "Why are you crying? Did someone bully you? Tell me who bullied you, I'll stand up for you." As he spoke, his bell-like eyes swept over Yang Kai and the others. Yang Kai and the others' skin tensed up, and Old Fong quickly waved his hand and said, "Senior, please understand, we didn't bully Miss Ah Sun, we've been protecting her all this time." Brother Wei snorted, "I don't think you would dare." "Senior." Ah Sun choked, home is gone." Chapter 39:01. Senior Brother Wei suddenly realized that it wasn't that Ah Sun was bullied by someone, but that her home was gone. In an instant, his expression darkened, and he patted Ah Sun's head. "From now on, wherever I am, will be your home." Ah Sun buried her head in his arms again and cried loudly. Seeing this, Yang Kai could not help but feel emotional. The current situation of the astral boundary was not very optimistic. After Mo Sheng's torment, the entire astral boundary was in a mess, and only the world tree could repair it. What if he could not find the world tree? Would the astral boundary be completely destroyed, just like Ah Sun's homeland? At that time, many people would be displaced. This made him even more determined to find the world tree and return to repair the astral boundary. After crying for a while, Ah Sun finally calmed down. She walked out of Brother Wei's arms with a red face, feeling embarrassed. She had lost control of her emotions just now mainly because she had experienced so many dangers along the way. It was not easy to meet the last person from the same world as her, so she could not control her emotions. Now that she had calmed down, she felt even more embarrassed. Senior Brother Wei laughed heartily and patted Ah Sun's little head. "You still know how to be shy. Good, it seems like you're living a good life." Raising his head, he looked at Yang Kai and nodded, "You're very good." Just now, when he had rushed over, Kai Yang had immediately stood in front of the others to block him. Even though he didn't know the strength of the other party, he was still able to act like this. This showed that this youth was a very responsible person, which gave Senior Brother Wei a very good impression of Kai Yang. "Senior, you flatter me," Yang Kai said politely. "Little son, aren't you going to introduce your friends to me?" Brother Wei looked down at Ah Sunday. Ah Sun wiped her eyes and calmed down before introducing them one by one. Through her introduction, Yang Kai and the others learned that the burly man's name was Wei Kei, and they naturally bowed again. Wei Kei waved his hand generously. "Don't be so polite. Since you're little son's friends, you're not outsiders. Come with me to a safe place first. It's up to you." Yang Kai and the others naturally had no objections. This time, they came with the intention of seeking shelter under the wings of the Great Moon Province. Wei Kei immediately led them to the station of the Great Moon Province. As he flew, he asked, "Little son, how did you find this place? Didn't I ask you to take the token to find me in the Great Moon Province?" He was very curious about this. If he hadn't sensed the aura of his token, he wouldn't have believed that Ah Sun could find this place. After all, this place was too far away from the Great Moon State. "It's a long story." Ah Sun stuck out her tongue awkwardly. Wei Kei smiled and said, "Then take your time. There's nothing important anyway." Ah Sun immediately told him what happened after she jumped out of the Qianquan world. Wei Kei's face was as black as the bottom of a pot when he heard that Ah Sun was taken to the Qiqiao land as a servant for more than half a year. Then he learned that the Qiqiao land had a great change and that more than one Earth Protector Venerable had died, and Lord of Qiqiao was seriously injured. His face changed again. "No wonder I didn't see anyone from the Qiqiao land this time. Something must have happened. If the Qiqiao land hadn't had a great change some time ago, and the fire of the sun was about to be extinguished, how could the Qiqiao land not participate? Although the Qiqiao land wasn't close to here, it wasn't too far either." "And then?" Wei Kei asked. Ah Sun glanced at Yang Kai and didn't mention the general's search for his family. She only said that after they escaped from the Qiqiao land, they activated the White Jade Fox and went to the Great Moon Province under the Fox's lead. Who knew that the Fox lost its function after passing through 2 territory gates? Wei Kei's expression was a little awkward. Well, the situation is like this. I didn't expect you to bring so many friends with you. Ha ha ha. So when I was refining that fox, I made a mistake and made you suffer. Sun shook her head and said, Senior, don't say that. If it weren't for the fox, we wouldn't have found this place. Although there were some twists and turns along the way, I still found you. I'm satisfied. That's right. Anyway, you and I met outside the Qianquan world. Stay in the Great Moon Province. As long as I don't die, I can guarantee your safety. Thank you, Senior. Sun pursed her lips and nodded, then looked at Yang Kai and the others. Wei Kei said, Your friends, if you want, can stay in the Great Moon Province. I have some status in the Great Moon Province, so it's not difficult for me to take in a few people. Old Fong and Dai Yu were overjoyed when they heard this. Yang Kai also hurriedly said, Thank you, Senior. While talking, they came in front of a big ship. Wei Kei led everyone directly to the deck, which was already full of people. The leader was a woman in a palace dress, looking at them with a smile. Yang Kai and the others looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They had seen this big ship from a distance before, but they didn't see Wei Quebec. They guessed that he was in the cabin at that time and didn't show up, so they missed him. Fortunately, Wei Kei took the initiative to meet them later, otherwise they would have to ask them one by one. Brother Wei, have you found them? The woman in the palace dress glanced at Yang Kai and the others, but she couldn't be sure who was Wei Kei's junior. Wei Kei reached out and pulled Sun in front of him. He laughed and said, Come, come. Greet your martial Uncle Tao. Sun bowed obediently, Greetings, martial Uncle Tao. Martial Uncle Tao looked at Sun and smiled, What a beautiful little girl. What's your name? Sun. Sun lowered her head, a little embarrassed. You have a nice name. Martial Uncle Tao nodded, You must have had a hard journey. You're home now. If anyone bullies you in the future, tell Martial Uncle Tao. Martial Uncle Tao will stand up for you. Thank you, Martial Uncle Tao. Sun's eyes reddened again. She had been alone for so many years. Suddenly, someone cared for her so much. She couldn't help but feel like she was in a dream. Everything was so unreal. You little girl. Wei Kei felt a headache coming, Why do you cry so easily? Martial Uncle Tao glared at Wei Kei, Haven't you heard that women are made of water? What's wrong with crying? She reached out and pulled Sun into her arms, patting her shoulder lightly. Wei Kei scratched his head, Is that so? He didn't quite understand, so he put his hands on his waist and looked around at the other disciples of Great Moon State on the deck. You little brats, listen up. From today onwards, little Sun, is my personal disciple. She's also your little junior sister. You're not allowed to bully her in the future. Do you hear me? If anyone dares to bully her, I'll skin them alive. A young man giggled, Martial Uncle Wei, what are you saying? Our little junior sister is so cute. We can't wait to dote on her, so why would we bully her? The group nodded vigorously. Wei Kei snorted, That better be the case. Martial Uncle Tao said, Brother, is your cultivation method suitable for little Sun, I can't imagine what such a delicate beauty will become after a few years of your training. Wei Kei blinked and said firmly, What's the point of cultivation method being suitable or not? It's fine as long as she can become stronger. He turned his head to look at the group of disciples, Am I right? The group of people led by the young man from before said in unison, Martial Uncle Wei is right. Martial Uncle Tao chuckled, It's useless to ask them. Who in Great Moon State dares to disagree with you? Brother, if you're not worried, how about this? I'll take little Sun, as my disciple. I'll definitely teach her well when she cultivates with me in the future. You want to take her in? Wei Kei looked at his junior sister in astonishment. Martial Uncle Tao said, Why? Brother, are you reluctant to let her go? Wei Kei laughed. What's there to be reluctant about? It's all up to little son, He looked at Ah Sun and said, Little son, let me ask you, are you willing to cultivate with me or with your martial uncle Tao? Ah Sun raised her head to look at Wei Kei and then at martial uncle Tao. She lowered her head and said, Senior, you can decide. I have no objections. She was new here, so she didn't have any opinions. Martial uncle Tao immediately said, then it's settled. I'll take little son, as my disciple. The decision was made. Wei Kei immediately said, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and greet your master. With that said, he gave Ah Sun a push. Ah Sun was quick to react and hurriedly bowed down. Disciple Ah Sun greets master. Martial uncle Tao accepted her bow and helped her up with a smile. This place is simple and crude. We'll talk about the apprenticeship ceremony when we return to Great Moon State. Let me give you a gift first. With that said, she reached out to take a jade hairpin from her hair and stuffed it into Ah Sun's hand. This is a defensive artifact. Refine it well. It can save your life at a critical moment. Wei Kei's expression changed slightly. Why are you giving this away? It's too precious. No. Take it back and give her something else later. Martial uncle Tao chuckled. I'm giving it to my own disciple. What does that have to do with you? Wei Kei was speechless. A group of Great Moon State disciples looked on enviously. Their junior sister had been fought over by two martial uncles as soon as she arrived. Now that she had become martial uncle Tao's disciple, she even received such a precious artifact as a gift. Which disciple present would receive such treatment? However, there was no point in being envious. Ah Sun had a relationship with martial uncle Wei and martial uncle Tao had been in love with martial uncle Wei for many years. However, martial uncle Wei was stupid and did not realize it. Martial uncle Tao's actions were clearly an act of loving Ah Sun's dog. It was not just the Great Moon State disciples who were envious. How could old Fong and Dai Yu not be envious? They had all escaped from the Qiqiao land and had traveled side by side through the wind and rain. Now that they were here, Ah Sun had suddenly become a hot commodity. However, even though they were envious, they were mostly happy. Although they had only known each other for a few months, Ah Sun's pure personality was indeed likable. After taking in a disciple, martial uncle Tao was also in a good mood. She looked at Yang Kai and the others and asked, these are, Ah Sun hurriedly said, Master, they are my friends. It's all thanks to them that I was able to come all the way here. Chapter 3902. Since they are your friends, they are not outsiders. The woman surnamed Tao looked at Yang Kai and the others and nodded slightly with a smile on her face. Yang Kai and the others hurriedly saluted, greetings, senior. Wei Kei said, they all have a hard life. Like little son, they don't have a place to go. There is no other way out of this universe. I just promised them that if they are willing, they can stay in the Great Moon Prefecture in the future. Junior Martial Sister Tao, what do you think? Of course, it's up to you, brother. The woman surnamed Tao nodded. I believe the chief will not refuse newcomers. Then it's settled. Wei Kei chuckled and looked at Yang Kai and the others. You must be tired after such a long journey. Go and rest first. He turned his head and ordered the smiling young man, Boy Meng, arrange a few rooms for them. Yes. The young man responded and beckoned to Yang Kai, please follow me. Yang Kai and the others had no objection and hurriedly followed. After crossing the deck and stepping into the cabin, the young man was very friendly and said as he walked forward, let me introduce myself first. My name is Meng Hong. How do I address you? Yang Kai and the others reported their names and said that they had seen Brother Meng before. Meng Hong said, the one who led you here was one of the elders of Great Moon Province. I think you all know his name. The other one is Elder Tao Rongfang. He turned his head and said sneakily, I'll tell you a secret. Elder Tao is interested in Elder Wei. Unfortunately, Elder Wei is a blockhead and hasn't noticed it yet. Women were more gossipy about this kind of thing. Daoist was excited when she heard this and asked in surprise, Elder Wei doesn't know anything? Meng Hong sighed and said, that's right. I really don't know how his brain works. Everyone in the Great Moon Prefecture knows about it, but he doesn't realize it. Sometimes, as disciples, we really want to pry open his head and see what's inside. These words made people want to laugh. Yang Kai said, Brother Meng, aren't you afraid that Elder Wei will find trouble with you if he hears this? No, no. Meng Hong waved his hand and said, Elder Wei is very nice. Although he looks like a bear, he is actually very kind to us disciples. He has never beaten or scolded us. Among the 5 governors of the Great Moon Empire, Elder Wei is the most popular one. Many senior sisters and junior sisters want to marry him. Elder Wei is indeed a very good person. Yang Kai lightly nodded his head. Although he hadn't interacted with someone for a long time, sometimes, even a short period of time could allow one to clearly see a person's character and nature. Wei Kai gave Yang Kai a good impression of him. Meng Hong smiled and said, in fact, the other elders are also very good, and so is the chief. Anyway, our Great Moon Province is a very good place, and you may join us in the future. You will naturally know when the time comes. As they spoke, they arrived at their destination. Meng Hong arranged accommodations for the 3 of them before leaving. Although the place was not very spacious, it was a single room anyway. Yang Kai looked around, sat cross-legged on the bed, and meditated to regulate his qi circulation. He had found the people of the Great Moon Province and successfully brought Ah Sun here. However, he was still a little hesitant about what to do next. The people from the Great Moon Prefecture gave him a good feeling. Judging from the situation, this force should be a very harmonious force. If he were to join it, he should be able to have a good cultivation environment. However, Yang Kai did not come to the outside world for cultivation. He had other important things to do. If he really joined the Great Moon Province, he would be branded with the Great Moon Province, and it would not be so easy for him to leave in the future. Moreover, the Great Moon Province was not very powerful outside the world, and the cultivation resources he could get were limited. Yang Kai had a high status and a big goal, so he could not let himself be bound. Thinking about it, Yang Kai simply stood up and went to the deck. This time, there were many people from the Great Moon Province. In addition to the 2 elders, there were more than a dozen other disciples, but at this time, the deck was empty. Standing on the side of the ship, Yang Kai held the side of the ship and looked at the sun star in the distance. Perhaps it was because the sun's fire was about to be extinguished, but the entire sun star had a dark red luster, like a large piece of red-hot iron. The scorching heat was constantly spreading in all directions, and even though the ship was isolated by a protective spirit array, Yang Kai could still feel the heat. Junior brother Yang. A voice came from behind. Yang Kai turned his head and looked, cupping his hands and saying, Brother Meng. Meng Hong walked over and looked at the sun star in the distance. He smiled and said, It's spectacular, isn't it? Let alone you, even I have never seen such a thing. This is the first time in my life. When I go back and tell the other junior brothers, they will definitely be jealous. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing as he could almost imagine that scene. Senior brother Meng, it is rumored that this sun star may produce sun's true gold, is that true? Meng Hong's expression became serious. There is no smoke without fire. Since everyone says so, it may be true. Some people say that sun true gold is at least a 6th grade fire element material. I don't know, I've never seen sun's true gold before, but if it really exists, its grade will definitely not be low. Turning to look at Yang Kai, he asked curiously, What's wrong, is junior brother Yang interested in sun's true gold? Brother Meng, are you not interested? Yang Kai asked in return. Of course I'm interested. Sun true gold, if I can get a piece, I'll be rich. However, there are too many people here this time. Even if there is one, I may not be able to get it. If I want to stand out among so many people, I must have a great opportunity. By the way, Brother Meng, this Yang is new here and has no idea about the situation here. I don't know which forces are here. Can Brother Meng explain a thing or two to me? Meng Hong laughed. Even if there aren't 100 forces here, there are at least 80. Even I don't know which province they are from, so how can I explain it to you? Yang Kai did not expect this and was a little speechless. However, thinking about it, it was not strange. The world outside heaven and earth was too big. It was not like the star boundary where the various forces could be seen at a glance. Outside heaven and earth, if one did not have a strong memory and deep knowledge, one might not know how many forces there were. Of course, with the exception of the 36 paradise and 72 blessed lands, these 108 forces were all famous existences. It was difficult not to know them. Wait a moment. Meng Hong suddenly seemed to think of something and lowered his head to search his space ring. A moment later, he took out a jade slip and said, "There are many things recorded in this jade slip outside heaven and earth, including the division of the various forces and a lot of other information. If you have time, take a look at it. It will be good for you." Yang Kai was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Thank you, Brother Meng." Although this thing was not worth much, it was what Yang Kai needed the most right now. "No need, go back and rest early. Once the sun's fire is completely extinguished, you'll be busy. At that time, you won't be able to rest even if you want to." Meng Hong patted him on the shoulder before turning and walking back to the cabin. Yang Kai did not stay on the deck for long. Not long after Meng Hong left, he returned to his room and took out the jade slip to carefully read it. The information recorded in this jade slip was very complicated, but it was not chaotic. The author should be a very knowledgeable person who had traveled to many large territory and recorded everything he knew in this jade slip. The contents of the jade slip were divided into several large chapters. The first chapter was an introduction to the various forces in the 3,000 worlds, starting with the 36 paradise and 72 blessed lands. Yang Kai saw the name of the 10,000 demon realm in this chapter. He did not know whether Mo Sheng was from the 10,000 demon realm or not, but if he really met someone from the 10,000 demon realm in the future, it would be best to be careful. To Yang Kai's surprise, the dragon race's dragon altar was also one of the 36 paradise. This stunned him for a long time, but on second thought, how bad could the place occupied by the dragon race be? It was not surprising that it was listed as a paradise. After looking at it for a while, he found that the forces outside this universe were similar to what Old Fong had said. They could be divided into 3 classes. The first class were the paradise, all of which were huge, and there was no lack of high-grade heaven splitters. The second class was like the Kikikyo land, which had mid-grade heaven splitters. The third class was like the Great Moon province, which only had low-grade heaven splitters. Of course, they could be further divided, but overall, this was the situation. The chapter of forces not only introduced the various forces, but also recorded the symbol of each force in detail. Yang Kai searched for a while and found a symbol. The name of the corresponding force was the Restless Province. Recalling the symbol on the large ship on the way here, he immediately understood that the young man should be from the Restless Province. This Restless Province was similar to the Great Moon Province, a third-class force. There were no mid-grade heaven splitters, only low-grade heaven splitters. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, the young man only came from a third-class force. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy for him to escape. In the future, it was better to avoid using the tiger's skin as a banner. If he was not careful, he might blow his own trumpet. After the chapter of forces was the chapter of strange birds and strange beasts. Some of the strange birds and strange beasts outside this universe were similar to those in the star boundary, and some were completely different. However, those who could survive in the void were all extremely powerful. Ranked first was the giant god spirit. Yang Kai could not understand why the giant god spirit was classified in the chapter of strange birds and strange beasts. Ada looked like a giant at first glance. It had nothing to do with strange birds and strange beasts. However, Yang Kai could understand why it was ranked first. He had seen low-grade heaven splitters and mid-grade heaven splitters. Although he had not seen the power of high-grade heaven splitters, Yang Kai estimated that even high-grade heaven splitters might not be a match for Ada. It was recorded in the Jade Slip that the giant god spirit clan fed on dead Qian Kun worlds and wandered the starry sky. They had a gentle temperament and basically never fought with others. As long as you did not provoke them, nothing would happen. Chapter 3903. This was no different from what Yang Kai knew. Ada's temperament was really gentle, and he was like a reincarnated hungry ghost. All he knew was to eat, and eat all day long. Thinking of Ada, he couldn't help but think of the star boundary. He didn't know how the star boundary was doing now. He had been out for almost a year, so the star boundary shouldn't have changed much. Moreover, with Ada guarding outside the star boundary, even if some powerful guys passed by, they wouldn't dare to approach. Therefore, on the whole, the star boundary was still safe. The only thing he needed to guard against was the sudden collapse of the star boundary and Ada eating the star boundary. Therefore, no matter what, he had to find the Tree of World as soon as possible. After the giant gods, it was the dragon race. Yang Kai was amused when he saw this. It seemed that the dragon race was famous no matter where they went, whether it was in the star boundary or outside of the universe. Yang Kai also saw the record of Mia Meng. His image was almost the same as the one he had seen before, and his ranking was not low either. There were indeed a lot of things recorded in the Jade Slip. Yang Kai was immediately engrossed in reading. He was like a tireless scholar, reading with great interest. After an unknown period of time, Yang Kai was suddenly alarmed by a violent shaking. Then, a terrifying burning force swept over. Even the protective formation of the ship couldn't isolate it. At this time, the whole ship creaked as if it couldn't bear the burden. It sounded extremely frightening. Yang Kai was startled and quickly got up and flashed out. When he came to the deck, he saw that the people of the Great Moon Province had already come out. Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang were both making gestures, as if they were activating the restriction formation of the ship. However, at this moment, the restriction formation of the whole ship was on the verge of collapse. Even the hull of the ship had scorched marks, as if it had been burned by a scorching force. What's going on? Yang Kai turned to look at Meng Hong, who was standing beside him. Meng Hong's face was burning. He suppressed his voice and said, "The sun's fire is about to be extinguished." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and followed his gaze. He saw that the sun's star, which had always been dark red, was now burning fiercely, like a huge ball of fire hanging in the air. However, the burning flames were extremely unstable. They would expand and contract at times. Every time they expanded, a scorching energy would sweep through the surroundings. It was extremely shocking. It was the final radiance of the setting sun. There was no need for anyone to explain anything as Yang Kai could see the problem at a glance. This violent eruption would likely exhaust the last of the sun star's power, and once the flames were extinguished, the sun fire on this sun star would be completely extinguished. At that time, there would be a fierce struggle between the two sides. "I can't hold on any longer, Brother Wei." Right at this moment, Tao Rongfang suddenly shouted. Wei Kei's face paled slightly as he shouted, "Retreat." As soon as his voice fell, he changed his hand seal and the ship immediately retreated at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, they had retreated thousands of kilometers. Only after they had retreated far away did the scorching energy weaken slightly and the creaking sound of the ship's hull gradually subsided. Yang Kai turned his head and looked around. It wasn't just the Great Moon Province, but the other forces that had been gathered around the periphery of the sun star reacted in the same way, quickly retreating. Only a few of them remained in place. The sun's fire erupted suddenly and disappeared quickly. In just the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the huge burning fireball slowly lost its vitality. The flames that could burn the void shrank back and the scorching aura weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang glanced at each other. There was no need for any discussion at all. They immediately urged the ship to sail towards the sun's star. At the same time, the forces that had retreated also rushed forward, scrambling to be the first to arrive. Everyone knew that it was time to explore the sun's star and search for the sun true gold. On the deck, Wei Kei swept his gaze around and shouted, "Little brats, once we reach the sun's star, don't scatter, and don't stray too far from me and your martial Aunt Tao. No one knows if there's any danger up there, so if you want to live, be careful, understood?" "Understood." Everyone replied in unison. Wei Kei nodded as he stared ahead solemnly. Although he and Tao Rongfang, two heaven-opening realm masters, would be there to support them in this exploration of the sun star, if they really did encounter some kind of danger, they might not be able to protect so many people. However, compared to something like the sun true gold, any price was worth it. As they got closer, the pressure from the huge stars grew stronger and stronger. Although the sun's fire had already been extinguished, the scorching energy would not completely dissipate in a short time. The closer they got, the hotter it became. From time to time, specks of light would flicker from the sun's star. This was the last bit of the sun's fire. On the large ship, everyone stared ahead in a daze. This scene was not something that could be seen casually. After flying for a full 2 hours, the large ship finally arrived on the sun's star. The large ship stopped, and everyone jumped off. Taking a deep breath, they felt like flames were burning in their chests, and the pungent smell was somewhat unbearable, causing everyone to hold their breaths in fear. Wei Kei's hand seals changed, and the large ship shrank, turning into a palm-sized object that he put away into his robes. Yang Kai, Old Fang, and the others squeezed into the crowd and looked around. All they saw was an empty space, with only the people from the Great Moon Prefecture. They did not know where the people from the other forces were. This was not strange. Although there were quite a few forces that had come this time, the sun star was simply too big. Everyone had chosen different places to settle down, so they naturally would not meet each other immediately. This also prevented the possibility of impulsiveness from the start. The ground was dark red, and from time to time, magma spurted out from the ground. The whole environment gave people a very dangerous feeling. After all, Tao Rongfang was a woman. Although she had also split open the sky, she had probably never participated in such a big event in her life. At this time, she had no idea what to do. Looking at Wei Kei, she asked, "Brother, what should we do now?" Wei Kei stroked the beard on his chin and pondered for a while. Then, he said, "Let's go and have a look. Maybe we'll be lucky enough to find a piece of sun genuine gold. Then we can go home immediately." He did not ask for much. As long as they could find a piece of sun genuine gold, they would have completed the task of this trip. After all, materials of at least the 6th grade were very valuable. If they really got their hands on it, they would naturally send it back to the headquarters of the Great Moon Prefecture as soon as possible. If they continued to stay, it was very likely to cause trouble. Since he had said so, Tao Rongfang had no objections. The two immediately led a group of disciples of the Great Moon Prefecture on the road. They did not have a target. Anyway, everyone was trying their luck, and no one had an advantage over the other. They released their divine senses to monitor the situation around them. Exploring in such an environment was undoubtedly a very exhausting task, because everyone was constantly urging their strength to resist the scorching heat. After exploring for more than half a day, they did not find anything. However, the person with the lowest strength in the group showed signs of being unable to hold on. Seeing this, Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang could only let the disciple leave first and wait outside the sun star. Although the disciple was reluctant, he could only leave. As soon as the disciple of the Great Moon Prefecture left, Wei Kai suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction, as if he had discovered something. Seeing this, Tao Rongfang asked, "Brother, what's wrong?" "Something is coming," Wei Kai shouted. When the people of the Great Moon Prefecture heard this, they immediately secretly urged their strength, ready to attack. A moment later, as expected, something was coming towards them. What they saw was a ball of light flying towards them at lightning speed. Before the disciples of the Great Moon Prefecture could see what it was, Wei Kai was the first to exclaim in surprise. "A fourth-grade fire element talent!" Wei Kai exclaimed with a look of surprise on his face. "A fourth-grade fire element talent." As he spoke, he exchanged a glance with Tao Rongfang. The brother and sister did not say a word and immediately rushed towards the mass of light. Yang Kai observed and saw that the mass of light seemed to have a mind of its own. Before Wei Kai and Tao Rongfang could get close, it suddenly changed direction and dodged to the side, plunging into a pool of magma and disappearing without a trace. Wei Kai laughed, "You still want to run?" He was extremely fierce and chased after the mass of light, diving into the magma. Before disappearing, he ordered Tao Rongfang, "Junior sister, stay here." The disciples of the Great Moon Prefecture were still outside. If the two of them, who were in the heaven-opening realm, chased after them, the safety of the disciples could not be guaranteed. Tao Rongfang frowned, clearly worried about Wei Kai's safety, but she still obediently stayed behind. Yang Kai and the others chased after them. Seeing Wei Kai rush into the magma, Meng Hong asked, "Martial Uncle Wei will be fine, right?" Tao Rongfang said, "What can mere magma do to him? Be careful." "Yes." After standing in place for a short while, a figure suddenly soared into the sky from a magma mouth not far away. Everyone turned their heads to look. Who else could it be but Wei Kai? There were countless magma holes on the surface of the sun's star. Magma surged inside, erupting from time to time. There were also some volcano-like existences. Now, it seemed that these magma holes were connected underground. Otherwise, there was no reason for Wei Kai to come out from the other side. However, at this moment, Wei Kai's face was filled with joy. He held a transparent container in his hand, and inside it was a ball of golden flame. It was currently struggling left and right, but it could not break free from its restraints. Tao Rongfang happily went over and asked, "Brother, did you succeed?" Wei Kai nodded and said, "Sun's true fire." Tao Rongfang suddenly understood, no wonder it's fourth grade, so it's Sun's true fire. Wei Kai grinned, it's not surprising for Sun's true fire to be born on top of Sun's fire. It seems that our thoughts have been misled and all our attention has been drawn to the Sun's true gold. Everyone wanted to find 6th grade Sun's true gold here, but wasn't the Sun's true fire born here also a precious treasure? Moreover, based on the current situation, there might be a lot of Sun's true fire here, or else it would not make sense for one to be collected so easily. Chapter 3904. Simply obtaining a portion of true sun flame was equivalent to picking up more than 100,000 heaven-opening pills for free. Wei Kai was grinning from ear to ear. Most importantly, for a force like the Great Moon Province, a portion of Grade 4 material represented more than just heaven-opening pills. With Grade 4 material, there was a chance to create a Grade 4 heaven-opening realm cultivator, increasing the overall strength of the Great Moon Province. As such, the value of materials above Grade 4 could not be calculated according to Dai Yu's previous method. Before Wei Kai's laughter had even died down, the sound of rushing wind could be heard from the distance. In the blink of an eye, 2 figures suddenly appeared in front of him. These 2 also gave off the aura of the heaven-opening realm, and they were both men wearing light blue robes. Their appearances were quite similar, and they should be related by blood. Behind the 2, a large group of cultivator appeared one after another. Clearly, they were from the same force as these 2 men, but these people were clearly not heaven-opening realm cultivators. They were like Yang Kai and the others, existences who had condensed Dao seals. As soon as the two men appeared, they stared at the true sun flame in Wei Kei's hand. Wei Kei put away the vessel with a flip of his hand and glanced at the newcomers. So it's the Gu brothers from the Still Wind province. What business do you have? Great Moon Province's Wei Kei. One of the two leading brothers had a gloomy expression, clearly recognizing Wei Quebec. The other person chuckled, Brother Wei, you didn't handle this matter properly. Wei Kei frowned, what do you mean properly? I don't even know what you're talking about. That person said, let me tell you, Brother Wei, that portion of true sun flame in your hand was first discovered by our Still Wind province. However, there was an accident when we were collecting it, allowing it to escape. Who would have thought that Brother Wei would be able to pick it up so easily? Tao Rongfang said, what a joke. Guyan, you said that your Still Wind province discovered it first. What proof do you have? The one called Guyan said, what proof do you need? The fact that we chased you all the way here is the best proof. If not for that, why would we have come here? Tao Rongfang snorted, that counts as proof. Wei Kei extended his hand to stop Tao Rongfang. He looked at the Gu brothers with a smile and said, the two of you, even if the true sun flame was first discovered by you, now that it has fallen into this Wei's hands, it is mine. This ownerless object will naturally belong to the capable. Could it be that the two of you still want to snatch it back? If that's the case, then it's fine. Let's set up a formation and have a battle here. The primordial fire of the sun will belong to whoever wins. What do you two think? Hearing this, the Gu brothers frowned and glanced at each other. One of them said, Brother Wei, there are a lot of big and small forces on this sun star. We've just started exploring and the benefits are still to come. There's no need for us to start a conflict, right? Then why are you talking nonsense? Wei Kei said arrogantly, patting his space ring, how about this, the true sun flame is right here, you can call out to it and see if it responds. If it responds, then it's yours, but if it doesn't, then it's mine. The man said, Brother Wei doesn't need to be so aggressive. If we really fight, we brothers aren't necessarily afraid of you, we just don't want others to take advantage of us. Although this thing is in your hands, us brothers have led a group of disciples for half a day. Even if we didn't contribute much, we still worked hard. Brother Wei, please see if you can share some of the benefits with us. We don't want the true sun flame. You want to share the benefits? Wei Kei laughed, in short, this thing is in my hands, if you want it, then come and take it. Raising his arms, he shouted, little brats, someone wants to steal our things, what should we do? The group of disciples from Great Moon Province aggressively shouted in unison, kill, kill, kill. Not only did they shout, but they also arranged themselves, each of their auras surging as they glared at Wei Kei fiercely. Yang Kai, Old Fang, and the others were all dumbfounded and could only sigh with emotion. Sure enough, one was marked by the company one kept. Wei Kei's fierce appearance meant that the disciples he brought with him were also fierce. The faces of the Gu brothers on the other side suddenly darkened. After weighing the pros and cons for a while, Gu Yan coldly snorted and said, Wei Kei, just you wait, sooner or later I'll make you spit out everything you've earned. Waving his hand, he said, let's go. It wasn't that he was afraid of Great Moon Province. As he said, the strength of each side was almost the same, and both sides had two heaven splitters. If they really fought, it wasn't certain who would win or lose, but once a conflict broke out, both sides would inevitably suffer heavy casualties. At that time, they would have to leave early and forget about obtaining any benefits here. Wei Kei had gone crazy, and they weren't willing to accompany him in his madness. The group of people from Still Wind Province quickly left. Wei Kei didn't say anything else. He waited until the people from Still Wind Province had disappeared before he mysteriously gave Tao Rongfang a meaningful glance. Tao Rongfang was puzzled and asked in a low voice, what's wrong? Wei Kei pointed to the ground, there's something down there. There's more? Tao Rongfang was surprised at first, but then she was overjoyed. Sun's real fire. Wei Kei nodded. I saw it when I went down just now, but I didn't have time to collect it. I'll go down again. Junior sister, you take this group of brats and prepare to provide support, just in case. Okay, brother, be careful. Tao Rongfang exhorted. Don't worry. Wei Kei laughed and plunged into the magma, disappearing from sight. On the ground, a group of disciples from Great Moon Province quickly sealed off the surrounding dozens of miles under Tao Rongfang's arrangement. Each of them made hand seals and vaguely formed a formation. Yang Kai and the others had just arrived and weren't familiar with Great Moon Province's formation, so they naturally couldn't participate, but under Tao Rongfang's arrangement, the four of them each guarded a corner. Magma erupted from time to time, and huge bubbles exploded one after another, emitting an unpleasant smell. Everyone from Great Moon Province waited with bated breath, but after a long time, there was no movement from below. Tao Rongfang frowned slightly, vaguely feeling that Wei Kei should have encountered some kind of trouble down there. She wanted to go down and investigate, but she was worried about the disciples above. Without a heaven-opening realm master here, their safety couldn't be guaranteed. Just as she was feeling anxious, a large area of magma below suddenly surged, and a faint aura of power surged out. Tao Rongfang's expression turned solemn as she shouted, "Be careful." Before she finished speaking, a ball of light suddenly rushed out from one of the magma holes, wrapped in a scorching aura, and rushed to the side. Immediately after this ball of light, Wei Kei's figure soared into the sky as he roared, "Don't let it escape." As soon as the real fire of the sun rushed out, a group of disciples from Great Moon Province began to move, their hands changing hand seals as the power to seal the heavens and lock down the earth enveloped a large area. Tao Rongfang raised her slender jade-like palm and lightly slapped towards the real fire of the sun. The real fire of the sun seemed to have a mind of its own as it slightly dodged the palm, passed by Tao Rongfang by a hair's breadth, and went straight to a disciple of Great Moon Province behind her. The disciple's expression changed slightly, and he raised his hand to summon a mirror. A mysterious light shot out from the mirror and hit the real fire of the sun. The real fire of the sun that was rushing over was immediately wrapped in the mysterious light and suddenly stopped in midair. This mirror actually had the effect of freezing the body. Seeing this scene, the disciple of Great Moon Province breathed a sigh of relief, but before he could recover, the mysterious light wrapped around the real fire of the sun suddenly collapsed, and a flame that seemed to be able to burn everything in the world appeared in front of him in an instant, burning his face and causing his expression to change greatly. Freeze! At the critical moment, Yang Kai shouted in a low voice, and the space principles fluctuated, and the real fire of the sun was frozen in midair for the second time. However, Yang Kai's expression was not relaxed at all. He vaguely felt that the real fire of the sun could break free at any time, so he shouted, "Senior Tao." Tao Rongfang had already flashed in front of the disciple, holding a transparent container in her hand, which looked similar to the one Wei Kei had taken out before. She covered the real fire of the sun with it. The light flashed and disappeared. Taking advantage of this moment, Tao Rongfang put the real fire of the sun into the container and cast a spell to seal it. Only then did she have the time to look back at the disciple and ask, "Are you okay?" The disciple of Great Moon Province's face was faintly pale. He was probably frightened by the scene just now. His eyes were unfocused as he shook his head and said, "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Martial Ant." Tao Rongfang nodded slightly. At this time, Wei Kei also flashed over and cursed, "Damn it, I almost let it escape. This thing has become a spirit." If it were not for the fact that the Great Moon Prefecture had made preparations beforehand, the true fire of the sun might have really escaped. Turning to look at Yang Kai, Wei Kei said, "Kid, you did well." Although the disciple of Great Moon Province would not die after being hit by the real fire of the sun, he would definitely be injured. It was also thanks to Yang Kai's strength at the last moment that the others could not save him in time. Yang Kai said politely, "Senior, you flatter me. Wei Ke said thoughtfully, when you attacked just now, it seems that you comprehended the Tao of space? Yes. Yang Kai nodded. He could not hide this. Since he had chosen to attack, he was not afraid of others knowing. Amazing. Wei Ke's eyes lit up. The Tao of space is profound and obscure. I have only heard of it and have never seen it before. This time, my knowledge has been broadened. Tao Rongfang also smiled happily. Our Great Moon Province has picked up a treasure this time. She had already regarded Yang Kai as a disciple of Great Moon Province, so Yang Kai could not refute her. Wei Ke patted Yang Kai on the shoulder and said, "Work hard. One day, you can break through to the heaven-opening realm. The universe is so big that you can go anywhere." Yes. Yang Kai responded respectfully. Wei Ke then looked at the disciple of Great Moon Province. "Brat, why don't you thank your junior brother Yang? You have no manners at all. Who taught you this?" The disciple of Great Moon Province seemed to have woken up from a dream. He came to Yang Kai and saluted respectfully. "Junior brother Yang, thank you for saving me just now. Brother, you are too polite. We should help each other. It is my duty." Yang Kai returned the salute. However, after this incident, Yang Kai found that the group of disciples of Great Moon Province looked at him with a much more cordial gaze and a sense of approval. It was no wonder. For the people of Great Moon Province, Yang Kai and the others were not familiar with each other. They had not gone through life and death together, so it was naturally difficult for them to approve of him. However, it was different now. Everyone's feelings were cultivated in this way. Chapter 3905. Take a look at what grade it is. Wei Ke looked at Tao Rongfang and asked. Tao Rongfang took out the sun's true fire from her space ring, looked at it seriously, and said, "Same, 4th grade." Wei Ke smiled happily, "Not bad." After only half a day, they had collected 2 4th-grade fire attribute materials, and it was sun's true fire, which could be said to be a great harvest. If they collected a few more, they could go to the star market to find people to exchange for materials of other attributes, and then find a disciple with excellent aptitude from the disciples of the Great Moon Province. It was really possible to cultivate a 4th-grade heaven-opening cultivator. If that really happened, the Great Moon State would also rise along with it. As if he had already seen this beautiful future, Wei Ke's bell-like eyes faintly glowed as he quickly said, "I understand. There is nothing to explore on the surface of this sun star, and all the good things are below. Junior sister Tao, let's split up. You take some people, and I will take some people. One will provide support above, and the other will search below. How about it?" Tao Rongfang wanted to give her body and mind to him, so how could she have any objections? Nodding, she said, "Let's do as Big Brother says." After the two finished discussing, Wei Ke took command and divided the dozen or so disciples of the Great Moon Province into 2 groups, one following him and the other following Tao Rongfang. Seeing the benefits, the group of people from the Great Moon Province was full of enthusiasm and immediately began to explore. There might be danger under the magma, so the 2 groups of people took turns to explore. As heaven-opening realm masters, Wei Ke and Tao Rongfang were naturally not afraid of the heat of the magma, but the group of disciples below was not strong enough. The time they stayed in the underground magma varied, but as long as they could control their speed, there would be no danger to their lives. Wei Ke told everyone to prioritize their own safety and to immediately inform him and Tao Rongfang if they found anything. Everyone naturally nodded in agreement. However, in the next few days, the Great Moon Province disciples found nothing. Although they searched very carefully, they did not find any trace of sun's true fire. It had to be said that the first day was really a lucky day. During this period, they met people from other forces and found that everyone seemed to have the same idea, searching for opportunities hidden in the underground magma. When they met each other, they did not offend each other and lived in peace. Now that everyone's attention was on the sun's true fire and the possible sun true gold, no one was willing to easily get into conflict with others. After a few days, the Great Moon Province disciples finally opened again. A sun's true fire was hidden in the magma was found. Tao Rongfang led a group of disciples led by a group and spent a lot of effort to collect it. As time passed, the number of places that had not been explored decreased. Although the sun star was enormous, the number of forces that had come this time was not small. Everyone had come from different directions to explore the sun star. After a few days, they had basically explored more than half of the sun star. The remaining areas that had not been explored were rapidly shrinking. Wei Ke was a little anxious. In his mind, if he could collect 7 portions of sun real fire this time, it would be considered complete. Only 7 portions of sun real fire would be enough for the Great Moon Prefecture to go to the star market to exchange for enough materials, giving the Great Moon Prefecture a chance to create a level 4 heaven-opening realm expert. Now they only had 3, which was far from enough. After all, there were not many opportunities to collect level 4 heaven-opening materials. He had only encountered this once since he started cultivating. On this day, half of the disciples of the Great Moon Province, led by Wei Ke, dived into the magma to explore. Yang Kai was also one of them. Shuttling through the magma was a very strange experience. The temperature of the surrounding magma was frighteningly high, so anyone would have to constantly circulate their energy to protect themselves. Moreover, because of this special environment, their divine sense could not be released too far, so the range they could search was not very large. Therefore, before reaching the heaven-opening stage, one could not stay in the magma for too long. At most, one could stay in the magma for an hour. Once the hour was over, one would have to quickly go up to rest. These days, the disciples of the Great Moon Province divided the work and cooperated with each other. Under the magma, Yang Kai's figure swam unhurriedly as his divine sense scanned the surroundings, but he found nothing. To be honest, he was not very interested in the sun's true fire, but since he had been assigned to Wei Ke, he could only go with the flow. It would be good if he could find something, but it did not matter if he could not. Seeing that it was almost time, Yang Kai was about to go up when he suddenly sensed something and turned his head to look in a certain direction. Under the magma, there was only a fiery red color. He could not see anything, but his divine sense had clearly sensed something. Did I really find it? Yang Kai laughed involuntarily. Since he had found it, he could not let it go. Without hesitation, he rushed over. Before he arrived, he had already activated his space principles, binding that part of the world. At the same time, he summoned the 6 directions Rui pouch and covered that area. For ordinary people of the Emperor realm, even Meng Hong and the others would find it difficult to collect the sun's true fire on their own unless they had a handy secret treasure, such as Du Rufeng's heaven-trapping net. However, the disciples of the Great Moon Province obviously did not have this condition, so the last time they found the sun's true fire, they had to force it to the surface and let the people above collect it. However, Yang Kai had the 6 directions Rui pouch, so he naturally did not need to do this. The 6 directions Rui pouch could even be forcibly collected by a heaven-opening cultivator, let alone a mere ball of sun's true fire. Even though Yang Kai's current strength was not enough to fully activate its power, he could not erase the power of this secret treasure. He originally thought that he could easily collect the sun's true fire, but who would have thought that when the 6 directions Rui pouch was summoned, Yang Kai would suddenly feel a powerful force coming from that direction. His space principles were actually broken free, and a ball of sun's true fire hidden in the magma gave off a dazzling light and escaped underground. 5th grade. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. When this sun's true fire was quietly hidden in the magma, he did not notice it, but when it moved, Yang Kai immediately felt that something was wrong. This ball of sun's true fire was clearly different from the 3 he had collected from the Great Moon Province. Its fire attribute was much denser and purer, and it had undoubtedly surpassed the 4th grade. A 5th grade material was a good thing worth 1 or 2 million heaven-opening pills. Yang Kai was not interested in a 4th grade material, but he was very interested in a 5th-grade material. Seeing this ball of sun's true fire escape, how could Yang Kai hesitate? His figure flickered and he immediately chased after it, his hand forming a claw as the space principles fiercely filled the air. The ball of sun's true fire paused for a moment, but it quickly broke free from the shackles of the space principles and continued to escape. Having failed twice, Yang Kai was immediately enraged, and he naturally chased after it relentlessly. If it were anyone else, they would naturally hurry up and go up first. Otherwise, if they went too deep and exhausted too much energy, they would not be able to come up even if they wanted to, and might even die down there. However, Yang Kai had the 6 directions Rui pouch and the sealed world bead, so he was not afraid of this. If it really did not work out, he could just hide in the sealed world bead and the 6 directions Rui pouch to recover for a while before taking action. As he fled and chased after it, he did not know where it had gone. After a short while, on the ground, figures rushed out of the magma hole one after another. All of them had pale faces, and it was obvious that they had consumed a lot of energy. Wei Kei was the last to rush out. Tao Rongfang asked, "Nothing?" Wei Kei shook his head, somewhat discouraged. "It seems that the situation is not what I expected." The first harvest made him think that this place was full of sun's true fire, but after several days, he only found one. Only then did he realize that he had been too naive. Even on the sun star, sun's true fire was not something that could be casually produced. Tao Rongfang nodded. "Brother, take them to rest for a while. We'll look for another place." Wei Kei nodded. "That's the only way." Ah Sun suddenly looked around and said, "Where's Brother Yang?" She did not see Yang Kai's figure among the people who came out. With her reminder, everyone realized that one person was missing. Wei Kei frowned and looked at the disciples who had gone down with him before. "Did any of you see Yang Kai down there?" A female disciple said, "Martial uncle, I passed by junior brother Yang down there." Wei Kei asked, "How long has it been?" The female disciple thought for a moment and said, "About the time it takes to make a cup of tea." Wei Kei nodded. "Then it hasn't been that long. Let's." He wanted to say to wait a little longer as Yang Kai might come up soon, but when he saw the worried gazes of Ah Sun, Daiyu, and the others, he changed his words, "You wait here. I'll go down and look for him." Saying so, he dove down again. Old Fong and Daiyu looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. Old Fong said, "I'll try and see if I can contact him." Saying so, he took out the communication device he usually used with Yang Kai and poured his divine sense into it. After waiting for a while, there was no response. Daiyu also tried, but there was still no response. After a while, Wei Kei came up from underground with an ugly expression. Daiyu hurriedly asked, "Senior Wei, did you find him?" In fact, there was no need to ask. If they had found him, Wei Kei would have taken him with him. Now that Wei Kei came up alone, it was clear that something was wrong. Wei Kei slowly shook his head. Daiyu's face paled, Old Fong was also anxious. "How could we not find him? He went down with everyone." Ah Sun was on the verge of tears. She shook Tao Rongfang's arm and said, "Master, Brother Yang is a very good person. Please don't let anything happen to him." Tao Rongfang patted the back of her hand and comforted, "Don't worry, with me and your martial uncle Wei here, nothing will happen to Yang Kai." She looked up at Wei Kei and communicated with him with her divine sense for a while. Wei Kei gently nodded and said, "Boys, Yang Kai is missing. He might have encountered some trouble down there. I need you to come down with me again and search carefully." "As you command, martial uncle." Everyone answered. Wei Kei said in a deep voice, "There might be dangers down there that we don't know about, so don't be too scattered. I want each of you to keep in touch with your brother at all times. If you find something wrong, immediately send me a message." Chapter 3906. Not to mention the fact that Yang Kai had escorted Ah Sun to Great Moon Province. The fact that he had comprehended the space principles made Wei Kei feel that he was a talent and wanted to recruit him to Great Moon Province. During this time, he had been treating Yang Kai as a disciple of Great Moon Province. Now that something had happened to Yang Kai, even without Ah Sun's request, Wei Kei would not sit idly by and do nothing. As long as it was within his power, he would naturally search for Yang Kai's whereabouts. After the arrangements were made, the group once again went deep into the ground under Wei Kei's lead, but this time they were not searching for the sun's real fire, but for Yang Kai. Yang Kai's inexplicable disappearance undoubtedly meant that there might really be some unpredictable danger under the magma, so everyone was very careful and did not dare to be too far away from the others. After an hour, everyone rushed out one by one, but nothing was found. Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang looked at each other, but the latter did not say a word and led another group of disciples to continue exploring. After a few more times, 4 hours had passed. All the disciples of Great Moon Province were pale with exhaustion, and only the 2 heaven-opening realm masters could still hold on. However, there was still no sign of Yang Kai, so there was no need to continue. Tao Rongfang and Wei Kei looked at each other and slowly shook their heads. Seeing this, Daoist said in a trembling voice, "Seniors, aren't you going to continue searching? Yang Kai is still down there." Wei Kei turned to look at her with a sad expression and sighed, "It's been too long." With his strength, he couldn't have held on for so long. "I'm afraid, he's already dead." Daoist's already pale face instantly turned white. Her body trembled and she almost fell to the ground. Although she knew that Wei Kei was right, she couldn't accept this result. The person who had created miracles time and time again in the Qiqiao land, the person who had given her the unsullied golden dew, the person who had led her out of the Qiqiao land, was gone just like that? Unable to accept this, she covered her red lips with her hands and began sobbing. Ah Sun's eyes were also red. She buried herself in Tao Rongfang's arms and cried. At the side, Old Fang thumped his chest and stamped his feet. "The heavens are jealous of geniuses, the heavens are jealous of geniuses. Old brother, I pity you for dying at such a young age. The heavens don't have eyes. Why isn't the one in trouble, Old Fang? Come back, Old Fang will replace you." Sadness filled the air, and the disciples of the Great Moon Prefecture also felt bad, especially a few female disciples, who wept silently. Wei Kei raised his hand and patted Daoist's shoulder. "My condolences. We've done our best. Now we can only pray that he'll be blessed by the heavens." Even he didn't believe his own words. But what else could he do other than comfort her? They couldn't figure out what kind of danger was at the bottom of the magma that made a living person go in and never return. They had carefully searched many times before, but they didn't find any traces of danger. Daoist wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and said, "Senior, I still want to go down and look for him. He's not someone who's going to die so soon." "Nonsense." Wei Kei glared at her. "Don't you know your own situation? Hurry up and get some rest." But Wei Kei didn't wait for her to finish and said, "I don't want to attack you, but if you insist on going down, I'll have to knock you out." Tao Rongfang held Daoist's hand and said softly, "Take a rest first. We'll talk later." Daoist pursed her red lips, tears rolling down her cheeks, and gently nodded. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. A series of muffled thunderous rumbles rolled through the ground, and the entire solar star seemed to shake. Everyone from the Great Moon Prefecture was shocked. They turned their heads and looked around. The magma and the magma holes on the surface suddenly boiled up. Huge bubbles burst open one after another, and a dangerous aura filled the air. Wei Kei's expression changed and he shouted, "Rise." While speaking, he pushed his strength and wrapped everyone up, soaring into the sky. At the same time, pillars of magma spewed out from the magma, like fire dragons were born. The scene was extremely terrifying. Everyone flew tens of thousands of feet high, and when they looked down, their faces turned pale. The sun star below them seemed to have exploded, and countless huge cracks formed, forming gullies, and magma tumbled and surged, washing away everything. The rumbling sound was endless, shaking everyone's eardrums. A dazzling light came from a certain direction, and a disciple from the Great Moon Prefecture exclaimed, "What is that?" Looking in the direction of the sound, everyone's pupils constricted. They saw that on the horizon, the shadow of a huge palace had appeared, towering above the clouds. It was like a mirage, illusory and illusory. But even if it was just a phantom, they could still feel the majesty of the palace, as if it had traveled back hundreds of millions of years, crossing the river of history from an extremely distant era. There was actually a palace on the sun star. Wei Kei exclaimed, "The Golden Crow Divine Palace." It was rumored that not only could the sun's true gold be found on the sun star, but it could also be the Golden Crow Divine Palace. The reason why the sun fire on the sun star was about to be extinguished was because the Golden Crow was about to die. But rumors were just rumors. Most people would believe that there was sun's true gold here, but 9 out of 10 people would not believe that there was a Golden Crow Divine Palace here, and the remaining one would be skeptical. But at this moment, a palace had really appeared on the sun star. What other explanation could there be other than the Golden Crow Divine Palace? Tao Rongfang's beautiful eyes also widened. The rumors are true. Wei Kei's expression changed, and he vaguely felt that the development of this matter was beyond his expectations. If it was only sun's true gold, the forces in the nearby large territory could still control it and prevent the news from spreading, so that the benefits could only be kept in these large territory. But now that the rumored Golden Crow Divine Palace might appear, this news could no longer be suppressed. When the time came, the people of the 36 Paradise and 72 Blessed Lands might come to investigate. When that time came, how could a third-tier force like the Great Moon Province get any benefits? Even those second-tier forces with mid-tier heaven splitters would have to stand aside. So if he wanted to get benefits, he had to do it as soon as possible. At the very least, he had to get the benefits before the news spread. As his thoughts changed, Wei Kei immediately made a decision. Meng Hong. Disciple is here. Meng Hong stepped forward. Take your junior brother and junior sister and leave this place. Meng Hong was startled, but he immediately reacted and cupped his hands. Yes. Then we'll wait for the 2 uncle masters outside. Wei Kei shook his head. No, wait for me and your uncle master Tao at the first inn. Then, ask the first inn to send a message to the head and ask him and the other elders to come here quickly. Meng Hong said seriously, disciple understands. After arranging this, Wei Kei turned to Tao Rongfang and said, let's go. Then, he turned into a streak of rainbow light and flew into the distance. Tao Rongfang reminded son, little son, go with brother Meng. Be careful. Son nodded, master too. Tao Rongfang didn't say anything else and chased after Wei Quebec. Once the 2 heaven splitters left, the disciples of the Great Moon Province immediately lost their sense of security. Everyone looked at Meng Hong, who said, you heard the 2 uncle masters' orders. Now that the Golden Crow Divine Palace might appear, this place will be in chaos. It's more important for us to go to the first inn. Follow me. Daoist said, brother Meng, I want to stay. Old Fang also stood up, I want to stay too. Sun said, me too. You. Meng Hong glared at the 3 of them and tried to put on the dignity of a brother. Didn't you hear what Uncle Masters said just now? Now that we don't have the protection of Uncle Masters, what if we run into some enemy? Daoist lowered her head and looked down, silent. Old Fang said, brother Meng, calm down. We're not disciples of the Great Moon Province for the time being, so I don't think anyone will come looking for trouble with us. We just want to find brother Yang again. At the very least, we want to see him alive or dead. Sun nodded fiercely. Meng Hong's face darkened. Do we have to do this? Old Fang cupped his fists. Brother Meng, please forgive us. If it weren't for brother Yang, we would still be suffering in the Kikikyo land. We owe him a debt of gratitude, and now that he's in trouble, we can't just sit by and watch. Meng Hong let out a long breath and struggled for a while. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'm afraid of you." He beckoned to a disciple, Junior Brother Lu, "Go to the first inn and ask it to send a message to the headquarters. Be careful on the way." The disciple surnamed Lu cupped his fists and said, "Yes." Then, he immediately flew away. Meng Hong looked at everyone again and said, "Rest for 2 hours. We'll search for another half a day. After half a day, whether we find anything or not, we must leave this place." Old Fong was overjoyed. "Thank you, Brother Meng." Dai Yu also hurriedly thanked him. Although she didn't want to trouble him, there was strength in numbers. At this time, they couldn't care too much. Meng Hong shook his head and sighed, "All of you better remember this. If any one of you reveals even half a word about what happened today to the 2 martial uncles, don't call me senior martial brother anymore." He was going against Wei Kei's orders, so he was naturally afraid. The disciples hurriedly said, we won't, we definitely won't." Everyone landed again and found a place to rest. Fortunately, the sun star calmed down after the strange movement, otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to find a place to rest. At the same time, in a secret passage deep underground, Yang Kai looked around blankly. He chased after the grade 5 Grand Sun primordial flame for a long time under the magma and failed several times. Finally, he found a chance to collect the Grand Sun primordial flame with the Rui pouch. Before he could celebrate, he felt a strong force sucking him in. It was as if he had fallen into a whirlpool. When he came back to his senses, he was already here. There was such a place under the sun's star. What was this place? The secret passage was very spacious and not dark. It didn't look like it was naturally formed, but artificially modified. The walls and floor of the secret passage were covered with fiery red things, and the entire passage was filled with pure fire elemental energy. Chapter 3907. He was secretly shocked. The fire elemental energy here was much denser and purer than the fire elemental energy in the 7 Openings land. If the fire elemental energy in the 7 Openings land could be condensed to the 1st grade, then the fire elemental energy here could be condensed to the 3rd grade. He didn't need any fire elemental materials. He could reach the 3rd grade just by absorbing the fire elemental power here. This was simply shocking. If the forces outside knew about this, they would probably fight over it. Just think about it, who wouldn't be jealous of such a rare and precious place for cultivation? But, what was this place? How could there be such an existence under the sun star? He couldn't figure it out, so he decided not to think about it for now. He looked around. The passage was very long, and he couldn't see the end of it. Yang Kai tried to activate the law of space and found that it wasn't obscure. In other words, the heaven and earth here weren't sealed. This made him feel relieved. As long as the heaven and earth weren't sealed, he could leave at any time. He wasn't afraid of being trapped here. He randomly chose a direction and walked forward. After walking for about a few hundred feet, he actually reached the end. There was a bronze door at the end. It looked extremely thick and heavy, blocking the way. Yang Kai raised his hand to push the door, but he couldn't move it even after using all his strength. He couldn't help but feel surprised. Although his current cultivation wasn't very high, because of the dragon vein, his strength was frighteningly strong. This bronze door didn't look special. Under his brute force, it didn't move at all. It was obvious that it wasn't something simple. He didn't dare to make too much of a commotion. After muttering to himself for a while, Yang Kai went back the way he came and walked to the other side. After walking for a long time, this side also came to the end. What made Yang Kai speechless was that the situation here was exactly the same as the other side. There was also a bronze door blocking the way. If Yang Kai hadn't been sure that he was going in the right direction, he would have thought that he was going in circles. This passage was actually sealed from the front and back. It seemed that if he wanted to get out of here, he had to open the bronze door. He didn't know where the two doors led to. This made things a little difficult. After standing in place and muttering to himself for a while, Yang Kai simply took out the Rui pouch and checked the contents of the pouch. There was a ball of scorching flames in the pouch that seemed to have a mind of its own. However, the Rui pouch was a treasure that could even store heaven-opening cultivators, so how could a ball of solar true fire escape its restraints? It was indeed the fifth-grade Grand Sun primordial flame. Compared with the 3 portions of real fire of the sun collected by the Great Moon Prefecture before, this one in his hand was obviously richer and purer. Looking at this ball of real fire of the sun, Yang Kai felt much better. He had stayed in the First Inn for nearly 4 months and spent over 100,000 heaven-opening pills. The grade 5 materials he had obtained this time were worth 1 or 2 million heaven-opening pills. He had made up for all of his previous expenses. He couldn't keep it in the Rui pouch all the time. This pouch had to be used to defend against enemies, so Yang Kai simply transferred the real fire of the sun to the sealed world bead and suppressed it somewhere. After doing this, Yang Kai looked up at the bronze door in front of him and his gaze slowly became firm. He had no choice but to come to this world. Firstly, he wanted to see a higher level of martial Dao. Secondly, it was for the world tree. No matter what the reason was, he needed a lot of financial support. Although he had gained something from this trip to the Sun Star, it was nothing compared to his future expenses. Therefore, no matter what, he had to gain as much as he could this time. He didn't know if he would have such an opportunity in the future. Behind the bronze door, there might be an incredible treasure. Stretching out his hand, Yang Kai summoned the Azure Dragon Spear and pushed his strength to the limit, thrusting it forward. The earth shook and the mountains shook. At the same time, on the ground, in front of an ancient hall, figures flew over from all directions and landed in front of the hall, staring at the ancient palace in a daze. Golden Crow Divine Palace. It really is the Golden Crow Divine Palace. Exclamations came from the mouths of many heaven-opening realm masters, an abnormal flush appearing on their faces. Even these heaven-opening realm masters had never thought that the legend was actually true and that the Golden Crow Divine Palace really existed on the Sun Star. Since there was a Golden Crow Divine Palace here, it meant that the other legend was not groundless. The Golden Crow was about to die, and the sun was about to be extinguished. Thinking that there might be the corpse of a powerful Golden Crow in the Golden Crow Divine Palace, many heaven-opening realm masters' hearts burned with excitement. That was the Golden Crow, one of the ancient demonic beasts, not inferior to dragons and phoenixes. Not to mention how many treasures this Golden Crow had collected in its life, its corpse itself was a priceless treasure. And now, the Golden Crow Divine Palace was right in front of them, and the countless treasures inside seemed to be beckoning to them. Who wouldn't be tempted? The heaven-opening realm masters who had arrived first could not suppress the excitement in their hearts and rushed into the Golden Crow Divine Palace in a flash. A slight move in one part would affect the whole body, and one figure after another rushed forward, striving to be the first to arrive. The gates of the Divine Palace were tightly shut, and although there were no signs of a restriction, it still blocked everyone's path. Just as the heaven-opening realm masters were about to forcefully break open the gates, 2 statues of strange 3-legged birds on the left and right of the gates suddenly released dangerous auras. The eyes of the 2 strange 3-legged birds spun nimbly, and with a cracking sound, their heads turned and aimed at the gates. Immediately after, they opened their mouths and spat out 2 thin threads of fire. The threads of fire were so thin that they could be ignored, and when they were spat out, they did not burn in the slightest. However, when the threads of fire were spat out, the chests of the heaven-opening realm masters gathered near the gates were instantly burned into a large hole. Not a single drop of blood flowed out from the hole, but one could clearly see the wriggling of their internal organs. This change happened so suddenly that no one was able to react in time. Miserable cries immediately rang out, and the heaven-opening realm masters paled in fright and retreated. With a series of cracking sounds, the 2 statues of the strange bird seemed to come alive, shaking their wings as they walked down from their original positions. Overflowing evil chi swept out, and dazzling light blossomed from their pitch-black bodies like two miniature suns. When Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang arrived, they just happened to see the heaven-opening realm masters fighting the two golden crow statues, and they could not help but be shocked. "Brother Zai?" Wei Kei's gaze turned, and he saw a figure sitting cross-legged not far away. He hurriedly rushed over, and after landing, he saw the terrifying wound on the person's chest and abdomen, and his expression changed slightly. "Brother Zai, what happened?" Zai opened his eyes and raised his head, smiling bitterly. "So it was Brother Wei, Brother Zai, you're wound." Zai's smile became even more bitter. "I was careless, cough cough." As he spoke, blood foam seeped out of his mouth. The temperature of the blood foam was frighteningly high, as if it had been boiled. At the same time, his skin became extremely red, like a cooked crab. "Careful! Golden Crow True Flame!" Ziyi let out a loud cry and fell straight to the ground. His 7 orifices were overflowing with boiling blood. "Brother Zai! Brother Zai!" Wei Kei was shocked. He called out a few times, but there was no response. "He's dead?" Tao Rongfang, who had followed closely behind, was slightly pale. Wei Kei stretched out his hand, inspecting Zai's condition, and his expression could not help but change. He discovered that Zai's meridians had been incinerated, and there was a scorching energy rampaging through his body. Without the protection of his own strength, that scorching energy turned Zai's flesh into blood that flowed out of his 7 orifices, chest, and abdomen. Wei Kei felt his scalp go numb, and his entire body turned cold. He was well aware of Zai's strength. Just like him, they were both at the 3rd stage of heaven opening. Although this kind of strength could not be considered very strong outside of the universe, it was not weak either. Now that he had died so miserably, it was clear that the Golden Crow Divine Palace was not easy to enter. Raising his head, he saw that outside the Divine Palace, a group of heaven-opening cultivators were locked in battle with 2 Golden Crow statues. Wei Kei was sure that the 2 Golden Crow statues were just statues, without any signs of life. However, he did not know what material they had been refined from, but they were extremely sturdy. There was likely a trace of the Golden Crow's divinity sealed within them, otherwise they would not have been so powerful. "Brother, what should we do?" Tao Rongfang asked. Wei Kei said, "Wait and see." Although the 2 Golden Crow statues were not very agile, Wei Kei believed that as long as he was prepared, he would not be hurt by them. However, the Golden Crow True Fire was really frightening. Moreover, there were so many people besieging the 2 statues, including the 2 from the Great Moon Province. There were many people who had the same idea as them. They had all rushed here later and were watching from afar, showing no signs of interfering. This scene caused the heaven-opening cultivators who were fighting with the Golden Crow statues to curse in their hearts. However, at this moment, they could not leave, and could only grit their teeth and endure. At this moment, those who dared to come here were basically all heaven-opening cultivators. There was no trace of any cultivator below the heaven-opening stage. They probably had the same idea as Wei Kei, and had arranged for their disciples to be outside so that they would not be restrained when fighting with others. After fighting for a long time, another 2 heaven-opening cultivators were injured by the Golden Crow True Flame and fled in a sorry state. However, the Golden Crow True Flame was truly ferocious. Although the 2 were not seriously injured, they were clearly covered in boiling blood. If they did not find a way to resolve the power of the Golden Crow True Flame in their bodies, their fate would be no different from Zai's. The group of heaven-opening cultivators groaned inwardly. They had come here first, but who would have thought that they would encounter these 2 gods of plague? If they had known earlier, they would not have come so quickly. However, the efforts of the heaven-opening cultivators were not in vain. After fighting for such a long time, the movements of the 2 Golden Crow statues were clearly not as nimble as before. The Golden Crow True Flame they spat out was also not as ferocious as before. Their eyes, which originally still had some spirituality, had become dull. Everyone understood that this was because the divinity in the statues had been worn down by the brand. No matter how powerful they were still inanimate objects. With so many heaven-opening cultivators attacking together, there would be a time when they would be destroyed. Chapter 3908. Seeing hope, everyone's attacks became even more ruthless. They all wanted to get rid of these two gods of plague as soon as possible and then explore the Golden Crow Divine Palace. As time passed, the two Golden Crow statues became weaker and weaker. Even the Golden Crow true fire they spat out was intermittent, as if they had already been exhausted. Everyone was overjoyed. Although the Golden Crow statues were refined exquisitely, they were actually not that powerful. The powerful part was the Golden Crow true fire, but now that even the true fire was about to run out, what was there to be afraid of? Just as the numerous heaven-opening experts were preparing to take down the Golden Crow statue in one go, a black shadow suddenly descended from above. That black shadow seemed to be a sleeve that had been enlarged countless times. It covered the sky and the sun, and its aura shook. Heaven and Earth sleeve. Wei Kei, who had been watching from the side, cried out in surprise. He immediately recognized the origin of this divine technique. The enlarged sleeve rolled up and down, and a surge of power swept away the heaven-opening experts, directly taking the two Golden Crow statues into the sleeve. A figure flashed, and an old man appeared out of thin air. His two wide sleeves fluttered in the wind. He had a fat head and big ears, and his face was flushed. At this moment, he was looking at his right sleeve with a smile. In that sleeve, two small Golden Crow statues could be vaguely seen moving left and right, but they couldn't get rid of the restraints. Needless to say, the one who had used the divine technique to take away the Golden Crow statues was this old man. The heaven-opening experts were startled for a moment before becoming furious and glaring at the old man. They had fought desperately for half a day and were about to take care of the Golden Crow statues with great difficulty, but they had not expected that at the last moment, someone else would take the fruits of their labor. Who could tolerate such a thing? After all, these Golden Crow statues were pretty good treasures. However, after seeing the old man's face, everyone frowned. Although they were furious, they did not dare to say anything. Clearly, they were somewhat apprehensive of the old man's identity and strength. Tao Rongfang said in a low voice, "The people from the world's edge really came." Wei Kei's face was also solemn. "Only Hong Lao came. I don't know if the other two are here. If the other two are here, then it will be troublesome." While they were talking, another change occurred. Just as Hong Lao was feeling complacent, a golden line suddenly shot out from the void and quietly penetrated Hong Lao's sleeve. When the golden line returned, the Golden Crow statue that had been previously stored in Hong Lao's sleeve was pulled out. Hong Lao's face turned cold as he shouted, "Which scoundrel dares to steal from me?" As he spoke, his fat hand grabbed at the Golden Crow statue. In the void, a chuckle was heard. That chuckle was as pleasant as a silver bell, causing the pores of those who heard it to open up and feel extremely comfortable. Along with the laughter, a delicate figure appeared, her slender jade-like palm moving towards Hong Laoying. With a loud bang, a violent force rampaged. Hong Lao was slightly shaken and took a few steps back. The delicate figure used the rebound force to distance herself from Hong Lao in an instant. She leaned to the side and looked at Hong Lao with a smile. "Hong Lao, why are you so angry?" The change happened too quickly. Only now did everyone see the appearance of the person who attacked. Shockingly, it was a woman who was mature to the extreme. The space between her brows was filled with charm. Her clear eyes seemed to be able to drip water, and her entire body emitted boundless charm that seemed to be able to devour all gazes in the world. Hong Lao was originally angry, but when he saw this woman, his anger instantly disappeared. He forced a smile and said, "So it's Madame Lan from the First Inn. My apologies for not recognizing you." He was sick of it. If anyone else dared to steal from him, he would not agree no matter what, but this woman was from the first inn. With the strength of the world's edge, there was no way he could challenge her. He knew that he would not be able to get back the golden crow statue that was taken away, but she still left one for him, giving him face. The lady boss smiled. Hong Lao, this thing is fun. How about you give me one? It was taken away. How can I get it back? Hong Lao grumbled in his heart, but he smiled and said, "It is this old man's honor that Madame Lan has taken a liking to it. If Madame Lan wants one, I can give this one to you as well." As he spoke, he shook his sleeves, looking very generous. The lady boss stroked her hair behind her ear, looking very charming. She shook her head and said with a smile, "That's not necessary. I'll take one back and study it. Take it as a favor to Hong Lao. Later, if Hong Lao needs any information, feel free to come to the first inn. I'll give you one for free." Hong Lao smiled. "Madam, you're too polite. Since that's the case, I'll accept it. A piece of information in exchange for a golden crow statue." No one knew whether this was a loss or a gain. "Madam, are you also here to explore the Golden Crow Palace?" Hong Lao turned to look at the quaint palace and asked. The lady boss said, "Such a big thing happened here. Of course, I have to come and take a look. Isn't Hong Lao the same?" Hong Lao's eyebrows twitched. "Since that's the case, why don't you team up with me? We can take care of each other." There was really no way he could go against the first inn. Fortunately, the first inn was indeed honest when it came to doing business. If he could form an alliance with this Madame Lan, he would definitely be able to get a share of the profits if he really managed to get something good out of it. The lady boss played with a strand of hair in front of her chest and smiled gently. "Companionship, forget it. I'm more used to being alone. If Hong Lao wants to form a group, you can ask the others and see if they're willing." As she spoke, she glanced to the side, whether intentionally or unintentionally. "Them?" Hong Lao frowned. Then, he realized what she meant. He waved his sleeves and said coldly, "Come out." A violent force swept out. In the void, a few hidden figures appeared. There weren't many of them, only 3. One of them was a scholarly scholar who was gently fanning himself with a round fan in his hand. The other was a burly man who was dressed in black and had a steady gaze. The other was a young girl who was dressed in a green dress. He didn't know what method they used to hide in the dark. Not to mention those low-rank Kai Tian, even people like Hong Lao didn't notice their existence. If it wasn't for the lady boss of the first and intentionally or unintentionally reminding him, Hong Lao wouldn't have noticed. He knew that Madame Lan was indeed much stronger than him. At the same time, he was resentful of these people's viciousness. They were hiding in the dark, obviously waiting for an opportunity to strike. "I was wondering who it was. So it's you guys. Why? Do you want to take advantage of the situation?" Hong Lao snorted coldly. He obviously recognized these 3 people. The burly man in black snorted coldly. His expression was unruly, but he still turned around and cupped his fists at the lady boss. So did the scholar. He smiled bitterly and cupped his fists. "Madame Lan has good eyes." The young girl stomped her feet and pouted. "Sister Lan, you're too meddlesome." Even though their whereabouts had been exposed by the lady boss, these 3 people didn't dare to complain. It was clear what kind of background the first inn had. Madame Lan covered her mouth and laughed. "This has nothing to do with me. It's Hong Lao's own good eyes." There was no sincerity in her words, but no one dared to refute. Below, Wei Kei's face was bitter. Looking at the 3 people who had just appeared, he whispered, "Zhang Qi of the Land of Loathing, Ji Tianxing of the Blood Dragon Altar, Yuan Xiaoman of the Mirror Flower, Water Moon, this is going to be fun." Although there were many heaven-opening realm cultivators who had rushed here before, they were all at the lower ranks. Even if there was some difference in strength, it wouldn't be too great. However, of these people who had just appeared, which one of them wasn't at the middle ranks? Heaven's Edge, the Land of Loathing, the Blood Dragon Altar, and the Mirror Flower, Water Moon were all second-class forces. Not to mention the lady boss of the first inn, Madame Lan. I've seen Ji Tianqing and Yuan Xiaoman before. So that scholar is Zhang Qi of the Land of Loathing? Tao Rongfang asked. Wei Ke nodded. This person looks gentle and refined, but his methods are extremely cruel. If junior sister encounters him in the future, you must be careful. I know, Tao Rongfang nodded lightly. As the two were talking, the scholar Zhang Qi suddenly turned his head and glanced over. Tao Rongfang's expression changed slightly, knowing that Zhang Qi had probably heard her conversation with her brother. She hurriedly lowered her head. Although she was also at the third rank, she was still only at the lower ranks. The difference between the lower ranks and the middle ranks couldn't be measured. If she was really targeted, she definitely wouldn't have a good ending. Fortunately, Zhang Qi only glanced over before withdrawing his gaze. Most likely, with the Golden Crow Divine Palace in front of him, he didn't have the mind to care about anything else. On the other side, although the Golden Crow statue was gone, none of the lower ranks dared to act rashly. At this moment, the middle ranks had already appeared, and the slightest carelessness could draw fire to themselves. Moreover, they had already encountered danger before even entering. If they really went in, who knew what kind of danger they would encounter? Naturally, they all had the intention of letting the strong lead the way. Hong Lao and the others also understood and coldly glanced down. Zhang Qi said, "Waiting here isn't a solution. Why don't we go in and take a look?" The black-robed man, Ji Tianqing, nodded. Naturally, we have to go in. Hong Lao looked left and right. Who's going first? Yuan Xiaoman pretended not to hear and ran to Madame Lan's side to hold her arm, giggling as she said something. Madame Lan reached out and pinched her nose, causing Yuan Xiaoman to pout. After a long stalemate, Hong Lao said, "How about this, we'll all take turns. This door doesn't look that easy to open, so whoever can open it will go first." Although the first to go in would be in danger, they might also find something good. The weak wanted to pick up scraps, while the strong were naturally more willing to be the first to go. Zhang Qi and Ji Tianqing had no objections. Hong Lao turned to the lady boss and said, "Madame Lan, how about you go first?" Madame Lan smiled lightly. "No need. You all go first. I'll talk to Xiaoman." Hong Lao saw this and said, "Then this old man will go first." As he spoke, his fat body floated to the front of the door. After observing it carefully for a while, he raised his hand and pressed on the door. Hundreds of pairs of eyes instantly stared at Hong Lao's movements. Asterisk creak, asterisk with a series of sounds, the door slowly opened. Chapter 3909. Hong Lao was stunned. Zhang Qi, Ji Tianqing, and the others were stunned. Everyone was stunned. No one had expected the door to be opened so easily. While everyone was still in a daze, Hong Lao had already charged into the hall. His movement immediately affected everyone's nerves, and the surrounding heaven-opening realms all rushed over without needing anyone to say anything. Scram! The black-robed man, Ji Tianqing, was like a mad ancient divine spirit as he charged forward. Wherever he passed, he destroyed everything in his path. Anyone who stood in his way was sent flying. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the door and was the second to rush in. Following closely behind him, the scholar Zhang Qi waved his round fan and entered in a flash. "Sister Lan, let's go in too." Yuan Xiaoman turned her head to look at Madame Lan. The latter nodded gently, and the two of them disappeared into the main hall in a flash. It wasn't until these mid-stage heaven splitters had all entered that the rest of the crowd rushed up. During this period of time, a series of short exchanges were naturally unavoidable, and suppressed energy fluctuations fluctuated from time to time. "Brother, what should we do?" Tao Rongfang looked at Wei Ke and asked. Let's go in and have a look, Wei Kei said in a deep voice. Since they were already here and the gate of the Golden Crow Palace was already open, they naturally couldn't just leave. Although they didn't know what would happen after they entered, as long as they were careful and didn't compete with others, they shouldn't be in danger. When the two from the Great Moon State entered the main hall, a scorching aura assaulted them. Looking around, one could see figures flying about in the spacious hall, making it seem extremely lively. Aside from this, balls of sun's true flame were shuttling through the crowd, avoiding the pursuit of the heaven-opening realm cultivators. The light from the sun's true flame illuminated the entire hall, reflecting the light from the attacks of the heaven-opening realm cultivators. This. Tao Rongfang was stunned. She did not expect to see such a lively scene as soon as she entered. Moreover, at this moment, there were no less than a dozen balls of grand sun primordial flame flying around the hall. Such a grand occasion was simply rare to see, causing her and Wei Kei's hearts to burn with passion. Thick pillars stood erect in the main hall. Around the pillars were lit torches. At first, Tao Rongfang didn't pay much attention to them, but when she took a closer look at the torches, her expression changed. Those were not torches at all. They were clearly balls of true sun fire burning fiercely. The entire hall was illuminated by the grand sun primordial fire. Needless to say, the primordial sun fire that was flying around in the hall should have been torch-like existences. It was only because they were alarmed by the intruders that they had the intelligence to flee. The brother and sister looked at each other. Without the need for communication, they immediately dashed out and pounced toward one of the torches. Before they even arrived, they had already performed the divine technique in an attempt to forcibly seize the real fire of the sun. There was quite a lot of true sun flame in the hall. The main reason was that the hall was not small, and there were over 20 balls of true sun flame used as torches. However, there were also many people who had entered, and all of them were at the heaven-opening realm. There were even a few mid-grade heaven-opening realm experts. In less than half the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the dust settled. Those mid-grade heaven-opening realm experts had all obtained at least 2 portions of true sun flame, and there was no lack of 5th-grade heaven-opening realm experts. The rest had been snatched away by others. The two from Great Moon Prefecture were quite lucky. Although they had entered very late, their timing was very good. They had snatched a portion of true sun flame, and it was 5th grade at that. Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang couldn't hide the excitement and joy in their eyes. A portion of 5th grade materials could be exchanged for 10 portions of 4th grade materials, which was enough to create a 4th grade heaven-opening realm expert. It could be said that they had already accomplished the goal of this trip ahead of time. However, the two of them were unwilling to leave. They had only just entered the hall, and there were already such benefits. If they continued to explore, would there be even more gains? There were many people who had such thoughts. Those who had obtained true sun flame were unwilling to leave, and those who hadn't obtained it were even more unwilling to leave. Moreover, although there was no more true sun flame in the hall, no one could guarantee that there were no other treasures, so everyone was searching around. Soon, someone discovered that the floor of the entire hall was paved with the best quality fire jade. This discovery was really shocking. Outside the universe, although fire jade wasn't a rare material, and its value could be high or low, it also depended on its appearance. This kind of top-grade fire jade was obviously valuable. Moreover, the area of this hall was not small, but the entire floor of the hall was made of extremely pure fire jade without any impurities. Even if a second-rate force were to set up such a place, it would be difficult for them to do so. Only a first-rate force would have such boldness. The group of people almost went crazy. What else was there to say? A group of heaven-opening realm experts, one after another, were like groundhogs. The sound of clanking continued in the hall as pieces of fire jade were pried off and stuffed into space rings. Even the proprietress of the first inn, Madame Lan, was no exception. No one would complain about having too many free benefits. However, good things didn't last long. Perhaps someone had triggered a restriction, but just as everyone was struggling with the floor, there was a rumbling sound and the open door suddenly closed. Everyone was startled and straightened up. Before they had time to investigate the situation, they were suddenly enveloped by a sense of dizziness. Their vision blurred, and everyone in the hall appeared in a huge karst cave. The hall was gone, and so was the fire jade floor. There was no need to work anymore. With this sudden change, those who were familiar with each other hurriedly gathered in one place, vigilantly looking around to guard against the unexpected. Some people even used secret techniques to quietly sneak into the shadows, vanishing without a trace. The mid-level heaven-opening realm experts were also bewildered. Yuan Shaoman came to Madame Lan's side and stuck close to her, as if this was the only way she could find a trace of security. Brother Zhang, you have a deep understanding of the Tao of spirit arrays. What do you think of what happened just now? Hong Lao suddenly turned to look at Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi gently waved his fan a few times and pondered, it should be a teleportation formation. Judging from the feeling just now, the teleportation distance shouldn't be too far. This place should still be on the Sun Star. Hong Lao nodded, this old master also thinks so. So, this place is still inside the Golden Crow Divine Palace? Whether it is or not, we can only carefully investigate. Then let's take a look, Hong Lao nodded. Suddenly appearing in such a place, no one would feel any sense of security. Before the matter became clear, they naturally had to huddle together for warmth. The mid-level heaven-opening realm experts weren't fools, so there was no need for discussion at this time and they began to investigate. After a quick investigation, they really did find something. The entire cave wasn't sealed. There were a total of 8 exits arranged in the 8 gates, hidden gates. Clearly, there was a reason for this. After understanding the situation, many heaven-opening realm experts frowned. At this level of strength, they naturally had some understanding of the 8 gates, hidden gates. However, no one could say for sure where to go out at this time. Fortunately, there were also mid-level heaven-opening realm experts besides low-level heaven-opening realm experts. A group of low-level heaven-opening realm experts naturally had to see how Madame Lan and the others would choose. If they really couldn't, they would follow them. It was better than barging in alone. Madame Lan, how should we choose these 8 gates? Hong Lao looked at Madame Lan and asked. Madame Lan's cultivation was the highest here, so her choice naturally had a lot of reference. The lady boss looked around and chuckled, there's a gate of life, so of course we'll choose the gate of life. Don't tell me we'll choose the gate of death. Choose the gate of life? Hong Lao frowned, but it's hard to say if the existence that set this place up didn't mean to mislead. Then we'll choose the gate of death. Who knows, we might be able to find a way out. Hong Lao was speechless, I'll take my leave first. As Madame Lan said this, she really did walk towards the gate of life and soon disappeared from sight. The group was dumbfounded, not expecting Madame Lan to make such a hasty decision. Did she have enough confidence in her own luck, or did she discover something but not tell everyone? Yuan Shaoman hesitated for a moment, then shouted, Sister Lan, wait for me. She also followed Madame Lan into the gate of life. Once the two of them left, more than half of the heaven-opening realm experts present followed them into the gate of life. After all, they all knew that Madame Lan was from the First Inn, and the First Inn had a great background, so her choice shouldn't be too wrong. Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang were also part of the group. Those who didn't leave either had doubts in their hearts, or felt that Hong Lao's words were correct. If they could find a way out so easily by choosing the gate of life, then what was the point of the 8 gates, hidden gates? What do we do? Hong Lao turned to look at Zhang Qi and Ji Tianqing. Ji Tianqing snorted coldly. I don't care what you do, I'll also go first. As he spoke, he directly stepped towards the gate of death, causing Hong Lao's face to twitch. This was really going to fight to the death, who knew if he could survive. Zhang Qi slowly shook his head. Brother Tianqing is truly bold, this Zhang is ashamed. As he spoke, he walked towards the Gate of Rest. When the two of them left, there were also many low-level heaven-opening realm experts following them. Soon, there were only a dozen or so people left in the cave. Apart from Hong Lao, all of them were low-level heaven-opening realm experts, and they all looked at him anxiously. Hong Lao was annoyed by the stares. He took out a simple copper coin, shook it a few times, and opened it, muttering something under his breath as he looked in a certain direction. Putting away the copper coin, Hong Lao turned into a streak of light and rushed in that direction. The rest of the people followed closely behind. At the same time, in that passage, Yang Kai sighed as he pried up the floor and put it into his spatial ring. Surprisingly, the floor was also made of the highest quality fire jade. At first, he didn't notice it, but after being trapped here and unable to advance or retreat, he finally noticed it after looking around. It wasn't just the fire jade on the floor, but also the torches on the walls. They were actually balls of true sun fire. There were a total of 8 torches in the passage, in other words, 8 portions of true sun fire. Including the one he collected before, he already had 9 portions of true sun fire, and 3 of them were 5th grade. Chapter 39:10. This was truly a bountiful harvest. He had inexplicably come to this kind of place and obtained so much sun's true fire, but now that the passage was sealed, he could not advance or retreat, making him feel helpless. Yang Kai secretly made up his mind to investigate the passage again after collecting all the fire jades. If he still could not find a way out, he could only use spatial teleportation to escape. After spending more than an hour, Yang Kai finally collected all the fire jades in the passage. Just as he was preparing to investigate the passage again, his expression suddenly changed and he turned to look in a certain direction. Faintly, he seemed to hear some movement coming from that direction. Listening carefully, he confirmed that there was indeed movement, and it sounded like someone was attacking the bronze gate that sealed the passage. Was there someone on the other side of the bronze gate? Yang Kai was startled and hurriedly rushed in that direction. If there was someone on the other side, it meant that this passage was not a dead end. It was just that he had not figured out which way was the entrance and which way was the exit. Arriving in front of the gate, Yang Kai silently sensed his surroundings, his expression changing slightly. The person attacking seemed to be quite powerful, at least a mid-rank heaven-opening realm cultivator. At that moment, a faint sound entered his ears, and looking over, he saw that a small crack had appeared on the bronze gate. The bronze gate that he had been unable to move even after using all his strength was actually about to break. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, he heard a loud bang and the bronze door exploded. The huge door shattered into pieces, and the broken door panels flew everywhere. One of the door planks almost hit him. Yang Kai instinctively urged his space principles to escape, but after thinking about it, he suppressed the idea of leaving and instead took out the shadowless muslin he had obtained from Du Rufeng, wrapping it around himself and disappearing in an instant. At the same time, he held his breath and restrained his aura. If he left now, it would not be easy to come in again. Without seeing the sun true gold, Yang Kai was not willing to retreat, but with his current strength, he did not have the qualifications to challenge a heaven-opening realm cultivator, so he could only rely on the shadowless muslin. Du Rufeng had said that this thing was given to him by Duan Hai, so any heaven-opening realm cultivator under the mid-rank wouldn't be able to see its whereabouts. Even if it was a mid-rank heaven-opening realm cultivator, if they didn't search carefully, they might miss it. He prayed in his heart that Du Rufeng was not bragging. Otherwise, if they were to bump into each other in this kind of place, it would be hard to explain. At that time, the only way out would be to escape. After concealing himself, Yang Kai hid behind a broken door. With the help of the door, he covered most of his body. Just as she finished, she heard an excited cheer from outside, "Sister Lan is so awesome." Then, a familiar voice said, "Stop flattering me." The voice at the front was pure and pleasant, while the voice at the back was sweet and soft. It gave off a completely different feeling. Yang Kai frowned slightly, and his expression was a little strange. Why did the voice in the back sound like the landlady of the first inn. He had lived in the first inn for 4 months, and every 3 days he would meet with Dai Yu and the others in the lobby, so he had seen the landlady quite a few times. Although they weren't very familiar with each other, they had exchanged a few words. However, thinking about it, it wasn't surprising that the landlady would appear here. This place wasn't far from the first inn, and the forces of the nearby large territory had all come to investigate the situation on Sun's star. How could the first inn, which was located in this territory, sit idly by? It was understandable that the landlady would come here. How is this flattery? Elder Sister Lan is really amazing. Xiao Man admires you. That pure voice said in annoyance, and then asked, don't you guys agree? Yes, yes, yes. The group of people responded, their voices mixed with flattery. So many people. Yang Kai was startled and hid even more carefully. You talk too much, let's go in and take a look, the voice that seemed to belong to the landlady said as a voluptuous figure stepped into the passage. Yang Kai glanced around and found that he had guessed correctly. That was indeed the landlady of the first inn. The landlady stood still and looked around the passage. Her gaze suddenly fixed on a certain spot, and her beautiful eyes widened. As if she had seen something extremely inconceivable, even her rosy little mouth opened slightly. Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he cursed Du Rufeng in his heart, saying that the shadowless veil was very miraculous, and that a mid-ranked sky splitter wouldn't be able to see through it. If a mid-ranked sky splitter didn't search carefully, it might be overlooked. Overlooked, my ass, the landlady had been staring at him the moment she came in, so it was obvious that she had seen him. Yang Kai's expression was one of awkwardness, as if he had been caught red-handed doing something bad. It was too late to run now, so he squeezed out a smile at the landlady and quietly cupped his hands, begging for mercy. What's wrong, Sister Lan? Did you find anything? A delicate young girl suddenly flashed in and asked suspiciously. The landlady's gaze shifted as she shook her head, nothing, there's nothing here. Let's continue forward. Oh. The young girl didn't suspect anything and followed the landlady forward. Following closely behind the two of them, a group of people rushed in noisily. Yang Kai didn't dare to move, because these people were all in the sky splitter realm. There were quite a few who were only a few inches away from him, almost touching his body. Fortunately, he was hiding behind a broken door, so as long as he didn't take it away, he wasn't afraid of being touched. When these sky splitters entered, they naturally looked around. Yang Kai discovered that many people's gazes swept past him, but they didn't react at all. Only after everyone had gone far away did Yang Kai let out a light breath. From the situation just now, he had somewhat wronged Du Rufeng. This shadowless veil was truly quite miraculous. So many sky splitters had entered, yet they hadn't discovered his tracks. Then what was the landlady's expression from before? Had she discovered him or not? Yang Kai was somewhat unable to determine. However, regardless of whether she had discovered him or not, since she hadn't exposed him on the spot, he owed her a favor. Otherwise, if he had been caught in that situation, he probably wouldn't have had a good ending. There were at least 40 to 50 sky splitters who had entered just now. Yang Kai even saw Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang's figures among them, but not a single disciple from the Great Moon Prefecture was present. Thinking about it, it wasn't strange. In front of so many sky splitters, even if the disciples from the Great Moon Prefecture had followed, they would have been a burden. They had probably been arranged elsewhere by Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang. He had been chasing after a ball of sun true flame in the lava and had been carelessly sucked in by a whirlpool, so how had they come in? And where was this place? Yang Kai looked at the broken door in front of him and then looked in the direction those people were heading. After muttering to himself for a while, he quietly followed them. Not long after, he saw the traces of that group of people in the distance. Needless to say, they had been blocked by the bronze door at the other end of the passage. A rumbling sound came from that side, and a berserk energy was rampaging. Presumably, the lady boss was breaking the door. Feeling the scattered energy fluctuations, Yang Kai was secretly shocked. Although he had long known that the lady boss of the First Inn was definitely not ordinary, it seemed that she was even more powerful than he had imagined. She definitely wasn't just a 4th stage sky splitter, but most likely a 5th stage sky splitter. So far, Yang Kai had only encountered a 5th stage sky splitter, Elder Su, but Elder Su had failed in his revenge and died. Yang Kai had never seen a 5th stage sky splitter with his own eyes. At this moment, he could feel it. Not long after, less than an incense stick's worth of time, the cracking sound came again, and Yuan Shaoman called out, "Sister Lan, put in more effort, the door is about to break." The lady boss said angrily, "If you have time to talk, why don't you come and help me?" Yuan Shaoman giggled. Shaoman won't embarrass herself in front of Sister Lan with this bit of skill. As she spoke, she turned her head to look at the dozens of heaven splitters in the passage and snorted, "You guys, do you only know how to stare? If you're not going to help, can you cheer for Sister Lan? Come, cheer with me. Sister Lan's divine might is unparalleled, #1 in the universe." Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard this. A group of heaven splitters, in their respective forces, were all well-known figures. If they shouted such words, how would they have the face to see others in the future? Are you going to shout or not? If not, then scram. Yuan Xiaoman's beautiful eyes were filled with anger. Everyone was at a loss for words. Whether they were willing or not, they could only respond. For a time, the passage was filled with wave after wave of cheers. Madame Lan stomped her foot in anger. "All of you, shut up. What are you doing?" She was so angry that her liver hurt, and wanted nothing more than to slap that little girl to death. When everyone heard this, it was as if they had been pardoned from a dream, and they hurriedly shut up. Afraid that Yuan Shaoman would cause trouble again, Madame Lan no longer held back. With a bang, a few palms landed, and with a crash, the bronze door on this side was also broken open. Too lazy to waste any more words with Yuan Shaoman, Madame Lan rushed in. What she saw stunned her, and her body froze in place. Yuan Shaoman, who had followed closely behind, bumped into her back and covered her forehead, saying, "Sister Lan, why aren't you leaving?" As she spoke, she noticed Madame Lan's expression and followed her gaze. She also froze in place, her mouth slightly open, unable to speak for a long time. The heaven splitters who had rushed in later, one after another, all froze in place as if someone had used a body freezing technique on them. The shock in the depths of their hearts could not be any greater. Sensing everyone's abnormalities, Yang Kai, who had been following them, also rushed in. Looking left and right, his gaze instantly fixed on a certain place in front of him, and his pupils violently contracted. In front of him, within a dark red light screen, a strange three-legged bird about 10 meters tall and completely black stood on a high platform. The strange bird's wings were spread out, and it was motionless. However, a brilliant divine aura continuously spread out from the strange bird's body. Everyone who came here, regardless of their cultivation, could not help but feel their own insignificance. Chapter 39:11. Inside the large hall, the several dozen heaven-opening cultivators who had rushed in were all frozen in place, and even Madame Lan was no exception. Although there were many people in the large hall, it was deathly silent. Feeling that brilliant divine might, it was as if the entire world was pressing down on them, making it difficult for them to breathe and their chi and blood surging. Golden Crow. After an unknown amount of time, a hoarse and trembling voice rang out from the crowd. It was rumored that a mature golden crow could slaughter high-rank heaven-opening realm cultivators like slaughtering pigs and dogs. Who wouldn't be afraid of it? Of the heaven-opening realm cultivators present, even mid-rank heaven-opening realm cultivators could be counted on one hand. Barging into someone's sleeping quarters without their permission, if they angered this golden crow, no one would be able to survive. At this critical juncture of life and death, who knew how many people regretted getting involved in this mess, wanting nothing more than to leave immediately. However, under the divine might of the golden crow, no one dared to act rashly. What's there to be afraid of? An angry shout rang out. This golden crow is already dead. Although the voice was loud, it was a bit like he was emboldening himself. However, with this person's reminder, when everyone looked carefully at the golden crow, they found that the situation was indeed so. The golden crow had been standing there the entire time, and although there was light in its eyes, it didn't move at all. It didn't react to the arrival of everyone. This golden crow is indeed already dead. Madame Lan nodded slightly. She didn't feel the slightest bit of vitality from the golden crow's body. When she entered just now, she had also been given a fright. Suddenly seeing such a terrifying existence, even her thoughts had become muddled. Now that she sensed the abnormality, after a brief investigation, she finally relaxed. The golden crow was about to die, and the sun was about to be extinguished. Now, on the sun's star, the flames of the sun had already been extinguished, proving the golden crow's death from another perspective. However, looking at the appearance of the golden crow's corpse, it should have died not long ago. Among the people present, her strength was the highest. Since she had said so, the others immediately felt relieved, and sighs of relief rose one after another. In the darkness, Yang Kai, who was hidden under the shadowless veil, licked his dry lips, dazzled as he stared at the golden crow's corpse enveloped in a red screen of light. It was just a corpse, yet it had such power. What would this golden crow be like when it was alive? If the golden crow was like this, then what about the dragon race, ranked above the golden crow? His dragon vein still had a lot of room for growth. Now, he probably hadn't even unlocked 10% of the dragon vein's power. Furthermore, after arriving at this place, Yang Kai could clearly feel that his Dao seal was somewhat restless, as if something was attracting his Dao seal, making him feel a strong desire. Following his instincts, Yang Kai turned his gaze towards the high platform. At the four corners of the high platform, there were several crimson crystal-like objects about a foot in length, which immediately caught his attention. True sun gold. It wasn't just Yang Kai. When there was no longer any threat to his life, he was in the mood to carefully investigate. The foot-long red crystals arranged at the four corners of the high platform instantly attracted everyone's attention. Even though they had never seen it before, when this thing entered their eyes, almost everyone was certain that these foot-long red crystals were the legendary true sun gold. The numerous heaven-opening realm cultivators had already been exploring the sun star for several days, but they had never seen sun true gold. They had obtained some sun true fire, but how could the value of sun true fire compare to sun true gold? Those were materials that were at least of the 6th grade, and even the 7th or 8th grade. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned red. A figure rushed out from the crowd, directly pouncing towards a corner of the high platform. More than a dozen figures followed closely behind, all of them pouncing towards different targets. Idiot! Yuan Xiaoman, who was leaning close to Madame Lan, coldly snorted. Madame Lan sighed, birds die in pursuit of food and men die in pursuit of wealth. As she said this, a world-shaking scream rang out. It was the heaven-opening realm cultivator who was the first to reach the high platform. A ball of scorching flames burned on his right hand, and no matter how he circulated his energy, he couldn't extinguish it. The smell of roasted flesh quickly filled the air, making people feel nauseous. Not only that, the flames rapidly spread upwards, burning his arm in the blink of an eye. That person's expression changed, but he was also very decisive, raising his hand to grab a sword and chopping at his own arm. Sword light flashed, and blood splattered. At the same time, a muffled groan rang out, and an arm fell to the ground. Under everyone's gaze, the flames quickly burned the arm to ashes, causing everyone's faces to turn pale. Learning from the mistakes of others, the others who were originally restless all froze in place when they saw this person suffer such a great loss, and didn't dare to move. Of the dozen or so people who had rushed out before, 2 or 3 of them also suffered the same fate, and had no choice but to cut off their own arms to save their lives. Yuan Xiaoman's expression was extremely solemn, it's the Golden Crow True Fire. Madame Lan nodded lightly, looking up at the red light screen. It seems that this Golden Crow laid down a restriction here before it died. Without breaking the restriction, don't even think about obtaining the Sun True Gold. Does Sister Lan have a way? Yuan Shaoman asked. Madame Lan's brows furrowed, and she pondered for a moment before saying, perhaps I can try, but I can't do it alone. Let's work together. After we succeed, you take 70% and I take 30%. Yuan Xiaoman's expression was excited. Although the amount of Sun True Gold on the platform wasn't much, it wasn't little either, about 7 or 8 strands. Even if she only took 30%, she could still obtain 2 or 3 strands. This kind of treasure, let alone 2 or 3 strands, even 1 strand was enough to make a fortune. Unexpectedly, Madame Lan still shook her head. 2 people won't do. Let's wait for the others. When the time comes, we'll have a chance if we act together. Hong Lao and the others? Yuan Shaoman was stunned. They went in another direction. I don't know if they're still alive at this time. The 2 of them had chosen the life gate, so they hadn't encountered any danger along the way. The others probably weren't so lucky. This old man is blessed with great fortune, of course he's still alive. At this moment, Hong Lao's voice rang out. Yuan Shaoman turned her head and saw Hong Lao walking over from nearby, followed by a few heaven-opening cultivators. However, they didn't seem to be in good condition, all of them injured, and some of them covered in dark red blood. Although she didn't know which gate Hong Lao had chosen, looking at the situation, it was obviously not as safe as the life gate. They had probably encountered many dangers along the way, and who knew how many people had died. Madame Lan's eyes are truly sharp. If I had known earlier, I would have entered the life gate as well. Hong Lao smiled bitterly. It was just luck, Madame Lan smiled. Mr. Zhang and Mr. Ji didn't go with Hong Lao. Hong Lao shook his head. They each chose a different path. Looking up at the platform and the Golden Crow's corpse, his eyes blazed. What's the situation here? Before Madame Lan could explain in detail, a loud bang came from one side of the hall. Shortly after, a figure rushed out from the hall. This person was exuding a baleful aura and was covered in blood. He was none other than the Blood Dragon Altar's Ji Tianxing. It was unknown what this guy had encountered along the way, but he was now in such a sorry state. Moreover, no one else had come to the place he had come out from. As soon as he appeared, Ji Tianxing's gaze was attracted to the Golden Crow's corpse, and he cried out, "The Golden Crow?" His gaze swept over Madame Lan and the others, and he directly walked over. Hong Lao looked him up and down and chuckled. Although he had encountered some twists and turns, the overall situation was still good. It seemed that Ji Tianxing was even more unlucky than him. Madame Lan nodded slightly, then only Mr. Zhang is left. Yuan Shaoman said unhappily, do we have to wait for him? Madame Lan said, there's strength in numbers, and there's enough Sun True Gold. Aren't you afraid there won't be enough to share? Yuan Shaoman pouted. They waited for several hours, and during this time, Hong Lao and the others who had come later also understood the situation here. Several mid-rank heaven splitters also investigated the restriction, thinking of a way to break it, but unfortunately, they didn't have any clues. The restriction here looked simple and not too complicated, but it was a mature Golden Crow that had set it up. No matter how simple the restriction was, it was not so easy to break. One had to be strong enough to break it. It was not until several hours later that Zhang Qi from the Land of Loathing appeared. However, although he had been delayed for a long time, his situation was much better than Hong Lao and Ji Tianxing's. At the very least, there were no traces of injuries on his body, and there were also many heaven splitters who had come with him. It seemed that the 8 exits in the karst cave could all lead to this hall, but the time spent and danger encountered were all different. When they met and explained the situation clearly, Zhang Qi nodded slightly, let's do it this way, I have no objections. While waiting for Zhang Qi, Madame Lan and the others had already worked out a way to break the restriction. Hong Lao's body flickered, and he flew into the air, shouting loudly, "Friends, please be quiet, this old master has a few words to say." In the hall, the heaven splitters who had been gathered in groups of 3 to 5 whispering looked over when they saw this. Hong Lao nodded in satisfaction and chuckled, "Since everyone has come here, you naturally want to fish for some benefits, and now, the benefits are right in front of you. It all depends on whether you have the ability or not. However, this place is protected by a restriction, and if we don't break it, no one will be able to obtain anything. We just discussed it, and if we want to break the restriction, we will need everyone here to work together to have a chance. I ask everyone to put aside their grudges for the time being and work together to break the restriction." Once these words were said, many low-tier heaven splitters looked at each other in dismay. There were also some who sneered inwardly, thinking that Hong Lao was dreaming. There were so many heaven splitters present, and everyone had their own plans. There was no harm in working together to break the restriction, but after breaking the restriction, who would be able to snatch any benefits from a mid-tier heaven splitter? At that time, all the benefits would probably fall into the hands of Hong Lao and the others, and everyone else could only watch helplessly. Who would be willing to do such a thankless task? As a result, no one spoke, and they all remained silent. Hong Lao had clearly expected this, and he smiled. "Of course, we won't make everyone work for nothing. We just carefully investigated and found that there are a total of 8 portions of Sun True Gold on this high platform. Before the restriction is broken, no one knows what the quality of this Sun True Gold is. When we mid-tier heaven splitters arrive, we will each take 1 portion, and the remaining 3 portions will be left to the capable ones. How about it?" Chapter 39:12. There were 5 mid-grade heaven splitters present, and the rest were all low-grade heaven splitters. Even though they had been injured during the 8 inner hidden gates, there were still 60 to 70 of them. With 60 to 70 people competing for 3 portions of Sun True Gold, one could almost imagine how bloody and chaotic it would be. The possibility of dying here was extremely high. However, with such a precious treasure in front of them, none of the low-grade heaven splitters flinched. Instead, after Hong Lao's words, their expressions brightened. Amidst the uproar, the low-grade heaven splitters from the same force or familiar with each other gathered together and secretly communicated with each other through divine sense. Hong Lao floated in the air calmly, looking down and waiting quietly without any intention of urging them. After a long time, a person walked out of the crowd. Yang Kai, who was hiding in the dark and watching from afar, took a closer look and found that this guy was Great Moon Province's Wei Quebec. Wei K was a straightforward person, so it was not strange for him to stand up at this time. First, he cupped his hands towards the mid-grade heaven splitters and said loudly, "Hong Lao, what you said just now, is it true?" Hong Lao chuckled and pointed behind him. "Friend, even if you don't believe this old man, can you not believe the people behind me? This matter was discussed by the several of us together, so of course it's true." Wei K said, "This Wei dares to ask again, if we low-grade heaven splitters are lucky enough to snatch a portion of Sun True Gold, will you master still fight for it?" Once the restriction was broken, the 5 mid-grade heaven splitters would definitely be able to quickly take away their respective portions of Sun True Gold. The remaining low-grade heaven splitters would compete for the other 3 portions, but if Hong Lao and the others interfered at this time, the low-grade heaven splitters would only be able to stand aside. Who would be able to snatch it from them? If so, it would be better not to participate now, so as to avoid taking risks and wasting time. Hong Lao looked at Wei K and said, "Friend, you think too much." Wei K said, "If we don't get to the bottom of this, we won't feel at ease." These words were approved by many low-grade heaven splitters, and there was a burst of agreement. Hong Lao nodded. "Since you asked, this old man might as well tell you that we will not interfere with the 3 portions of Sun True Gold. Whoever has the ability can take the treasure away." "How can you guarantee that?" Wei K asked again. A hint of anger flashed across Hong Lao's face. "Aren't my words a guarantee? With so many fellow Daoists here, could it be that I can go back on my word?" Even if you go back on your word, we can't do anything to you. A voice suddenly sounded from the crowd. Who is it? Who's talking? Come out if you have the guts. Hong Lao was furious, but the voice just now had been erratic, so the speaker had clearly used some kind of secret technique. With so many heaven-opening realm cultivators gathered together, Hong Lao was unable to pinpoint the speaker's location. His old face immediately sank, becoming extremely unsightly. At this moment, Madame Lan stepped forward and looked at the crowd with a smile. How about I swear on the reputation of the first in? When the time comes, us mid-stage heaven splitters will only take one portion of true sun gold. No matter who obtains the remaining 3 portions, we won't interfere. Hearing this, everyone's expressions turned serious. Wei Kei clasped his hands and said, since Madame Lan is the guarantor, then there's no problem. Everyone still trusted the reputation of the first in. Seeing this, Hong Lao's expression became slightly unhappy. It made him seem like a despicable person who would go back on his word. Although he had indeed planned to do so, he was afraid that it would not work now. Madame Lan had already brought out the name of the first in. If he went back on his word, it would only give Madame Lan an excuse to deal with him. Hong Lao was still quite fearful of this woman. He had never been able to figure out what level of heaven-opening realm she was, but at the very least, she was at the 5th level. With this kind of strength, he was definitely not her opponent. Snorting coldly, Hong Lao said, if there's no problem, then do your best to cooperate. If there's anyone else who doesn't agree with this plan, then scram. Otherwise, I don't mind personally sending you on your way. Gloomily looking around, the heaven-opening realm cultivators below discussed for a while, and there really were people who left. Obviously, they felt that staying here was too risky. The true sun gold was indeed a precious treasure, but even if they had the life to take it, they had to be alive to bring it out. With 60 to 70 people fighting over 3 portions of true sun gold, who knew how many people would die when the time came? Just like that, over a dozen people left. Hong Lao waited for a dozen breaths, then nodded and said, is there anyone else who wants to leave? If you want to leave, then hurry up. If not, then get ready to begin. At this time, those who stayed would naturally not leave. Madame Lan stepped forward and gave a simple explanation of the method to break the seal. After a short while, a group of low-level heaven-opening realm cultivators, led by 5 mid-level heaven-opening realm cultivators, gathered around the high platform, forming a simple 5-sided array. The method to break the seal was through brute force, which was why they needed to borrow the strength of so many low-level heaven-opening realm cultivators. Otherwise, how could the mid-level heaven-opening realm cultivators be willing to split the true sun gold into 3 portions? They all stood in their respective positions, silently adjusting the fluctuations of their strength. Yang Kai watched from afar, his heart filled with helplessness. One plan after another flashed through his mind, but he rejected all of them. At this time, if he wanted to participate in the struggle for treasures, strength was the greatest guarantee. It was a pity that he was only in existence that had condensed a Dao seal. In front of a group of heaven-opening realm cultivators, any schemes and tricks were useless. He was panicking inside. Although he did not know what the quality of the true sun gold on the high platform was, there was definitely a 7th grade one. As long as he could snatch a portion, he would be able to condense fire elemental energy. However, such was the tragedy of being weak. Even if he relied on his space principles to snatch a portion of the true sun gold, he probably would not be able to take it away alive. At that time, if the group of people attacked him, even his dragon transformation would not be able to block them. Could it be that he could only watch helplessly? Yang Kai was filled with unwillingness. Looking into the distance, Yang Kai suddenly discovered that Madame Lan seemed to be glancing in his direction, intentionally or otherwise. However, she did not pay too much attention to him. After all, his strength was really not enough to enter her eyes. He had definitely been discovered. He had already been discovered in the passage earlier. The reason why she did not expose him was probably because he was too weak. Just as Yang Kai was feeling sorrowful, the pentagonal formation had already been activated. 5 mid-level heaven splitters each occupied a position, and behind them were at least 10 low-level heaven splitters. The aura of world might surged out. The heaven splitter had already split open the heavens and earth in their bodies. Every heaven splitter had their own minor universe world, allowing them to use world might without borrowing the power of the heavens and earth. As soon as they attacked, it was as if several dozen worlds were colliding with the restriction. Rumbling sounds rang out incessantly, and the violent power was enough to overturn the universe and shatter everything. Yang Kai was dazzled as he watched from afar. He could not help but imagine the might of his attacks when he advanced to Heaven Splitter in the future. Fortunately, the mid-level Heaven Splitters were all extremely powerful. With them leading the pentagonal formation, they were able to combine everyone's strength to the greatest extent, so not much of the shockwaves leaked out. Otherwise, even with the shadowless veil, Yang Kai would have been forced to reveal himself. Hong hong hong, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. Layers of ripples appeared on the red light screen on the high platform, as if countless stones had been thrown into a calm lake. The gap in strength between everyone was quickly revealed. The low-level heaven splitters who were assisting in breaking the formation could not be seen, but the 5 mid-level heaven splitters at the front could be seen at a glance. The young girl, Yuan Xiaoman, was the first to show signs of exhaustion, her pretty face faintly pale. She took some time to take out a few spirit pills from her space ring and stuffed them into her mouth, silently refining them. Ji Tianxing, Zhang Qi, and finally Hong Lao followed. The strength of the lady boss of the first inn, Madame Lan, was reflected at this time. From the beginning of breaking the formation, her expression had not changed much, let alone using spirit pills to replenish her strength. She seemed to be able to maintain this level of intensity until the end of time. Yang Kai, who was observing from a distance, noticed that the lady boss's eyes would occasionally inadvertently glance towards a certain spot on the high platform. At first, Yang Kai did not understand what was going on, but after a moment of thought, he immediately realized that it was because the Sun True Gold was of good quality. Although no one could determine what grade this Sun True Gold was under the cover of the barrier, everyone had their own guesses and deductions. The lady boss being so interested in the Sun True Gold undoubtedly meant that she felt it was the best there. Once the barrier here was broken, she would likely try to snatch it away. Moreover, there was another matter that Yang Kai was extremely concerned about. Compared to the Sun True Gold, this golden crow's corpse was also a precious treasure. This golden crow's corpse was so complete, its value was absolutely immeasurable. It was just that everyone had been discussing how to distribute the Sun True Gold, so no one had mentioned the golden crow's corpse. However, Yang Kai was sure that this golden crow's corpse would definitely lead to a fierce battle. It was very likely that the 4 mid-ranks would join forces and fight with the lady boss for this golden crow's corpse. However, no matter what, without the strength, this matter had nothing to do with him. Fortunately, the harvest this time was not small. He had obtained a total of 9 portions of Sun True Fire, 3 of which were of the 5th grade. He would just take it as watching a show and broaden his horizons. Yang Kai made up his mind and relaxed a lot. Time passed slowly. Apart from Madame Lan, all the heaven-opening cultivators present, including the other 4 mid-ranks, had taken many spirit pills. And this hard work was not in vain. The red barrier on the high platform dimmed visibly. If it was a fiery red before, it was now a light red. At this speed, the barrier would probably be broken in another 1 to 2 hours. Seeing hope, Hong Lao shouted excitedly, "Everyone, put in more effort. Don't hold back anymore. This barrier is about to break." There was no need for him to remind them. Everyone had seen the changes in the barrier, so they naturally knew this. However, they still had to hold back. After all, once the barrier was broken, there would still be a battle. If not for this, this barrier would have been broken long ago. There would be no need to wait until now. Chapter 39:13. Another 2 hours later, the barrier around the platform had become extremely thin, as if it could break at any moment. At this moment, the atmosphere of working together suddenly changed. The eyes of many heaven splitters flickered as they looked around, as if they were competitors. Some of them had already begun to move, preparing to attack at any moment. Don't get distracted, this is the final attack. At this critical moment, Madame Lan suddenly shouted and formed a series of hand seals. The 5-element formation activated, and the combined attacks of several dozen heaven splitters bombarded the transparent barrier from 5 different directions. A loud bang rang out, followed by a series of cracking sounds as small cracks appeared on the barrier. It's broken. Hong Lao's expression froze as his eyes blazed. With a series of cracking sounds, the barrier began to shatter. Everyone stared at the sun true gold in different directions. Yang Kai's heart also burned with excitement, but at this moment, even if he had advanced to Heaven Splitter, he wouldn't be able to make it in time. In order to conceal himself, he didn't dare to get too close. At this moment, he was still quite a distance away from the platform. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and looked towards the Golden Crow's corpse on the platform. In that instant, he seemed to have seen the Golden Crow's eyes move. He originally thought it was just his imagination, but upon closer inspection, he actually saw a hint of mockery in the Golden Crow's eyes. This guy wasn't dead. Yang Kai's expression changed drastically, and without even thinking about it, he hurriedly retreated, not forgetting to send a message to Wei Kei before he left. Right at this moment, the barrier around the high platform collapsed, and several dozen heaven-opening realm cultivators surged forward, each of them reaching out to grab their target. Wei Kei was also preparing to attack, but just as he was about to make a move, he heard Yang Kai's voice and his expression changed slightly. Grabbing Tao Rongfang's arm, he dragged her along as he fled. Tao Rongfang was stunned. Brother? She didn't understand why Wei Kei had retreated at the last moment. If he had wanted to leave, he would have left earlier. Now that the restriction had been broken, it was the perfect opportunity to fight for the Sun Genuine Gold. If he retreated now, all of his previous efforts would have been wasted. Wei Kei didn't have time to explain anything, after all, he had only heard Yang Kai's voice transmission. Holding the attitude that he would rather believe it than not, he took a step back first. There was no way for him to judge whether Yang Kai was telling the truth or not. Staring at the Golden Crow, in the next moment, his hair went numb. He noticed that the Golden Crow's eyes moved. This guy really didn't die. Let's go. Wei Kei shouted in a low voice as he pulled Tao Rongfang back the way they came. On the high platform, Yuan Xiaoman and the others all headed for the same primordial sun gold. This primordial sun gold was the one that Madame Lan had been observing earlier. Madame Lan, on the other hand, pounced on the other primordial sun gold. Seeing this, Yuan Xiaoman and the others almost spat out a mouthful of blood. How could they not know that they had all been played by Madame Lan? Previously, Madame Lan had been observing the Sun Genuine Gold from time to time, causing them to think that this one was of the best quality. Naturally, they all wanted to fight for it, but who knew that she was just misleading them? At this moment, the restriction had been broken, and the Sun Genuine Gold's appearance was clearly visible. They quickly glanced at Madame Lan's target and found that it was indeed a 7th-grade Sun Genuine Gold. On the other hand, the one they were fighting for was only a 6th-grade Sun Genuine Gold. Everyone reacted quickly and immediately changed their target when they sensed that something was wrong. However, at this time, they couldn't even think about fighting for anything with Madame Lan. Her strength was already the highest, and now that she had diverted everyone's attention, the 7th-grade Sun Genuine Gold was already in her hands. Scram! Hong Lao's entire body surged with power, pushing the group of low-grade heaven splitters around. Soon, he arrived in front of a Sun Genuine Gold and grabbed it, stuffing it into his space ring without even looking. On the other side, Yuan Xiaoman also took advantage of her speed and easily obtained a Sun Genuine Gold. Zhang Qihuan's body was suffused with cold-killing intent as he carried the corpse of a heaven splitter. He took the Sun Genuine Gold and space ring from the corpse's hand and casually threw the corpse to the side. The remaining Ji Tianqing also had his eyes on his target. The low-grade heaven splitter who had snatched the Sun Genuine Gold saw Ji Tianqing pouncing towards him and secretly groaned in his heart. He gritted his teeth and threw the Sun Genuine Gold at Ji Tianqing. Here. Ji Tianqing reached out and caught it. Only then did he stop and look down. He found that the Sun Genuine Gold in his hand was only 6th grade Sun Genuine Gold, and his brow furrowed again. However, there was a prior agreement, and it was Madame Lan who had used the name of the first inn as a guarantee. The mid-grade heaven splitters would only take 1 Sun Genuine Gold and would not interfere with the other 3. At this moment, even though he was unwilling, he did not have the courage to fight for anything else. Otherwise, he would be forcing Madame Lan to attack him. In less than 3 breaths of time after the high platform's restriction was broken, the 5 Sun Genuine Gold had their own owners, and the remaining 3 were flying back and forth between the low-grade heaven splitters. No one could successfully obtain them, and once someone obtained them, they would be met with overwhelming attacks. In the blink of an eye, several heaven splitters had died on the spot, and the battle in the hall was extremely fierce. Elder Sister Lan, you're lying. Yuan Xiaoman stood not far from Madame Lan, stomping her feet and pouting. Madame Lan chuckled and was about to say something when she suddenly turned her head to look at the golden crow's corpse. In the next moment, her beautiful face paled. Its wings trembled slightly, and a pair of sharp eyes were filled with ridicule. The adult golden crow that should have been dead actually turned its eyes and came back to life. Brilliant divine might suddenly filled the air, enveloping the entire hall and sealing the heavens and the earth. Yang Kai, who was fleeing backwards, crashed into a layer of invisible power and was directly bounced back. Feeling the terrifying pressure, the bitterness in his mouth was replaced by a bitter taste. From the moment he discovered that there was something wrong with the golden crow, he had been running away, but in order to avoid exposing himself, he didn't dare to make too much noise, so his running speed wasn't fast. At this moment, the entire hall was sealed by the golden crow's divine might, so he probably couldn't even teleport away. Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang were also unable to escape. Although they had been warned by Yang Kai and had promptly withdrawn, not participating in the chaotic battle, they were now facing the same situation as Yang Kai. It's still not dead? Hong Lao's face, which had been glowing with red, instantly turned snow-white. Ji Tianqing, Zhang Qi, and Yuan Xiaoman, which one of them wasn't shocked? Even mid-grade heaven splitters could only tremble under the golden crow's divine might. Even they were like this, let alone low-grade heaven splitters. When the golden crow's divine might filled the air, the hall, which had been bustling with activity, suddenly fell silent. Many low-grade heaven splitters felt as if several worlds were pressing down on their bodies. They couldn't move, and the power in their bodies couldn't circulate smoothly. On the high platform, several low-grade heaven splitters watched as the golden crow raised a claw and gently pressed it down. Then, their vision turned black, and they couldn't feel anything. Slaughtering heaven splitters like slaughtering pigs and dogs was something they had only heard of in legends, but at this moment, everyone in the hall saw it with their own eyes. Under the golden crow's claw, several low-grade heaven splitters were crushed into meat paste without even having the strength to resist. Even if they were only low-grade heaven splitters, they were still heaven splitters. After killing several low-grade heaven splitters, the golden crow's golden eyes swept across the hall. Being stared at like this, everyone felt as if their souls had left their bodies. Even Yang Kai, who was enveloped by the shadowless gauze, felt a chill in his heart. An aura of death enveloped him. The golden crow flapped its wings, creating a boundless astral wind that blew everyone away. Several low-grade heaven splitters who were closer had blood erupt from their bodies, their flesh and bones separated. But within the golden crow's pitch-black body, a faint light blossomed that grew brighter and brighter, and a scorching aura surged out. Screech, with a cry, the entire hall was illuminated. Everyone lost their vision at this moment. The golden crow seemed to have turned into a round sun. The golden crow true fire, which could burn everything, spread out in all directions. It's over. At this moment, almost everyone had such a thought. Everyone had experienced the power of the golden crow true fire before. Low-grade heaven splitters were simply unable to block it. Just being touched by it would cause a terrible injury. Now that the golden crow had forced out its true fire, who could block it? Moreover, there was no place to hide from this kind of large-scale indiscriminate attack. The dazzling light only lasted for a moment before suddenly disappearing, and the terrifying energy fluctuations were also annihilated. Everyone turned their heads in shock, only to see that an umbrella-like secret treasure had appeared on the high platform at some point. The light blue umbrella had an exquisite pattern on it, and it was spinning, releasing a mysterious power. It was this umbrella that had covered the figure of the golden crow, blocking the dazzling light and the terrifying power. In the air, Madame Lan's delicate body trembled, and her hands formed a seal. Only now was her powerful strength completely exposed to everyone's perception. Sixth grade heaven splitter. Hong Lao exclaimed. Sixth grade heaven splitter was already the limit of mid-grade heaven splitter. It was only one grade away from high-grade heaven splitter, and there weren't many high-grade heaven splitters in the entire universe. Although they had long felt that Madame Lan's strength wasn't simple, it was only now that everyone knew that she was actually a sixth-grade heaven splitter. And the umbrella secret treasure that covered the high platform and saved everyone's lives was undoubtedly Madame Lan's. Only she had such a mysterious secret treasure that could block the attack of the golden crow. Having escaped death, everyone was overjoyed, and one by one, they rushed out desperately, wanting to leave the hall. Even Hong Lao and the others were no exception. Yang Kai saw this scene and secretly gritted his teeth. At this time, they didn't think of a way to work together to deal with the golden crow. Instead, they wanted to escape. How stupid. If he could run, he would have done so long ago. Why would he wait until now? Sure enough, the whole hall was completely sealed off at this moment, and there was no way out. I can't hold on any longer. Madame Lan suddenly gritted her teeth and shouted softly, an extremely difficult look appearing on her face. Chapter 39:14. A spark of fire seeped out from a certain part of the umbrella and quickly burned a large hole in it. As the flame spread, the hole grew larger and larger. Not only that, the light on the umbrella began to flicker and rapidly dim. Madame Lan looked at her artifact, her eyes full of reluctance and pain. This artifact was bestowed upon her by her sect elders and could easily block the full-powered attack of a high-grade heaven splitter. She had never expected it to be destroyed here today. Compared to the 7th grade true sun gold she had obtained, she didn't know whether it was a loss or a gain. At this moment, it was meaningless to think about this. Just as he was thinking about it, he heard a boom and the umbrella exploded. The dazzling light that was originally covered by the umbrella once again filled everyone's vision, and the scorching power spread in all directions. Shrill screams rang out as the heaven splitters closer to the high platform were instantly set ablaze, turning into fireballs. No matter how they urged their strength, they were unable to extinguish the golden crow true fire on their bodies. Those who were further away were relatively lucky, but they were also desperately urging their strength to resist the golden crow true fire that was spreading towards them. The aura of world force rose and fell one after another, and the shadows of different miniature universe worlds appeared behind these heaven splitters. Yang Kai also sensed that something was wrong. He hesitated for a moment between the sealed world bead, the 6 directions wish pouch, and the mountains and rivers bell before hiding in the 6 directions wish pouch. At the same time, he summoned the mountains and rivers bell to cover the wish pouch. With these 2 layers of protection, he felt much safer. The next moment, his mind shook as if someone had punched him in the chest. His chi and blood surged, and he had the urge to vomit blood. He knew that the mountains and rivers bell had been severely damaged, and he had also suffered a backlash. 10 breaths. The Golden Crow true fire only wreaked havoc for 10 breaths. However, after 10 breaths, the entire hall was littered with corpses. Almost half of the several dozen heaven splitters had died, all of them burned to death by the Golden Crow true fire. Those who didn't die were all injured and pale. And this was the result of Madame Lan using a precious treasure to block it. If it weren't for the umbrella secret treasure blocking the most ferocious attack of the Golden Crow true fire, all of the low-rank heaven splitters in the hall would probably have perished by now. It was also thanks to Madame Lan's umbrella blocking some of the flames, greatly weakening the power of the Golden Crow primordial fire. This was why most of the people were able to keep their lives and not be completely wiped out. The few mid-tier heaven splitters were fine, but they all had terrified expressions. Faced with the might of a fully grown Golden Crow, who would dare to even think about fighting it? In a corner of the hall, Yang Kai also flashed out of the 6 Harmonies Rui pouch. He immediately covered himself with the shadowless gauze and continued to conceal himself. Fortunately, the situation in the hall was very chaotic. Everyone was thinking of ways to save their own lives, so no one saw the situation on his side. Otherwise, it would be difficult to not notice a person from the Emperor realm appearing here. After a brief examination, Yang Kai's face twitched, revealing a distressed expression. The mountains and rivers bell could be considered destroyed. Its surface was full of burn marks, and it had lost a lot of its spirituality. Unless someone repaired it and nurtured it for a long time, it would be difficult to use it again. This ancient exotic artifact that had accompanied him since his trip to the Shattered Star Sea was actually going to be destroyed here. Although he had already mentally prepared himself, when the truth was placed in front of him, Yang Kai still felt a little reluctant. But in the situation just now, he had no other choice. He didn't know how powerful the Golden Crow primordial fire was, so he didn't dare to hide in the sealed world bead. Because once he hid in the sealed world bead would be exposed in the hall and exposed to the Golden Crow primordial fire. Yang Kai wasn't sure whether the sealed world bead would be safe under the burning of the Golden Crow primordial fire. If something went wrong, not to mention the medicine garden inside the sealed world bead, the wood bead and wood dew were still living inside. Therefore, hiding in the 6 Unity Wish bag was the best choice. To be on the safe side, Yang Kai summoned the mountains and rivers bell to protect himself. Now, it seemed that this arrangement was not in vain. Compared to those heaven-opening realm masters who were all injured, he didn't feel any other discomfort except for the slight backlash from the destruction of his artifact. The mountains and rivers bell could be considered an ancient exotic treasure. Yang Kai comforted himself. Now was not the time to be sentimental. The Golden Crow had faked its death and resurrected, so the crisis was not over yet. If he couldn't escape from here, he was afraid he would be doomed. Looking around, Yang Kai found that Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang were hiding in a corner with pale faces. Looking at the situation, the two of them seemed to be in good condition, without any trace of injury. Yang Kai guessed that it was related to his timely warning. When the barrier on the high platform was broken, everyone was rushing forward, and only the two from Great Moon Province and himself were retreating. When the Golden Crow primordial fire broke out, it was blocked by others, so the further back it was, the weaker its power would be. Should I join them? At this time, with 2 heaven-opening realm masters accompanying him, his chances of survival would definitely be higher. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a monstrous evil aura erupted from the center of the hall. Yang Kai looked over in shock. He saw the Golden Crow standing on the high platform, its pair of golden eyes staring at Madame Lan of the First Inn. Its eyes were filled with unforgettable hatred. Obviously, it also knew that it was Madame Lan who had ruined its plan. If this woman hadn't summoned that umbrella artifact just now, how could there be anyone alive in the hall? And being stared at like this, Madame Lan couldn't help but feel like her soul had left her body. Her whole body turned cold, and her vision blurred. The golden crow originally standing on the high platform had already flashed in front of her, one of its claws gently pressing down. Madame Lan's beautiful face turned pale. She raised her jade palm and pressed upwards. The phantom of a small universe behind her flashed and disappeared, and the power of the world suddenly erupted. The violent power swept out, and Madame Lan's body flew out like a rag sack. Blood flowed endlessly in the air, and large patches of blood stained the clothes on her chest. The golden crow's body also leaned back slightly, almost falling down. After tumbling a few times in the air, Madame Lan nimbly landed on the ground. Her hand covered her full chest, and although her face was pale, her beautiful eyes were frighteningly bright. She cried out, "It's already an arrow at the end of its flight. Everyone, please lend me a hand." Without fighting with the golden crow, Madame Lan still didn't know its details, but after the exchange just now, she immediately felt that the golden crow in front of her wasn't as powerful as she had imagined. Although she couldn't defeat it with her own strength, it definitely wouldn't be so easy for it to kill her. She understood that this golden crow was probably really going to die. The reason it had faked its death was probably to lure people to come and be buried with it. At the same time, it would also teach those who coveted its treasures a profound lesson, so that those who came later would be cautious. This idea was quite vicious. It was already at the end of its tether, and the eruption of such a powerful golden crow primordial fire just now made things worse. Unfortunately, although Madame Lan had seen through this, the others didn't know the situation. Seeing that Madame Lan, a 6th-rank sky splitter, couldn't withstand a single blow from the golden crow and was directly beaten to the point of vomiting blood, who would dare to step forward? Yuan Xiaoman, Ji Tianxing, Hong Lao, Zhang Qi, and the other sky splitters only watched from afar, not to mention those lower sky splitters. Mockery flashed in the golden crow's eyes, and it walked towards Madame Lan step by step. Madame Lan stared straight ahead, angry and furious. "What are you all waiting for? If I die here, none of you can think of leaving. When the time comes, you'll all be finished with me. Instead of waiting for death, why don't you all take a gamble and join hands with me to kill it? Only then will you have a chance to escape." Her words hit the nail on the head, and the sky splitters all looked at each other. If it were any other time, they wouldn't mind sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight. Although the Firstin had a powerful background, as long as they didn't make a move against Madame Lan, even if she died, it had nothing to do with them. However, at this time, in this place, if even the strongest Madame Lan died here, who would be able to withstand a single blow from the golden crow? When the time came, they would probably be slaughtered like chickens and dogs by the golden crow, just as Madame Lan said. While the sky splitters were still hesitating, 2 figures had already rushed over from a corner of the hall and landed on Madame Lan's left and right. They were none other than the 2 from Great Moon Province. Wei Kei said, "Madame Lan, we're here to help you." Madame Lan glanced at him gratefully and nodded slightly. "Thank you, husband and wife." To be the first to stand up at this time required not only courage, but also trust in her. Tao Rongfang glanced at Wei Kei, her face slightly red, but she didn't explain much. She thought that if she could die here with him, her life wouldn't be in vain. "Sister Lan, I'll help too." Yuan Xiaoman shouted as she also ran over. Hong Lao, Zhang Qi, Ji Tianxing, and the others nodded slightly and also came to Madame Lan's side in a flash. With the help of the sky splitters, Madame Lan's heart was at ease. She smiled and said, "You won't regret your choice." Hong Lao glanced at the sky splitters who were wavering and said in a cold voice, "If you want to live, follow this old man and the others. If anyone dares to cheat, even if the golden crow doesn't kill you, this old man will kill you." It had to be said that at a time like this, malicious threats were more effective than kind pleas. At the very least, after Hong Lao said this, many low-rank heaven splitters gathered around even though they were unwilling. In an instant, the sky splitters who were still alive surrounded the golden crow. The golden crow stamped its feet and tilted its head to look around. The situation around it undoubtedly made it angry. When it flapped its wings and let out a cry, astral winds rose again. The astral winds that could cut through gold and break jade attacked in all directions. Many sky splitters hurriedly blocked, and a series of clanking sounds rang out. In today's situation, if it doesn't die, then we will. Madame Lan took a deep breath, her chest rising high. She raised her hand and threw out a colorful ribbon. Everyone, please hold the fort for me. She also knew that this kind of temporary alliance was extremely loose. If she didn't give others some hope, no one would have the guts to attack the Golden Crow. Thus, no matter what, she had to be the first to act and let others see what kind of state the Golden Crow was in. Chapter 39:15. The colorful silk fluttered in the air as Madame Lan's figure danced around, the shadow of the mini-universe world flickering behind her. The power of a sixth-grade heaven splitter was extraordinary. The colorful silk fluttered here and there, whipping the Golden Crow until it staggered and cried angrily. Although it occasionally counterattacked, Madame Lan avoided it in advance. Hong Lao and the others were overjoyed. They knew that Madame Lan was right. The Golden Crow was really at the end of its life. Otherwise, how could such a famous vicious beast be so weak? Madame Lan alone was qualified to contend with it. Even though it seemed to be at a disadvantage, it wouldn't be defeated in a short time. If Madame Lan was able to do this on her own, how could the Golden Crow survive if everyone in the hall worked together? Hong Lao shouted, "Madame Lan, this old man is coming." The Golden Crow's fat body flew out and slammed a palm down. Behind him, Yuan Xiaoman, Zhang Qi, and Ji Tianqing summoned their artifacts and attacked the Golden Crow with loud rumbling noises. The low-grade Heaven Splitter generals and mid-grade Heaven Splitter generals had already attacked, so they didn't hesitate and followed. In an instant, a fight broke out in the hall. Secret treasures flew everywhere, and the scene was extremely lively. In a corner of the hall, Yang Kai hid under the shadowless silk and watched with widened eyes. The Golden Crow was so majestic. It was born with the sun and danced with the sun, but now it was in a situation where it was like a tiger in the sun and a dragon in shallow water. The power of time was endless. No matter how powerful an existence was, it couldn't resist the passage of time. There was always a time when it couldn't catch up. The Golden Crow was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Its last attack was blocked by Madame Lan's secret treasure, so it was obviously exhausted. Even so, Madame Lan alone shouldn't be a match for it. However, there were at least 30 Heaven Splitters still alive in the hall. Among them, there were 4 or 5 mid-grade Heaven Splitters. Under their joint efforts, the Golden Crow was instantly at a disadvantage. Looking at the situation, it was only a matter of time before it died. Yang Kai smacked his lips. In the end, he didn't know who would benefit. The value of the Golden Crow's body was immeasurable. Although he didn't know what the Golden Crow's body could be used for, it was definitely not inferior to the true sun gold. How sad. Since he wasn't strong enough, he could only watch the show from the sidelines. He couldn't join in the fun. Yang Kai urgently felt his need for strength. On the battlefield, although the Golden Crow was at a disadvantage, the Golden Crow primordial fire was so powerful that no one dared to touch it. Every time the Golden Crow primordial fire spread out, everyone had to retreat, giving the Golden Crow a chance to breathe. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, a miserable cry rang out. It was an inferior grade Heaven Splitter that couldn't dodge in time and was struck by the Golden Crow true flame. In an instant, half of his body melted. His companions immediately brought him away from the battlefield, but it was likely that this would also end in tragedy. As time passed, the Golden Crow's body was covered in wounds. Blood flowed out like magma and fell to the ground, burning holes in the floor. Of the more than 30 Heaven Splitters, 4 or 5 had already fallen. The remaining people were also gasping for breath, their strength lacking. Not only were the inferior grade Heaven Splitters like this, but the mid-grade Heaven Splitters weren't much better. Although they were stronger, the pressure they had to endure was not something the inferior grade heaven splitters could compare to. Every one of them was using their full strength, and even Madame Lan's pretty face was pale. Among everyone, she was under the greatest pressure. The Golden Crow seemed to be angry that she had ruined its plans, and half of its attacks were directed at her. If it weren't for Madame Lan's strength being extraordinary and the many secret treasures she had on her, she probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. At a certain moment, Hong Lao suddenly shouted excitedly, "Hold on, this evil beast is about to die." The Golden Crow's eyes were dim, and there was no longer any vigor from before. There were countless wounds of various sizes on its body, and its monstrous aura had also fallen to the bottom. It was indeed at the final juncture of its life. Its body swayed, but it stood firm. Its pale golden eyes swept across the battlefield. The pride of the ancient divine spirit made it so that even in its last moments, it didn't put these people in its eyes. Madame Lan came over in a flash, her colorful ribbon bunched together and whipped down. The Golden Crow seemed to want to dodge, but it no longer had the strength to do so. The colorful ribbon directly whipped its neck, and the faint sound of bones breaking could be heard. Under the great force, the Golden Crow was directly hit and flew to a corner of the hall. After this blow, Madame Lan also staggered and almost fell to the ground. With a bang, the Golden Crow fell to the floor and slid forward for a long distance. It didn't move for a long time. But even so, no one dared to casually step forward to investigate. The main reason was that they had suffered a loss when the Golden Crow faked its death once before. Before confirming that it was completely dead, no one dared to repeat the same mistake. If this guy spat out Golden Crow true fire again, no one would be able to resist in their current state. Heavy breathing echoed in the hall. Almost at the same time, everyone took out spirit pills from their space rings and stuffed them into their mouths, quickly refining them and restoring their strength. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the Golden Crow lay there, motionless. At the same time, Yang Kai's face twitched as he cursed in his heart. The Golden Crow's position was less than a meter away from where he was hiding. He didn't expect Madame Lan to send the Golden Crow here. This was a little awkward. It was too late to leave now. Everyone in the hall was staring at him, and their divine senses were converging here. If he moved, he might expose his whereabouts. What should he do? If the Golden Crow was dead, those guys would definitely come to investigate later. He was standing so close to the Golden Crow. He was afraid that he couldn't hide from the perception of those heaven splitters. If they asked later, how should he explain? Just as he was hesitating, the Golden Crow in front of him suddenly moved slightly, and then slowly and firmly stood up. Yang Kai only felt a chill from head to toe, and all the hair on his body stood on end. Although the Golden Crow looked miserable now, if it wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as pinching an insect. He prayed in his heart that he wouldn't be discovered. The Golden Crow didn't know if it was dizzy from the beating, but when it stood up, it didn't face Madame Lan and the others. Instead, it faced the place where Yang Kai was hiding. Immediately, the Golden Crow lowered its head, its pale golden eyes fixed on Yang Kai. They were less than a meter apart, and Yang Kai could even feel the Golden Crow's breathing. When their eyes met, Yang Kai knew that the Golden Crow must have discovered him. The shadowless veil couldn't even hide from Madame Lan, so how could it hide from an adult Golden Crow? Trying hard to put on a harmless look, Yang Kai forced an ugly smile at the ancient divine spirit in front of him. The Golden Crow opened its mouth, and a scorching aura filled the air. Flames could be vaguely seen, and the aura of death enveloped him. Damn you! Yang Kai flew into a rage. He had compromised so much, only begging it to let him go, but it had actually mercilessly attacked him in return. At this critical moment of life and death, Yang Kai didn't wait for the Golden Crow's true fire to spit out. He raised his hand and summoned a golden feather, pouring all his power into it. When the golden light shone brightly, another violent aura suddenly surged. Not far away, Madame Lan and the others, who were vigilantly watching the Golden Crow stand up again, all paled. They had been on guard against the Golden Crow using the same trick. Now, it seemed that the previous attack hadn't taken the Golden Crow's life, but it should have. What was with this violent aura erupting at this time? As their gazes trembled, they saw a golden pheasant that seemed to have been enlarged countless times suddenly appear. The golden pheasant's figure was huge, and the golden light on its body was dazzling, almost covering the entire sky. It wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the Golden Crow's overflowing might, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Mia Meng! Hong Lao cried out involuntarily. Zhang Qi and Ji Tianqing's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and Yuan Xiaoman and Madame Lan's red lips were also slightly agape. The minds of the numerous heaven-opening cultivators were a mess, and they were practically unable to think. They couldn't understand why Mia Meng would appear here. Why hadn't he been seen before, and how had he come in? However, very soon, Madame Lan discovered that something was wrong, and shouted in a low voice, "It's not the main body, it's a divine technique." Even if it wasn't the main body, it wasn't something that they could contend against at this moment. Mia Meng lowered his head, looking down at the Golden Crow. Accompanied by a strange cooing sound, his sharp beak suddenly pecked down. With a crack, a huge hole appeared in the Golden Crow's head. The Golden Crow's body swayed a few times, then fell to the ground with a loud crash, completely devoid of life. This time, it was truly dead. If the Golden Crow at its peak state had encountered Mia Meng, the latter might not have been its match, but the large Golden Crow here was already like a lamp without oil, and didn't have much time left to live. Although it had used tricks to kill many heaven-opening cultivators who coveted its treasures, it had also consumed a great deal of energy. After that, it had fought with Madame Lan and the others for a long time, so how could it have any energy left? Mia Meng's attack couldn't be blocked at all, so it wasn't surprising that it had died. After killing the Golden Crow, Mia Meng's figure quickly dissipated, turning into specks of golden light and disappearing. The overwhelming power that accompanied it also disappeared without a trace. Hong Lao's eyes widened, and he looked in the direction where the Golden Crow had fallen in surprise. Over there, a young-looking guy was standing beside the Golden Crow's corpse, his expression slightly awkward. Hong Lao couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" He had never seen this guy before, and the aura of this young man was too weak. He wasn't at the heaven-opening stage at all. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. He had no choice but to use the feather that Mia Meng had given him, so the shadowless veil lost its concealment effect, and his figure would naturally be revealed. He had been hiding until now, but at the last moment, he was still exposed. Yang Kai was also very helpless. However, now wasn't the time to think about this. Since he was exposed, he could only quickly escape. Thinking of this, Yang Kai cupped his hands solemnly. Madame Lan. Hong Lao and the others immediately turned to look at Madame Lan, thinking that the two of them were very familiar with each other. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai took out the Rui pouch to divert their attention, and directly put the Golden Crow's corpse into the pouch. In a flash, he disappeared from where he was. Chapter 39:16. He didn't know what the Golden Crow's corpse could be used for, but that didn't stop Yang Kai from snatching it first. After all, he had spent a Mia Meng feather to obtain this spoil of war, so how could he let it go so easily? When he had taken Great General Si Chun to find his family, Mia Meng had only given him 3 golden feathers. In a situation where he was still weak, these 3 golden feathers were incomparably precious, and could be said to be 3 life-saving talismans. If he had any other choice, how could Yang Kai bear to use them here? But facing the Golden Crow's attack, he had no choice but to use them, or else he would die. His figure flickered, and the space principles fluctuated. To Yang Kai's pleasant surprise, the power that had sealed the world disappeared with the Golden Crow's death, allowing him to smoothly activate his teleportation secret technique. There was no way to determine his location, so he had to run first. This was like poking a hornet's nest. The many heaven-opening cultivators in the hall first widened their eyes, then became shocked and angry. They had spent so much effort to fight the Golden Crow to the death, paying a huge price, and even many low-level heaven-opening cultivators had fallen. They had finally taken down the Golden Crow with great difficulty, but now a strange little brat had taken advantage of them? If that person really was very strong, then so be it. His strength was inferior, and there was no way to challenge him. The key was that this little brat wasn't even a heaven-opening cultivator, yet he had the guts to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Hong Lao and the others were especially furious. Although everyone had gained something from this trip, and each of them had obtained a Sun genuine gold, no one would complain about having too many good things, especially when that was the corpse of an adult golden crow. It was probably even more valuable than the Sun genuine gold. How dare you! Hong Lao shouted angrily, and his powerful divine sense poured out like a tide, immediately locking onto Yang Kai's position. His fat body flickered, and he immediately disappeared, chasing after him. Zhang Qi and Ji Tianqing also didn't say a word, each using a secret technique and disappearing. Yuan Xiaoman turned to look at Madame Lan. Sister Lan, aren't we going to chase? Without waiting for Madame Lan's reply, she shot into the sky like an arrow, breaking through the roof and opening a passage to the outside world. A group of low-level heaven-opening cultivators followed closely behind. In the main hall, Madame Lan wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, a strange expression on her face. Of course, she knew that young man. He had stayed in the First Inn for 4 months and was also a guest of the First Inn. His name was Yang Kai. Later, he somehow entered the Jianghu palace and hid in a passage. She didn't expose him at that time because she knew that he was just a guy who wanted to take advantage of her. He had a secret treasure that could hide his body. With her 6th-level eyesight, she could see through him at a glance. He was neither a relative nor a friend, so she didn't need to care about him. She didn't expose him because the First Inn had always been amiable and never took the initiative to make enemies. Who would have thought that this fellow would actually pick up a bargain, and a huge one at that? The Golden Crow's corpse was much more valuable than the Grade 7 True Sun gold he had obtained. Just thinking about it was interesting. With so many heaven-opening realm cultivators here, how could a venerable emperor like him have the guts to do such a thing? Wasn't he afraid that the Golden Crow's corpse would burn his hands? I'm just afraid that you won't have the life to take it away. Madame Lan exhaled lightly and looked up. Yuan Xiaoman had already opened a passage above her head that led to the outside world. With a flash of her delicate body, she soared into the sky. At that moment, Yang Kai felt as if his butt was on fire. The space principles around him fluctuated wildly as he fled madly. Behind him was a large group of heaven-opening realm cultivators, led by Hong Lao and the other mid-rank heaven-openers. Looking at their flustered and exasperated appearance, those who didn't know would think that he had dug up their ancestral graves. This was the first time he had been chased by a heaven-opening realm cultivator, and so many of them at once. Almost all the forces in the nearby large territory were present. Yang Kai deeply experienced the strength of a mid-rank heaven-opening realm cultivator. Although he had relied on the laws of space to escape first, he didn't run very far before he felt several presences lock onto him from afar. Needless to say, these presences belonged to the mid-rank heaven splitters. After several teleportations, although he had opened up some distance, he still couldn't shake them off. Moreover, after several times, Hong Lao and the others seemed to have noticed Yang Kai's space principles and chased him even more fiercely. The distance between them rapidly closed. Yang Kai's strength was still a little lacking, so how could he compare to a heaven-opening realm cultivator in speed? Fortunately, the space divine technique gave him a unique advantage in escaping. If it weren't for this, Yang Kai would have been caught long ago. Behind the crowd, Great Moon Prefecture's Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang also had extremely strange expressions as they quietly communicated with each other through divine sense. Brother, that's Yang Kai, right? Am I seeing things? Tao Rongfang still couldn't believe what she had seen in the hall. She didn't understand how Yang Kai had appeared there. Wei Kei nodded quietly, yes, it's him. How did he? I don't know either, but he's in big trouble this time. Wei Kei's expression was solemn as he sighed. How foolish. Since he had a way to hide, he could have just kept hiding. Why did he have to expose himself and AI? In that situation, let alone Yang Kai, who wasn't even a heaven-opening realm cultivator, even he wouldn't have dared to snatch the golden crow's corpse. Wasn't obtaining this hot potato the same as courting death? Now, with several dozen heaven-opening realm cultivators chasing after him, how spectacular would that scene be? Even if that little brat was proficient in space principles, he wouldn't be able to escape alive. It really is a pity. That little brat is quite a good person. It was only thanks to him that our son was able to find us, Tao Rongfang sighed. He also saved our lives. Wei Kei said. Tao Rongfang was confused. When did he save our lives? When the golden crow faked his death and revived, weren't you very curious as to why I suddenly pulled you back? It was this little brat who secretly sent me a sound transmission, saying that the golden crow might still be alive. Now that I think about it, if he hadn't warned me in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Thinking back to that scene, Wei Kei couldn't help but shiver. When the golden crow's true fire had erupted, almost half of the heaven-opening realm cultivators present had died. If he and Tao Rongfang hadn't retreated, there was no guarantee that they would have survived. He was already there at that time. Tao Rongfang was shocked. Wei Kei laughed. I also don't know how he entered or how he hid himself. It's probably the work of a secret treasure. However, at that time, the onlookers saw more clearly than the onlookers. Even Madame Lan and the others were attracted by the sun true gold, so no one noticed the golden crow's abnormality. Tao Rongfang said with some lingering fear, if that's the case, we really do owe him our lives. Brother, we can't not repay him for saving our lives. Now that he's in trouble, we can't just sit by and watch. Wei Kei said with a headache, of course we can't just ignore him, but this matter isn't easy to deal with. Let's not talk about other things for now. We have to catch up to him quickly. This brat really can run, I really want to break his legs. Tao Rongfang giggled, it's not bad if he can keep running like this. At the very least, we can guarantee that we won't catch up to him. I'm just worried that he won't be able to continue running. As the two of them spoke, they did their best to catch up. However, the distance between them and the mid-level heaven-opening realm cultivators grew larger and larger. Fortunately, the field of vision in this star field was quite good, so they didn't have to worry about losing them. Right at this moment, an angry roar rang out in front of them. Even though they were very far away, they could still hear it clearly. That brat in front, stop if you want to live. Otherwise, when this old man catches up to you, I'll definitely let you taste all the torture in the world. I'll make you beg for death. If he had any other choice, Hong Lao wouldn't threaten someone from the Emperor realm like this. It was beneath his dignity. That young man was really too good at running, and Hong Lao had taken the initiative to leave everyone far behind from the start. If they were closer, he could interfere with the space around that brat so that he couldn't teleport away. At that time, he could easily catch up to him. However, at this distance, even if he interfered, it probably wouldn't have much of an effect. That brat was still teleporting away. As he spoke, his anger was evident in his words. Yang Kai, who was running in front of him, didn't pay any attention to him. It would be crazy to stop at this time. To be honest, he was more or less regretful now. He shouldn't have picked up this hot potato. It was just that after watching the show for so long, he had seen 8 pieces of true sun gold, but he didn't get a share. He even used a golden annihilation plume. Thinking that he couldn't make such a bad deal, he got hot-headed and snatched the golden crow's corpse. However, since he had already snatched it, it was impossible to return it now. Several heaven splitters were chasing after him, so who could he return it to? No matter who got it, the rest of them wouldn't let him go. He would be viewed with hostility left and right, so he might as well go all the way. As the saying goes, success is taken from the details, and riches are sought from the risks. Seeing that Yang Kai was ignoring him, Hong Lao became even angrier. He shouted, "Brat, you're courting death." As he spoke, his fat body suddenly swelled up, turning into a behemoth hundreds of feet tall. He reached out his big hand and grabbed at Yang Kai from afar. Feeling the shocking pressure coming, Yang Kai was shocked. He turned his head and saw that there seemed to be a giant hand covering the sky coming down on him from behind. Then, it grabbed empty air from afar. Yang Kai shrunk his neck and resisted the urge to curse. He was really scared, and he was sweating all over. Hong Lao, who was already injured, seemed to have consumed a lot of energy after using this secret technique. He actually coughed violently, and the speed of his pursuit was greatly reduced. Yuan Shaoman flew past him and said, "Can't you stop when you're old? Why are you reaching out so far?" Looking at her leaving figure, Hong Lao was almost angered to death. "Little brother in front, can you wait for me? You're running too fast." Yuan Shaoman shouted as she flew. Her voice was so sweet that it made Zhang Qi and Ji Tianqing frown. "Little brother, don't run. Where can you run to? Although this universe is big, there's no place for you. When they catch up to you, I'm afraid you won't have a good ending." Zhang Qi and Ji Tianqing turned to look at her and sneered inwardly. "As if you'll have a good ending if you catch up to him." Chapter 39:17. "If you don't want me to run, don't chase me." Yang Kai shouted as he fled. Yuan Shaoman said, "Don't run, we won't chase you." While speaking, she signaled to Zhang Qi and Ji Tianqing, who both nodded lightly. "Don't chase me, I won't run." Yuan Shaoman sneered, "Little brother, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I don't know where you came from, but I'm afraid you don't know how strong we are. With your strength, it's impossible for you to escape." Ji Tianqing shouted angrily, "Boy, hand over the golden crow corpse and we'll spare your life." Okay, I'll hand it over." Yang Kai nodded hurriedly, then hesitated, "But who should I hand it over to?" "Leave it to me." Unsurprisingly, the three of them shouted in unison, then looked at each other with eyes full of hostility, wishing they could slap the two people next to them to death. Yuan Shaoman rolled her eyes and said, "Little brother, give me the golden crow corpse and I'll recommend you to join Mirror's Moon. Looking at your strength, you seem to have just arrived outside heaven and earth. There are dangers everywhere outside heaven and earth. Having a background is different from having no background. When the time comes, come to my Mirror's Moon and I'll guarantee you a safe life. You can recommend me to join Mirror's Moon?" Yang Kai said in a tempted tone. Yuan Shaoman smiled, "Don't look at me like this, I'm an elder of Mirror's Moon, what's wrong with recommending someone? And I might as well tell you, there are many beautiful female disciples in my Mirror's Moon. If you take a fancy to any of them after joining, I can even be a matchmaker for you." "Bitch!" Zhang Qi and Ji Tianqing cursed Yuan Xiaoman's shamelessness in their hearts. She even used such a trick for the golden crow corpse, simply throwing away the face of a mid-rank splitter. However, thinking about it carefully, it was not surprising. How rare was a golden crow corpse? If she could make this boy hand it over willingly, what was this little sacrifice? Are those female disciples as beautiful as you? What if I take a fancy to you? Yuan Xiaoman's face turned cold as she secretly cursed this stinking brat for not knowing what was good for him, but she still smiled and said, "That will depend on your own ability. If you can make this young lady fall in love with you, then this young lady will obey you." "You're not lying?" Yang Kai was overjoyed. "Of course I'm not lying." Seeing that this adulterous couple was still in the mood to talk about this, Zhang Qi sneered and said, "Young man, if you believe her, I promise you won't be able to see the sun tomorrow. Why don't you join my abomination land? My abomination land doesn't have many beautiful female disciples, but I can give you a guarantee. I don't dare to say anything else, but I can guarantee that you'll be able to reach the 4th stage and open the heavens in your lifetime. Level 4 Sky Splitter. Yang Kai exclaimed. Zhang Qi said, as a cultivator, we cultivate our whole life. Everything outside is fake, only our own strength is the foundation. As long as we control the power in our own hands, what kind of woman can't we have? This master's words make a lot of sense. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Yuan Xiaoman angrily turned her head and glared at Zhang Qi. Why are you undermining me? Zhang Qi snorted coldly, too lazy to pay attention to her, and continued to persuade her, young man, give me the golden crow's corpse, I can swear on my own Dao seal that I'm not lying to you. These words were said with a bit of sincerity. No one dared to take an oath on their own Dao seal lightly. Once the oath was broken, it was very likely that the Dao seal would be covered in dust and the Dao would be blocked. Yuan Xiaoman seemed to have not expected Zhang Qi to be able to do this, and for a moment, she forgot to reprimand him. Yang Kai's voice came from afar, I can feel this master's sincerity, and it's really tempting, but aren't there 3 of you? I still want to hear what the other master has to offer. Ji Tianqing grinned, how about I give you a way out? Yang Kai said, this master's words have no sincerity. Don't even think about the golden crow's corpse, I won't give it to you even if I lose it. Yuan Xiaoman hurriedly nodded, don't give it to him, this guy is vicious and merciless. If you give the golden crow's corpse to him, you definitely won't have a good ending. Zhang Qi also said, young man, that's all I have to say. You know what to choose, so quickly decide. Slow down, I'll think about it. You're too close, I'm not in the mood to think, Yang Kai replied. Zhang Qi said in a low voice, I think you have no sincerity at all. Don't play such a childish trick. I'll say it again, if you don't hand over the golden crow's corpse, even if this universe is big, there will be no place for you. Yuan Xiaoman snorted, stubborn. As they spoke, they did not slow down in the slightest, constantly closing the distance between them and Yang Kai. However, that brat was truly hateful. Every time he reached a certain distance, his figure would flicker, and his space principles would fluctuate, teleporting far away in an instant, making it impossible for them to interfere with him. They really could not understand when the Emperor Realm had appeared in the 3,000 realms, making a group of heaven-opening realm cultivators eat his dust. After a long day, Hong Lao also caught up, and he could feel Madame Lan's rapidly approaching aura from afar. Madame Lan had expended the most energy in the battle with the Golden Crow, so she was the last to move. However, she could not resist the other party's strength, so even though she fell behind in the beginning, she slowly caught up. Another half a day later, the 5 heaven-opening realm cultivators gathered together again, running neck and neck in the star field. Madame Lan's expression was strange as she looked at the 4 of them, that brat is so good at running? Yuan Xiaoman gnashed her teeth in anger, I don't know where this brat came from, but when I catch him, I'll definitely pull out his tendons and skin him alive. Although the others did not say anything, they were obviously angry as well. If this matter were to spread, it would really be embarrassing. Madame Lan smiled lightly, wait until you catch him, I'll go first. When she finished speaking, her figure flashed, and she actually rushed forward at an extremely fast speed, widening the distance between the other 4 in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Yuan Xiaoman and the others were filled with unwillingness, realizing that the Golden Crow's corpse probably had nothing to do with them anymore. There was nothing they could do, their strength was inferior to Madame Lan's, and their speed was also inferior. No matter how good that brat was at running, could he escape the pursuit of a 6th-level heaven-opening realm cultivator? Even they probably did not have this ability. Sure enough, seeing Madame Lan chasing after him, Yang Kai also panicked a little. The 4th-level heaven-opening realm cultivators had chased him for so long, but they could not do anything to him. Madame Lan gave him a lot of pressure as soon as she caught up. Judging by the lady boss's astonishing speed, he could not escape for long even if he used the law of space. It was only a matter of time before she caught up. He immediately shouted, Lady Boss, I've stayed in your first inn for 4 months and spent a lot of heaven-opening pills. Is this how you treat me? Madame Lan chuckled. Don't worry, I only want the golden crow's corpse. I won't do anything to you. Why don't you stop running and obediently hand over the golden crow's corpse? Save me the trouble. Yang Kai was filled with grief and indignation. The first in also does this kind of bullying? Madame Lan said, I am not acting on behalf of the first in. This is just my personal opinion. Whether you represent or not is up to you. Lady boss, don't force me, or you'll regret it. Madame Lan said with interest, what do you want? Just you wait. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and shouted, busying himself with something as he ran. After a short while, he suddenly waved his hand, and several small black dots immediately shot out to the left and right. At the same time, Yang Kai invoked his arts and shouted, 10 space rings, one of which contains the golden crow's corpse. Go find it yourselves. It belongs to whoever finds it. It has nothing to do with me. As soon as he said this, Madame Lan's expression changed. She secretly cursed this stinking brat for coming up with such a shameless plan. Yuan Xiaoman and the others also frowned. Even though they knew that Yang Kai might be trying to distract them and that there was nothing in the 10 space rings, they did not dare to ignore it. What if the golden crow's corpse was really in one of the space rings? If they did not investigate, wouldn't they be letting others take advantage of them? Even though they had doubts, the 5 heaven splitters split up in an instant and rushed toward different targets. After half a cup of tea's time, they had found all 10 space rings, but after careful inspection, there was not even a strand of hair, let alone the golden crow's corpse. Yuan Xiaoman clenched her teeth tightly, causing them to creak. I will definitely kill him. This feeling of jumping into a trap despite knowing it was one was disgusting. She swore to herself that when she caught Yang Kai, she would not let him have a good time. I've already handed over the golden crow's corpse to you. Why are you still chasing? Must you be so ruthless? Yang Kai shouted from the front, his voice full of anger. This brat is still trying to confuse us. Zhang Qi snorted. Yang Kai said, if you don't believe me, you can check it yourself. One of you must have found it, then secretly hid it, and now you want to frame me. Madame Lan was so angry that she laughed, this brat is trying to drive a wedge between us. Yuan Xiaoman snorted, anyway, there's nothing in the 2 space rings I took. She turned to look at the others, who also expressed the same. Who knows if he's telling the truth? Yuan Xiaoman said leisurely. Zhang Qi glared at her, did your brain grow on your chest? Sure enough, big breasts but no brain. Madame Lan already said that he's trying to drive a wedge between us, but you still want to fall for it? Yuan Xiaoman said, why are you in such a hurry? I'm just saying, how did I fall for it? Why are you in such a hurry? Are you hiding something? I can't be bothered with you. Zhang Qi said angrily. Madame Lan said, it's easy to prove it. She shouted, Yang Kai, do you dare to swear on your Dao seal that you hid the golden crow in one of the 10 space rings? If you dare to swear, we'll stop immediately. Yang Kai said angrily, I've already given it to you. Why should I swear? Is there still any law? Ji Tianqing laughed, law? In this world, strength is the law. If you don't have strength, you can only be trampled on. Yang Kai gritted his teeth, I've learned my lesson. There was nothing more to say. They continued the chase. The golden crow's corpse was definitely not thrown away. However, it had to be said that this brat's trick was very beautiful. Although it could not change the final outcome, it at least delayed them for a while. Chapter 39:18. Half a day later, the 5 mid-grade heaven splitters suddenly raised their brows in pleasant surprise. Yuan Xiaoman said, he seems to have stopped. Red Elder's spirits were lifted. He must have run out of energy. After all, he was someone from the Emperor realm who had just condensed his Dao seal. It was quite impressive for him to be able to run for so long while being chased by mid-ranks. However, the pressure of running like this was huge. How could he keep running? Everyone's eyes lit up, and their speed suddenly increased. Madame Lan was in the lead, leaving the others far behind. Yuan Xiaoman and the others were depressed. In the void far away, Yang Kai stood still, looking at the 5 figures rushing toward him. He breathed softly, and at the same time, took out a few spirit pills and stuffed them into his mouth, refining them and regulating his breathing. Brat! Madame Lan's voice came from afar. After this, how about joining the first in? Yang Kai was so good at running, and he was proficient in the law of space. She was also fond of him. Besides, she was going to snatch the Golden Crow's corpse from him later. The first in had always been peaceful. Although she was snatching it under her own name this time, it was still snatched. Letting him join the first in was a form of compensation. Most importantly, Yang Kai had provoked so many powerful cultivators this time. If no one protected him, he probably wouldn't be able to survive outside the Qianquan realm. He might even die tomorrow. After snatching someone's belongings, it was only right to protect their life. Yang Kai chuckled. Join the first in? What can I do if I join the first in? I don't know how to cook. Madame Lan chuckled. You're so good at running. Just be a waiter. Yang Kai was amused. Lady Boss, I appreciate your kindness, but this is not my ambition. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Madame Lan frowned. Do you know how big of a mess you've made this time? If no one protects you, how can you survive? Of course I know. Yang Kai nodded. But I'm still not used to entrusting my fate to others. Lady Boss, the mountains will not change, and the rivers will flow. I'm sure we'll meet again. As he spoke, he waved at Madame Lan. Madame Lan instinctively felt that something was amiss and hurriedly shouted, Wait a moment. Why would Yang Kai wait for her? His figure flashed, and he disappeared without a trace. Damn it! Madame Lan gritted her teeth and shouted. She was so close to being able to seal off the space around Yang Kai and stop him from using that teleportation technique again. But that little bit of distance made all her efforts go to waste. With this teleportation, she was once again very far away from him. It would take a lot of effort to catch up. His good intentions were treated as ill intent. Madame Lan gritted her teeth. Her divine sense spread out like a tide, trying to find Yang Kai's location. But in the next instant, her expression changed slightly. This was because within the range of her divine sense perception, there was no sign of Yang Kai at all. That brat seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Madame Lan couldn't help but open her red lips slightly, her beautiful eyes full of surprise. It wasn't that Yang Kai hadn't used teleportation under her nose before, but there was a limit to the distance each time. Even if he used it, he couldn't escape her perception range, so she could quickly find Yang Kai's tracks and continue to pursue him. But this time, he was actually gone. How did he do it? Could it be that the brat could teleport so far away? If he had this ability, he could have shaken her off before. Why wait until now? Just as she was puzzling over this, Hong Lao and the others also caught up. They turned to look and asked, Where is he? Madame Lan shook her head, indicating that she didn't know. Hong Lao and the others naturally didn't believe her. They released their divine sense to investigate, but none of them detected Yang Kai's aura. They were only 4th stage sky splitters. If even Madame Lan, a 6th stage sky splitter, couldn't detect him, how could they? Sister Lan, has that brat been caught by you? Yuan Xiaoman looked Madame Lan up and down, her eyes full of suspicion. Madame Lan was both angry and amused. She reached out and knocked Yuan Xiaoman's head. It would be a good thing if I had really caught him. Unfortunately, that brat isn't in my hands. Yuan Xiaoman covered her head with her hand. If he isn't, then he isn't. Why did you hit me? As the two spoke, Hong Lao suddenly formed a seal with both hands. A mysterious aura fluctuated from his body. Everyone turned to look and saw that there was a seemingly illusory red line wrapped around his fingertips. Yuan Xiaoman's eyes lit up. Soul-leading silk. Hong Lao, when did you plant this? Hong Lao snorted. It was just a precaution. I didn't expect that it would really come in handy. Previously, he had attacked Yang Kai once. Although he didn't cause much damage to Yang Kai because of the distance, it was that one attack that silently captured a wisp of Yang Kai's aura and merged it into this soul-leading silk. The soul-leading silk didn't have much use, but it was extremely useful for tracking. As long as the distance wasn't too far, the soul-leading silk would be able to point in the right direction. As he spoke, Hong Lao did something. The red line flew out and slowly pointed in a direction. Everyone's eyes widened as they turned to look, because the soul-leading silk was pointing in the direction they had flown from. In other words, Yang Kai had sneaked behind them without anyone noticing. Hong Lao, did you make a mistake? This direction isn't right. Yuan Xiaoman blinked and looked at Hong Lao. Impossible. Hong Lao's expression was slightly awkward. The soul-leading silk can't be wrong. Since it's pointing in that direction, it means that Brat is indeed in that direction. But, we came from that direction. If he really went that way, how could we not notice it? This didn't make sense. With their strength, they should have been able to sense some traces. Madame Lan said thoughtfully, that Brat is proficient in the spatial divine technique. Previously, he only teleported, so he must be hiding something we don't know. I've heard of Hong Lao's soul-leading silk for a long time. Since the soul-leading silk is pointing, it shouldn't be wrong. Oh no! Zhang Qi's expression suddenly changed. What? Yuan Xiaoman looked over in surprise. Zhang Qi didn't look at her. He only looked at Madame Lan and said, Madame knows better than me what's in that direction. Madame Lan was stunned for a moment before she reacted. Her small mouth opened slightly. The first in. So that's what that Brat was planning. Yuan Xiaoman said in surprise, he wanted to hide in the first in from the beginning? Zhang Qi smiled bitterly. Looks like it's right. No wonder he was so fearless these past few days and wasn't worried about not being able to escape. He had a plan all along. What an interesting Brat. Madame Lan laughed. In this void, Madame Lan could still make a move against Yang Kai, but if Yang Kai really hid in the first in, then with the first in as its foundation, she would have to ensure his safety no matter what. No one would dare to make a move against him in the first in, not even Madame Lan. Instead, she would have to protect him and be careful that he didn't get killed. But, this Brat was too naive. Congratulations, Madame Lan. Zhang Qi saluted, somewhat reluctant. Ji Tianqing also sighed heavily. He knew that the Brat had made a wrong move. Not only did he walk right into the trap, but he also caused them to miss the opportunity to obtain the Golden Crow's corpse. Yuan Xiaoman grabbed Madame Lan's arm and looked at her pitifully. Sister Lan, take me away. I promise I won't fight with you. I'll just watch. Madame Lan chuckled softly. She stretched out a slender, jade-like finger and tapped Yuan Xiaoman's forehead. In your dreams. She spat out. A gentle force suddenly burst from her fingertip and pushed Yuan Xiaoman away. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Madame Lan said, I'll take my leave first. A white light emerged from beneath Madame Lan's feet and enveloped her. When the white light dissipated, Madame Lan also disappeared without a trace. Ah, the Qianquan escape technique. Yuan Xiaoman walked back, rubbing her forehead. That Brat is really stupid. Doesn't he know about the Qianquan escape technique? As long as we're still in this large territory, Sister Lan can return to the first in any time and anywhere. Looking at him, it's obvious that he hasn't been here for long. How would he know about the Qianquan escape technique? Zhang Qi huffed. What should we do? Yuan Shaoman turned to look at the others. Ji Tianqing frowned and didn't say a word. He rushed in the direction of the first inn. Hong Lao also said, no matter what, it's good to watch the show. Besides, we all have the true sun gold. It's not safe to move now. Let's go to the first inn and wait. Yuan Shaoman nodded. That's true. After exchanging a few simple words, the mid-ranks also flew towards the first inn. This time, they weren't in a hurry. There was no need to hurry. In any case, that brat Yang Kai had already walked right into their trap. With Madame Lan's strength, she shouldn't fail. They just didn't know what kind of expression he would have when he suddenly saw Madame Lan. Somewhere in the void, Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared, a space spirit bead floating beside him. Reaching out to grab the space spirit bead, Yang Kai secretly sighed. After throwing out the 10 space rings to attract the attention of Madame Lan and the others, he had secretly scattered a space spirit bead. It was also thanks to the positioning of this space spirit bead that he could travel through the void and escape the range of Madame Lan and the others' divine telekinesis. At this moment, the auras that had been locked onto him all this time finally disappeared. Yang Kai knew that his method had worked, and his heart finally relaxed. Looking left and right, and confirming that he didn't see anyone else, Yang Kai determined the direction and rushed towards the first inn. Just as Yuan Shaoman and the others had said, his initial destination was the first inn. Only there would he be safe. Otherwise, where else could he run to with a golden crow's corpse? He wouldn't be safe anywhere. As for what he should do after reaching the first inn, he could only play it by ear. At the same time, the lobby of the first inn floating in the void was quiet. Ever since the sun star had changed, the originally noisy first inn had completely quieted down. All the guests had left. Although some people had returned one after another, these people were all low-level disciples of various great forces. None of them was in the heaven-opening realm, so they naturally didn't dare to run around. At this moment, they were all resting in the side rooms, causing the waiter and the accountant behind the counter to have nothing to do. One was lying on a stool, dozing off, while the other was sleeping on a table. Chapter 39:19. Suddenly, a figure rushed out from the rear courtyard, stirring up a gust of wind as it disappeared into the distance. The manservant was so frightened that he rolled off his stool, his eyes widening as he looked outside, but he couldn't see anything. Behind the counter, the accountant also raised his head, his eyes drowsy. Was that the lady boss? The manservant blinked. I don't know, I didn't see clearly. Didn't the lady boss go to the sun star? The accountant thought for a moment, nodded, and went back to sleep. In the void, Yang Kai's figure sped through. It had already been a day since he had shaken off those mid-rank heaven splitters, and he was getting closer and closer to the first tower. But for some reason, Yang Kai kept having an uneasy feeling, as if something bad was about to happen to him. Yang Kai didn't dare to ignore this kind of feeling, so he was extremely careful as he flew, paying attention to the situation in the void at all times, preparing for the unexpected. But after careful observation, there was no danger at all. Let alone those mid-rank heaven splitters he had shaken off, even those low-rank heaven splitters were nowhere to be seen. He suspected that he was being overly nervous. After all, what he had done this time was like poking a hornet's nest, offending many forces. What should he do in the future? Yang Kai was really worried. After flying for a long time, Yang Kai's mind shook as he saw the first tower in the distance. He had finally arrived. Yang Kai let out a long breath, secretly deciding that the first thing he would do when he arrived at the first tower was to take a bath, change into clean clothes, and then have a good rest. Who cares what was happening outside? In any case, the golden crow's corpse was in his hands. When the time came, he would wait for a good price and make a windfall. Just as he relaxed, Yang Kai's hairs stood on end. He turned his head to a certain spot in the void and roared, "Who is it?" As he spoke, he clapped his hands together and a massive moon blade slashed out. A slender jade-like hand appeared out of thin air and pinched the moon blade with incomparable precision. Space principles danced between those slender fingers, but they were unable to harm the moon blade in the slightest. With just a slight exertion of force, the moon blade shattered and dissipated. Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine. This was the first time he had seen someone block his moon blade with their bare hands. No matter who this person was, his strength was definitely unfathomable. He was undefeatable. Just as he was about to cast a spell to escape, the space around him suddenly froze, and the laws of space became obscure. I can't leave. Sweat dripped down Yang Kai's forehead as he watched a graceful figure slowly materialize in the void and appear in front of him. After seeing the man's face, Yang Kai's mouth opened so wide that a fist could fit in it. He couldn't believe his eyes. The person smiled sweetly. Her blue dress accentuated the curves of her delicate body. She seemed to be very satisfied with Yang Kai's reaction. Her smile was so sweet that it was scary. You. Yang Kai looked at her hesitantly and frowned. You're Madame Lan's twin sister? If that wasn't the case, there was no way to explain why Madame Lan would stop him here. Even if she was a 6th-grade heaven splitter, there was no way she could have returned to the first inn before him and concealed her aura to wait here for his arrival. The lady boss smiled even more happily. I am Madame Lan. Madame Lan is me. I don't have a twin sister. Impossible. Yang Kai definitely wouldn't believe such nonsense. He looked around vigilantly and made a final struggle. What are you doing here? I want to return to the first inn. Please make way. Madame Lan smiled slightly. You know better than me what I'm doing here. Kid, hand over the item. My previous offer is still valid, and I'll give you enough compensation. Yang Kai really looked like he had seen a ghost this time. He looked her up and down. You're really Madame Lan? Madame Lan said angrily, how could I be fake? But you, why do you care so much? Anyway, I'm here now. Don't even think about returning to the first inn. I don't want to bully the weak. You'd better cooperate obediently. Yang Kai gritted his teeth in grief and indignation. You're blocking my way, and you're saying you don't want to bully the weak? Madame Lan, you're so shameless. Madame Lan's expression darkened. Brat, who are you calling shameless? If I were, why would I waste so much time talking to you? I would have killed you long ago. After he finished speaking, he calmed his tone and continued, Yang Kai, it's not a good thing for you to have the Golden Crow's corpse. You also saw the situation before. Even if you can enter the first inn, do you think you can hide there forever? Such a treasure can only be protected by powerful strength. If you're not strong enough, it'll only be a curse to your death. Those you met before were only a few heaven splitters. Now that news of the Sun Star and the Golden Crow's divine palace has spread, those who come might not be just heaven splitters, but heaven splitters. They might not be as easy to talk to as I am. Yang Kai frowned. How could he not know that Madame Lan was right? Moreover, as Madame Lan had said, if she wanted to, she could have attacked him right here. With her heaven splitter 6th rank strength, there was no way he could have stopped her. However, she didn't use force, and instead tried to persuade him nicely. From this point of view, Madame Lan's character was still decent. Think about it carefully, but you don't have much time to think. I'll wait for you here. Tell me your answer when you've thought it through. Madame Lan sighed, looking at Yang Kai with some pity. This was the tragedy of not being strong enough. Even if he obtained something good, he might not be able to keep it. Yang Kai shook his head. There's no need to think about it. Madame Lan frowned. And your answer? I appreciate Madame Lan's kindness, but I've never been used to being forced to do anything. If Madame Lan wants the Golden Crow's corpse, then just come and get it yourself. Madame Lan laughed at his words, tilting her head to look at him. Are you sure you want me to do it? Come. Yang Kai's expression was solemn. He was unafraid of death. Madame Lan took a deep breath, her full breasts rising and falling. Her red lips parted slightly. "Don't worry. Although you didn't do it willingly, I'll make it up to you." These words were said with great sincerity. As soon as she finished speaking, her hand reached out to grab Yang Kai. Right at this moment, a great sense of danger suddenly rose in her heart. In her shock, Madame Lan instinctively activated her own strength, turning it into a defense. At the same time, she heard Yang Kai laugh loudly. "Be careful, Madame Lan." When the golden light shone brightly, her vision was blurred. Suddenly, she heard a gurgling sound beside her ear, and a terrifying aura of violence descended from the sky. In the investigation of her divine telekinesis, a huge phantom of a golden rooster appeared in front of her, looking down at her condescendingly, its eyes full of indifference. "Mia Meng!" Madame Lan cried out. She quickly retreated, almost vomiting blood in anger. Previously, in the main hall of the Golden Crow Palace, Mia Meng's divine technique had appeared once, dealing the final blow to the Golden Crow and killing it. Immediately after, Yang Kai appeared, snatched the Golden Crow's corpse, and fled. Although she vaguely guessed that Mia Meng's divine technique had something to do with Yang Kai, this kind of thing had always been a life-saving trump card. No one would have too many of them. Who knew that Yang Kai could activate Mia Meng's divine technique? Even at her peak, Madame Lan could only retreat in the face of Mia Meng's divine technique. Moreover, she was injured before, and chasing after Yang Kai had consumed a lot of energy. Even now, she still hadn't recovered. Therefore, when she sensed Mia Meng's divine technique approaching, Madame Lan immediately retreated. Amidst the rumbling sounds, Mia Meng stretched his neck and pecked in Madame Lan's direction. This simple action contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. Madame Lan cried out in pain. Light flashed wildly on her body, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her aura instantly dropped drastically. Fortunately, she retreated in time, and with Yang Kai's reminder, her life wasn't in danger. Turning her head, she saw Yang Kai's figure flickering as he rapidly approached the first house. It looked like he was about to rush into the first house. Madame Lan was so angry that she laughed. She reached out and slapped her palm in that direction. "Stinking brat, you still want to run?" Yang Kai, who was running forward, felt a terrifying force coming at him from behind. He didn't even have time to turn around and block before he was hit. In an instant, his back went numb, and all the bones in his body cracked. He cursed loudly and used this force to plunge headfirst into the first house. He landed heavily on the floor with a loud boom. In the main hall, the servant and the accountant who were dozing off were startled. They quickly raised their heads and looked around. Soon, the servant noticed Yang Kai lying motionless on the floor. He vaguely felt that this figure was somewhat familiar. He came to his side and turned him over, revealing a surprised expression. "Yang Kai?" Blood flowed out of Yang Kai's mouth. He coughed violently and waved his hand vigorously. The servant smiled and crouched down. He reached out and poked Yang Kai twice. "Sir, why have you returned?" Yang Kai had just caught his breath. After being poked twice, he coughed again, looking like he was about to die. Madame Lan's palm strike just now was not something he could withstand. The strength of a 6th-ranked sky splitter was really too strong. Grabbing the servant's arm, Yang Kai glared and said, "Stop, stop, stop. I didn't do anything." "Stop, stop." The servant said in shock, "Stop. This is a shady inn. Are you sure you want to stay? I remember that when someone left last time, he said that he would never come back here again." Yang Kai's eyes widened. He thought for a moment. He really did say that. He forced a smile and said through clenched teeth, "Stop." The servant turned to look at the accountant. "Do we still have an empty room?" The accountant poked his head out from behind the counter and looked at Yang Kai. He understood. Yes, but we only have the best room left. The servant looked at Yang Kai with a smile. The best room. Do you want to stay? If you do, it's 1,000 spiritual pills per night. You have to pay first. The price was directly twice as expensive. And he still dared to say that this wasn't a shady inn. Yang Kai reached out and slapped a space ring on the servant's hand. Don't talk nonsense. Damn you. At this time, even if it was 10,000 spiritual pills per night, he still had to stay. In this vast universe, there was nowhere else to go besides the first inn. Chapter 39:20. You still have the strength to curse. The waiter stood up happily and threw the interspatial ring on the counter. He signaled the cashier to book a room and asked Yang Kai, "Who hurt you? How did you get hurt like this?" "A crazy woman." Yang Kai gritted his teeth. "Who are you cursing, you brat?" A figure walked in from the door. Her face was slightly pale and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. "Lady boss?" The waiter was shocked. "What happened to you?" He was very clear about the lady boss's strength. Looking at the few large regions nearby, who could hurt her? And the way she looked at Yang Kai, he felt something was wrong. Yang Kai straightened his neck and said, "I'll curse whoever hit me." Originally, they had arrived safely. Who would have thought that they would be injured by someone in the end? They even wasted a golden annihilation plume. Who could they complain to? The lady boss was also enraged, an astonishing murderous aura gushing out from her tender body as she stepped towards Yang Kai step by step, grinning, "Little brat, your courage isn't small." The waiter stepped forward and said anxiously, "Please calm down, lady boss. Don't ruin your reputation." As the lady boss, if she attacked a guest here, the reputation of the first hotel that had been maintained for many years would be ruined. Madame Lan frowned and stopped in her tracks. She stared at Yang Kai fiercely for a while and suddenly laughed. Yang Kai said angrily, "What are you laughing at? Be careful not to laugh until your teeth fall out." Madame Lan waved her hand and walked to the side and sat down with a smile on her face. Although she was hurt by Yang Kai in a moment of carelessness, it was rare that someone from the Emperor realm could do this under her nose. Compared to her own injuries, the lady boss was more interested in Yang Kai. In this vast world of 3,000 worlds, there was probably no one from the Emperor realm who could do what this brat did in the past few days. As if alarmed by the lady boss's momentum, several figures appeared at the top of the stairs on the second floor. The leader was Meng Hong from the Great Moon Prefecture, followed by Lao Fang, Dai Yu, Ah Sun, and others. They came to the first hotel in advance under Wei Kei's order to send a message to the headquarters of the Great Moon Prefecture, so they appeared here at this time. They immediately saw Yang Kai lying on the floor in a mess. Meng Hong was shocked and was about to come up to check, but Yang Kai hurriedly transmitted his voice, "Don't come here." Meng Hong was puzzled, but he stopped. "Pretend not to know me." Yang Kai told Meng Hong and Dai Yu and the others and then looked away. Yang Kai didn't say anything and let him help him upstairs. When they passed by Madame Lan, she said leisurely, "Come to me when you've made up your mind." For her to be able to say such words at this time was truly rare. Yang Kai also calmed down and nodded, "Many thanks for Madame's kindness. I had no choice but to act before, I ask for Madame's forgiveness." Madame Lan waved her hand and didn't say anything more. He followed the servant into the room. It was not the best room, but it was no different from the one he stayed in before. Anyway, it was twice as expensive. The servant helped him sit down and said, "Call me if you need anything. I'll go do my work." Yang Kai nodded. After the servant left, Yang Kai took out a few elixirs and stuffed them into his mouth. Before he could refine them, he heard a soft knock on the door. He got up with difficulty. When he opened the door, Meng Hong led Lao Fang and the others in. Daoist asked with concern. Yang Kai, are you okay? Are you badly hurt? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. It's not that bad. I'll be fine after a few days of rest. Madame Lan had been merciful with that strike and didn't want to kill him. However, Madame Lan had also underestimated his physical fitness. She hadn't made him lose his mobility and had even allowed him to use the force to rush into the first room. If it had been someone else from the Emperor realm, they wouldn't have been able to move after that strike. They would have been lying there and waiting to be slaughtered. With his current physical fitness, this kind of injury looked terrible, but in reality, it wasn't that serious. Lao Fang said angrily, who was it that hurt you? Tell me, brother. I'll avenge you right now. Yang Kai waved his hand. Let's not talk about that. Lao Fang said, brother, are you looking down on me? Although I'm not strong enough, I still have some guts. I'll avenge you even if I have to give up this lowly life of mine. Yang Kai looked at him emotionally. Lao Fang, since you've said so, I'll tell you the truth. This injury wasn't caused by anyone but Madame Lan. Go out and beat her up for me right now. Lan. Madame Lan? Lao Fang was stunned. Which Madame Lan? The first room's Madame Lan. Lao Fang swallowed hard and coughed lightly. He patted Yang Kai on the shoulder and said, brother, if you survive a great disaster, you're bound for good fortune in the future. As long as you're still alive, you won't have to worry about firewood. I think we should plan for revenge at length. But then again, how did you suddenly disappear in that sun star? We were so worried. We looked for you there for a long time, but we still couldn't find you. Xiao Dai and Ah Sun were crying so hard. Ouch, why did you pinch me? Yang Kai said bitterly, it's a long story. I've troubled you all. Meng Hong frowned. How did you provoke Madame Lan? Why did she hurt you? It's a long story. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Senior Wei and Senior Tao should come to the first room soon. You can ask them then. It wasn't that Yang Kai didn't want to tell them, but it was useless to tell them. On the contrary, it would make them worry. As for whether Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang would tell them or not, it was not something he could control. With a serious expression, he said, I may be in some trouble recently, so you must pretend that you don't know me in this inn. Otherwise, it's very likely that you'll get into trouble. As soon as he said this, Meng Hong immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. He nodded and said, if there's anything my Great Moon Province can help with, please don't hesitate to ask. Thank you in advance, Brother Meng. Yang Kai cupped his hands. After exchanging a few more words, Meng Hong and the others said their goodbyes. Kai Yang also needed to heal himself, so it was not convenient for them to disturb him. Before leaving, Meng Hong also left behind a bottle of healing pills for Kai Yang. After closing the door, Yang Kai focused on healing and ignored the outside world. Although the healing pills left by Meng Hong were not very high-level goods, they were, after all, outside of the universe. They were better than the pills Yang Kai brought from the astral boundary. After a few days, his injuries were basically healed. Over the past few days, the First Inn had become extremely lively. First, a few middle ranks came one after another to ask about the situation. They learned that Yang Kai had indeed come to the first room, and that he had come with injuries. They entered the inn right after Madame Lan, and they all looked bored. Since Yang Kai was injured, it meant that Madame Lan had attacked him. Since Madame Lan had attacked him, the Golden Crow's corpse had most likely been snatched by Madame Lan. Even if they came, they couldn't help. They secretly cursed this brat for being so nosy and running around, but in the end, he still walked right into the trap. Then, the lower ranks who survived on Sun Star also arrived at the first room one after another. Previously, they chased after Yang Kai, but they couldn't keep up with his speed. Gradually, they lost their target and had no direction, so they could only go to the first room. After all, their disciples were all waiting in the first room. When they arrived at the first room, they found out that the middle ranks, as well as the Emperor Realm who had snatched the Golden Crow's corpse, were also in the first room. They were all very surprised. But after thinking about it carefully, they all understood Yang Kai's intentions and plans, and could vaguely guess what would happen next. In a side room, Wei Kai and Tao Rongfang sat across a table from each other. Meng Hong and the others stood in front of them, reporting what they had seen and heard. After listening, Wei Kai and Tao Rongfang looked at each other. The former smiled and said, "That brat is really lucky. He didn't even die. Although he saved his life, he's still in trouble." Tao Rongfang sighed. Meng Hong said, "Uncle Masters, what exactly happened on Sun Star? Why did junior brother Yang get into a conflict with Madame Lan and get injured by her?" Wei Kai pondered for a moment. He didn't want to say anything, but he also knew that this kind of thing couldn't be hidden. Even if he didn't say anything, the matter of Sun Star would probably spread like wildfire. At that time, the disciples below would also know. He immediately gave a simple explanation of what had happened in the Golden Crow Divine Palace. Meng Hong and the others were dumbfounded. Old Fang said in shock, "Uncle Master Wei, you're saying that Yang Kai snatched the corpse of a mature Golden Crow in front of a group of heaven-splitting cultivators and then ran away?" If Wei Kai hadn't said it so seriously, he wouldn't have dared to believe it. Tao Rongfang nodded. "That's right. At that time, a group of heaven-splitting cultivators was chasing after him. Who knew that he would run so fast? Us low ranks were shaken off. Only a few middle ranks chased after him. As for what happened after that, we don't know." Old Fang and the others looked at each other. Although they hadn't personally experienced it, they could still imagine how dangerous Yang Kai's journey back had been. Just how bold did he have to be to snatch food from the tiger's mouth in front of a group of heaven-splitting cultivators? Most importantly, he had actually succeeded. Wei Kai looked at Old Fang and asked, "Does Yang Kai have some kind of secret treasure on him that can hide his body?" Previously, in the main hall of the Golden Crow Divine Palace, Yang Kai had clearly been hiding his body the entire time. If it weren't for the Golden Crow being attacked at the last moment, he wouldn't have revealed himself. Old Fang hesitated for a moment. The main reason was that this was Yang Kai's secret, and he couldn't expose it. Wei Kai saw this and said, "I was just asking casually. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it." "Thank you for your understanding, Uncle Master Wei," Old Fang said gratefully. However, he also knew that even if he didn't say anything, those heaven-splitting cultivators would have their guesses. Right now, there's something that's a bit unclear. Tao Rongfang frowned. Is that Golden Crow corpse on Yang Kai, or was it snatched away by Madame Lan? Chapter 39-21. Logically speaking, since Yang Kai was injured by Madame Lan, he would not be able to keep the three-legged crow's body. There was a high possibility that Madame Lan had already gotten it. However, it was not good to ask. Madame Lan would definitely not tell them. If they asked Yang Kai, they were afraid that Yang Kai would misunderstand. Wei Kai shook his head and said with a wry smile, "No matter who has the three-legged crow's body, it has nothing to do with the Great Moon Province." When the three-legged crow palace appeared, he realized that the matter of the Sun Star had become serious. He immediately ordered a group of disciples to return to the first inn and wait for orders. He also sent a message to the headquarters. He wanted to use all the forces of the Great Moon Province to get a share of the loot, but the appearance of the three-legged crow completely disrupted his plan. This kind of treasure was not something that the Great Moon Province was qualified to covet, and not any third-class force could participate in it. Even those second-class forces could not. Forcibly participating would only end in tragedy. Those who were qualified to fight for the three-legged crow's body were only those first-class forces and the blessed enclaves. Moreover, although the Great Moon Province did not gain much from the Sun Star this time, it was not a small amount either. They had obtained several portions of the true Sun Fire, including one of the 5th-class flames. It was already a fruitful trip. As long as they could digest this time's harvest, the Great Moon Province would definitely have another 4th-class heaven-splitting expert. By then, the overall strength of the Great Moon Province would improve, and he and Tao Rongfang's hard work would not be in vain. By the way, martial uncles. Meng Hong suddenly seemed to remember something. He cupped his fists and said, "There's one more thing to report to you. When junior brother Yang returned to the first inn with injuries, I wanted to help him, but he stopped me. He even deliberately transmitted a voice message to us, telling us to pretend not to know him. Is junior brother Yang afraid of causing trouble for us?" Wei Kei heard this and raised his eyebrows. He transmitted a voice message to you to pretend not to know him? Yes. Meng Hong nodded. Tao Rongfang pondered and said, he can still think of this at that time. This boy is indeed meticulous. No wonder he can snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Meng Hong was puzzled. Martial Uncle Tao, you mean, Tao Rongfang said, just as you guessed, Yang Kai must be afraid that you'll bring trouble to yourselves, so he asked you to pretend that you don't know each other. After all, he has made a big mess this time and offended many forces. If people find out that he has close ties with people from the Great Moon Province, the Great Moon Province will be in constant trouble. He's doing this for the sake of the Great Moon Province. Old Fong frowned, but we came here with Brother Yang and stayed in the first inn for several months. Someone must have seen us with him before, so it's useless to pretend we don't know him now. Wei Kei said, so the few of you shouldn't show yourselves in the near future, so as to avoid being targeted by people with ill intentions. As long as no one discovers you, there shouldn't be any problems. Old Fong and Dai Yu looked at each other and nodded, understood. After talking for a while, Wei Kei asked the disciples to leave. When only he and Tao Rongfang were left in the room, he suddenly said, "What do you think, junior sister?" Tao Rongfang said, "That boy is bold and careful, and most importantly, kind. He is a good seedling." Then she smiled bitterly and said, "It's a pity that he has no fate with the Great Moon Province." Wei Kei was silent for a long time before he sighed, "It seems that junior sister thinks the same as me." Yang Kai had caused so much trouble this time that the Great Moon Province was unable to provide him with a strong shelter. Therefore, the previous proposal of accepting him into the Great Moon Province was likely to fall through. It wasn't that Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang didn't keep their words, but as heaven-opening realm masters, they had to consider the other disciples of the Great Moon Province. It didn't matter if they took Yang Kai in, but who could deal with the trouble that followed? At that time, the whole Great Moon Province would be in trouble. He saved our lives. Tao Rongfang looked at Wei Kei leisurely. In that hall, if it weren't for Yang Kai's timely warning, she and Wei Kei might not have been able to survive until now. Now that Yang Kai was in trouble, they couldn't do anything, which made Tao Rongfang very unhappy. Wei Kei blushed, think of a way to compensate him. If possible, it's best to secretly help him escape to another large territory and conceal his identity. That's the only way. There's one more thing. What does junior sister think? Wei Kei asked. Tao Rongfang looked at him and said, "The Golden Crow's corpse." Wei Kei nodded. Tao Rongfang said, "I thought that the Golden Crow's corpse was most likely stolen by Madame Lan, but now it seems that it's not impossible that the corpse is in Yang Kai's hands." Wei Kei smiled, "Why do you say that?" Tao Rongfang looked at him reproachfully, "Big brother, are you testing me?" Wei Kei raised a hand, "We're just chatting. I want to know if junior sister thinks the same as me." Tao Rongfang said, "If the Golden Crow's corpse was really stolen by Madame Lan, then Yang Kai would be fine and wouldn't have to specially send a message to Meng Hong. But he still did, which means that he has some misgivings. His misgivings are none other than that his own troubles will implicate others, which also indirectly confirms the fact that the Golden Crow's corpse is in his hands. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that the Golden Crow's corpse has already been stolen by Madame Lan, and he's just being careful." Wei Kei smiled and said, "Junior sister is indeed intelligent." Tao Rongfang rolled her eyes at him, a little flirtatious. "Big brother thinks so too." Wei Kei nodded, "Yes, now even I don't know who has the golden crow's corpse. But no matter who has it, it has nothing to do with us." In the side room, the servant brought in some food and exchanged toasts with Yang Kai. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, both of them were a little tipsy. Speaking of which, although Yang Kai had lived here for 4 months before, he had never asked the servant's name. He had always called him little second brother. Now that they were chatting, he knew the servant's name. The servant's name was simple, surnamed Bai, and his first name was Qi. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. "Tell me, what do you want? Did the lady boss send you to find out my background?" Yang Kai glanced at him from the corner of his eyes as he ate. Bai Qi chuckled, picked up the wine pot, and filled Yang Kai's cup, saying, "How could that be? If the lady boss really wanted to find out your background, why would she go through so much trouble? The first doesn't have any information. Just ask around and she'll know where you come from." "Then tell me where I come from." Yang Kai had an expression of disbelief. Bai Qi looked at him, "Do you really want to say it? Say it, let's see what you have to say." Bai Qi put down the wine pot and sat up straight, saying, "Then I'll say it. My name is Yang Kai, and I'm at the peak of the Emperor realm. A year ago, I jumped out from an unknown world and was received by the Fire Spirit Land's Earth Protector Venerable Duan Hai. I entered the 7 Openings Land and worked as a servant in the Fire Spirit Land, taking care of the fruit trees for half a year. Later, the 7 Openings Land experienced an unforeseen event and powerful enemies invaded. During the chaos, I took the opportunity to escape. There were 3 people with me, 1 man and 2 women, Fang Biki, Dai Yu, and Ah Sun. Am I right?" Yang Kai stared at him. How many spies does the first-in have outside? He was just a nobody, yet the first-in could find out so much about him. It was easy to imagine how terrifying this force was. Bai Qi chuckled, "I also know that you've condensed the power of the 5 elements wood." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, "What else?" "Also, on the Sun Star, you stole food from the tiger's mouth and played a bunch of heaven-opening realm cultivators." "Huh." Yang Kai forced a chuckle and breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the first-in wasn't omniscient. At the very least, they hadn't inquired about his relationship with Old Man Su, nor did they know about the quality of his wood force. What they knew was only superficial information, but even so, it was enough to shock them. "Tell me, what happened on the Sun Star? How did you get the Golden Crow's corpse? Why don't you just ask the lady boss?" "Why are you asking me?" Yang Kai grumbled. Just the mention of the Golden Crow's corpse made him angry. If it weren't for the lady boss stopping him, he definitely would have returned to the first-in unscathed. He wouldn't have had to suffer that palm strike. The lady boss has been in a bad mood these days. Wouldn't I be asking for a beating if I asked her? Bai Qi said bitterly. Yang Kai didn't want to pay attention to him, but after thinking about it, he said, "There's something I don't understand. If you can tell me, I can tell you about what happened on the Sun Star." Bai Qi narrowed his eyes and looked at him warily. "What do you want to ask?" Yang Kai said, "Don't worry, it's not a secret. If it's a secret, you can choose not to tell me." Bai Qi nodded, "Then you can ask." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, "I clearly left Lady Boss far away, and I'm sure that even with her 6th-stage heaven-splitting strength, she can't catch up to me, so why did she return to the first-in one step ahead of me? Why is she waiting outside the first-in?" This was something he couldn't figure out after thinking about it for several days. Unless the lady boss also had something like the space spirit bead, there was no way to explain it. Bai Qi was amused. "Is that what you want to ask? You know the reason?" Bai Qi couldn't help but laugh, slamming the table. "Were you chased to a corner at that time, so you wanted to come to the first-in to avoid the limelight?" You thought that as long as you entered the first inn, no one would dare to do anything to you, so after leaving the lady boss behind, you went straight to the first inn? That's right. Yang Kai nodded. He did think so at that time. After all, he really had nowhere to go at that time, and the first inn was the only safe place. Ha ha ha. Bai Qi laughed so hard that he leaned forward and back, tears almost coming out of his eyes. Yang Kai looked at him coldly, wishing he could take out the black dragon spear and stab him to death. As if feeling Yang Kai's coldness, Bai Qi restrained his smile with difficulty, took a sip of wine, and said, "Have you heard of the Qianquan escape method?" Qianquan escape method? Yang Kai frowned. What's that? He really hadn't heard of this thing, but looking at Bai Qi's expression, Yang Kai could also infer that the reason the lady boss returned to the first inn in advance and waited outside for him had a lot to do with this Qianquan escape method. Chapter 39-22. Bai Qi explained, the 3,000 worlds are vast and spacious. Even if it's an upper-grade heaven splitter, it's not easy to rush from one place to another. It'll definitely take a lot of time, but how can a cultivator like us have so much time to squander? If we have the time to travel, we might as well study secret techniques and practice cultivation techniques. That's why there's a secret technique called the Qianquan escape technique. This secret technique has no other use except for traveling. For example, our first inn has the Qianquan escape seal, which has the lady boss's mark. As long as the lady boss is still in this large territory, no matter where she is, she can instantly return to the first inn with just a thought. This is the Qianquan escape technique. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. It's so magical. He thought to himself, isn't this the same effect as my space spirit bead? Wherever the space spirit bead was located, he could go to the location of the space spirit bead with just a thought. It was similar to the Qianquan escape technique. It was the same principle as the space formation. However, in comparison, his space spirit bead was more convenient than the space formation, and it seemed to have its own advantages and disadvantages with the Qianquan escape technique. It's just that magical. Bai Qi chuckled. Yang Kai said with a dark face, so, Madame Lan relied on the Qianquan escape technique to rush back to the first inn before me? At this time, he also understood. He thought his previous actions were brilliant, but in Madame Lan's eyes, he was walking into a trap. He was very depressed. Fortunately, the golden crow's corpse was not taken away, or he would have vomited blood. Also, I'll give you a piece of information for free. Bai Qi looked at Yang Kai with a smile. In the 3,000 worlds, there's a place called the Qianquan Palace. Every large territory has a Qianquan Palace, more or less. Some large territory has 4 or 5 Qianquan palaces, and some only have 1. As long as you spend some heaven splitter pills and leave your aura in the Qianquan Palace, you can travel through these Qianquan palaces at will. Space array. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Bai Qi smiled and said, that's right. However, there is a limit to the distance that can be teleported using the laws of space. The Qianquan escape technique is different. As long as your body can withstand it, you can instantly go to the Qianquan Palace where you left your mark no matter how far you are in the same territory. Yang Kai nodded in understanding, this is very convenient. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely go and see it for myself. Which faction does the Universal Temple belong to? Bai Qi said, it does not belong to any faction. The Heavenly Palace was jointly built by the 36 paradises and 72 blessed lands. Every heavenly palace is guarded by the disciples of those paradises, so it is absolutely not allowed to fight inside. Otherwise, you will become the enemy of all the paradises. Yang Kai was shocked. That universal temple was built by the joint efforts of all the blessed and blessed paradises? However, when he thought about it carefully, this was not surprising. No faction would be at ease in the hands of any faction, and no faction could control it alone. It was common sense for the 36 paradises and 72 blessed lands to jointly control it. However, from what Bai Qi said, if he ran into trouble in the future, he could go to the Universal Temple to hide. Now can you tell me what happened on the Sun's star? Since they had agreed before, Yang Kai naturally would not go back on his word. He immediately recounted his experiences on the Sun's star. Bai Qi was dazzled and amazed. He was not surprised that Yang Kai had been able to conceal himself under the noses of a group of heaven-opening realm masters. This kind of thing could be done as long as one had a suitable artifact. Instead, he was very interested in how Yang Kai had escaped the pursuit of those heaven-opening realm masters. Yang Kai simply said that this king was proficient in the space principles and was especially skilled at escaping. In any case, this was not a secret. Previously, when he was being pursued by Madame Lan and the others, who knew how many times he had teleported. After chatting for a long time, Bai Qi said drunkenly, "That's all for today. I'm going back to work. Quite a few people have come to the First Inn recently, so you'd best be careful. They're probably all coming for you." Watching Bai Qi leave, Yang Kai wore a worried expression. Opening the wish pouch, Yang Kai took a look inside. The golden crow's corpse was still there. He had obtained this hot potato, but how to deal with it now was a troublesome matter. However, no matter what, this kind of good thing could definitely be sold for a good price. At the very least, he would be able to make up for the 2 destruction golden feathers he had lost. If there was no other way, he would go and exchange it for a 7th grade Sun True Gold. In any case, his original target was the 7th grade Sun True Gold. When the time came and he condensed the 5 elements fire attribute, no one would have any ideas about him anymore. Moreover, hiding in this room was not a solution. He could not hide here forever. Although he still had some heaven-opening pills, they would not last for long. After muttering to himself for a while, Yang Kai got up, pushed open the door, and went straight downstairs. Going downstairs, Yang Kai looked around and saw that the lobby was very noisy. The original 7 or 8 tables had become more than a dozen, but the supply still could not meet the demand. The whole lobby could be said to be overcrowded. Bai Qi ran around with a few dishes in her hands. When she raised her head and saw Yang Kai, she was shocked. "Why did you come down? Why can't I come down?" Yang Kai sneered. As soon as he said this, the noise in the whole lobby suddenly fell silent. After a series of swishing sounds, pairs of eyes looked over, and waves of divine senses also swept over without reservation. In an instant, Yang Kai felt like a little white sheep that had mistakenly entered a wolf's den. All the hair on his body stood on end, and he did not feel any sense of security at all. Bai Qi gave him a thumbs up, looking like he had guts. Then, she lowered her head and went to work. Yang Kai looked around, and really did see quite a few familiar faces. The few mid-level heaven-opening cultivators who had chased after him earlier, apart from Madame Lan, were all here. Waves of divine senses intertwined and drifted, and pairs of eyes looked at Yang Kai with malice. The whole lobby was silent, but everyone felt as if a storm was about to come. The cultivator with slightly lower strength could not help but gulp, and their eyes looked towards the door, as if looking for a way to leave. Just as swords were about to be drawn, a door on the 2nd floor opened with a bang, and Madame Lan walked out. Her phoenix eyes swept down, and her gaze fixed on Yang Kai. She snorted softly, and then leaned against the armrest, took out a handful of something that looked like melon seeds, and nimbly began to munch on them. Yang Kai chuckled. He knew that since Madame Lan had shown up, no one would dare to make a move against him here. Madame Lan had probably also sensed that the atmosphere below was not right, so she purposely showed up to suppress the situation. The lobby was full, and there were no seats. Yang Kai looked around, and then walked straight to a table. There were 3 people sitting at this table, a handsome young man, 2 old men with deep auras, and behind the young man stood a charming woman in revealing clothes. Behind the 2 old men stood a group of disciples, clearly from the same force. The young man's strength was not high, and he should have only condensed a Dao seal, while the two old men were both heaven-opening cultivators. The young man was originally looking at Yang Kai with disdain, but when he saw that he was actually walking straight towards him, he could not help but frown, not knowing what Yang Kai wanted to do. "Brother, we meet again, what a coincidence." Yang Kai greeted him cheerfully. "If you don't mind, let's sit together." After saying that, he did not wait for the other party's agreement, and directly sat down opposite him. The young man was a little confused. "Who are you?" Yang Kai's face was full of enthusiasm. "Friend, you really are a person of great importance with short memories. Didn't we meet on the way to Sun Star?" This was not nonsense. The two of them had indeed met before. At that time, Yang Kai, Dayu, and the others were on the way to Sun Star, and the large ship this young man was on crashed into them from behind, almost injuring them. After that, he returned to invite Dayu and Sun to board, but Yang Kai refused. At that time, he did not know which force they were from, but after seeing the jade slip Meng Hong gave him, he found out that they were from Wuxia Prefecture. After Yang Kai's reminder, the young man came to a realization. "It's you." After saying that, his face darkened. "Who allowed you to sit down?" "Scram." Yang Kai did not mind and chuckled, "There's no place to sit. You just happen to have an empty seat here, why don't you share a table? Why are you being so stingy?" The young man still wanted to say something when he suddenly felt that something was wrong. There were many divine senses on his body that were carefully examining him. Turning his head, he saw that the several mid-rank heaven-opening masters in the lobby were all looking at him suspiciously, causing his face to pale. He did not know how he had attracted their attention. The two heaven-opening realm old men at the same table also noticed that something was wrong. One of them winked at the young man while the other looked at Yang Kai and quickly said, "We'll leave this table to you, let's go." As he said this, he stood up. The young man seemed to be a little reluctant, but he was forcibly pulled away by the other old man. The group did not linger, paying the bill and directly leaving the first inn. A moment later, on the large ship, the young man's face was gloomy. "Who is that guy?" The two old men behind him exchanged a glance before one of them said, "Young master, that person is the one who stole the Golden Crow's corpse." The young man was shocked. "What? He stole the Golden Crow's corpse and then safely escaped back to the first inn?" "That's right, it's him." "Then why are we afraid of him?" the young man asked in a low voice. That guy had only come to share a table, yet they had to leave with their tails between their legs. It was as if they were afraid of him, making him feel a little embarrassed. The old man said, "We're not afraid of him, but there's no need to tangle with him at this time. The Golden Crow's corpse is very important, and when the time comes, the first inn will definitely stir up a storm. It's best if our Wuxia Prefecture doesn't get involved." The other old man also nodded, "Yes." The young man's expression darkened. Although he knew they were right, he was still somewhat unwilling. As if seeing through his thoughts, the old man from before said, "Young master, don't worry, that brat won't be able to live for much longer." The young man asked, "What do you mean?" The old man sneered, "Trying to stir up a storm with such insignificant strength, he'll definitely die without a complete corpse." Chapter 39-23. As soon as the Wuxia province group left, Yuan Xiaoman wrapped herself in a fragrant wind and sat down on Yang Kai's left side, looking at him with a smile. Yang Kai called Bai Qi over and pointed at the leftovers in front of him, saying coldly, "Take them away and serve another table." Bai Qi glared. This guy had just been exchanging drinks with him in the room, calling him brother, and now he was ordering him around like a waiter. What kind of person was this? But there was nothing he could do. After all, this was what he did. He obediently removed the things on the table and went to the kitchen to prepare the dishes. 3 other people stood up at the same time. One was an old man with a ruddy complexion, with a fat head and big ears, one was a man in martial arts clothes with a cold expression, and one was a scholar with a round fan in his hand. They went straight to this table and sat down. This table was immediately full. The four middle-ranked Kaitian stared straight at Yang Kai. To be honest, there was some pressure, but Yang Kai was not afraid. The lady boss was still watching from the second floor. Who would dare to be presumptuous here? Madame Lan was obviously aware of this as well, and her expression was extremely disgusted. However, when it came to business, the First In's reputation could not be tarnished. "Little brother, you're really something." Yuan Xiaoman was the first to speak. She looked at Yang Kai with great interest, as if she had found a new toy. "You even ran back here. You're amazing." Yang Kai tilted his head and glanced at her. His gaze paused on her towering breasts for a moment, and he grinned. "What's your name?" "Yuan Xiaoman." After that, she pointed at the others and introduced them to Yang Kai one by one. It was only now that Yang Kai knew where these guys who had been chasing him for many days came from and what their names were. "Little brother, are you interested in joining my catoptric deflection? You look like a newcomer outside of Jianghu, right? In a place like this, it's not easy for newcomers to stand out. Having help and not help are two different things." Yang Kai asked curiously, "How do you know I'm a newcomer?" The first hotel was able to find out about him because that was what they did. There was no reason for Yuan Xiaoman to know about him, and he shouldn't have revealed any flaws. Yuan Xiaoman covered her mouth and giggled. "You don't even know the Qian Kun escape technique, and you came to the first stall to walk right into the trap. How dare you say you're not a newbie?" Yang Kai's face darkened when he heard this. This was definitely the greatest humiliation of his life, a stain on his path of cultivation. But no one had ever told him about the Qian Kun escape technique in a place like the Qiqiao lands, so how could he possibly know about its mysteries? When he saw Madame Lan at that time, he thought that she was a twin. "Brat, this old man will only ask you one question. You'd better answer honestly, or else you'll have to bear the consequences." The fat Hong Lao suddenly snorted coldly. Yang Kai squinted at him. "Then don't waste your energy. I won't tell you anything. You're courting death." Boss Red was furious. Yang Kai slammed the table and stood up abruptly. He glared at Hong Lao and said, "Try me." Hong Lao jumped in fright and stared at him dumbfoundedly. He didn't expect Yang Kai to have such a big reaction. For a moment, he stood there in a daze, unable to back down. On the second floor, the lady boss, who was munching on sunflower seeds, gritted her teeth so hard that they almost shattered. She glared hatefully at Yang Kai's back, knowing that this brat was using her as a protective talisman. Who in the first hotel would dare to make a move? He was clearly certain of this, which was why he dared to challenge Hong Lao so impudently. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the guts to do so in the Emperor realm. On the side, Yuan Xiaoman's mouth was slightly agape. Zhang Qi and Ji Tianqing were also clicking their tongues in wonder. In the main hall, many of the low-rank heaven splitters were even more shocked by Yang Kai. "If you don't dare to make a move, then shut up." Yang Kai sat back down and shouted at the kitchen, "Is the food ready? Why are you so slow?" Bai Chi's voice came from the kitchen, "It's almost ready, what are you rushing for?" Hong Lao's face turned even redder and there seemed to be steam rising from the top of his head. Taking a deep breath, he spat, "Boy, you've got guts. If you have the ability, you'd better hide in the First Inn for the rest of your life, otherwise, this old master will tear you to pieces." He was truly angered to the point that he couldn't get out of this embarrassing situation in front of a dozen or so tables of people. That was what you called an embarrassment. Yang Kai didn't care. In any case, he had already offended this old man. As the saying went, there was no need to worry about too many debts. Zhang Qi frowned, seemingly understanding Yang Kai's character. Rubbing his fingers together, a space ring appeared in his hand and he slowly pushed it in front of Yang Kai. "Little brother, this king also has a question to ask you." Yang Kai glanced at him and was slightly surprised. Although he didn't know what was inside this space ring, the possibility of it being a heaven splitter pill was very high. Can I sell information now? Overjoyed, Yang Kai took the space ring and swept it with his divine sense, discovering that there were 10,000 heaven splitter pills inside. Immediately beaming with joy, Yang Kai said, "Well said, well said." He secretly sighed to himself at the generosity of a fourth-grade heaven splitter master. 10,000 heaven splitter pills, although it was only enough for him to stay in his room for 10 days, it was still quite a lot. Zhang Qi smiled lightly and was about to speak when Yang Kai raised his hand to stop him, turned to Yuan Xiaoman and Ji Tianqing, and said, "Do you two have any questions? If you want to ask something, then hurry up. I'll say this first, whoever offers the highest price will have their question answered, and I'll only answer one question, so you'd better think carefully." The corners of Zhang Qi's eyes twitched. Ji Tianqing and Yuan Xiaoman were also speechless. They were fourth-grade heaven splitters, and although their strength wasn't very high, they were still respected figures in the nearby territory, yet today they were being led around by the Emperor Realm by the nose. Hong Lao sneered, "Boy, this old master can see that your glabella is turning black, you'll soon face a bloody disaster." "Shut up, it's none of your business." Yang Kai snapped, "Go back to where you came from." Turning to Ji Tianqing and Yuan Xiaoman, Yang Kai asked, "Are you too sure you don't want to ask anything? If you don't, then I'll answer this, Sir Zhang." Ji Tianqing and Yuan Xiaoman exchanged a glance and gritted their teeth, but there were some things they had to ask, so even if they were unwilling, they still tacitly pushed out a space ring. Yuan Xiaoman put on a fake smile and said, "Little brother, aren't you afraid that these things will burn your hands?" Yang Kai snatched the space ring from her hand and sneered, "I've already taken things that burned my hands, why would I be afraid of this?" Yuan Xiaoman was speechless, but thinking about it, in the Golden Crow Divine Palace, this guy had the courage to seize the body of so many heaven splitters in front of him, so how could he complain about these space rings burning his hands? This was a master who valued money over his life. After inspecting the space ring, the joy on Yang Kai's face grew even stronger as he turned to Ji Tianqing and said, "This Sir Ji offered the highest price. Speak, what do you want to ask? I'll tell you everything I know." Zhang Qi and Yuan Xiaoman both turned to look at Ji Tianqing. Ji Tianqing's expression remained unchanged as he quietly asked, "Who has the Golden Crow's corpse now?" Yang Kai was taken aback by this question. Although he knew that these people would definitely ask about the Golden Crow's corpse, he hadn't expected them to ask about this. He almost blurted out that it was naturally in his hands. Was there a need to ask such an obvious question? Thinking about it for a moment, he suddenly realized something. He and the lady boss knew that the Golden Crow's corpse was in his hands, but others didn't. After all, there was no third person outside the first inn. Others only knew that he had been running away and walking right into a trap, only to be intercepted and injured by the lady boss outside the first inn. If he were an outsider, would he have thought that the Golden Crow's corpse had already been snatched away by Madame Lan? After all, with his strength, how could he contend against a 6th-level sky splitter? If Madame Lan wanted to snatch something from him, it would be too easy. So that was it. No wonder Ji Tianqing would ask such a question. It seemed that Zhang Qi and Yuan Xiaoman also wanted to ask the same question. They still couldn't figure out who had the Golden Crow's corpse. Many thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind as he weighed the pros and cons. It only took a short moment before he slammed the table and stood up, his face full of grief and indignation. He turned and pointed at the lady boss on the second floor, shouting, "It's her, it's her, it's her. The thing that I fought so hard for was snatched away by her. The first inn bullies the weak, the first inn bullies the weak, this is a black inn." The angry roar echoed in the hall, shuttling through everyone's ears. It was a complaint full of blood and tears. Everyone looked in the direction that Yang Kai was pointing and stared at the lady boss in unison. Madame Lan was dumbstruck, her red lips parted slightly, and a piece of fruit shell fell silently from her mouth. After a long while, Madame Lan gritted her teeth. Brat, you must be tired of living. Although she didn't hear what Ji Tianqing asked Yang Kai just now, there was no need to hear such things. She could guess that it was nothing more than the whereabouts of the Golden Crow's corpse. Yang Kai's accusation this time would undoubtedly involve her in a great deal of trouble. Even if she denied it, it would be of no use. From the looks in the eyes of those in the lobby, Madame Lan knew that many people had already guessed this. Now, she was just confirming it with Yang Kai's words. This time, even the waters of the 3 rivers and 5 lakes would not be able to clear her name. If she had really snatched the Golden Crow's corpse, it would have been fine. The key was that although she had made a move, Yang Kai had still slyly escaped and hid in the first inn. Not only did she not reap any benefits, she even got herself into trouble. Madame Lan was so angry that her nose was crooked. She had never seen anyone as detestable as this brat. If she could make a move, Madame Lan would definitely go down and make him regret ever being born into this world. But this was the first inn, and the first inn's reputation could not be damaged. Lady Boss, you're so full of murderous intent. Are you going to silence me? Yang Kai shouted angrily. You shut up. Madame Lan was so angry that she threw the snacks in her hand at him. You can shut my mouth, but you can't shut the mouths of everyone else in the world. Justice is in the hearts of the people. Whatever people do, the heavens are watching. Lady Boss, you're on your own now. Madame Lan's chest heaved violently. She felt hot blood rush to her brain, and her fists were clenched so tightly that they turned white. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes. She really wanted to go down and tear this brat's mouth apart. Chapter 39-24. The dishes are here, the dishes are here. At this moment, Bai Qi ran out of the kitchen with a few dishes and a pot of wine. When he entered the main hall, he suddenly realized that the atmosphere was not right. He froze on the spot and turned his head to look around. He did not know what was going on. He only saw that his boss was so angry that her face had turned green. She was standing on the second floor with her eyes closed, and her delicate body was trembling. What's going on? Bai Qi walked up to Yang Kai and asked quietly. A storm is coming, replied Yang Kai. Kai Yang replied as he reached out and took the food and wine from his hand. Turning around, he walked up to the second floor. The water had already been stirred up, so it was not good to stay here for long. It was best to avoid the limelight for now. Returning to his room, closing the door and activating the barrier, Yang Kai couldn't help laughing heartily as a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Although the lady boss was a good person, she still made him waste a golden destruction plume. She even injured him before. Now that he had the chance, he naturally had to get back at her. What's more, in the current situation, shifting his attention to the lady boss was the best choice. He sat at the table, drinking by himself, thinking about his future path. Suddenly, he heard a loud bang and the door was kicked open. Yang Kai was shocked. He stood up and turned to look outside. He shouted, "Who is it? Who was so bold to make a move in the first inn? Did they want to die?" Yang Kai's neck shrank back when he saw who kicked open the door. It was none other than the lady boss of the first inn, Madame Lan. The lady boss stepped into the room, her whole body wrapped in a cold aura, a sneer on her face as she stared straight at Yang Kai. With a light flick of her foot, she closed the door behind her. Madame Lan. Yang Kai retreated step by step. Soon, he reached the foot of the wall. His eyes were unfocused. He wondered why there wasn't even a window in this room. He couldn't even jump out of the window to escape. He couldn't even think about teleportation. In front of a 6th grade splitter, he probably didn't have the chance. Madam, do you have any advice for me? Yang Kai stared ahead in horror, his heart in his throat. He secretly decided that if Madame Lan really attacked him, he would immediately use his dragon form secret technique so that she wouldn't attack him. Madame Lan sneered softly, "Don't worry, I won't kill you. If I kill you, I won't be able to explain myself. Hearing this, Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, he didn't expect Madame Lan to say leisurely, I won't kill you, but I can give you a good beating. Brat, are you ready? Yang Kai swallowed his saliva. Madam, if you have something to say, we can talk it out. Why are you doing this? Besides, this is the first inn, and I'm your guest. I spent money to stay here. You're the lady boss. Is it appropriate for you to attack a guest? Not suitable. Madame Lan walked over step by step, and soon arrived in front of Yang Kai. A fragrant scent wafted over, and she suddenly gritted her teeth. But if I don't beat you up, I won't be able to vent my anger. You don't want the first inn signboard anymore? Yang Kai tried his best to shrink back, but he was already forced into a corner. Where else could he go? Don't use the signboard to restrain me. It's useless no matter what you say today. Madame Lan raised a delicate fist and clenched it so tightly that it cracked. The murderous aura around her surged violently, as if it could swallow the heavens and the earth. As she spoke, her fist shot out like a flash of lightning, landing squarely on Yang Kai's left eye. With a boom, Yang Kai only felt his vision go black. His vision was filled with stars, and even his thoughts were muddled. The lady boss's punch was not light, and it almost stunned him on the spot. Before he could regain his senses, the fist came flying towards his right eye again, and there was another boom. Instinctively hugging his head, Yang Kai curled up at the foot of the wall, enduring Madame Lan's punches and kicks. He secretly swore to himself that one day, he would definitely get back at her and get his revenge. After an indeterminate amount of time, which seemed like an instant, but also like a year, Yang Kai finally felt that the attacks that fell on him like raindrops had stopped. He quietly turned his head and looked through the gaps between his fingers. He saw Madame Lan panting with her hands on her hips, and an expression of satisfaction on her face. That felt good. Brat, you'd better take care of yourself. With that, she turned and left. Yang Kai cursed and collapsed to the ground. At the door, Bai Qi watched the lady boss leave leisurely, and then poked his head out to look around. Only then did he enter the room and close the door. He walked slowly to Yang Kai's side and squatted down to look at him, his face full of sympathy. You hit him really hard. The lady boss is really angry. I've never seen her so angry before. Yang Kai lay weakly on the ground, feeling as if many of the bones in his body had been broken. Although Madame Lan didn't have the intention to kill him, she really did use a heavy hand. He had just recovered from his injuries, but now he was injured again. It was really sullen. Are you going to keep watching like this? Yang Kai squinted at Bai Qi, who was squatting in front of him. Can you help me up? Bai Qi chuckled. If it was someone else who hit you, it wouldn't matter if I helped, but the lady boss hit you. How would I dare? If she found out, how would I still be able to stay here? Then what are you doing here? Yang Kai glared at him. Bai Qi said, I'm just here to watch the show. TSK, TSK, TSK. Brat, you've offended the lady boss. I think you're going to have a hard time in the future. Get lost. Yang Kai shouted angrily. Did he need others to tell him that he would have a hard time in the future? This time, the lady boss did not even care about the reputation of the first inn and insisted on beating him up. He could imagine what kind of situation he would be in the first inn in the future. It would probably be difficult for him to even move an inch. Bai Qi chuckled, got up, and said, You have the strength to chase people away. It doesn't look like it's a big deal. You go and rest first. If there's anything, call me later. With that, he turned and left. Yang Kai was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. When he moved a little, he felt pain all over his body. He lay on the ground for a full 3 hours before he climbed onto the bed with difficulty and quietly recuperated. However, this effort was not in vain. In the first inn, after Yang Kai made such a scene, almost everyone's attention had shifted to the lady boss. Although Yang Kai's tone and actions were a little exaggerated at that time, anyone with half a brain was willing to believe that the Golden Crow's corpse had been snatched by Madame Lan and now it had fallen into her hands. After all, the difference in strength between Yang Kai and her was too great. Since Madame Lan had already made a move before, how could she fail? The next day, in a wing room in the Great Moon Prefecture, an elderly man sat upright. Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang stood in front of him, reporting what had happened recently. The elderly man nodded from time to time. After a long time, Wei Kei said, "That's the general situation. What plans does the chief have?" This elderly man was the chief of the Great Moon Prefecture. Previously, Wei Kei had asked Meng Hong and the others to go back to the first and send a message to the headquarters. The chief of the Great Moon Prefecture immediately led people here to meet up with Wei Kei, Tao Rongfang, and the others. They rushed all the way and only arrived at the first inn today. The chief nodded and said, "You did well this time. As long as we digest what we got this time, the strength of the Great Moon Prefecture will definitely improve." This time, although the Great Moon Prefecture did not get something like the True Sun Gold, they obtained several portions of the True Sun Fire, one of which was a 5th grade one. Its value was not small. For a force like the Great Moon Prefecture, it was not easy to obtain 4th grade materials, let alone 5th grade ones. If they sold this 5th grade True Sun Fire and bought some 4th grade materials, there was a great chance that they could create a 4th grade Kai Tian. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had to choose the right seedlings and spend a certain amount of time and energy. The two of you deserve great credit for this operation. Wei Kei said, "Chief, you flatter us. This time, we also narrowly escaped death. Moreover, we even received a life-saving grace from them." "Oh?" The old man raised his eyebrows. "We must repay the kindness of saving our lives. Tell me, which expert helped you?" Wei Kei said, "It was not an expert. It was that kid called Yang Kai." The old man frowned. "The kid who stole the Golden Crow's corpse and caused a storm in the city?" "Yes." The chief nodded and tapped his fingers on the table, as if thinking about something. After a long time, he said, "I heard that the Golden Crow's corpse has fallen into Madame Lan's hands?" "That's what the kid said." "What do you want to do?" The old man looked at Wei Kei and asked. Wei Kei said, "If it's possible, I want to ask you to accept him into our Great Moon Prefecture. He is a newcomer who has just entered this world and has no one to rely on. What's rare is that he is kind and benevolent, and we are indebted to him. Now that he is in trouble, we can't sit back and do nothing." The chief sighed. "I knew you would say that, but have you thought about it? Now that he is in trouble, if our Great Moon Prefecture accepts him rashly, what kind of impact will it have on us?" Wei Kei cupped his hands and said, "I've thought about this, but now that the Golden Crow's corpse is not in his hands, it doesn't matter." "It doesn't matter?" The chief looked straight at him. "Do you believe what you said?" Wei Kei's mouth moved, but in the end, he couldn't say anything. He really didn't believe what he said. The chief said, "Although Yang Kai said that the Golden Crow's corpse had been taken away by Madame Lan, the Golden Crow's corpse is so precious that anyone who wants it will not let it go easily. When the time comes, there will be countless masters who will ask Yang Kai for confirmation, or even search his soul to interrogate him. When the time comes, will our Great Moon Prefecture protect him or not? If we protect him, with the strength of our Great Moon Prefecture, we can't compete with others at all. If we don't protect him, how can we survive?" He waved his hand and said, "We can't accept this person, or we will put our Great Moon Prefecture in trouble." "Chief." Wei Kei was anxious. "There's no need to say more." The chief said decisively, "We can't stay in this dangerous place for long. Pack up and return to the Great Moon Prefecture with me immediately." Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang looked at each other. They both knew that since the chief had made his decision, it was useless to say anything else. They couldn't help but sigh. They knew that the chief's decision was right. They had also thought of this before, but now that things had come to this, they were still a little unhappy. As for his kindness to you, think of a way to compensate him. The chief added. Wei Kai cupped his hands. Yes. Chapter 39-25. In the room, Yang Kai and Wei Kai sat across a table from each other. Tao Rongfang stood behind Wei Kai and stared at Yang Kai's bruised and swollen face with sympathy. Normally, if Tao Rongfang saw this scene, she would definitely laugh out loud. Yang Kai's two dark circles were simply too comical. At first glance, it was obvious that they were caused by someone's fists. Moreover, the punches were extremely symmetrical, so the strength of the person who did this was definitely extraordinary. But how could she laugh at this moment? Thinking of Yang Kai's future situation and the possible blame from Ah Sun, she couldn't help but feel sad. Wei Kai was also embarrassed. Wei Kai also wore an embarrassed expression, and after a long explanation, he scratched his face and said, Yang Kai, the situation is like this. Before, I had planned to take you to Great Moon Province and let you join us, but now it seems that won't be possible. The sect chief doesn't agree, and this way is powerless to do anything about it. I'm really sorry. Saying so, he turned his head and cupped his fists, a look of shame on his face. Yang Kai chuckled and said, Senior Wei, you're too serious. I know what to do. Even if your chief doesn't agree, I can't go to the Great Moon Prefecture with you. In my current situation, I can't leave the first inn. Otherwise, I'll die. If I stay here, there's still a chance. Tao Rongfang said, Even so, you can't hide in the first inn for the rest of your life. What's your plan in the future? Yang Kai's eyes blurred for a while. He shook his head and said, I'll take one step at a time. I can't think so far ahead. Alas. Wei Kai sighed heavily and said, You're too bold. Why did you think of robbing the Jianghu corpse? It was said that people died for wealth and birds died for food. Yang Kai's action in the Jianghu palace was undoubtedly digging his own grave. If it weren't for the first inn, he would have died somewhere. Yang Kai said awkwardly, I didn't think so much at that time. I just robbed it on impulse. It's useless to talk about it now. He waved his hand and didn't want to talk about it anymore. Seeing this, Wei Kai naturally changed the topic. We're about to leave the first inn and return to the Great Moon Prefecture. Is there anything I can help you with? Yang Kai thought for a moment and said, There is one thing. Speak. Wei Kai said. Yang Kai said, Old Fang, Daiyu, and Ah Sun escaped with me from the Qiqiao land. Now that Ah Sun has been accepted as a disciple by Senior Tao, I don't have to worry about anything, but Old Fang and Daiyu have nowhere to go. Now that I am like this, it's not suitable for them to have anything to do with me. I would like to ask the two seniors to take them into the Great Moon Prefecture and let them have a place to stay. Wei Kai said, Even if you didn't mention it, we also had the same idea. Don't worry, I will take Fang Biki and Daiyu back to the Great Moon Prefecture and take good care of them. As long as I am alive, I will not let them be bullied. Thank you, Senior. Wei Kai blushed with shame and waved his hands repeatedly, Don't thank me, or I'll be too ashamed to show my face. What about you? Tao Rongfang asked, Don't you have anything you want us to help you with? Yang Kai shook his head. He was currently in a lot of trouble, so the Great Moon Prefecture couldn't help him with anything. Taking Old Fang and Daiyu away could be considered a load off his mind. Wei Kai sighed, took out a space ring, and pushed it in front of Yang Kai. It's not much, but I hope you don't mind. If you want to hide in the first inn, you'll need money, so take this. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before accepting the space ring. Wei Kai was an honest person, so if he were to be polite with him, it would only make things more difficult for him. After exchanging a few more words, the two got up and said their goodbyes. Before leaving, Wei Kai said, do you want to see Fong Biki and Daiyu? After this farewell, who knows when we'll meet again? Yang Kai smiled and said, there will always be a chance in the future. Please take them with you, senior. Parting was difficult, so it was best not to see them again. Wei Kei stared at him for a while before patting him on the shoulder, take care of yourself. Then, he turned around and left. Tao Rongfang nodded to Yang Kai and also left. Listening carefully, Yang Kai soon heard the sound of footsteps coming from the corridor. Knowing it was the people from Great Moon State, he returned to his room. After the sound disappeared, Yang Kai returned to his bed and continued to meditate and heal his wounds. Thinking back to everything he had experienced since leaving the star boundary, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Being separated from Ruo Shi and wandering in the Qiqiao land, it wasn't easy for him to escape. Now, he was involved in such a big matter as the Golden Crow's corpse. As an emperor of the Emperor realm, he was in the eye of the storm outside this world. How to deal with the Golden Crow's corpse needs to be carefully considered. Not only must he deal with it beautifully, but he must also get rid of this trouble. Thinking about it gave him a headache. The next few days were calm. Yang Kai had been on guard against the lady boss coming to trouble him again. Who knew that he wouldn't see her for several days? His injuries slowly healed, but after what happened last time, he didn't dare to go out at will. Who knows if there were any bold people in the first inn? If they really disregarded the rules of the first inn and attacked him, he wouldn't be able to resist. Time flew by and 10 days later. On this day, Yang Kai was drinking with Bai Qi in his room. While listening to him talk about the outside world, the door was suddenly kicked open. Yang Kai looked up in surprise, then couldn't help but shrink his neck and turn to look at Bai Qi. Is there a word, safety, in your inn? Can you just kick a guest's door at will? Bai Qi laughed dryly, who told her to be the lady boss. Madame Lan's beautiful eyes were cold as she stared at Bai Qi. I was wondering why I didn't see you anywhere. So you were hiding here drinking. Don't you need to serve the guests outside? How dare you slack off here? I'll deduct 1 year of your wages. Bai Qi's face turned pale. Lady boss, please don't be angry. I'll go out now. Please don't deduct my wages. After saying this, he ran away and disappeared. Yang Kai leaned against the corner of the wall and wanted to slip away as well. The lady boss's beautiful eyes swept over him, and he immediately froze on the spot. With a little kick, the door closed again. Madame Lan sat directly where Bai Qi was just sitting and stared at Yang Kai coldly, not moving for a moment. Yang Kai squeezed out a dry smile at her, then slowly squatted down and shrank into the corner of the wall. He covered his head with both hands. Don't hit my face. The last time she hit him, he had 2 dark circles under his eyes, and it took several days for them to disappear. This woman was too ruthless, he had to be careful. The lady boss said coldly, sit. Yang Kai glanced at her quietly and sat on the ground. The lady boss said angrily, what are you pretending for? I'll let you sit on the chair. Yang Kai blinked, then stood up. He turned sideways to guard against her, then slowly moved to the side of the chair and sat down. His eyes were erratic, and he was highly nervous. Seeing his guarded appearance, Madame Lan was furious. She slammed the table and said, Brat, do you know how much trouble you've caused me? Yang Kai sniffed, I'm not too sure, but I heard a little. He heard about the situation outside from Bai Qi these days, so he didn't go to the lobby to take a look. He only knew that most of the forces that had stayed in the first inn had left. After all, most of the forces that had come here before were third-rate forces, and they weren't qualified to participate in the fight for the Golden Crow's corpse. Those who knew their place, like the Great Moon Province, naturally left early, but there were also a few who stayed to watch the show. Although most of the third-rate forces had left, many second-rate forces had come, and even a few first-rate forces from the Blessed Enclaves had come. In the first inn, there were now more than 20 middle-level splitters, and as many as 3 or 4 high-level splitters. It could be said that since the opening of the first inn, there had never been such a grand occasion where so many powerhouses had gathered, and all of this was because of the Golden Crow's corpse. Madame Lan sneered, "Do you think you can get away with it just because you shifted the blame in the lobby that day? Do you really take others for fools? Whether the Golden Crow's corpse is in my hands or not, only the heavens and earth will know." Yang Kai said, "I was forced to." With a bang, Madame Lan slammed the table again. "So you can make irresponsible remarks just because you were forced into a corner? Do you believe that I'll drive you out of the first inn right now? I don't need to tell you what will happen to you when the time comes." Yang Kai was shocked. "Madam, are you trying to kill me?" Madame Lan lowered her head and played with her fingers, saying indifferently, "It's impolite not to reciprocate. You can do what you want, but I can't do what you want." Yang Kai was really anxious now. If he was driven out of the first inn, how could he survive? He glared at her. "The first inn opened its doors to do business, and I didn't pay a single cent less. How can you drive me out?" Madame Lan looked up at him. "You're right, the first inn has never driven out a customer before. If we drive you out like this, we'll ruin our reputation." Yang Kai's heart thumped, and he exhaled heavily, but then he heard Madame Lan say, "Unless it's those who can't afford to stay but refuse to leave." Yang Kai's eyes widened, and he instinctively felt that something was wrong. "Sure enough," Madame Lan said with a smile, "I've decided, from today onwards, your room will cost 100,000 heaven-opening pills per night." 100,000? Yang Kai's face changed drastically as he silently calculated. Although he still had some heaven-opening pills on hand, it was likely only enough to last him 3 or 4 days. Filled with grief and indignation, he shouted, "Lady boss, you're taking advantage of your position to bully others." Madame Lan said, "I like to. What can you do? It's my business whether the room price goes up or not, and it's your business whether you want to stay or not. No one's forcing you." Yang Kai said, "Then I request to change rooms." Madame Lan laughed softly, "There's no room left. The first inn is overcrowded now. Where can I find a room for you?" Yang Kai clenched his teeth so hard that they almost broke, glaring at her fiercely. Madame Lan, on the other hand, didn't seem to care at all. She had a charming smile on her face as she played with her slender jade fingers, not looking at him at all. Resisting the urge to punch this woman in the face, Yang Kai said, "What do you want? Speak." Madame Lan said indifferently, "Brat, an innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. Haven't you heard of this saying?